Chapter 1. The tires screeched against the pavement, accompanied by the piercing cries of children and women and the furious curses of the bus driver, culminating in a deafening explosion. After the roar subsided, silence enveloped everything. Had the bus exploded? Wuda was oblivious. For just a second after the thunderous sound erupted, a steel pipe, seemingly propelled from nowhere, struck him fatally in the head. According to the laws of natural science, a carbon-based organism's skull could scarcely withstand a sharpened steel pipe traveling at 80 kilometers per hour. Yet, by some stroke of fortune, Wuda miraculously survived. However, the predicament was that, although he was alive, the surroundings seemed rather disconcerting. Gazing at the lush jungle not far from him, Wuda instinctively recoiled, then turned to view the vast expanse of the azure sea behind him. As a young man of the 21st century, firmly entrenched in the new era, Wuda was utterly convinced that he had never set foot on such a picturesque beach. His days were typically spent in the confines of an office or a cramped rented room of less than 40 square meters. When would he find the time to travel? In his 26 years of existence, he had never laid eyes on the ocean's sandy shores, only able to imagine them through images online and posts from friends. Thus, the unfolding scene before him could not possibly be a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, one must not speak too hastily after all. This was Wood's first experience of being struck down by a steel pipe, and lacking any prior knowledge, he simply blinked and found himself in this bizarre place. Logically speaking, as previously stated, it was exceedingly improbable for a carbon-based life form to survive such an assault. Even if by some miracle one did manage to live, upon opening one's eyes, they would expect to find themselves in a hospital at the very least, in a mortuary or crematorium, but certainly not in such a serene and picturesque locale. Surely, the steel pipe could not possess the ability to teleport, targeting Wuda amidst a crowd solely to deliver him to this place. Upon contemplating this, Wuda instinctively began to feel around his head, and upon confirming that there was no gaping hole above, his gaze filled with further bewilderment. For he could not comprehend whether he was truly alive or dead. The abrupt shift in environment and the conflicting realities sent Wood's mind racing uncontrollably. Initially, he doubted his survival, considering that the jungle and beach might merely be an extraordinarily vivid dream designed to obscure the unimaginable pain he had experienced. However, after delivering a firm slap to his own face, he dismissed this notion. For one cannot dream of pain, nor could one inflict such a sting upon themselves as if they had mumps. Next, he entertained the thought that perhaps he had indeed passed away, and that this jungle and beach were merely a waiting room for heaven, where a grand villa nestled deep within the foliage awaited him, inhabited by a stunning goddess with cascading silver hair, perhaps even bearing a serial number, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Yet, scarcely a second after this thought crossed his mind, he raised his hand to deliver another slap to his right cheek. Jesus Christ once proclaimed that when someone strikes your left cheek, you should offer the right as well. But Wuda was not a Christian, nor had he ever read the Bible thus. His sudden urge to reshape his round face into an oval was primarily a desperate attempt to regain clarity, to rid himself of the clutter of web novels. And as he pondered the realm of online fiction, an uncontrollable thought leapt into Wood's consciousness. Goodness, could it be that I have transmigrated? While rubbing his now oval face, he began to scrutinize his surroundings more closely. The briny sea breeze, the dense jungle, the dry sandy beach, the occasional chirping of birds, and beside him lay an unusually large egg adorned with strange patterns. Wait, an egg? Wuda? After a brief mental stall of 5 seconds, Wuda suddenly leaped 3 feet into the air, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the egg. Why is there an egg here? Wuda was aware that he was not the most meticulous person, often careless in his actions. Yet, in this situation, no matter how inattentive one might be, it was impossible to overlook the details unfolding around him. Thus, Wuda could swear that when he first awoke, that egg was certainly not present. It must have materialized suddenly after he regained consciousness. So, the question arose, who placed this egg beside him? Could it possibly be a spirit? At that moment, the egg seemed to sense Wood's gaze and quivered slightly, as if greeting him. However, Wuda dared not let his guard down the instant the egg moved. He instinctively retreated several steps, adopting a defensive stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. He had never practiced Wing Chun, having only learned the stance from watching Ip Man, but he assumed this posture to instill a modicum of safety within himself. Even a little was better than none at all. As the gentle waves lapped at the shore, a standoff ensued between man and egg, until Wuda eventually deemed himself a fool for squabbling with an egg, thus bringing the standoff to an end. He approached cautiously, intent on examining the egg closely to discern what creature could possibly lay such a massive egg adorned with green patterns. Could be an ostrich egg? Sitting cross-legged, Wuda pondered, stroking his chin as he began to speculate wildly. He knew that ostrich eggs were the largest in the world, but he had never heard of one bearing green patterns. Could this be an egg from another world? Much like in many novels, perhaps it housed a divine beast, just waiting to emerge and acknowledge him as its master. At that thought, Wood's eyes sparkled with excitement. Given his current circumstances, it was overwhelmingly likely that he had indeed transmigrated. Yet even now, there was no system suddenly chiming in his mind. However, following the conventions of web fiction, nearly 99% of transmigrators had some sort of system accompanying them. At the very least, they possessed some supreme artifact or divine beast. Thus, following this line of reasoning, could this egg before him be his golden finger? After all, in such a vast world, why did it specifically appear beside him? Rational, exceedingly rational, simply too rational. Having successfully convinced himself, Wuda cheerfully cradled the egg, eager to examine it closely. At that moment, he noticed a neatly folded piece of paper nestled beneath the egg, resembling a note. Curious, Wuda picked up the paper and unfolded it, revealing a lengthy message. Due to my error, a traffic accident occurred that should never have transpired. However, you passed away too swiftly for me to intervene, so I can only resort to this measure, presenting you with a tremendous opportunity. The egg is a gift, a companion in shared misfortune. Take good care of it, for it will hatch a very adorable little creature. Considering you are a human from Earth, possessing a rather firm worldview, I shall be forthright with you. You have indeed transmigrated, and there is no returning. Yet this world is quite expansive, and with the opportunity one have bestowed upon you, you and that little creature shall likely lead a fulfilling life. So do not waste your thoughts on finding a way back you truly cannot return. Finally, I wish you both happiness in your lives, and may our paths cross again by fate. Signed, a deity, Wuda. After absorbing this substantial message and staring blankly at the signature that shimmered with a hint of golden light, Wuda raised his head, expressionless. Transmigration held no inherent disadvantages indeed. He was a solitary figure, one who would feel entirely at home in the renowned orphanage of Chidian. Yet the issue lay in the rather tragic manner of his transmigration, did it not? Others typically experience transmigration through a peaceful slumber, a door opening, or at worst, a stroke of luck, yet he was struck down in an instant. Furthermore, from the note, it appeared that he had transmigrated due to the blunder of a certain deity. If there were a channel for complaints, he would certainly lodge one. As for why the deity chose to leave a message on A4 paper, and why the writing seemed so clumsy, would have found himself acclimated after enduring several novels. In fact, such a deity aligned perfectly with his preconceived notions. Encountering one who spoke in riddles would have been far less agreeable. Of course, the primary reason was that Wood's reading comprehension was rather lacking. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. After taking a deep breath and offering himself some consolation, Wuda carefully tucked the A4 paper away, then lowered his gaze to the egg cradled in his arms. The deity who made the error had stated that this egg was a kindred spirit to him. Thus, the question arises, what commonality could there possibly be between him and an egg? After much contemplation, Wuda ultimately distilled his thoughts into 2 points. Firstly, like him, this egg had met its untimely demise at the hands of a steel pipe, which was the catalyst for its extraordinary journey. Secondly, akin to his own circumstances, this egg had been thrust into a new reality due to a mishap orchestrated by some celestial being. Considering the indisputable fact that the egg lacked a head, it became evident that Wu De and this pitiful egg shared only the second point. Upon this realization, Wu De could not help but exclaim, "The incompetence of the deities truly wreaks havoc on the lives of others." No sooner had he uttered those words than he felt the egg nestled in his arms tremble slightly. "It seems you agree with my assessment," Wu De chuckled, gently caressing the eggshell before turning his gaze towards the distant thicket, his expression instinctively tightening. Now that the notion of his extraordinary predicament had been validated, the pressing concern became survival. And thus, a new dilemma presented itself. How could a mere mortal, a cog in a machine of the 21st century, manage to safeguard the egg while navigating the perils of an untamed forest without any tools at his disposal? The answer, of course, was clear. Is this even remotely possible? Wu De could not restrain himself from cursing. He was just an ordinary man, a quintessentially mundane individual. His academic achievements were unremarkable. His job was nothing special. He seldom exercised, indulged in video games, and had been single for 26 years, remaining a virgin to this day. Accustomed to the sedentary life of an office worker, he possessed no physical prowess whatsoever. The mere thought of climbing trees, constructing shelters, or battling wild beasts was laughable. Even a simple 800-meter run would leave him gasping for breath. Given his circumstances, even if the spirits of the most legendary survivalists possessed him, it would be utterly impossible for him to endure in this primordial wilderness. Let alone the fact that, beyond mere survival, he also bore the responsibility of protecting this egg. This was no longer a daunting challenge. It was an outright impossibility. Having clarified his thoughts, Wu De's expression shifted multiple times before he let out a heavy sigh. Regardless of the difficulties ahead, survival remained the foremost priority. No matter how arduous the path, Wu De felt compelled to give it a try, especially since that celestial being had mentioned granting him a tremendous opportunity. Logically speaking, even the most unreliable deities would not descend to such absurdity. With this conviction, Wu De resolutely cradled the egg and turned away from the thicket, choosing instead to walk along the beach, not sparing a glance at the dense foliage. After all, the vastness of the world paled in comparison to the value of his own life. As someone who had already faced death once, Wu De was adamant about not wagering his life recklessly. At least until he discerned the nature of his opportunity, he would not set foot into that treacherous jungle, limiting himself to scavenging firewood and tinder near the periphery. Moreover, in contrast to the dangers lurking in the woods, the beach was not devoid of sustenance. He might not be adept at fishing, but surely he could find some marine creatures washed ashore by the waves, such as sea snails. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that this was an isolated island. What if it were part of a larger continent? What if a fishing village lay just beyond the horizon? Though the likelihood seemed slim, it was not entirely out of the question. Wu De felt confident that his choice was prudent in light of the current circumstances. For an untrained youth with abysmal physical capabilities, recklessly venturing into the jungle would be tantamount to seeking death. He would be far better off by the seaside, hoping for fortune, whether in the form of a fishing village or passing ships, rather than becoming fodder for wild beasts and insects in the depths of the forest. Yet, challenges still loomed. While the beach offered greater safety than the jungle, it provided no fresh water. In other words, to survive, Wu De would eventually have to venture into the forest in search of a water source. The mere thought of this dilemma sent pangs of discomfort through his jaw. Others, upon their arrival in this strange realm, had no worries about food or drink. Why? Then, must he face the harsh reality of wilderness survival? Furthermore, his so-called golden opportunity was a peculiar one. While others were granted systems that introduced themselves and provided user manuals, this deity merely mentioned chance. What was this opportunity exactly? Could it not have been articulated more clearly? At the very least, a manual could have been left behind. Why must he navigate this uncertainty on his own? It seemed the egg in his arms was attuned to Wu De's growing frustration as it wobbled gently, as if attempting to comfort him. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to care for you, Wu De sighed, stroking the egg. I hope you can hatch before I succumb to hunger then. We shall have each other's company, and perhaps a chance at survival. Watching the egg sway in response, Wuda managed a faint smile. He had no idea what creature resided within the egg, but based on its current movements, it appeared to be a potential companion for conversation. The ability to communicate was a boon. At least he would not be utterly alone. Thus, Wuda strolled along the endless beach, conversing with the egg about his previous struggles, while the egg occasionally swayed in response, as if engaging in their own dialogue. Time passed by moment, and before long, darkness began to envelop the sky. Observing the sun gradually sinking in the west and the temperature steadily dropping, Wuda could not help but let out a sigh. Originally from the northeast, he was accustomed to wearing long sleeves, which provided him with a degree of cold resistance. Thus, he could still endure the current chill. However, the egg cradled in his arms seemed less resilient. As it had been vibrating incessantly since a while ago, much like a phone in vibrate mode. To be honest, would have felt a flicker of fear that it might crack under the strain. In a bid to preserve his solitary companion, he scavenged for some firewood and tinder at the edge of the jungle, subsequently embarking on the arduous task of drilling wood to create fire. This endeavor consumed over 2 hours, and by the time darkness had fully descended, his hands were blistered, yet he had failed to ignite a flame. The coastal night was bitterly cold, cold enough to make Wuda shiver. Let alone the fragile egg. Watching the egg's tremors gradually diminish, as if it were teetering on the brink of demise, Wuda grew increasingly anxious. It was his only means of communication, should anything happen to it. The solitude and loneliness would drive him to madness within days, even without the threat of wild beasts. Thus, while softly cursing the unreliable deity, he exerted every ounce of strength to drill the stick in his hand. Yet, some things become more challenging the more one rushes, and fire-making was certainly one of them, especially for Wuda, a complete novice. This led to the once promising wood failing to produce even a spark. As time passed, the egg, devoid of warmth, gradually ceased its trembling. Witnessing this scene, Wuda's eyes turned red. After a loud curse in his native tongue, he furiously snapped the stick in his hand and hurled it far away. During this process, his left palm was grazed by a splinter, drawing forth a few drops of blood. This blood fell upon the tinder, and then, as if ignited by a bonfire, a vibrant flame erupted, illuminating the night sky and sending Wuda tumbling back. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he scrambled to pick up the egg and placed it near the crackling fire. "Egg brother, are you still alive?" he murmured, gently touching the egg, fearful of missing any sign of a response. If it were alive, it should wiggle a bit, right? Perhaps spurred by Wuda's anxious concern or the warmth of the fire. The egg suddenly rocked slightly twice after what felt like an eternity of 5 seconds. Relieved to see his egg brother was safe, Wuda sighed with relief and settled beside the bonfire with the egg in his arms. Only then did he turn his attention to pondering the origins of the flame. Lifting his left hand, he gazed at the blood trickling from his palm and muttered to himself, "So this is my fortune. Blood can ignite fire, but why didn't it catch the egg alight?" As he spoke, he glanced at the bloodstain he had left on the eggshell. Just like any ordinary person's blood, it was a vivid crimson, with nothing peculiar about it. Confused, Wuda furrowed his brow and looked back at the wound on his palm, only to find himself astounded. The long gash inflicted by the branch had completely healed, leaving no scar behind. Only the dried blood following the lines of his palm testified to its former existence. After a night spent cradling his egg brother amid lingering questions, the following morning, Wuda resolved to thoroughly investigate his body, setting aside all else. He needed to comprehend how the bonfire-like blaze had manifested the previous night. He first sought out the branch he had discarded and then gathered some firewood from the jungle's periphery. Taking a deep breath, he once more used the branch to carve a cut into his left hand. "Ouch, that hurts," Wuda exclaimed, placing his hand over the firewood, watching as his blood dripped steadily. Yet, there was no further development. Not even a spark emerged. Why was this? With a forehead full of questions, Wuda raised his hand to inspect his palm, only to discover that the wound had healed once more, taking no longer than 5 seconds, and, as before, there was not even a scar left. Such a rapid healing speed was certainly uncharacteristic of a carbon-based organism. Could it be that my ability is super regeneration? Clinging to the idea that an experiment requires a control group, Wuda took the branch and inflicted another cut on his right hand. He winced as he stared at the bleeding wound, mentally counting down. 1. No change in the wound. 2. The blood ceased to flow. 3. A faint itch began, and the tissue within the wound started to visibly wriggle. 4. The itch vanished, and the wound fully healed. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Wuda's mouth gaped in astonishment, and soon, excitement washed over his face. This was super regeneration. Though uncertain if it could facilitate the regrowth of severed limbs, it undeniably indicated that the deity had not lied. He had indeed been bestowed with a golden finger of fate. As for the source of the flame, he could not yet fathom, but that was inconsequential. He would eventually uncover it, for it was undeniably part of his abilities. However, a pressing question arose. What practical use did this super regeneration serve? Wuda began to ponder deeply, yet as his thoughts delved further, the excitement gradually faded, replaced by a sense of despair. He realized that this seemingly grand ability appeared rather futile in his hands. Super regeneration sounded impressive, but it was predicated on the individual possessing combat prowess. At the very least, one must possess a degree of fighting capability. Yet Wuda was, regrettably, a mere waste of iron, utterly inept in combat. Thus, this golden finger served little purpose beyond allowing him to withstand a few blows. Not only was his physical fitness lacking, but even his strength was insufficient. Prior to his crossing over, he could scarcely prevail in an arm wrestling match against Wang Lao Air at the adjacent table. Therefore, even if this super regeneration could facilitate limb regrowth, Wuda would still stand no chance against the beasts of the jungle. He might even be captured and dragged back to their lairs, serving as an endless buffet. It was indeed a tragic tale. With the gift of super regeneration, could there not be an enhancement of my physical constitution? Wuda lamented in frustration while cradling the egg beside him, preparing to embark on today's trek. However, just as he rose to his feet, he abruptly froze, for he had spotted the endless trail of footprints along the beach, his own from the previous day. In that instant, an epiphany struck Wuda, and his eyes widened in realization. He had carried his egg brother for an entire day, collecting shells for dinner along the way, gathering branches and tinder from the jungle's edge, and drilling wood for fire for a solid 3 to 4 hours. Throughout this time, he had not taken a single break. Rather, he had not felt fatigued at all. This was something his pre-crossing self could never have accomplished. It was evident that his physical constitution had been enhanced. At the very least, his endurance had improved. What about his strength? Wuda lowered his gaze to his tightly clenched fist and spoke to the egg brother. Egg brother, I'm going to conduct an experiment. Please bear with me for a moment. Upon receiving a response in the form of a slight tremor, Wuda set the egg down and approached a tree at the edge of the jungle. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his fist and swung with all his might. With a resounding thud, the tree was severed in two by the force of his punch. Seeing this, Wuda grinned widely. He had not been mistaken. His strength had indeed been amplified. He was no longer the feeble individual who could not even best Wang Lao Air in an arm wrestling match. His grin was as much from triumph as it was from the stinging pain that radiated from his knuckles. The enhancement of physical prowess does not imply an insensitivity to pain. Ironically, Wuda is among those who possess a heightened aversion to discomfort. Thus, when confronted by a ferocious beast, it is likely that he will still feel trepidation. Nevertheless, with these newfound abilities, he can at least venture along the fringes of the jungle, seeking out water sources or foraging for wild fruit, which would be immensely beneficial, even should he encounter a wild animal. He could leverage his extraordinary strength capable of shattering trees and his remarkable regenerative abilities to fight back, that if all else fails, he could always flee with his companion. Egg brother, Wuda is a man of impulse, acting on a whim without meticulous planning. Thus, he does not devise any strategy, but instead returns to scoop up Egg brother and strides into the jungle. As he walks, he animatedly recounts his transformations to Egg brother, who, being merely an egg, cannot respond verbally and can only express his thoughts through gentle movements. Judging by the intensity and vigor of those motions, it appears that Egg brother is not particularly eager for Wuda to venture further into the jungle. Yet, consumed by fervor, Wuda, oblivious to this, marches onward. After more than 2 hours of delving deeper into the jungle, fortune smiles upon Wuda as he discovers a pristine stream, flanked by several fruit-bearing trees, a perfect locale for setting up camp. Regrettably, he is not the only one with such thoughts. A robust cheetah shares his sentiments. Gazing at the formidable creature baring its teeth and emitting low growls, Wuda instinctively swallows hard, his legs quaking slightly. Growing up in the city, he has never before encountered a cheetah at such close quarters without protective measures, and feeling intimidated is entirely understandable. Moreover, there is an additional reason for his trepidation. This cheetah is rather large. Though it bears a resemblance to the cheetahs of Earth, its size is significantly more imposing. One might liken it less to a cheetah and more to an oversized lion. Is there any hope of combating such a beast? How on earth can one fight it? Wuda, already feeling a sense of dread before the confrontation has even commenced, comes to the realization of his own recklessness. He indeed possesses astonishing strength and stamina. Yet that does not equate to having a mindset to match. I must find a way to escape. Facing a large predator without overcoming his fear would be tantamount to courting death. Were he alone, he would not hesitate to gamble his life against the cheetah, but the predicament is that Egg Brother is still cradled in his arms, feeling the vibrations emanating from Egg Brother. Wuda takes a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He slowly retreats while maintaining eye contact with the cheetah, all the while tensing his muscles, prepared to evade the creature's pounce. However, just as his focus is entirely fixated on the cheetah before him, a rustling sound emerges from the underbrush behind him, the noise of shifting grass, the snapping of a branch underfoot, and the unmistakable sound of something lunging toward him. Realizing this, Wuda's pupils constrict as he swiftly turns around. To his horror, he finds another cheetah, identical to the first, lunging at him with its gaping maw aimed at his throat. Wuda reacts swiftly. But against the ambush of such a feline predator, it is still insufficient. Thus, he can only rely on his body's instinct, falling backward while raising his right hand to shield his vital areas. The cheetah, not one to be greedy, seizes the opportunity as Wuda presents his right arm, sinking its teeth into his flesh and tearing it away with brutal force. Seen him, the excruciating pain pierces through him. Prompting an instinctual howl of rage, he attempts to cover the gaping wound with his left hand to alleviate the torment, but the incessant vibrations of Egg Brother deter him from acting on his instinct. I must escape. I must escape. Wuda grits his teeth and mentally screams, scrambling to his feet with unprecedented speed, then turning to flee. The intense agony causes him to sweat profusely, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river. Yet the adrenaline coursing through him momentarily suppresses the pain, allowing him to focus on his escape. While sharpening his senses, he can hear the roars of the two cheetahs behind him. Their relentless pursuit echoing in his ears. One arm is clearly insufficient for the two beasts. They desire more. Fortunately, Wuda, having undergone physical enhancement, runs swiftly, and the cheetahs are unable to catch up. Unluckily, their roars and the scent of blood from his severed limb attract other unwelcome guests. Suddenly, a shadow darts forth from the thicket, ensnaring Wuda's left leg with astonishing speed, its gaping maw opening wide, clamping tightly onto his left kidney. The abrupt assault sends Wuda tumbling to the ground, and the searing pain in his left leg and kidney elicits another agonized cry. Turning his head, he sees that the assailant is none other than a python, with its cold, merciless gaze fixed upon him. It begins to constrict its body, preparing to squeeze the life out of him. Under the immense strength of the serpent, Wuda can even hear the sound of his leg bones fracturing. Yet, this is not the most despairing reality. The most disheartening fact is that he can hear the roars of the cheetahs drawing nearer. His accelerated healing is indeed in effect. He can feel his left leg bone oscillating between healing and shattering. The torn remnants of his right arm itch unbearably, and within this brief moment, it has already regrown significantly. However, this proves to be of little consequence, lacking any combat or survival experience. Wuda is utterly powerless against creatures that thrive under the jungle's law of the wild. His gaze gradually fills with despair as he spots the silhouettes of the two cheetahs. At the very least, I must ensure Egg Brother's safety. Clinging to his last shred of hope, Wuda grits his teeth and, with his partially regrown right arm and leg, laboriously crawls towards Egg Brother, which has fallen to the ground. He reaches for the egg with his left hand, intending to hurl it away with all his might. Yet, before he can raise his arm, a cheetah lunges towards him, tearing off his left arm entirely. The other cheetah swiftly follows, aiming for the nape of Wuda's neck. As the saying goes, one misstep leads to another. Perhaps from the moment he set foot in the jungle, his fate was already sealed. It is a pity for Egg Brother, who will depart this world without ever having the chance to witness its wonders. However, just as the cheetah's sharp fangs are about to pierce Wuda's neck, the egg on the ground suddenly emits a blinding white light, followed by a powerful explosion. An invisible shockwave sweeps across the area, engulfing the three beasts and one man in an instant. The two cheetahs roll over, their eyes glazing over, lifeless. The python fares even worse, its head obliterated into a pulp. In contrast, Wuda merely feels as though his head has been struck by a heavy hammer. Although his skull throbs painfully and blood streams from his nose, he retains a flicker of consciousness. Struggling to lift his head, he gazes towards where Egg Brother had been. To his astonishment, the egg has vanished, replaced by a diminutive creature. It boasts a pristine white body, crowned with a green watermelon-like head obscuring its eyes, adorned with two red horns, one long and one short. The larger horn is positioned at the front, while the smaller one trails behind. Noticing Wuda's gaze, the small creature lets out an anxious woo-woo sound before hastily scurrying to his side. Wuda, recognizing this familiar visage, stares wide-eyed in disbelief. Lala lay sigh. Subsequently, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Wu found himself in a dream. He dreamed of his mother, his father, that bus, and even that pointed steel pipe that sent him to another world. The dream was so vivid that it allowed Wu to relive the experience of being struck in the head by the steel pipe. However, strangely enough, the dream did not conclude with Wu's second encounter with the steel pipe. Instead, it inexplicably continued. He arrived at a vast grassland, where the soft touch of the grass and the fragrance of wildflowers made him question whether he had traversed into another realm once more. Yet, before he could grasp the situation, a towering stag suddenly appeared before him. Indeed, it appeared out of nowhere, just as the Egg brothers had once materialized at his side. Wu merely blinked, and the stag abruptly manifested in front of him. As though it had grown out of the very air, startled, Wu instinctively widened his eyes, wanting to exclaim, for the stag was extraordinarily large, towering at least 7 or 8 stories high. His height of 183 centimeters was dwarfed by even a single hoof of the creature. But before he could utter a sound, the stag spoke first. "You should awaken." A gentle, melodious female voice resonated within Wu's mind, and then he felt darkness envelop him as his entire body plummeted downward, as if the ground beneath him had vanished into thin air. The sensation of falling is the most effective means to rouse a slumbering individual. With a startled cry, Wu bolted upright from the ground, instinctively beginning to check his limbs for any missing appendages. However, before he could complete his inspection, a joyful squeal brought him back to reality. Wu turned his head towards the source of the sound, only to see a small creature with a green watermelon-shaped head launching itself into his embrace at an astonishing speed. This little creature stretched out its arms to hug him, nuzzling against him while emitting delighted cries. Wu instinctively wrapped his arms around the small being, memories of his harrowing encounters in the jungle flooding back to him. He had faced 2 interdimensional cheetahs and a colossal serpent. And just as he was on the brink of demise, this little creature had emerged from its egg to save him, his savior. After a subconscious exclamation, Wu leaned down to scrutinize the creature in his arms. After confirming that his eyes were not deceiving him, he arrived at a conclusion. This small creature was indeed familiar to him. It was Ralts, a Pokémon. Wu was not an ardent fan of Pokémon. He had never watched the anime and had only had minimal exposure to the games. Nevertheless, he was well aware of the existence of Pokémon, for the name is renowned across the globe. Anyone who has engaged with video games in their youth cannot be oblivious to the term Pokémon. Ralts was one of the more prominent Pokémon, particularly due to its final evolution. Gardevoir, which is exceedingly formidable. On Earth, countless admirers wish to hatch eggs with Gardevoir. Wu had once been among them, during his time playing Sword and Shield in Scarlet and Violet. His first task was to capture a Ralts with the ability telepathy to serve as the backbone of his team. Although Gardevoir may be somewhat fragile in the late game, and Ralts even more so in the early stages, its beauty was undeniable. Furthermore, fragility only matters in the realm of statistics. In reality, with its psychic and fairy typing, Gardevoir possesses considerable strength, as evidenced by Ralts' ability to swiftly eliminate the cheetahs and serpent. In other words, with Ralts by his side, the number of threats in this jungle would be significantly diminished. However, issues were not entirely absent. While Ralts was born with formidable psychic abilities, training was evidently crucial. Otherwise, there would be no need for Pokémon trainers. Yet, therein lies the problem. Wu was not a Pokémon trainer. Not only did he struggle to memorize the type charts and counters, but he also had no knowledge of the moves Ralts could learn. Moreover, he did not possess specialized Pokémon food, such as Pok Puffs, energy cubes, or berries. If only there were a local from the Pokémon world nearby, like Cynthia or Dawn, he might have some guidance, but Wu was merely an ordinary earthling. He might manage a cat or dog, but caring for a Pokémon was utterly foreign to him. Ralts. The curious cry from Ralts snapped Wu back to reality. He looked down to see Ralts, with its crimson eyes, gazing up at him expectantly. After a few moments of mutual contemplation, Wu sighed softly. "Can you understand what I'm saying, Ralts?" Ralts nodded affirmatively. "As we embark on this journey together, there are certain matters we must clarify." Wu began to articulate his thoughts gently. "The world we have entered is most likely not the Pokémon world, your homeland. After all, I have never heard of wild cheetahs and serpents of such size existing in the Pokémon realm. In other words, the food from your world, such as berries, is likely non-existent here. Thus, you will have to eat the same food as I do moving forward. Can you accept that, Ralts?" Ralts nodded earnestly, indicating its willingness. Upon seeing this, Wu felt a wave of relief wash over him and continued, As for myself, I am not a Pokémon trainer. I do not know how to train you, nor how to teach you moves like Psychic or Moonblast. Therefore, in that regard, you will have to rely on yourself, while I will do my utmost to care for you, ensuring you do not go hungry or thirsty at this point. Wuda paused momentarily, then chuckled sheepishly. Of course, if you wouldn't mind, it would be splendid if you could lend me a hand in protecting me. Ralts. Upon hearing this, Ralts tilted its head slightly, seemingly puzzled by why Wuda had expressed such a sentiment. To her, it was only natural to protect her trainer. The fragility of humans was ingrained in every Pokémon's DNA, and loyalty followed suit. Pokémon do not easily acknowledge a human, but once they do, regardless of the human's nature, be it good or evil, they will stand by their side, fighting for them and even sacrificing their lives if necessary. Ralts embodied this archetype of Pokémon. She possessed the ability to sense human emotions and could easily discern whether a person was good or evil. Therefore, those who successfully captured Ralts and earned her recognition were invariably individuals of integrity and kindness. Only such individuals could unlock Ralts' full potential, and Wuda happened to be one of those individuals. Though he was chatty, impetuous, and reckless, with a physique that could hardly withstand a single psychic attack from Ralts, he was genuinely a good-hearted person. The existence of Ralts brought him joy, and he felt apprehensive whenever she was in distress. Even in moments of peril, his first thought was always to ensure Ralts' safety. These actions and sentiments resonated with Ralts even while she was still in her egg, which was the primary reason for her premature hatching. She did not want to lose Wuda, even though they had only known each other for less than 2 days. It was precisely for this reason that Ralts felt perplexed. She could not comprehend why Wuda expressed the duty of protection with such a sheepish demeanor. Did his words carry an alternative meaning? Upon reflecting on this, Ralulus found herself ensnared in contemplation. Wuda, lacking the ability to sense emotions like Ralulus, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for needing to trouble the newly born Pokémon for his own protection. Thus, when he observed Ralulus bow her head in silence, his heart trembled with anxiety. He mistakenly believed that Ralulus was expressing disdain towards him and hastily interjected, "Well, you see, I am merely a newcomer, inexperienced and lacking in skill. However, I am eager to learn. While I may not possess the brilliance of those prodigies, I am certainly not devoid of intelligence. Moreover, I am not entirely useless, at the very least. I can contribute in terms of sustenance and provisions." Wuda chuckled awkwardly as he endeavored to demonstrate his value, acknowledging that his impulsive venture into the wilderness may have been somewhat reckless. Yet he had not returned empty-handed. Water, after all, is the source of life, and with that stream as our refuge, we could indeed lead a more prosperous existence, notwithstanding the unsightly interruptions from the cheetahs and pythons that appeared along the way. Therefore, my proposition is for us to join forces. I shall handle the logistical aspects, ensuring our needs are met, while you safeguard me and maintain our well-being. Furthermore, I am not entirely bereft of combat ability. That celestial being bestowed upon me the gift of accelerated regeneration, and it seems I can even regrow severed limbs. If I dedicate myself to thorough research, I am certain it will prove useful in the future. At the very least, I shall not hinder your progress at this juncture." Wuda, drenched in cold sweat, glanced at the still silent Ralulus and, gritting his teeth, declared, "If all else fails, I can serve as a meat shield. Just like before I fall, no one shall harm you." Upon hearing this, Ralulus immediately shook her head and tightly embraced Wuda's newly sprouted right arm, conveying that she did not require him to act as a shield, for she was capable of protecting him herself. However, Wuda evidently failed to grasp this sentiment, as he did not comprehend the language of Pokémon. Thus, he naively believed that Ralulus had accepted his proposal. To err on the side of caution, he tentatively inquired, "Do you wish to live alongside me?" Ralulus nodded in affirmation. Witnessing this, Wuda beamed with joy. "Then let us commence our journey by locating that stream." As he hoisted Ralulus onto his shoulder, his enthusiasm surged. "Together, as brothers, we shall surely prevail against all odds. Oh, by the way, speaking of brothers, Ralulus, are you male or female?" Ralulus, unable to respond in the tongue of humans, simply tilted her head in confusion. Wuda scratched his head, recalling that male Pokémon often had an upward inflection, while females had a downward inflection. "Oh, then you shall be my little sister, and I shall be your big brother," Wuda cheerfully proclaimed. "As siblings united, we shall undoubtedly conquer all challenges." With an encouraging sound of agreement, Ralulus followed Wuda back into the thicket. She gazed at the profile of Wuda, feeling the exuberance radiating from him, and silently vowed to protect her trainer at all costs. Yet, As a fledgling, she was unsure how to enhance her own strength, by some twist of fate. She recalled Wuda's earlier mention of a meat shield. Ralula's contemplated, a meat shield signifies one who stands as a barrier, perfectly aligning with my duty to protect my trainer. Could I perhaps become Wuda's meat shield, ensuring he remains unscathed? After careful consideration, she deemed this a worthy aspiration. However, a pressing issue arose. To fulfill the role of a shield, one must possess a robust physique and exceptional endurance. Currently, aside from her seemingly useless superpower, she had naught else. Clearly, this did not meet the criteria of a meat shield. Thus, there was but one solution. As Ralula's pondered this, she glanced at her delicate, pure white hands, concealed in darkness. Let me begin with a regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer jog each day. With a resolute training plan in mind, the spark of confidence ignited in her eyes. As for Vice Admiral Xiwan, she felt that her recent fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Firstly, there were issues at work. After a considerable effort to secure some time off from the warlord of the Warring States, she had barely enjoyed 3 days of leisure before Lady Crane summoned her to the North Sea to apprehend Don Quixote da Flamingo. This had initially been Lady Crane's exclusive mission, yet seeing Xiwan idle, she invoked the all-encompassing excuse of young people needing to train to drag her along. Moreover, Xiwan found it difficult to refuse, as her relationship with Lady Crane resembled that of sisters. When your elder sister requires assistance in her duties, one cannot simply decline. Secondly, there were still work-related complications. Doflamingo was a notorious figure in the North Sea, with an extensive intelligence network. Thus, even with the Navy's swift actions, executing a surprise attack on him proved exceedingly challenging. As anticipated, the mission ended in failure. Xiwan believed she and Lady Crane had acted swiftly enough, yet they had only managed to grasp a mere wisp of Doflamingo's presence. However, these matters were not the crux of her frustration. The focal point lay in the fact that during the operation, she had engaged in a brief skirmish with Doflamingo, resulting in a conspicuous and unsightly wound on her left thigh, one that would inevitably leave a scar upon healing. Although Xiwan held the rank of Vice Admiral, she was, above all, a woman. As a woman, she placed great importance on her appearance. To put it plainly, she valued beauty. The sight of a grotesque, centipede-like scar marring her otherwise flawless, fair thigh was utterly unacceptable to her. Lastly, the final issue remained work-related. It is widely known that the Navy has both the obligation and necessity to rescue civilians in distress, for that is their inherent duty. Thus, upon spotting an SOS signal raised on a deserted island, the Navy was compelled to mount a rescue operation. Under normal circumstances, Xiwan would have no objections. However, the situation was different now. Her thigh required urgent attention, yet the ship's medical supplies were only sufficient for treating wounds, not for scar removal. Consequently, Xiwan yearned to return to the Navy headquarters as swiftly as possible, hoping to preserve the beauty of her fair leg without resorting to tattoos. Regrettably, her wishes were thwarted by the presence of Wuda and Ralula's. In summary, after enduring a series of unfortunate events, it was entirely understandable for Xiwan to be in a foul mood, particularly as Wuda's oblivious demeanor during basic inquiries further plunged her spirits into despair. I shall ask you one last time, Mr. Wuda. With great effort, Xiwan suppressed her desire to lash out, speaking in a measured tone. What is the name of the vessel you were aboard? I truly do not recall. Lady Xiwan, Wuda replied with an innocent shrug. If I remembered, I would certainly inform you. There's no need for such aggression, is there? At this, Xiwan let out a scoff, a reaction born of incredulity. How could one who had survived a shipwreck not remember the name of the very vessel they had sailed upon? Such a claim would be met with disbelief, even by a dog. Yet, as a vice admiral of the Navy, Xiwan had to restrain her temper, ensuring her personal matters did not interfere with her professional duties. Thus, she picked up the notebook before her once more, scanning its contents as she probed Wuda. You encountered difficulties when your ship succumbed to a storm, is that correct? Wuda nodded. Indeed, the vessel you were on was a passenger ship. Am I mistaken? Again, Wuda nodded. Correct. It is well known that passenger ships bear names, typically inscribed upon the tickets. Hence, as a passenger, it is entirely reasonable for you to know this name, is it not? Wuda smiled and nodded. That is a fair point. Then I ask you, what was the name of that ship? Wuda shook his head. I do not recall. At that moment, Xiwan felt an overwhelming urge to draw her sword and strike. In the face of ruffians, for the sake of the greater good, Xiwan can greet them with a smile. Similarly, When confronted with heinous pirates, Shiwan can reluctantly muster a smile for the sake of the larger picture. However, when faced with a brazen commoner who willfully conceals critical information and feigns ignorance, Shiwan finds it increasingly difficult to suppress her urge to resort to violence. How can this individual be so infuriating? With such an adorable and obedient pet by his side, why must its owner be such a person? What could that creature named Razor possibly see in him? He is not even handsome. He possesses a commonplace visage. Moreover, his smile is utterly insincere. Rather than a smile, it feels more like a provocation, one that conveys a sense of, you know I'm lying, yet you're powerless against me. If you have the guts, go ahead and strike me. Once this thought crossed her mind, Shiwan suddenly realized she could no longer bear to look at Wuda's face, for each time she glimpsed his smile, her cardiovascular system would race uncontrollably. Her blood pressure had reached a critical point, on the verge of bursting forth. Thus, for the sake of her mental and physical well-being, as well as her longevity, Shiwan resolved to find another person to conduct the inquiry. After all, she was clearly incapable of continuing. If she engaged further with this insufferable fool, she might lose 20 years of her life. The evidence lay in the fact that her wounds, which had nearly healed, were now beginning to ooze blood once more. Yet, just as Shiwan stood up, preparing to leave, the door to the interrogation room was abruptly pushed open. Accompanied by a familiar voice, Shiwan, how is the inquiry progressing? Shiwan glanced at the entrance where Ms. Crane appeared, then at Razor, who had leaped into Wuda's embrace, incessantly cooing and acting coy. With a resigned sigh, she decided to speak candidly. Not very smoothly. Ms. Crane. Oh. Ms. Crane raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Wuda, and unabashedly continued. Is it that Mr. Wuda is uncooperative? Shiwan hesitated, her mind entangled like a dumpling filling at the mere mention of the matter. Her once delicate features contorted in frustration. That it was the first time Ms. Crane had witnessed such an expression from Shiwan, her eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. How should she articulate this? He is not uncooperative. He answers every question I pose, but he simply cannot provide the crucial information. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, Shiwan continued. For instance, regarding the date of departure and the name of the vessel. No matter how I inquire, his response is perpetually the same. He does not remember. Conversely, he readily answers other questions, such as his place of origin and his parents' names, which is sufficient evidence that he has not suffered amnesia. Before Shiwan could conclude, Ms. Crane interjected. So, you suspect Mr. Wuda is deliberately withholding the truth? Precisely. Shiwan exhaled deeply. That is indeed my belief. That Ms. Crane nodded slightly, neither in agreement nor opposition, but rather turned her attention to the silent Wuda and Razor. Does Mr. Wuda have anything he wishes to add? I genuinely do not remember, Wuda replied, echoing the same words he had offered Shiwan. If I remembered, I would certainly inform you. Hearing this painfully familiar response, Shiwan shut her eyes in distress, rubbing her temples. Ms. Crane, witnessing her sister's torment at Wuda's hands, did not feel anger but rather amusement, for it had been quite some time since she had seen Shiwan display such a helpless expression. After a long time apart, this moment was rather amusing. Suddenly, she seemed to understand why Carp often found himself at odds with Sengoku. With this thought, Ms. Crane chuckled and shook her head, saying, Since Mr. Wuda does not recall, let us investigate from another angle. This should not pose a challenge for the Navy. With their superior having spoken, Shiwan felt it inappropriate to say more and simply nodded in agreement. Ms. Crane then turned her gaze back to Wuda, inquiring, What does Mr. Wuda intend to do next? I wish to visit the Navy headquarters, Wuda responded swiftly, as if he had anticipated Ms. Crane's question. The headquarters? Shiwan was taken aback. Aren't you returning home? My parents have long since passed away, and there is no one waiting for me there. What purpose would it serve to return? Wuda shook his head nonchalantly. In contrast, I find the Navy headquarters far more intriguing. To be candid, I possess considerable confidence in my abilities. Perhaps I could even secure a position as an officer, becoming a guardian of maritime peace. The moment Wuda finished speaking, Razor chimed in, expressing her agreement, though Shiwan and Ms. Crane could not comprehend her words. Wuda understood. She was affirming his statement. Upon hearing Wuda's self-recommendation, Shiwan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate a response as she grappled with the sheer audacity of his claim. However, Ms. Crane, seasoned and perceptive, was unfazed. The astute Rear Admiral had anticipated this turn of events. It unfolded exactly as she had expected. Thus, she first glanced at Shiwan, then at Razor nestled in Wuda's arms, before finally fixing her gaze upon Wuda. Since Mr. Wuda possesses such confidence in himself, would he mind substantiating it? I wouldn't mind, Wuda replied, scratching his head. But what would be the benefit? If you can earn my endorsement, I can waive the review process and directly appoint you as a soldier. MS. Crane proposed, glancing at Razor in Wuda's arms. Additionally, I can ensure your and Razor's safety under my command. Would that incentive suffice? Upon hearing this, Wuda's eyes sparkled with interest. In stark contrast, Razor's gaze turned sharp and defensive as she regarded Ms. Crane. However, Ms. Crane remained unperturbed, flashing a cheerful nod at Razor. Oblivious to the undercurrents, Wuda eagerly inquired, "So how do I prove myself?" "A sparring match." Ms. Crane nodded and pointed at Shiwan. "Your opponent will be her. As long as you can withstand for 3 minutes. You will have passed." Shiwan, bewildered, pointed at herself. "Huh." Wuda, equally perplexed, gaped. "What?" Looking at the seemingly harmless and serene naval officer, Wuda suddenly grasped a profound truth of the world. One cannot discern a person's true nature merely by their appearance. A good person may not necessarily bear a virtuous countenance, while a villain may not appear malevolent, akin to how Zhang Mozi lacks blemishes and Huang Xiling lacks the ford. Sometimes, those who deceive are not solely pirates. The Navy could harbor hidden dangers as well. Wuda understood better than anyone how much Shiwan despised him. Although he may be somewhat naive, it does not mean he lacks awareness. He clearly observed Shiwan's desire to dismember him with her eyes, her expression radiating an eagerness to eliminate him. Thus, the question arose, given Wuda's current abilities, what are the odds of enduring 3 minutes under the pressure of a female rear admiral whose blood pressure is about to explode? Wuda pondered carefully, contemplating that perhaps a swift act of self-harm by drawing his sword might be a more expedient option. At the very least, self-inflicted demise would spare him from a brutal beating by the female vice-admiral. However, Xian's thoughts were entirely divergent from Wuda's. Her countenance bore no expression of vengeance fulfilled, but rather resembled one who had just tasted something foul, having spent considerable time in the company of Tsuru. She could certainly discern at least a portion of her elder sister's true intentions. Tsuru's motive for pairing her with Wuda for practice was not primarily to recruit him into the Navy, but rather to draw closer the creature known as Leisai. The reasoning was straightforward. Leisai was exceptionally strong and undeniably gifted in the discerning eyes of Shuryan and Tsuru. Leisai's pure and potent haki shone like a beacon in the depths of night. Furthermore, there was no recorded existence of such a being in the annals of humanoid species. In other words, she was likely a wild creature. Wild animals, by nature, could not possess haki, as it was a privilege reserved for humanity. Yet, Leisai had shattered that privilege. This indicated her immense value for research and observation. Should they identify the habitat of this species, it would provide the Navy with a continuous influx of reserve personnel. As for Wuda, he was merely an ancillary asset. In the eyes of Shuryan and Tsuru, he was just an ordinary man with a bit more strength. However, given that Leisai only heeded Wuda's commands, and considering the boy appeared somewhat dull-witted, it was certainly easier to manipulate him than to sway Leisai herself. Yet, this hardly justified Tsuru's decision to thrust herself into the role of a test subject. She had just been thoroughly vexed by this rascal, her legs even oozing blood. In contrast to her desire for vengeance, she longed to tend to her wounds. Tsuru observed Wuda and Shuryan, both of whom wore expressions of reluctance, and narrowed her eyes with a cheerful smile. "Shuryan is my sister. She exercises great restraint, so you need not worry, Wuda." Wuda understood that Tsuru aimed to assuage his concerns, yet he remained uneasy. Women were notoriously capricious. Who could say whether this future candidate for admiral might seize the opportunity for revenge? Noticing Wuda's continued hesitance, Tsuru turned her gaze towards Shuryan. "Shuryan, am I not correct?" she inquired, arching an eyebrow. As the adage goes, rank has its privileges, and the same applies to familial hierarchy. Thus, upon hearing this, Shuryan resignedly nodded. "You are right. When shall we commence?" Tsuru turned back to Wuda. "Mr. Wuda?" At that moment, as Wuda was about to respond, Leisai's voice interjected. "Woo-woo." The crisp sound startled the three present. Shuryan glanced at Leisai, who was perched in Wuda's arms, swinging her legs and blinking her large eyes. "What is she saying?" "She means we can start now." After a moment of silence, Wuda sighed softly and then rose, striding toward the door. Let us proceed to the beach and begin our sparring before your ship departs. Shortly thereafter, on the sandy shore of the isolated island, Wuda faced off against Shiryan, surrounded by a throng of naval personnel eager to witness the spectacle. Upon hearing that someone intended to challenge Vice Admiral Shiryan, the idle sailors promptly gathered, buzzing with excitement. Shiryan was unbothered by the attention, for not only was she a vice admiral, but also an honorary instructor at the main camp, and her striking beauty had long accustomed her to being the center of attention. In contrast, Wuda, who had lived an unremarkable life, was not so fortunate. The few times he had been the object of scrutiny were limited to his self-introduction upon enrollment and the interview for his position. The total number of spectators who had ever watched him did not exceed 40. Thus, he was not only anxious but also drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he were a condemned criminal awaiting execution. With Shiryan, adorned with a katana, playing the executioner, not be nervous. Maintain your composure, Shiryan said softly, having relinquished her biases. Just give it your all. I will not make it difficult for you. I am not nervous. Wuda wiped the sweat from his brow, offering a nervous chuckle. I am merely excited. The surrounding sailors looked on, while Tsuru interjected, Shiryan, Wuda, just relax. Leisai, having smacked her forehead, chimed in, woo-woo. How embarrassing. The disparity between bravado and perspiration was stark. Who gets so worked up to the point of sweating profusely like this? You might as well be on the verge of dehydration, observing Wuda, who appeared as though he had just emerged from water. Shiryan shook her head in exasperation before waving her hand. Come at me, the trial begins. With her words still lingering in the air, Wuda, having scarcely adjusted his mindset, took a step forward, charging towards Shiryan. While Leisai enthusiastically cheered him on, woo-woo, go for it. Hearing his companion's encouragement, Wuda felt invigorated. He refrained from employing his superheated abilities, opting instead for a straightforward jab aimed at Shiryan's face. Such a crude and forceful attack posed no threat to the battle-hardened Vice Admiral, who effortlessly raised her left hand to block the strike without even flinching. Nevertheless, the display of strength from Wuda did momentarily surprise Shiryan, as it was comparable to that of the elite sailors in the training camp. You possess considerable strength. Thank you for the compliment, Wuda replied, yet his movements did not cease. Seeing his jab thwarted, he decisively lifted his left leg, launching a whip kick targeting Shiryan's already injured right thigh. Striking at one's weaknesses is not a sign of shame. Shiryan understood this well. Had she been in Wuda's position with her right arm captured, she too would have resorted to such tactics. As a vice admiral, she had countless methods at her disposal to incapacitate Wuda's left leg, such as delivering a powerful kick to break it. However, this was merely a trial, and she had no need to resort to such brutality. Therefore, Shiryan planned to pivot 180 degrees, evading the kick while simultaneously twisting Wuda's right arm and executing a satisfying shoulder throw. Yet, just as she began to turn, her peripheral vision caught sight of a fist, a left punch from Wuda aimed at her abdomen. It is challenging to maintain balance when executing both a whip kick and a straight punch, a fact Wuda was acutely aware of. Nevertheless, he chose this method. Tsuru had provided him with a support point, as she still held his right fist. Furthermore, the way Shiryan was now positioned presented a significant opening. Thus, predictably, the punch was blocked, but not without consequence. The suddenness and unexpected nature of the attack caused Shiryan to stagger back several steps, despite successfully defending herself. The surrounding sailors began to murmur, their discussions centering on Wuda's surprising prowess in pushing back Vice Admiral Shiryan. Leisai, too, expressed her delight with a few cheerful woo-woo sounds, applauding Wuda. However, Tsuru and Shion's reactions were markedly different from the rest. Observing her somewhat disheveled sister, Tsuru's brow furrowed, her eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. Meanwhile, Shiryan, having regained her footing, looked incredulously at Wuda, who was now re-establishing his stance, his face alight with excitement. How did you just do that? Wuda was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? How did I do that? You evaded my observation, Haki. Shiryan instinctively began, but Tsuru interjected. That's enough. Let us not dwell on that. Turning to the bewildered Wuda, she smiled warmly. You have successfully proven yourself, Mr. Wuda. Welcome to the family of the Navy. Huh. Wuda, still processing the situation, asked, Is that all it takes? Indeed, Tsuru replied, casting a profound gaze upon Wuda. That is sufficient. Wuda is merely a simpleton, not devoid of intellect, as a traveler from Earth and an avid reader of the One Piece manga. He is undoubtedly aware of what Haki entails and can comprehend the implications of Gion's words. He deftly evaded her observation, Haki. While this statement may not attract attention from bystanders, it resonates differently with Wuda. Moreover, the sudden interruption by Ms. He during his sparring with Guion would be noticeable to anyone with a modicum of sense. Yet, as a guest in another's abode, Wuda finds himself unable to voice his concerns that it would be unreasonable to flee merely because of an unsettling feeling, especially since there is nowhere to escape on this isolated island. Although Leisai is formidable, she is outnumbered. Contending with either he or Guion alone might be feasible, but facing both simultaneously would surely spell defeat. Wuda possesses a clear understanding of his own abilities. He only managed to repel Guion due to her leniency, as well as his inexplicable evasion of her observation haki. The confluence of these factors led to the recent developments, and in a genuine contest, he would be outmatched tenfold by Guion. Therefore, it seems prudent for him to feign ignorance and acquiesce to Ms. Hi's proposal. After all, accepting the protection of the Navy was a decision reached in consultation with Leisai. So pretending to be daft at a critical juncture is not particularly detrimental. Surely, they would not imprison him and Leisai based on mere conjecture without evidence. That would make them no better than bullies. Despite Wuda's belief in his ability to maintain his faade, Ms. He perceives the subtle changes in his micro-expressions and discerns his thoughts with remarkable accuracy. However, she chooses not to press him. Instead, cheerfully stating, "You may take Leisai to rest. I will handle the onboarding process entirely. You need not worry that I appreciate your assistance, Vice Admiral He." Wuda replied with a smile, subsequently lifting Leisai and boarding the ship. As the protagonist boarded, the surrounding sailors did not disperse, but rather converged, eagerly greeting Wuda and Leisai. Among them were predominantly female sailors, not solely because of Wuda's handsome appearance, but rather due to Leisai's undeniable cuteness. In addition to her appealing looks, Leisai's soft, melodious voice and her bright, expressive eyes are utterly captivating. Coupled with her gentle demeanor when not in combat, she possesses an almost irresistible allure for young women. Thus, it was not long before Leisai found herself surrounded by a throng of female sailors, with an array of delightful pastries and snacks laid out before her. Meanwhile, Wuda, the host, found himself pushed aside. Bewilderedly observing Leisai's rapid rise to popularity at that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Leisai is mine! Keep your distance." However, considering that he might have to remain on this ship and frequently encounter these sailors, he decided to endure for the sake of better integrating into this small community. This, perhaps, is one of the few instances of wisdom among the workforce. Simultaneously, he and Guion, having boarded the ship, discreetly observed Wuda from a distance. After a considerable period of covert observation, Guion could no longer contain herself. She pointed at Wuda, who appeared dejected from being neglected, and with a furrowed brow inquired, "Do you know what just transpired?" That fellow evaded. "I am aware," he interjected, her expression impassive. "Not just you. My observation haki cannot perceive him either." Upon hearing this, Guion's eyes widened in astonishment. As a seasoned vice admiral, he is particularly adept at observation haki. Within the Navy, no one dares claim their observation haki surpasses hers. This prowess is a primary reason she stands alongside Carp and Sengoku. Aside from her merits, this formidable old lady possesses frightening strength. Yet now, this seasoned vice admiral encounters an obstacle with her signature skill that I cannot glimpse his future. Not even a trace. As she spoke, he rubbed her temples, fatigue stemming from prolonged, intense use of her observation haki. "Your observation haki has not reached my level, hence your inability to perceive him. Tomi, Wuda exists within a void. This void consumes all his potential, akin to an invisible shroud enveloping everything about him." Guion's eyes widened further. Is that even possible? "Indeed," he nodded. "However, this presupposes that the individual's observation haki is on par with mine. Only when two observation haki cancel each other out can such a phenomenon occur." As a rear admiral in the Navy, Guion naturally understands this concept. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that Wuda appears to be nothing more than a slightly robust, ordinary person. He articulated Guion's unvoiced concerns, affirming that her observation haki remains intact, while Wuda's physical constitution is exceptional, comparable to elite cadets, yet he lacks proficiency in haki. "Indeed, you are correct," Guion conceded after a moment of contemplation. "So you believe he is merely playing the fool?" "No," he decisively shook her head. Guion was taken aback. "Why not?" "Because I have encountered individuals like him before. This." He paused momentarily before turning to inquire, "You must have heard of the Sidral Pegasus incident?" "I have heard of it," Guion nodded, then recited, "In the year 1470 of the Sea Circle, approximately 40 years ago, a rebellion erupted in Sidral. The rebel forces besieged the royal city. resulting in countless civilian casualties. For a time, the Sidral Kingdom was engulfed in lamentation, but thanks to the kingdom's military's unwavering resistance, they managed to hold out until the Navy's reinforcements arrived. Subsequently, the Navy and the kingdom's forces combined to annihilate the rebels, successfully rescuing the Sidral Kingdom. This event was extensively reported at the time to celebrate the valor of the kingdom's military and the Navy, and it remains documented in the textbooks of sailors to this day. You recounted it quite well. He nodded in acknowledgement. Now, do you know why this incident is referred to as the Sidral Pegasus incident? Because the leader of the rebels was a Zoan-type mythical beast user of the Pegasus fruit. Guion answered promptly. It left a deep impression and could not be concealed, hence it was aptly named after the Pegasus. Upon hearing this formulaic response, he let out a soft sigh, her expression reflecting resignation. Partially correct. What do you mean? He shook her head, refraining from elaborating, instead steering the conversation in a different direction. The Pegasus fruit user you mentioned is named Adexia Bandis. Adexia? Guion furrowed her brow. That surname sounds familiar. It is indeed normal for it to sound familiar, he replied nonchalantly. The Adexia family was once a prominent noble family in Sidral, though now in decline. They were renowned for their martial prowess in the past. The armies they trained were vital to Sidral's defense against pirate incursions. Adexia Bandis was the head of the Adexia family in 1470. Guion's breath hitched, as this detail was not documented in textbooks, a secret history. However, she struggled to comprehend how this ancient secret history connects to the man named Wuda before her. Bandis possesses a physique akin to Wuda's, enabling him to evade observation haki, he stated without hesitation. Moreover, contrary to historical records, Bandis did not perish. He did not die. Guion exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he survived. He was rescued. Furthermore, he paused slightly, her gaze turning contemplative as she regarded Wuda. It is possible he still lives to this day. Unbeknownst to Wuda, he was being scrutinized from the shadows, nor did he realize that he might have unwittingly been marked as a descendant of someone significant. Thus, he remained oblivious, leaning dejectedly against the ship's railings, gazing out at the boundless ocean, occasionally stealing glances at Laysai amidst the crowd. His overall demeanor resembled that of a heartbroken lover, abandoned and forlorn. Do you not feel that your expression resembles that of a jilted lover? A sudden voice from a woman startled Wuda, causing him to turn his head immediately. To his surprise, he found Ji Yuan standing beside him, wearing an expression of disdain. How come you walk without making a sound? Wuda stared wide-eyed at Ji Yuan, perplexed by her remark about resembling a complaining wife. Ji Yuan remained silent, merely pointing at him and then at La Sierre in the crowd. Before shrugging her shoulders, upon realizing her gesture, Wuda's small face instantly fell. Ji Yuan found his reaction amusing, yet she couldn't help but harbor some doubts about his speculation. Perhaps I should observe that child more closely. He may not be playing the fool, but he certainly knows something and has chosen to conceal it, with that dazed expression, as if he would be unable to hide his thoughts even if he tried. What could he possibly keep secret? After mentally scoffing, Ji Yuan shook her head with a smile and initiated the conversation. Why do you wish to join the Navy? Of course, it is to uphold justice. Wuda replied cheerfully, as someone who has suffered at the hands of pirates. It is only natural to think this way, right? Ji Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. I want to hear the truth. I am speaking the truth, he insisted. Ji Yuan scoffed, exasperated. Do I look like a fool to you? Wuda, with utmost seriousness, nodded in affirmation. Yes. The corner of Ji Yuan's eye twitched, and her right hand instinctively reached for the hilt of her sword. Observing this, Wuda immediately jumped back, exclaiming, We can chat without resorting to violence. The condition for not resorting to violence is that you don't try to deceive me. Ji Yuan glared at Wuda, noting that her usual good temper seemed to evaporate in his presence. Just a few casual words were enough to raise her blood pressure. Hurry up, speak the truth. Wuda fell silent, nervously glancing at Ji Yuan's hand still resting on the hilt. Ji Yuan, finding his reaction amusing, asked, Do I look like someone who would draw my sword indiscriminately? Wuda wanted to say yes, but considering that she could easily pin him to the ground with one hand, he chose to admit defeat for now. Not at all. Then why don't you come over here quickly? Ji Yuan shot him another glare as she lowered her hand from the sword. Now, tell me, why do you want to join the Navy? For safety, Wuda replied, returning to Ji Yuan's side and propping his chin on one hand, gazing out at the Seato survive in this vast ocean. One must have some form of support, and my parents passed away early, and I am not of noble birth, so there is no inheritance left for me. Furthermore, I have La Sierre to take care of. Given the circumstances, I need to find someone or an organization I can rely on. Not to mention, I have to ensure that both La Sierre and I can meet our basic living needs. Right? Ji Yuan asked. So you chose the Navy? Wuda nodded. Yes. Then why didn't you enlist in the Navy stationed in your hometown? Wouldn't that be simpler? You wouldn't have to face any maritime disasters. In my hometown, becoming a Navy officer is quite difficult, and with my physique, they wouldn't even want me if I offered to pay. Naturally, Wuda could not voice this thought aloud. He merely grumbled silently before replying to Ji Yuan. I was thinking that once I joined the military, I would have no free time. The world is so vast, and I haven't had the chance to explore it with La Sierre yet. I had some savings at that time, so I planned to take her on a trip before returning to military service. Who would have thought I would encounter such a predicament? As he spoke, Wuda displayed a perfectly timed expression of frustration, leaving one to wonder whether it was feigned or genuine. Ji Yuan, taken aback by this unexpected display from the usually unrefined Wuda, found herself at a loss for words. However, the conversation could not end there, so after holding her breath for a long moment, her face flushed, she finally managed to utter 3 words. My condolences. Wuda's eyes widened in astonishment. Condolences for what? La Sierre and I are living quite well. What is there to mourn? Ji Yuan paused, quickly clarifying, I meant to express my condolences for the loss of your loved ones. Wuda's eyes grew even wider. Wasn't that what I was just talking about? Why are you only realizing it now? Ji Yuan also widened her eyes, her hand returning to the hilt of her sword. Is it wrong for me to take a moment to process things? I see. Observing her hand on the hilt, Wuda deflated, conceding, well, thank you. You're welcome. Following this exceedingly peculiar exchange, an awkward silence enveloped the two of them. They stared at each other, and as the tension thickened, both felt a bit breathless. Fortunately, just as the atmosphere was about to become unbearably stagnant, a clear, soft sound broke the tension. Wuda looked down at La Sierre, who was tugging at his shirt, and bent down to pick her up. Have you eaten enough? La Sierre nodded, then waved to the female sailor who greeted her, before turning her attention to Ji Yuan. Sizing her up, after 2 or 3 seconds of scrutiny, La Sierre suddenly asked with a serious expression, Lu Wu? Ji Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then cheerfully waved back at La Sierre, thinking she was simply returning the greeting, much like she had with the other female sailors. Wuda, watching this awkward exchange, slapped his forehead in realization. La Sierre is asking you a question, not just greeting you. Flustered, Ji Yuan's face turned red as she cleared her throat, then shot a discontented glare at Wuda. Are you the only one on this ship who can understand her? If you don't translate, how would anyone know she is asking me something? Before Wuda could respond, La Sierre's displeasure surfaced. Lu Wu. Ji Yuan blinked, momentarily taken aback, then instinctively asked, what is she saying? Wuda opened his mouth, a complex expression crossing his face as he translated. La Sierre says you are a fool, unable to read the room. Ji Yuan was incredulous. Is she truly saying that? It's not that she can't read my expression. She just doesn't understand her own. She was a Navy officer, not a veterinarian, who could possibly decipher the expression of a small creature they had just met. Furthermore, how could you derive so many words from a single sound? Is that really what La Sierre meant? Noticing the peculiar look Ji Yuan was giving him, Wuda quickly defended himself. This is what La Sierre said, not my words. La Sierre nodded in agreement, then pinched Wuda's waist. Wuda promptly translated. La Sierre says that the one who just insulted you was me. Not my dear Wuda. If you have any complaints, direct them at me. After translating, Wuda affectionately ruffled La Sierre's hair, praising her as a good child. Ji Yuan watched this scene with growing suspicion. She seriously doubted that Wuda was using La Sierre as a mouthpiece to insult her, yet she had no evidence. But that was fine. She had plenty of time to gather evidence. Given that her dealings with Wuda and La Sierre would be extensive. What did La Sierre ask me? Oh, she asked why you were inquiring about my reasons for wanting to join the Navy. This tongue-twisting response left Ji Yuan momentarily stunned. After mentally sorting through the meaning of those words, she finally replied, because you two will be accompanying me on missions in the future. Both Wuda and La Sierre froze, their eyes widening in unison. What did you say? Lu Wu. I said you two will be my subordinates in the future. Ji Yuan reiterated her earlier statement, noticing Wuda's expression akin to someone who had just eaten something foul. She raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Wuda's lips trembled, his face pale. Can I refuse? It was a joke. His previous demeanor during the inquiry and his recent words had undoubtedly offended this woman. In such a situation, becoming her subordinate would guarantee a life far from pleasant. You cannot refuse. Then can I rescind my desire to join the Navy? I suddenly feel homesick. You cannot do that either. With an air of nonchalance, Shurguan remarked, Mizzy has already sent the application back to headquarters via fax. The process there is likely well underway by now. In other words, Mr. Wuda, from this moment forth, both you and Lei Sire are under my command. As subordinates, it is paramount to learn to respect one's superior. As he spoke, Shurguan cast a glance at the visibly pale Wuda, a smirk of satisfaction spreading across his face. Now, let me hear you address me as General Shurguan. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, might cannot bend the brave, which refers to a true man who remains steadfast under tyranny. However, there is another adage, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are the truly outstanding. This implies that the truly exceptional individuals are those who can discern the current situation and adjust accordingly. Thus, the question arises, in the presence of Shurguan, should Wuda choose to be a brave man or a sagacious one? For certain individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, this might not even qualify as a dilemma. But Wuda is different. He is a pragmatist and a cog in the corporate machine. After glancing at the katana hanging from Shurguan's waist and considering the disparity in their combat prowess and ranks, Wuda decisively chose to be a sagacious individual. There is a historical precedent in Gojin's perseverance. Wuda saw no reason not to emulate that. With a trademark insincere grin, Wuda nodded and chuckled, as I am new here. I hope you will overlook any missteps on my part. Shurguan, who initially aimed to assert dominance and share a light-hearted jest, found himself taken aback by Wuda's overtly disingenuous smile, akin to a street vendor attempting to entice customers. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Could you possibly be any more insincere in your laughter? Wuda, whose face was beginning to stiffen from the forced grin, replied, I believe my smile is quite sincere. All right. Quickly put away that face that resembles a grimace rather than a smile. Shurguan gently rubbed his forehead, his tone laden with exasperation. That I was merely joking. We can discuss tasks seriously, but there's no need for such gravity in private. I am not the type to feign authority with a stern demeanor. Just be yourself. Upon hearing this, Wuda instantly dropped his fade, donning an expression of disdain. You should have said so earlier. I thought if I wasn't sufficiently respectful, you might make things difficult for me. Shurguan was momentarily rendered speechless by Wuda's remarkable ability to shift attitudes, a level of shamelessness she had never encountered before. A typical subordinate would express gratitude for their superior's leniency. At the very least, they would cultivate a favorable impression of their boss as a kind individual. Yet here was Wuda, who neither expressed gratitude nor hesitated to show disdain for her. This man truly did not view himself as an outsider. Lei Sire, observing the exchange, covered her forehead in exasperation, her feelings quite complex. Wuda was commendable in many respects, yet his lack of decorum was undeniably vexing. Meanwhile, he, who had been lurking nearby, watched the spirited duel between Wuda and Shurguan unfold near the ship's railing, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She was unaware of the specifics of their conversations, but the atmosphere suggested a pleasant exchange. This was a positive development. Although Shurguan was amiable and approachable, her rank as a general and striking appearance had inadvertently isolated her, attracting suitors in droves, some even traveling from Marineford to Judicial Island. However, suitors could hardly be considered friends, and Shurguan had no intentions of settling down, maintaining a strict distance from them. While this ensured her professional and personal life remained undisturbed, it was detrimental to her interpersonal relationships. As the saying goes, once a mask is worn for too long, it becomes difficult to remove. Having developed a habit of maintaining distance, Shurguan had adopted a businesslike demeanor towards everyone, her face seldom displaying genuine emotions. It was reminiscent of the newly appointed warlord, who, despite having old comrades like Carp to lighten the atmosphere in his office, still felt somewhat isolated. His intervention to thrust her into the field was an attempt to alleviate her burdens. Hoping to find an opportunity to speak with her and encourage a slight transformation, at the very least, to drop the stern facade. However, it now seemed that her presence might not be required. She observed Wuda, who was now bouncing around, having been playfully chastised, alongside the visibly amused Shurguan and the helplessly exasperated Lei Sire. He smiled knowingly. This was the outcome she had wished to see. Tasks were indeed significant. Yet they were not everything. There was no need to impose undue pressure on oneself. Wuda and Lei Sire certainly harbored secrets, but in the process of uncovering them, they could also forge friendships. After all, they were not malevolent individuals, and Wuda's whimsical nature could effectively temper Shurguan's stern demeanor. With that thought, he turned and walked towards her quarters. Having grown weary from prolonged use of her observation hockey and fretting over her younger sister's future, Wuda and Leisire originated from a solitary island in the North Sea, which was a fair distance from Marineford. Under normal circumstances, it would take over 20 days for a ship to reach headquarters. However, fortunate for them, they were aboard a military vessel utilizing government-sanctioned currents, allowing them to arrive at Marineford in merely half a month. During this time, Wuda and Leisire had not been idle. As a diligent worker, Wuda understood the significance of cultivating good relationships with colleagues and superiors. Thus, he adeptly leveraged Leisire's charming appearance and his own social skills to collect the phone snail numbers of nearly everyone aboard, including those of Shirguan and he. Though he had actively solicited his number, Shirguan had willingly provided hers upon their arrival. In the span of these 2 weeks, Wuda had grown quite familiar with Shirguan. While they had not yet reached a stage of complete openness, their relationship had certainly transitioned from mere acquaintances to something akin to close friends. Their primary mode of communication consisted of playful banter, with Wuda saying A, Shirguan responding with B, and Leisire chiming in with C, creating a delightful dissonance. Yet, this interaction often culminated in Wuda sustaining a few bumps on his head, while Shirguan and Leisire erupted in laughter. Throughout this engagement, Wuda had gleaned some personal insights about Shirguan, such as her numerous admirers and the fact that her phone snail number could fetch an astonishing price of 100,000 berries a Marineford. As a newcomer with empty pockets, Wuda pondered over the small piece of paper bearing a string of numbers, lost in contemplation. Should he sell it? Or perhaps he should sell it, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts. Shirguan's slightly languid voice reached his ears. If you dare sell my phone snail number, I want to hesitate to take revenge by multiplying your future training loads 3- or 4-fold. Upon hearing this, Wuda immediately adopted a posture of utmost respect, placing the paper in his chest pocket as if it were a sacred artifact. Rest assured, General Shirguan, even if I were to beg on the streets with Leisire, I would never engage in an act that would demean our relationship. He even performed a formal salute, hoping his eyes would stop twitching. Look at that ridiculous expression of yours, Shirguan remarked, rolling her eyes before tossing a stack of berries to Wuda. Here are 100,000 berries. This should suffice for your and Leisire's sustenance during this time. Wuda instinctively accepted the money, then hesitated, timidly asking, is this 100,000 in advance on my salary or a personal sponsorship? Shirguan's incredulous expression at his parsimonious demeanor elicited a chuckle as she replied, a personal sponsorship. Ah, I knew it. General Shirguan, you are both beautiful and kind-hearted. Upon receiving a positive response, Wuda's demeanor transformed instantaneously. He beamed with joy as he tucked away the 100,000 berries. In truth, even without your explicit mention, I am well aware that this is undoubtedly a personal sponsorship. Considering our familiarity, wouldn't you agree? Let us dispense with the trivialities, Shirguan interjected sharply, her eyes narrowing, reminding him that this sum was not given freely and that he should not forget his promises to her. Rest assured, Wuda reassured her, patting his chest, it's merely a matter of cooking for you, a trivial task. Having lost his parents at a young age and with no siblings yet owning a home, Wuda possessed exceptional culinary skills, which significantly contributed to his swift integration with the crew aboard the vessel. The allure of traditional Chinese home-cooked meals was irresistible. The emphasis on home-cooked dishes was particularly pertinent, as Wuda was only adept at preparing such fare. Being from northeast China, he was not versed in the intricate and flamboyant dishes, but he excelled at staples like chicken braised with mushrooms and pork and cabbage stew, dishes that pair perfectly with rice. Since Wuda had taken over the kitchen, the ship's head chef had been relegated to a subordinate role, and over the course of the past half-month, the crew members had collectively gained an average of 3 pounds. With even Crane and Shirguan succumbing to the culinary delights, however, regarding the matter of weight gain, the seasoned Crane was rather indifferent, yet the delicate Shirguan found it somewhat unacceptable. She longed to resolutely reject the indulgence and maintain her figure. Yet she could not resist the allure of Wuda's cooking. After considerable contemplation, she arrived at a decision. As the saying goes, one must bear the cost of their own indulgence. For every pound Wuda contributed to her weight gain, she would compel him to engage in an equivalent amount of combat training. This would not only aid her in shedding the excess weight but also strengthen the capabilities of her future subordinates, thereby simultaneously establishing her authority, a trifecta of benefits. Having reviewed her thoughts and found no flaws, Shirguan nodded in satisfaction. She then turned to Wuda to discuss the matter at hand. The new recruits would report to a building resembling a tower located to the right of the port. As Shirguan spoke, she gestured in the direction, instructing him to meet her there in 2 hours. Therefore, do not wander too far. just meander in the vicinity. And there is no need to seek accommodations. You will be staying in the dormitory. Upon hearing the first part of her statement, Wuda nodded repeatedly, but he froze at the latter part. How am I supposed to prepare your bento if I'm in the dormitory? Shiyuan, taken aback, furrowed her brow. This indeed posed a dilemma. The naval dormitories lacked kitchens, and new recruits generally dined at the mess hall. Leisai raised her hand, blinking as she posed a question. It wouldn't be impossible to borrow the kitchen from the mess hall. Having spent half a month together, Shiyuan could comprehend some of Leisai's words. However, the issue lay with the notoriously obstinate elderly woman in charge of the mess, who might not grant Wuda any favors. Thus, Leisai and Wuda would have no choice but to rent a place. Wuda shrugged. Surely the Navy has a day student policy. If not, you'll have to endure until we set sail on a mission. At which point I can prepare your meals. Shiyuan's frown deepened upon hearing this. The day student policy did exist, but it was typically only local talents from Marineford who applied for it. New recruits received no salary until they had completed at least one mission and were officially transitioned into the ranks, a fact that even Wuda, despite his connections, could not bypass. Shiyuan could facilitate Wuda's application for the day student status. But where would the funds for renting a place come from? She wouldn't mind covering the costs, given her substantial salary, considering it merely as hiring a chef. However, her intention was for Wuda to reside in the dormitory. Establishing a network of relationships through shared living experiences was a requisite for every new recruit, enhancing the cohesion within the naval community and fostering mutual supervision and growth among the trainees, beneficial in every regard. For Wuda and Leisai, who had been removed from human society for over a year, this was particularly crucial. While Shiyuan had a penchant for indulgence, she would not allow it to impede Wuda and Leisai's prospects, especially since she had already come to regard them as friends and trusted subordinates. Such selfishness was beyond her character. But if they were to stay in the dormitory, what would become of her bentos? She intended to remain in Marineford for at least a month, primarily to fulfill her duties and to nurture Wuda while observing Leisai. Even if she wished to leave, Crane would undoubtedly insist she stay. In the past, she would have relished such a task, akin to a vacation. But now, the thought of abstaining from Chinese cuisine for a month left her apprehensive about the binge eating that would ensue once they set sail. At that juncture, 3 pounds would be merely the beginning. She could easily envision herself gaining 10. After briefly imagining what it would be like to become round as a ball, Shiyuan shivered, covered in goosebumps. No, this absolutely cannot happen. I will find a solution to this problem. You need not worry. Observing Shiyuan's eyes ablaze with determination, Wuda and Leisai exchanged bewildered glances but nodded in agreement as they watched her depart the port. It appears you two have been getting along splendidly. Building rapport with one's superior is an essential lesson for subordinates, especially given Shiyuan's amiable nature, Leisai instinctively responded, only to realize halfway through her statement that the voice was somewhat familiar. General Crane. There is no need to be so tense. Crane smiled at the astonished Wuda, then greeted Leisai. I consider myself quite approachable. Indeed, you are correct, Wuda replied awkwardly, while Leisai bowed respectfully, compared to the dynamic with Shiyuan. The contrast of their respectful demeanor was striking. Crane sensed this as well, but dismissed it. After all, the younger generation typically displayed such behavior towards their elders. However, there were matters in which she could lend a hand. I overheard your earlier conversation, Crane stated cheerfully. Shiyuan wishes for you to prepare bentos but is uncertain about how to borrow the kitchen from the mess hall, correct? Wuda nodded awkwardly, affirming this. Then, when you have a moment, please inform her that I will speak to Mary about it, to save her from any embarrassment. After a moment's thought, Crane added, if possible, could you prepare a few extra portions each day? I'd like to sample some as well. No problem, that's a trivial matter, Wuda readily replied. However, could you be a bit more specific about how many extra portions? 3, Crane replied, picturing the faces of Garp and Sangoku in her mind. Then jested, perhaps I could use your meals to help strengthen my connections. Oh, come now, you just as a time traveler. Wuda understood the implications of Crane's remarks but refrained from appearing overly delighted. So he merely displayed a look of pleasant surprise, stating, just eat well and enjoy. No need for formality. Being a seasoned negotiator, Crane could discern the joy hidden within Wuda's eyes but chose not to address it directly. She simply smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries before heading to the main building for her report. Once Crane departed, Wuda let out a deep sigh, murmuring, dealing with old foxes is truly exhausting. Leisai tugged at Wuda's sleeve. I know it can be noisy with many people around, but we're not exactly crowded here. Am I right? I merely wanted to vent a little. Wuda bent down to scoop Leisai into his arms as they walked toward the new recruit training camp. Conversing in hushed tones only they could hear. Compared to Crane, you seem to favor Shiwan more. Leisai nodded. Wuda, taken aback, replied, she and I are alike. I don't feel that way at all. Is she simple-minded? Leisai inquired. Wuda reflected on Shiwan's usual demeanor, instinctively baring his teeth. I feel she is quite perceptive. Whenever she is not chatting with us, she often wears a stern expression. Leisai stood with her hands on her hips, pouting her lips, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. Observing this, Wuda quickly attempted to placate her, exclaiming, "Oh, I am not questioning your judgment. It is simply that I find it quite hard to believe. Moreover, I have spent over half a month with her and can sense that she is quite a decent person. However, my perceptions are surely not as accurate as yours, considering your ability to discern human emotions in the dichotomy of good and evil. At this point, Wuda paused slightly before inquiring, speaking of which, Ms. Crane appears to be a rather upright character in the comics, and I feel she is not lacking in reality either. Why, then, do you harbor such a strong sense of wariness towards her?" Leisai did not respond immediately. Instead, she pondered for a moment before gravely stating, "Fu Wu, because she is exceedingly clever and harbors a strong suspicion of you, perhaps even malice." Upon hearing this, Wuda's brow furrowed in immediate concern. While he could comprehend her wariness, the notion of her harboring malice was perplexing. Aside from his unique abilities of rapid regeneration and blood manipulation, Wuda believed himself to be no different from an ordinary individual, especially since he had not revealed these abilities. The only aspect that had come to light was his capacity to obscure the observation of others, yet he could not ascertain the origins of this peculiar skill. Could it be that Crane's animosity stemmed from this? Admittedly, this ability held some value in the pirate-infested world of One Piece, but surely it should not provoke unwarranted hostility from a principled veteran marine? Had Crane perhaps suffered a setback due to this power? Yet Wuda could not recall any mention in the original work of someone being able to obscure the observation haki. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sense of curiosity and unease began to burgeon within him. Leisai, keenly attuned to his emotions, gently tugged at Wuda's collar and reassured him, "Fu Wu, do not overthink it. Since we are here, let us remain calm and face whatever comes our way. I will protect you, but I cannot perpetually hide behind you." Regaining his composure, Wuda affectionately ruffled Leisai's hair and softly replied, "I am neither your trainer nor your master. We are partners in this journey, akin to family. And in a family, support is mutual rather than one-sided. Thus, I shall strive to grow swiftly, to reach a level where I can fight alongside you." As he reminisced about their initial encounter a year prior, a radiant smile graced his face. Together, as siblings, we shall prevail. Leisai too beamed with joy, her smile reminiscent of an understanding elder sibling who was finally witnessing her younger brother mature and express concern for her, causing Wuda's heart to flutter. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he did indeed resemble a younger sibling. Apart from logistical tasks, Leisai had shouldered most of the burdens. In their interactions, aside from dealings with Guion, he had largely relied on her. Even in matters of perception, he found himself outmatched by Leisai's clarity. Thus, despite his desire to refute or bolster his standing within their familial dynamic, he felt he lacked the standing to do so. This was indeed a poignant tale. After their tender moment, a leisurely sightseeing excursion ensued. Though brief, lasting merely 2 hours, Wuda and Leisai thoroughly relished this time, especially Wuda, who nearly shed tears upon witnessing the bustling commercial street filled with vehicles and voices. It is worth noting that prior to his transdimensional journey, he had been an ordinary citizen without any extraordinary experiences or hidden identities as a special operative. Therefore, his mindset was not as resilient as that of other travelers. A fact that had not changed even after over a year of survival on a deserted island. Rather, that experience had only intensified his yearning for human interaction. After all, humans are inherently social creatures, and engaging with peers is ingrained in their very DNA. Although Leisai could communicate, she was ultimately not human. Thus, in the commercial district near the recruit training camp, Wuda exhibited behavior akin to a social misfit. Engaging anyone he encountered in conversation, whether purchasing local specialties or chatting with shop owners, he would meander from local delicacies to global affairs, seamlessly transitioning back to local matters, as if he commanded the entire world. Leaving listeners in a state of bewilderment, the shop owners, intimidated yet respectful due to Wuda's naval officer uniform, dared not shoo him away. In Mariford, being a Marine is a position of great honor, where lives are risked to uphold peace at sea and safeguard civilians, earning them the respect of the island's inhabitants, particularly the store owners. However, Who could have anticipated the existence of a loquacious marine officer among them? Wuda was no ordinary chatterbox. He was a garrulous officer, a social misfit who could greet even a passing dog. The store owner found countless opportunities to interject, yet regrettably, he never had the chance. While ordinary people would require breaks to catch their breath or sip water during lengthy conversations, Wuda seemed devoid of such physiological needs, his mouth firing away like an unending machine gun. Meanwhile, Shanaido appeared to have anticipated Wuda's social exuberance. She had already withdrawn 10,000 berries from his pocket and made her way to a nearby CAF, engaging in light-hearted conversation with onlookers while savoring an ice cream. Biding her time until Wuda returned to his senses, this charming, well-mannered little creature, capable of understanding human speech, undoubtedly brought considerable business to the CAF, as evidenced by the beaming smile of the CAF owner. Meanwhile, the specialty shop owner, ensnared in Wuda's relentless chatter, glanced at the bustling CAF across the street and then back at his own desolate shop, feeling as though the world were spinning around him. He had no idea when this seemingly deranged marine officer would take his leave, but he was certain that today's profits were utterly in tatters, fortunately, just as he was on the brink of despair. An extraordinarily beautiful and high-ranking marine officer emerged, saving him from his plight. I apologize for the trouble caused by my subordinate, Guion said. Her expression dark as she tossed down 2,000 berries before seizing Wuda by the collar and dragging him out of the commercial district like a lifeless dog. Observing this, Sire hurriedly finished her ice cream, disregarding the enamored gazes of the onlooking girls, and swiftly followed after them. A moment later, at the entrance of the recruit training camp, Wuda, with a large bump on his head and a face as dark as a pot's bottom, stood before Guion, while Sire stood beside him, arms crossed and wearing an expression of amusement. This peculiar trio attracted the attention of passers-by, primarily due to the striking appearances of Guion and Sire. One was cute, the other beautiful, while Wuda's battered visage paled in comparison. In such a public setting, it was evidently inappropriate for Guion to chastise her subordinate, as it would not only humiliate Wuda, but also reflect poorly on her as his superior. However, the gravity of Wuda's misdeeds was simply too egregious to overlook. Thus, Guion could not restrain herself, raising her hand to admonish Wuda. Do you understand where you went wrong? I do, Wuda replied. Sulking as he stole a glance at Guion, I should not have kept my superior waiting for over an hour on my first day. I acknowledge my mistake and will reflect deeply on it. Upon hearing Wuda's admission, Sire smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Fu-woo, fool!" Caught off guard by Sire's rebuke, Wuda struggled to comprehend. Was Guion not upset due to his prolonged chatting that caused him to miss their meeting time? Yet before he could voice his inquiry, a grinding voice pierced his ears. Do you think I am angry merely because of your tardiness? Seeing Guion's teeth clenched, her hands trembling slightly from evident anger, Wuda instinctively recoiled, wondering, then what is it about? Of course, it is because you were acting like a lunatic, holding everyone captive in conversation on the commercial street. You have brought shame upon the Navy and upon myself. Guion longed to shout this, but as the crowd continued to swell, she had to suppress her rising blood pressure and simmering rage with a deep breath. We will settle this later. Ji Yuan cast a glance at Wuda, then seized his arm, guiding him into the new recruit training camp. Lacier followed closely behind, shaking her head in exasperation as she walked. In truth, she could have forcibly interrupted Wuda's embarrassing antics and ensured they arrived at the training camp on time. But upon witnessing Wuda's beaming face as he engaged in idle chatter, her heart softened, and she found herself unable to take action. Nevertheless, while she might feel sympathy, she had no intention of defending Wuda. It was a fact that Wuda had brought embarrassment to both Ji Yuan and the Navy, so if he had to endure a beating, so be it. After all, Ji Yuan wouldn't kill him. It would merely serve as a lesson. Under Ji Yuan's guidance, Wuda and Lacier navigated through the bustling hall, taking a special passage directly to the registration room. Welcome back, Vice Admiral Ji Yuan. The Marine responsible for registration saluted her, then turned his gaze to the timid-looking Wuda, whose eyes darted around. Is this Mr. Wuda? Yes. Ji Yuan glanced at Wuda and nodded, then pointed to Lacier, who was curiously observing her surroundings. This little creature beside him is Lacier. Please register her as well. She's going to the same place as him, the elite class. The diligent registrar paused for a moment, his expression turning bewildered as he glanced at Lacier. He initially assumed this little creature was merely Wuda's pet, destined to be sent away, given that pets were not permitted in the recruit dormitory. However, who would have thought that Ji Yuan would actually request to register Lacier too? Isn't this against the rules? He stammered. Just do as I say, Ji Yuan replied nonchalantly. This is Ms. His arrangement. With Ji Yuan's authority stated, the registrar had no choice but to comply. Yet, not 10 seconds had passed before the registrar's brow furrowed in confusion, as if he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What now? What should I put for her species?" The registrar looked up at La Sierre, then back at Ji Yuan. "I've never seen this kind of creature before." "Is it a fish person?" "Fu Wu, you're the fish person," La Sierre interjected, putting her hands on her hips and puffing her cheeks in indignation. The registrar was taken aback, stunned that she could understand human speech. "She is quite intelligent, so I suggest you refrain from speaking carelessly," Ji Yuan remarked, giving Wu De a light tap on the head. Wu De understood the hint and promptly bent down to lift La Sierre, attempting to amuse his little ancestor. Watching this unfold, the registrar wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring, "But I must fill in the species. Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, do you know what species this little creature belongs to?" Ji Yuan shook her head slightly. Of course, she had no idea what species La Sierre was, or rather, very few in the world did. Before Ji Yuan could inquire further, Wu De interrupted, "Let us put Shanaido for her species." Both the registrar and Ji Yuan were momentarily taken aback. Shanaido? Is that her species name? Why is it so long? "It's not Shanaido. It's Nado," Wu De clarified hastily. "That is her species name." The registrar's expression was filled with confusion, clearly wanting to ask more, but a single glance from Ji Yuan silenced him, compelling him to dutifully continue writing. With the species name settled, the subsequent information could proceed according to protocol. Moments later, Ji Yuan emerged from the registration room holding 2 A4 sheets of paper, accompanied by Wu De and La Sierre, both clutching their own sheets as they headed towards the elite class. Along the way, Ji Yuan softly voiced her curiosity. "It's quite unusual to make an error on the species name. Is there something you haven't told me? Such a personal inquiry would have been unthinkable when we first boarded the ship." But now that they had grown familiar, certain conversations could flow more naturally. This was also part of Ms. He's task for her, to unearth any secrets surrounding La Sierre and Wu De. Of course, aside from the task, Ji Yuan was genuinely curious. Although Wu De was somewhat oblivious, he was not foolish. He understood that Ji Yuan's close proximity had ulterior motives. However, he was unconcerned, for La Sierre held no aversion towards Ji Yuan. In fact, she seemed to quite like her, which was sufficient proof that this woman harbored no malice, perhaps even a hint of goodwill. Her inquiries were merely to satiate her curiosity and fulfill her assignment. Furthermore, La Sierre had mentioned that Ji Yuan truly regarded them as friends, and in friendship, a measure of honesty was paramount. Thus, Wu De did not overthink it and responded candidly, "La Sierre will evolve." Evolve, the term, seldom used in everyday life, left Ji Yuan puzzled. "What do you mean?" "It means that once La Sierre accumulates enough strength, her form and appearance will undergo a drastic transformation, and her power will experience an explosive growth," Wu De explained, stroking La Sierre's head. "Currently, La Sierre is in her second stage of evolution, and in the future, she will progress to the third stage, which is the final stage. The species name for the third stage is Nado." Ji Yuan diligently committed this information to memory, then prompted, "What are the names of the first and second stages?" "The first stage is called Lararasi, which is the reason I named her La Sierre. The second stage is Kyrulian, which is the stage La Sierre is currently in." After speaking, Wu De handed La Sierre to Ji Yuan, who, after a moment of surprise, extended her hands to receive her. Looking down at the pair of bright red eyes blinking up at her, Ji Yuan couldn't help but smile gently. "How is she?" "Isn't she adorable? She truly is quite charming," Ji Yuan replied, mimicking Wu De's earlier gesture, ruffling La Sierre's head. She quickly understood why Wu De was so fond of doing this. The sensation was simply delightful. "What will La Sierre look like after evolving into Nado?" Ji Yuan inquired, her hands still resting on La Sierre's head, now caressing gently. La Sierre didn't seem to mind. Instead, she began to hum softly, appearing to relish the moment. Seeing his plan to charm working so well, Wu De grinned and said, "It's hard to describe exactly how she'll change, but she will certainly grow significantly taller, and her appearance will undergo a substantial transformation." Ji Yuan quickly asked, "How tall will she be?" "She'll look completely different from now. At least, I'd estimate she'll grow to above 1.7 meters, and her looks will become even more striking. The red horns on her head will move to her chest, overall becoming more attractive than she is now." Although he spoke with great certainty, Wu De was actually quite uncertain, particularly regarding height. That he recalled that the character Cerulean in the game was rather short, seemingly under 1 meter tall. Yet now La Sierre stood at a notable height of 1.30 meters. From this perspective, Wuda estimated that once Leisire evolved, the likelihood of her height surpassing his was quite high, potentially matching that of Shiwan. In the world of One Piece, regardless of gender, heights are generally quite exaggerated. Shiwan herself stood at an impressive 1.96 m, towering a full head above Wude. It was unclear whether Leisia's extraordinary height was due to some divine influence or her peculiar training methods. Unlike the scatterbrained Wuda, Shiwan fell into deep contemplation after hearing this exchange. Beyond the abundance of information, it revealed another significant detail. Wuda had encountered Leisire in her third stage and possessed a considerable understanding of her. Did this imply that Leisire was a common creature in Wuda's homeland, or at least not particularly rare? In other words, if they could locate Wuda's homeland, it would be tantamount to discovering a hub for Leisire. Contemplating this, a flicker of inexplicable light flashed in Shiwan's eyes. This was crucial intelligence that needed to be reported. It was certainly not because she wished to have her own Leisire. The dilemma was that she had never heard of Northeast Island. While islands named after directions did exist, they were indeed quite rare. Never mind. I'll report it as is and let those above deal with the headache. Shiwan gently shook her head, casting aside her chaotic thoughts, and continued on her way toward the elite class while affectionately stroking Leisire's head. Wuda was, in truth, a rather contradictory individual. If one were to label him as timid, he would brazenly engage in conversation with Shiwan or chat for over 2 hours with the shopkeeper in the street. Yet, if one claimed he was bold, he would become a bundle of nerves, sweating profusely before entering a classroom to face new classmates and teachers. Observing Wuda, who looked as if he had just emerged from water, Shiwan was perplexed. She wondered why he seemed so anxious in her presence compared to when he was with Crane. Back during their encounter on the warship, he had even dared to lounge casually while bantering with her. Now, he was merely introducing himself to classmates and teachers. What was there to be nervous about? Upon hearing Shiwan's query, Wuda's face fell. How could it be the same as before? What's different? Shiwan raised an eyebrow. You and I can converse calmly, and even at the Navy headquarters, very few dare to speak to me in such a manner. Aren't we familiar? Wuda pointed at the classroom door. On the verge of tears, but those people inside are different. It's our first meeting. What if I say something foolish and provoke the school bully? Won't I be bullied for the rest of my days? Then why aren't you afraid of provoking me? Shiwan exclaimed, taken aback as if she had heard something unbelievable. I'm a rear admiral, far more formidable than some school bully, aren't I? You seem quite easygoing. Wuda, without a moment's thought, instinctively replied, besides, it's fun to tease you. Your angry face is quite amusing. So, Wuda, before he could finish, Leisire interrupted him. And only then did he realize what he had just said. Wuda, Shiwan glared at him. Her face flushed and her teeth clenched, her right fist raised, ready to strike. Wuda sighed and obediently lowered his head. Please go easy on me. I'm afraid of pain. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the corridor. Moments later, the classroom door swung open. A visibly irate Shiwan entered first, cradling Leisire, followed closely by Wuda, who sported a sizable bump on his head. The students in the classroom scrutinized Wuda with curiosity. The sound of the fist colliding had been startlingly loud, so loud, in fact, that even the deaf could hear it, leaving them eager to discover what this new student had done to provoke Admiral Shiwan to such a degree. The teacher responsible for the cultural lessons was equally intrigued, yet faced with Shiwan's stern expression, he could only suppress his questions and cautiously inquire, Admiral Shiwan, is this the transfer student? Shiwan, wearing a stoic expression, nodded. She then lightly kicked Wuda and shot him a glare. Stop looking down. Introduce yourself. My name is Wuda. I am 26 or 27 years old, male, with an affinity for the fairer sex. Enjoy playing video games and basketball. I hope to coexist peacefully with everyone during my future studies and progress together. As Wuda rambled, he seized the opportunity to observe his prospective classmates. To his surprise, the spacious classroom contained only 4 individuals, one of whom looked strikingly familiar. Judging by the cigar hanging from his chest and his distinctly loan shark-like visage, it was highly likely to be Smoker. The storyline officially commenced in 1520, and it was now 1510. Smoker's presence at the Navy headquarters for further training was perfectly reasonable, but it appeared that the elite class was indeed composed solely of exceptional individuals, as those lacking sufficient skill had no right to sit there. However, he wondered why there was also a young girl present, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old. A child prodigy, perhaps. Shiwan had no mind-reading abilities and was unaware of Wuda's thoughts. Observing him rambling on and on, nearly veering off into discussions about global affairs, she swiftly kicked him to interrupt his monologue. Meanwhile, the teacher, who had witnessed the entire exchange, wiped the sweat from his forehead. His gaze darting between Shiwan and Wuda. He realized that the interaction style between the two was not something the average person could replicate. Shiwan's earlier kick had been quite forceful, and if it had landed on him, he likely would have fallen to the ground. Yet, the lad named Wuda merely swayed slightly, not even uttering a word of pain. No wonder he was permitted to transfer. He certainly possessed some level of skill. "Welcome to the Navy family," Wuda, the cultural teacher, said, his mind racing as he delivered the customary welcome. Encouraging the students to applaud, he gestured for Wuda to choose any seat he liked. Following the scattered applause, Wuda made his way to a seat against the wall in the third row. Once Wuda was seated, the teacher turned to Shiwan. "Didn't you mention there was another transfer student? Did they arrive late?" "No, she hasn't." Shiwan shook her head, placing Laysire on the podium. "The second transfer student is me. You can refer to her as Laysire." The teacher responded with a perplexed expression, as did the students around him. Faced with their bewildered looks, Laysire raised her small hand and cheerfully exclaimed, "Woo!" The teacher and students were left dumbfounded. They sensed that this little creature was attempting to introduce herself. But the problem was, who could possibly understand her? Though her call was quite endearing, the issue remained that no one could comprehend its meaning. Furthermore, what did it mean for a diminutive creature, seemingly only a bit over 1 meter tall and frail enough to be blown away by a gust of wind? To join the Navy, could she truly be part of the elite class? Was Admiral Shiwan truly out of her mind? "This is Ms. Crane's intention," Shiwan clarified, fully aware of the teacher's unspoken questions. She interjected, "Moreover, Laysire is highly intelligent and can understand human speech. Her abilities can be measured by elite standards." Hearing this, Laysire nodded in satisfaction. Woo, the teacher, realizing that the Rear Admiral had spoken, found himself unable to argue otherwise. Moreover, observing the two female students in the class who began to light up with excitement, it seemed this little creature would integrate seamlessly. However, he lamented, "I still can't understand her speech," with a wry smile. He shrugged. "I wouldn't mind having a clever little creature in class, but how do we communicate with her?" asked Wuda. Shiwan shot a glance at the now bashful Wuda, who was burying his head in his hands. Laysire was his family. He could serve as her translator. The very moment the words fell, every individual in the classroom turned their gaze towards Wuda, particularly the two female students, whose eyes sparkled like searchlights. Realizing that maintaining a low profile was no longer an option, Wuda could only let out a soft sigh, acknowledging to himself that he indeed could serve as a translator, with the final piece of the puzzle finally in place. The teacher could only nod with resignation and, as per tradition, welcomed Laysire, advising her to find a seat. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Laysire bounced over to Wuda and leaped into his embrace. In Laysire's eyes, the most suitable place for her was always in Wuda's arms. Moreover, the desks and chairs seemed a tad too high for her, making it impossible to see anything while seated. Not to mention the comfort of Wuda's lap far surpassed that of any chair. Naturally, Wuda did not mind Laysire sitting on his leg, but he was somewhat perturbed by the gazes of the two female students. To be honest, the intensity of their stares was becoming rather uncomfortable. Wuda feared that once class was dismissed, those two might come over and devour him whole, just as Wuda felt as if he were wearing a woolen pair of shorts under their scrutinizing gaze. The teacher suddenly clapped her hands, coming to his rescue. "All right, class, the arrival of a new student is indeed a joyous occasion, but we cannot let this delay today's lesson." While speaking, she glanced at the still-present Jiyuan. "Jiyuan Zhong, I believe today is your class." "Yes, I have the entire day scheduled for my lessons," Jiyuan replied, casting a cold glance at the incredulous Wuda. "Everyone, gather on the playground." "Yes, apart from cultural studies." The most frequently attended classes for the Marines were physical education. After all, to protect civilians and combat pirates, possessing a robust physique was imperative. Furthermore, elite class students were subjected to combat training in addition to the basic physical education, including martial arts, swordsmanship, and various combat techniques. The instructors were no longer merely camp teachers but rather seasoned individuals, such as brigadier generals, major generals, and retired admirals with ample combat experience. The current admirals occasionally took turns guest instructing, but generally, the ones who showed up were the more leisurely ones. Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji seldom made appearances. The former was preoccupied with capturing pirates and upholding justice, while the latter often lacked the motivation to attend. With only Kizaru showing some concern for the next generation of Marines, the brigadier generals busied themselves with strengthening their capabilities and accumulating merits to secure promotions, leaving them little time to act as instructors. Thus, only the more available and less burdened major generals could consistently and reliably serve in this role, with Ji Yuan being one of the most outstanding among them. Having recently been promoted, she thoroughly enjoyed the experience of training newcomers. Moreover, if she found a student she fancied, she could have the privilege of selecting them as her subordinate, which was one of the perks of being an instructor. Another advantage was the ability to settle personal scores under the guise of training. Stand up. No lying down. Observing Wuda sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, Ji Yuan brandished her wooden sword, barking orders. The enemy won't grant you a moment's rest, but we are not enemies, Wuda replied without lifting his head. Struggling to catch his breath. Besides, you've been pummeling me for over an hour now. This isn't fair. Go find someone else to spar with. After saying this, Wuda pointed at the other students who had completed their basic exercises and were now spectating. Raising an eyebrow at Ji Yuan, implying that she should stop fixating on him and entertain herself with someone else for a while. However, Ji Yuan pretended not to notice, taking a stride towards Wuda and swinging her wooden sword down towards his head. Wuda reacted swiftly, rolling away just in time to evade the blow, then grabbing his own wooden sword to block Ji Yuan's downward strike. This thrilling exchange elicited applause from the onlookers, who gradually began to acknowledge the unexpected transfer student. After all, not everyone could react so swiftly after an hour of high-intensity sparring with Major General Ji Yuan. Without mentioning anything else, Wuda's endurance alone qualified him for the elite class. However, facing Ji Yuan, Wuda had no time to ponder such matters. He tightened every muscle in his body, desperately countering Ji Yuan's wooden sword while gritting his teeth. He exclaimed, "This is personal revenge. I refuse to make you lunch tomorrow. In that case, I shall triple your training load." Ji Yuan replied, gradually increasing her force while smirking. "For the entire month, I will be stationed here, so think carefully about your decision." This disheartening news made Wuda instinctively widen his eyes. "That you're threatening me." Ji Yuan shot him a challenging glare. "And what's wrong with that?" "Then I concede. I simply can't hold on any longer." Wuda gritted his teeth. "Please, have mercy on me. Then for lunch tomorrow, I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried meat chunks. For dinner, I want spicy tofu skin and guabao roe," Ji Yuan declared after a moment of contemplation. All right, no problem." Wuda nodded fervently, his legs beginning to tremble. "I'll make sure to meet your demands, just please spare me. Then I shall let you off this time." A subtle smile crept onto Ji Yuan's lips as she sheathed her wooden sword. Freed from the ordeal, Wuda disregarded appearances and plopped down onto the ground. Gasping for air. "Don't sit on the ground to rest after high-intensity training," Ji Yuan admonished, lightly kicking Wuda. "Get up and walk around to relax your muscles, or you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Wuda recognized that Ji Yuan was looking out for him, so he refrained from arguing and, with gritted teeth, stood up, beginning to stroll slowly around the playground. Seeing this, Ji Yuan nodded slightly and then turned to the other students, saying, "Smoker, you're next." The future Captain Smoker stood up without a word and walked toward Ji Yuan. Laysire took this opportunity to rise and ran over to Wuda, accompanied by 2 female students and a male student. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Wuda paused, bending down to scoop Laysire into his arms, then greeted the other 3. "Hello, nice to meet you. I am Wuda." A girl with long pink hair, a curvaceous figure, and a cigarette delicately held between her fingers said softly, "Please take care of me. My name is Lilith." Another girl, appearing to be in her late teens with a single ponytail and standing just over 1.6 meters tall, cheerfully chimed in, "Don't let my height fool you. I'm 22 this year, an adult, and quite formidable." After this, she patted the burly young man beside her, who seemed to tower like a 2-meter-high iron tower. "This is Del, my brother, my real brother," Del grumbled in a low voice. "Hello." Astonished, Wuda looked up at Del, who was roughly the height of Yao Ming, then down at Lilith, who barely reached his bicep, instinctively asking, "Real brother?" Lilith nodded. "Indeed, real brother." Wuda opened his mouth to inquire further, but considering his current state, he thought it prudent to remain silent, as he doubted he could best this towering brother. Del merely appeared intimidating. Noticing Wuda's somewhat fearful gaze, Lilith reassured him, "But actually, he has a very good temperament. He's quite warm-hearted, just a bit reserved." Lilith's sister was right. "My brother is really nice," she added with a grin. "You could even scold him in front of him, and it wouldn't matter." Upon hearing this, Wuda's curiosity was piqued again as he glanced up at Del, who was also looking back at him. The juxtaposition of their heights, combined with the backlighting, made for an unexpected and tense moment. Under the weight of a multitude of objective factors, Wuda was taken aback by Del, his face turning almost green. Observing this, Del remained silent, merely retreating several steps to maintain a safe distance from Wuda. From this small habit, it was evident that he often startled others. After all, his towering height was intimidating, and coupled with his robust physique, which resembled an inverted triangle, he could indeed be quite fearsome. Lilith, too, felt a sense of helplessness. Her older brother was inherently taciturn, and his exaggerated stature had resulted in him having few friends. In fact, when he first joined the Navy, he had even faced discrimination and bullying. Fortunately, after entering the elite class, everyone being somewhat eccentric meant that no one paid much attention to such trivial matters. Moreover, her brother had a genuinely kind disposition. He merely appeared intimidating upon first meeting. She had faith that Wuda would surely adapt. Thus, rather than concerning herself with this incident, she was more preoccupied with Laysire nestled in Wuda's arms. "Can I ask you a question?" Lilith inquired, her eyes alight with mischief. Wuda, curious, responded, "What is it?" "Laysire is your pet, correct?" Lilith asked, gesturing towards Laysire. "This is the first time I've encountered such an adorable creature. Where can I purchase one?" Jean, Nye, and Dell also quietly perked up their ears, eager to hear Wuda's response. However, unbeknownst to them, these seemingly innocuous words struck a nerve deep within Wuda. "Laysire is not a pet. She is my family." After a moment of silence, Wuda inhaled deeply, then lowered his gaze slightly, obscuring his eyes from the trio before him. "She is not something that can be bought. There is no place in this world where one can acquire her. She is unique." With that declaration, Wuda embraced Laysire tightly, falling silent. Lilith was momentarily stunned, wanting to continue speaking, but was simultaneously nudged by Jean, Nye, and Delegate turning in confusion. She saw her brother and best friend shaking their heads slightly, signaling her to refrain from pursuing the topic. Puzzled, Lilith scratched her head, feeling she had not misspoken and wondering why she was being discouraged from further inquiry. Unlike the somewhat clumsy Lilith, Jean, Nye, and Dell were more astute and observant. Although Wuda concealed his emotions well, the fleeting flashes of rage and ferocity in his eyes had not escaped their notice. He cared deeply for Laysire to an extraordinary degree, and could not bear the thought of anyone referring to her as a pet, let alone discussing her in terms of commerce. Having silently noted the sensitive areas regarding their new classmate, Jean, Nye exchanged a glance with Dell before addressing Wuda. "You and Laysire should rest well. We can chat later. General Guillaume is calling for us." Without waiting for Wuda's response, Jean, Nye turned and departed, while Dell effortlessly lifted Lilith onto his shoulder, following suit. "Wait, why are you all leaving so suddenly?" "We were in the midst of a conversation," Lilith exclaimed, disappointment lacing her voice. "If only your emotional intelligence matched your intellect." "What? Are you resorting to personal attacks now?" "My emotional intelligence is quite high." "Thank you very much." "Right, brother? Perhaps." "What do you mean, perhaps? Clarify that." Amidst the faint chatter drifting into his ears, Wuda suddenly smiled ruefully. "Laysire, am I being overly sensitive? They clearly meant no harm. Yet I reacted in such a manner." Perhaps a bit," Laysire replied, gently touching Wuda's arm for reassurance. "It's natural for them to ask such questions, as they are unaware of my origins." Upon hearing Laysire acknowledge this, Wuda's expression fell. "But I truly dislike it when others refer to you as a pet, especially when Lilith inquired where you could be purchased. You must learn to adapt." "Wuda," Laysire chuckled, her patience evident. "To those meeting me for the first time, I do appear akin to a pet. This is quite normal in a world devoid of Pokémon. However, such notions will dissipate as your relationship deepens and understanding grows, much like with Guillaume. Therefore, you must learn to adjust, for clinging stubbornly to this issue will lead to a future devoid of friends, and I do not wish for you to become increasingly reclusive and irritable due to me. This would be detrimental to you, to me, and to those around you. At this juncture, Laysire raised a hand to caress Wuda's cheek. "Yes, oh please promise me. Do not continue in this manner." "All right." Laysire's heartfelt words left Wuda in silence for a considerable time, leading him to engage in an internal struggle. Throughout this period, Laysire watched him with concern, fearing he might not be able to overcome this hurdle. Fortunately, he did. "I promise you. I assure you that I will not behave that way in the future." Wuda exhaled deeply. "I will apologize to them later. I'm sorry for worrying you." Seeing his resolve, Laysire beamed. "Now that my Wuda." Wuda grinned back, but before he could respond, Guillaume's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "It seems you've come to an understanding, Guillaume." Startled, Wuda spun around, clutching his chest, his eyes wide. "Aren't you supposed to be in class? How did you find time to eavesdrop?" "First, my hearing is exceptional. I can hear your conversation with Laysire even during practice. So it was eavesdropping. Second, how long do you think you've been zoning out here?" Guillaume remarked, lightly tapping Wuda on the head. "It's already been 30 minutes since class ended. I was a bit worried to see you still lost in thought." At Guillaume's words, Wuda finally noticed that the playground had emptied, leaving only him and Guion with Laysire in his arms. At your age, still getting worked up over such trivial matters, Guion scoffed. Men should be more magnanimous. Lilith meant no malice. She merely speaks without thinking. Much like you. I believe I do consider my words before speaking, Wuda retorted, but suddenly his expression changed, startling Guion. What is it? Wuda inhaled deeply, his demeanor turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Guion. Did you say you heard my conversation with Laysire? Yes, Guion replied nonchalantly, nodding. What of it? How much did you understand? A small portion. Be specific. I only caught Laysire saying you need to learn to adapt, or you'll end up friendless. Guion shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. We've only known each other for a little over a month. You can't expect me to grasp every word Laysire says. Wuda's seriousness faded, replaced by a cheerful demeanor. Then it's nothing to worry about. Noticing Wuda's shift, Guion raised an eyebrow. What? Was there something in your conversation that I shouldn't hear? Wuda chuckled mischievously. A secret, a secret. Guion scoffed. So you were talking behind my back, were you? Wuda's eyes widened in protest. How dare you sully my reputation without evidence? I don't care. I want an extra serving for lunch today. Those cabbage and pork dumplings you made were delicious. I want those. You're being unreasonable, Wuda exclaimed, his eyes widening further. Do you have any idea how labor-intensive it is to make dumplings? And at this hour, freshly made ones won't be ready in time, Guion snickered, placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Will you make them, or not? Wuda, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly submitted. What I said earlier was merely in reference to an ordinary chef. With my skills, making dumplings for dear General Guion is a piece of cake. Wuda's greatest strength was his sincerity, and he quickly capitulated when he saw Guion's hand rise. After a playful remark about Guion's demeanor, he followed him towards the cafeteria. Could Guion truly draw his sword against Wuda? It is simply impossible. Both Wuda and she are acutely aware of this fact. Thus, what may appear to outsiders as bullying is merely a unique mode of communication between the two. Wuda has a habitual tendency to be obstinate, while Ziyuan instinctively grips the hilt of her blade. After all, this was precisely how they interacted on their very first encounter, and preserving this peculiar exchange could be seen as a subtle understanding between them. Whether Wuda is accustomed to it is another matter, but Zywin genuinely enjoys this form of discourse and relishes the banter with Wuda. The reason being, the other party does not regard her as a superior, nor does he view her as an unattainable goddess. Consequently, their conversations are marked by a free-flowing exchange of words. You retort to me, and I shall counter you in kind, although it may resemble a verbal skirmish. Both are fully aware that this is simply a facet of their daily communication. Wuda is free to speak her mind without restraint, and Ziyuan can lower her guard and indulge in light-hearted humor. For Zywin, who is accustomed to wearing a mask, this represents a rare moment of ease. Therefore, despite having known each other for merely half a month, she genuinely cares for Wuda, her subordinate. Reflecting on this, Zywin glanced over at Wuda, who was playfully engaging with Laysire, and suddenly seemed to recall something, her brow furrowing in concern. She began to waver, contemplating whether to report Laysire's potential for evolution and the information regarding its habitat. Concealing such knowledge would be a dereliction of duty. Yet if she were to report it truthfully, would Wuda and Laysire still remain under her command, as a vice-admiral of the fleet? She is already a figure of considerable authority within the Navy, and with her additional identity as Crane's sister, it is only natural that she is privy to certain clandestine matters. For instance, the existence of Vegapunk, a being capable of harnessing Haki and evolving, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of this scientific madman. His interest would, in turn, draw the attention of Admiral Kizaru. What kind of predicament would Wuda and Laysire find themselves in at that point? If Kizaru were to demand Wuda surrender Laysire for scientific research, what then would be her course of action as Wuda's commanding officer? The mere thought tightened Yuan's grip, as she realized that if such a scenario were to come to pass, she would be powerless to intervene. She would have to stand by helplessly as Laysire was taken into government custody, watching as Wuda's remaining family was seized by the very navy he trusted. This notion is not mere fanciful thinking. It is a highly plausible reality. Laysire has not yet garnered sufficient attention because only Ziyuan and Crane are aware of its uniqueness. Moreover, Ziyuan knows significantly more than Crane. If she were to report the information in accordance with her directives, the scenario she envisioned would likely materialize in reality, sacrificing two individuals for the benefit of countless others. If posed with such a dilemma in the past, Ziyuan might have found the resolve to choose the former. However, at this moment, she is unwilling to make such a choice. Wuda and Leisai are her subordinates, and as their commanding officer, she bears the responsibility to protect them. Even if she cannot shield them entirely, she must strive to secure them ample time for growth. If they can develop and rise high enough, then perhaps the unfortunate scenario she just envisioned will never come to fruition. Resolutely making up her mind, Zywin took a deep breath and turned to Wyud, saying, Wyud. Wyud looked up, instinctively responding, What is it? Starting today, after school every day, you will undergo intensive training with me for 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Wuda's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone laced with reluctance. Why? Didn't I already agree to make you buns? Why the change of heart? It is not a change of heart. Ziyuan shook her head, her demeanor serious. It is to ensure that you become stronger as swiftly as possible. Wuda was momentarily baffled, unsure whether Ziyuan had taken leave of her senses or why she was suddenly bringing this up. Shouldn't becoming stronger be a gradual and cumulative process? What could intensive training possibly accomplish? If it were truly effective, why not incorporate it into the training manual, allowing everyone to strengthen rapidly? While his reasoning is sound, Wyud did not express it as he usually would, for he noticed the expression on Zywin's face. It was not the playful demeanor they typically shared, but one of utmost seriousness. A stark contrast to their usual banter. After locking gazes with her for 5 seconds, and confirming that she was indeed earnest, Wuda furrowed his brow, wondering if something was amiss. I cannot disclose that to you. Ziyuan hesitated before gently shaking her head. It is a matter of great secrecy, and knowing would not benefit you. However, I hope you can trust me. I will not. I trust you, so there is no need for the unnecessary preamble. Wuda interrupted her. He waved his hand casually and said, So we are starting intensive training today, right? Where shall we practice? The playground will suffice. There is no need to conceal it from others. I have my reasons to deflect their inquiries. After saying this, Ziyuan scrutinized Wuda from head to toe before tentatively asking, You trust me this much? Are you not afraid I might betray you? At her words, both Wuda and Leisai rolled their eyes in unison, casting her a look that was a mixture of disbelief and disdain, causing her to break out in goosebumps. Why are you both looking at me like that? Because you just asked a rather absurd question. Akin to a protagonist from a third-rate romance novel, Wuda replied, pouting slightly. Before Ziyuan could react, he pressed on, Let me ask you this. Do you wish to harm us? Of course not. Then can intensive training be harmful? Certainly not. So, we are friends, are we not? Absolutely. Then that settles it. Wuda spread his arms wide, speaking in a tone of undeniable logic. With reason and clarity, why should we not trust you? Leisai chimed in at the opportune moment. And Ziyuan understood her to mean, Wuda is right. Gazing at the sincere expressions of her two subordinates, Ziyuan unexpectedly felt a wave of relief wash over her. You are correct. I have indeed been overthinking this. With that, Ziyuan suddenly broke into a smile, her face lighting up with a gentle and relaxed expression. The beauty of her smile was such that it left Wuda momentarily entranced. How could someone who smiled so radiantly often maintain such a stern demeanor? What are you daydreaming about? Zywin's voice snapped Wyud back to reality, prompting him to instinctively respond. You just smiled beautifully. Could you please smile again for me? Zywin was momentarily taken aback by his request before falling silent and placing her right hand on the hilt of her blade. Seeing this, Wuda instinctively recoiled, thinking it better not to provoke her further. Ziyuan ignored him, turning around to continue walking ahead. Meanwhile, Wuda opened up the conversation, chattering away as he followed her. Hey, since you're giving me intensive training, does that mean I can skip making lunch today? No buns, please, not a chance. Making buns will not hinder our training. That reasoning is flawed. Think about it. Making buns is exhausting for me. If I tire myself out, I want to have the energy for training later. Will I? You may tire yourself, but I can exert myself more and see who ends up worse off. That's rather petty of you. It's wrong to settle personal scores. I'm settling personal scores, and if you have the guts, feel free to lodge a complaint against me. Leisai, Ziyuan is bullying me. Aren't you going to do something about it? Fuwu, why don't you just say less? Including the time spent in idle chatter, heartfelt conversations, and playful bickering, it took the two over an hour. Consequently, by the time they and their Pokémon arrived at the cafeteria, the food had already been devoured by other students and faculty. Those who have experienced dormitory life are well aware that, in order to enjoy a hearty meal in the cafeteria, possessing money is inconsequential. What truly matters is how swiftly one can run. If one dawdles, even for just a moment, only cold leftovers await at the serving counter. This harsh reality is even more unforgiving in the world of One Piece, where gluttony is the norm. On Earth, arriving late might still grant you access to some remnants. However, in the realm of One Piece, Tardiness means you are left with nothing but empty plates, observing the stark emptiness of the serving counter. Wuda couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Thankfully, he had entered through the back door and had the privilege to access the kitchen. Otherwise, he and Leisai might have starved on their very first day of registration. Will you have steamed buns or rice? Wuda turned to look at Guion. Or should we just have both? Steamed buns paired with rice is unappetizing. Guion waved her hand dismissively, beginning to place her order. I would like some thin porridge, and please add a stir-fried tomato and egg dish, along with some assorted pickled vegetables dodo, and make sure to prepare extra steamed buns. I can't get full just on porridge. Wuda nodded expressionlessly and then glanced down at Leisai. Leisai, what would you like to eat? The same as Guion, Leisai replied. Having a shared menu certainly made things more convenient. At least their dear Leisai understood his plight. In stark contrast to a certain callous and violent female vice-admiral, after mentally berating Guion, Wuda intended to head to the kitchen, but before he could take 2 steps, the sound of an argument reached his ears. Wuda turned to see his 4 rather unfortunate classmates. I told you there wouldn't be anything left. We might as well eat outside. Lilith, perched on Dell's shoulders, pointed at the empty serving counter and shouted at Smoker. You not broke. Going to a restaurant every now and then won't kill you. Why are you being so stingy? Now look, we're all going to be hungry. Rather than retorting, Smoker looked somewhat awkward. As he had indeed been feeling the pinch lately. If you're tight on funds, you could have just told us. Lilith's eyes widened in exasperation, her mouth below her nose meant for speaking, not merely gazing. Given our relationship, lending you some money is no issue. Why do you act like my brother, unable to produce even a single coherent thought? Lilith's crude remarks made Hanai's face twitch uncontrollably. Hanai is furious. Lilith, watch your language. This is a public space. Public my foot. Lilith waved her hand dismissively. The only ones here are us 4, the big dunderheads who missed the meal, and even the cleaning staff have clocked out. Where's the public? Just as Lilith finished her sentence, a sharp, clear cough interrupted her. The 4 were startled and immediately turned to see Wuda and Leisai wearing expressions of amusement, alongside Guion, whose demeanor seemed slightly off. Bewildered, Lilith opened her mouth, instinctively ready to curse again, but thankfully, Hanai acted quickly, delivering a swift slap to her backside to interrupt her build-up. Dell and Smoker spoke almost simultaneously, their deep voices drowning out the sound of the slap. Vice Admiral Guion, good day at its average. Not particularly good, Guion replied, casting a brief glance over the quartet before locking her gaze onto Lilith, who had indeed missed the meal. As soon as Guion's words fell, Lilith's face flushed a deep crimson. While the other 3 exhibited similar embarrassment, unsure of how to respond, observing the 4 famished newcomers, Wuda stroked his chin thoughtfully, sensing an opportune moment to forge camaraderie among them. I have access to the kitchen, and my culinary skills are decent enough. What would you like to eat? I can prepare it for you. The 4 were momentarily taken aback, their eyes lighting up with excitement. But before they could voice their orders, Guion interjected. She kicked Wuda lightly and glared at him, saying, I'm not going to make things difficult for you by ordering. I won't haggle with you over a poor girl's meal. That's my classmate. This is mutual assistance, Wuda retorted, rubbing his sore backside, defiantly lifting his chin. You're abusing your power for personal vendetta. That's not the same. Cut the nonsense. Guion kicked him again, urging, hurry up and cook. They'll eat the same as I do. With that, she shot a threatening glance at the quartet, who promptly understood and chimed in unison, we'll eat the same as Vice Admiral Guion. Since the patrons had no objections, the chef could hardly argue. Thus, Wuda, having been inexplicably kicked twice, could only rub his backside while muttering softly as he made his way to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Guion, with her keen hearing, mentally noted Wuda's mutterings of violent woman, female tyrannosaurus, and bad-tempered glutton, preparing to settle the score later, while she picked up Leisai and beckoned Lilith and the others to take a seat. Dining with the Vice Admiral was a novel experience for the quartet. As instructors typically did not eat in the cafeteria, they had designated dining areas reserved for faculty, which was the primary reason Lilith felt emboldened to speak her mind earlier. Who could have anticipated her misfortune today? Landing right in Vice Admiral Guion's path. Thus, after clambering down from Dell, Lilith sat upright at the table, adorned with a rather proper smile, resembling a refined young lady. Observing this transformation, Hanai sighed in exasperation, as Lilith, usually the life of the party, had suddenly turned mute, with Dell and Smoker both being rather taciturn and Guion maintaining a stern silence. It appeared that Hanai would have to initiate the conversation. Vice Admiral Guion, are you and Wuda old acquaintances? Not at all, Guion replied, shaking her head. He is my subordinate. Upon hearing this, Hanai was momentarily taken aback. and then her mind began to whirl with rapid thoughts. Although it was rare for a candidate to be personally selected by a vice admiral, it was not entirely unheard of. Therefore, it was not difficult to understand why Guion had high hopes for Wuda, sending him to the training camp to gain some experience before officially promoting him. However, the dynamic between these two individuals did not resemble that of a superior and subordinate. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to her relationship with Lilith. And I had not heard of any vice admiral who could casually engage in playful banter with their subordinates. Furthermore, they were all quite familiar with Guion's usual demeanor, stern and unsmiling, with a clear sense of reward and punishment, perpetually wearing a serious expression that made one feel as if they owed her a considerable sum of money. Thinking this, Hanai couldn't help but steal a glance at Guion, observing her expressionless face, which exuded an air of aloofness. Hanai nodded slightly. This was indeed the typical demeanor of Vice Admiral Guion. The earlier display of playful antics towards Wuda was decidedly out of character. The two must be old acquaintances, or at the very least, close friends. As Lilith, being Hanai's closest confidant, pondered the situation, her thoughts were not far removed from Hanai's. However, unlike the more composed Hanai, Lilith was more of an action-oriented individual, and her restless nature prompted her to speak up before long. Vice Admiral Guion, has Wuda been personally selected by you? Guion remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. Then when will he be officially promoted? He will be promoted when I have a mission, the moment I am assigned a task. He will be promoted, Guion replied while pouring herself a cup of tea. What's the matter? Upon hearing this, Lilith chuckled and asked, could you possibly arrange for the four of us to be promoted as well? At her words, the other three turned to look at Lilith in shock. They were aware of her thick skin and boldness, but they had not anticipated her audacity to such an extent. Could such a statement be made so casually? Guion furrowed her brow, about to refuse while reprimanding Lilith, but the words caught in her throat. Unlike other vice admirals, Guion had only recently been promoted and was relatively young in rank. Thus, she did not possess a dedicated team, often recruiting personnel from headquarters for missions. However, the situation had changed. She now had Wuda and Leisai. While Guion felt that having the two was sufficient, Wuda might not necessarily agree. From her understanding of that mischievous boy, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to complain about being overburdened with work. Although Guion trusted that Wuda would not resort to underhanded tactics, she was certain he would find a way to irritate her. Therefore, to safeguard her future peace of mind, she felt it necessary to find some peers for Wuda. Moreover, Lilith and Smoker, being elite-class trainees, possessed ample capability. The reason no one had taken them was that, to varying degrees, they all exhibited certain personality issues. Lilith, although intelligent and strong, lacked emotional intelligence, often speaking her mind without filtering her thoughts, and her crude language deterred any vice admiral from wanting her. Hanai, on the other hand, was known for her strong personality. The ability of her Kankank fruit made it easy for her to inadvertently harm allies, compounded by her stubbornness. Smoker shared Hanai's rebellious nature, but at least she could feign compliance to save face, whereas Smoker would simply refuse to cooperate outright. Additionally, as a rare natural-type fruit user, he was difficult to discipline without a firm grasp of hockey. While those capable of managing him were disinclined to do so, he was essentially caught in a limbo. Del, in contrast, posed no significant problems. He was amiable, strong, and his reserved nature allowed him to be favored by seasoned vice admirals. However, the issue lay in his infatuation with his sister. As long as Lilith remained in the training camp, he would not leave. Tio recruit him as a subordinate. Lilith would need to be taken on as well. Yet, Lilith was notoriously conspicuous, which left Del in a similar predicament as Smoker. All of them are problematic children, Guion thought, gently rubbing her forehead. While she could manage Wuda alone, she pondered whether she could handle four more. Uncertain of her capacity, Guion reminded herself she could rise to the challenge, as she too had once been a problematic child in her school days, not lacking in mischief. They were not devoid of talent. They merely had strong personalities. Other vice admirals believed that soldiers should not possess individuality, only the capacity to follow orders. Yet, Guion held a different view, believing that individuality was a key factor in determining how far one could go. A subordinate who merely obeyed orders without any initiative was not what she desired. Instead, she sought someone capable of taking charge in critical moments and adapting to changing circumstances, excluding their troublesome traits. The four individuals before her met her criteria. Let us consider this an opportunity to find companions for Wuda and Leisai, she resolved. After convincing herself with this rationale, Guion lightly tapped the table to draw the quartet's attention to her. I can promote all four of you, Guion stated directly, forgoing any suspense, but she made it clear that she would lay down the ground rules first, observing the varied expressions on their faces. Guion spoke slowly. When not on a mission, you may do as you please, as long as it does not involve violence or arson. However, during missions, you must adhere to my commands. As she spoke. She noted the frowns of Smoker and Hanai. While individuality and initiative were commendable, they required sufficient experience to be effective. Empty rhetoric was meaningless. Real-world situations differed significantly from textbook scenarios. I am not an inflexible person and am open to listening to my subordinates' suggestions. But they must be grounded in substantial reference. Having stated her terms, Guion continued, if you can accept this, I will submit a request to officially assign you to my command. If not, before she could finish, Lilith jumped up and exclaimed, we can accept. After her outburst, she began to exchange knowing glances with Hanai and Smoker, having grown weary of the monotonous life and training at the academy. She had endured only because she did not want to part from Smoker and Hanai. Now, with a vice admiral willing to take them on, and for at that, this opportunity to work alongside her closest friends was a rare chance she could not let slip away. If not now. When Smoker and Hanai understood Lilith's eagerness and shared her sentiment, they too wished to leave the academy behind, and joining a vice admiral on missions to gain experience was undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, they nodded in agreement. We can accept. Del remained silent, but everyone knew he would follow Lilith's lead. Therefore, Guion wasted no time and nodded decisively. From today onward, you will all be my subordinates, just like Wuda and Leisai. Oh yeah, Lilith exclaimed, jumping for joy. Finally, I can escape this place that feels like endless training, akin to being pushed into the city. Mind your language, Lilith, Hanai said, casting a resigned glance at her friend, aware that Vice Admiral Guion was still present. Guion, having endured the baptism of martial virtue for over half a month, naturally did not concern herself with such trivial matters. She observed the quartet, each with distinct personalities, and reflected on the usual demeanor of Wuda. Unable to suppress a soft chuckle. It seemed that her future missions would not be devoid of amusement, after solidifying their team and confirming the dynamics between superiors and subordinates. The atmosphere at the dining table grew relaxed and cheerful. Lilith took the initiative to enliven the mood, while Smog and Hanai gradually opened up. Even the taciturn Del occasionally chimed in. Guion no longer wore a stern expression. Instead, she smiled as she engaged in conversation with her future subordinates. In contrast, Lasser remained unusually silent, merely nestled in Guion's embrace, sipping her hot tea. After all, the only person capable of translation was busy in the kitchen making buns, and Guion had only a rudimentary understanding of Pokémon language, rendering Lasser's attempts at conversation unintelligible to the five at the table. However, this predicament was resolved when Wuda emerged from the kitchen, balancing over 20 baskets of buns. Following that, a delightful meal ensued. Wuda's culinary skills received high praise from the new classmates, and he took the opportunity to apologize to Lilith and the others, quickly bonding with the quartet through Lasser's translations. The atmosphere was one of harmony and joy. After finishing lunch, everyone successfully completed their afternoon classes and endured until dismissal. Yet for Wuda, dismissal was merely a beginning. At 9 o'clock that night, after evening study sessions concluded, Wuda and Lasser made their way to the playground, where they found Guion in a secluded corner beneath the moonlight. Oh, how will you train me? Wuda yawned, asking with a hint of boredom, it won't be more physical training, will it? Certainly not. Guion replied with a sidelong glance, tossing a knife towards him. Reflexively, Wuda caught it and immediately inquired, are you going to teach me swordsmanship? Guion nodded, adding, in addition to swordsmanship, there is also hockey. Hockey. Wuda was aware of what hockey entailed, but understanding it as a knowledge from his past life, he felt the need to feign ignorance. What is that? A special power? A necessary condition for becoming strong? Guion explained as she drew a saber named Kenpyra. With a slight exertion of her right hand, an aura of pure hockey enveloped Kenpyra, staining it black. This is armament hockey, capable of both offense and defense, and it is the only power that can capture those with Logia-type abilities. Guion paused momentarily. You should be aware of the 3 categories of devil fruits, correct? I am, Wuda affirmed. This afternoon you mentioned them, Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. Smog possesses the Logia-type smoke fruit, while Hanai wields the Paramecia-type barrier fruit. It appears you were paying close attention to my words. Guion nodded in satisfaction before casually swinging Kenpyra a few times. I won't waste more words. In short, you must grasp the threshold of hockey, particularly armament hockey, within this month. Upon hearing this, Wuda's expression faltered. Guion mistook his hesitation for doubt in his abilities and smiled gently, intending to offer some encouragement. However, Lasser interjected first. Guion was taken aback. What do you mean he cannot sense Haki? Lasser sighed lightly and, demonstrating her own Haki, explained, I have trained Wuda before, but it was ineffective. His constitution seems inherently incapable of sensing Haki. After a brief pause, Lasser turned to Wuda, contemplating for a moment before adding, I suspect this relates to Wuda's unique ability. Unique ability? Wuda exclaimed, eyes wide, utterly astonished that Lasser had revealed his secret about possessing a special talent. He knew Lasser trusted Guion immensely, but he hadn't anticipated such a level of confidence. Guion, noticing Wuda's reaction, felt a sudden jolt of realization. It seemed she was on the verge of uncovering this troublesome boy's most profound secret. Do you possess a unique ability? Guion took a deep breath, striving to maintain her calm demeanor, and softly asked, is it related to a devil fruit? Wuda, his expression a mix of uncertainty, remained silent, unsure whether he should disclose his powers to Guion. After all, it was his lifeline, the foundation of his existence. Just tell her, Lasser urged, gazing at Wuda. She is trustworthy, and having someone as an advisor may help clarify what your constitution entails. With that, Lasser winked at Wuda. As Wuda, the younger sibling, quickly grasped Lasser's intent, he realized that keeping his ability hidden from Guion, his future superior with whom he would frequently interact, was futile. Injuries would expose his accelerated regeneration. Battles would reveal his extreme temperature, compounded by that peculiar constitution that could nullify observation Haki. In other words, his uniqueness would eventually appear in reports. Rather than conceal it, it was wiser to be forthright. Wuda was not adept in combat, and thus his development concerning his abilities was rather rudimentary. Lasser excelled in battle, yet lacked sufficient experience and insight. However, Guion was different. As a vice admiral and a prospective admiral candidate, she was undoubtedly among the most exceptional in terms of combat prowess and experience. Therefore, even if she could not fully comprehend Wuda's constitution, she could at least provide him with training direction. Yet, most importantly, Lasser had declared her trustworthy. As a Pokémon capable of sensing human emotions, Lasser held absolute authority in this regard. Her willingness to reveal Wuda's secret to Guion indicated that Guion would never disclose this matter to a fourth party. Comprehending this, Wuda exhaled deeply, raising his gaze to Guion with a serious expression. Lasser trusts you, so I trust you as well. However, I hope you do not betray our trust. Guion remained silent, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Wuda turned to Lasser and then raised his right arm. Lasser understood Wuda's intent. Rather than verbal claims, facts serve as compelling evidence. She leapt into the air and, using her armament Haki-imbued hand, struck down hard on Wuda's raised right arm. The sound of shattering bones, tearing flesh, and the gushing of blood nearly elicited a gasp from Guion. Instinctively, she moved to aid Wuda in staunching the bleeding, yet halted abruptly the next moment, for she witnessed Wuda's shattered arm regenerating at an astonishing pace. Within merely 3 or 4 seconds, a brand new right arm had emerged at the site of the previous severance, indistinguishable from the one that had been cleaved. This is my first ability, Wuda asserted, flexing his newly formed arm. Accelerated regeneration. My body can repair any damage within 5 seconds, and additionally, toxins have no effect on me. This is also the primary reason I have thrived on that deserted island. Wuda suddenly grinned, because I can consume poisonous plants and mushrooms as if they were delicacies. He then glanced at Guion, eager to see her astonished expression. However, rather than being taken aback, Guion swiftly approached, seizing Wuda's right wrist with such force that it caused him to wince in pain. He instinctively opened his mouth to protest. But before he could utter a word, Guion's fierce gaze silenced him. You can feel pain, correct? Wuda nodded dumbly. Then why present your abilities in such a manner? Under Guion's piercing gaze, which seemed to bore into him, Wuda swallowed hard and stammered, I thought this would be more direct. In the very moment the words left his lips, Wuda's head was struck forcefully by Ziyuan. The strength of the blow caused a large bump to swell instantly on Wuda's head, the intensity of the pain rivaling that of his recently severed arm. So painful, Wuda exclaimed, clutching his head, gritting his teeth, and glaring at her. What was that for? To teach you a lesson, Ziyuan replied, her voice steady yet simmering with restrained anger. This punch is meant to teach you to cherish your body. After speaking, Ziyuan raised her leg and delivered a sharp kick to Wuda's backside, continuing, this kick is to remind you not to recklessly intimidate your superiors. Even Wuda, despite his usual dullness, could grasp the gravity of the situation upon hearing her words. Yuan's fury stemmed from her shock at witnessing Wuda's reckless act of regeneration after losing his arm. She was concerned for his well-being. Understanding this, Wuda felt a warmth spread through his heart, yet his irreverent nature remained unyielding as he cheekily retorted, "You're worried about me. I'm your superior. If I'm not worried about you, who else would I be?" Amused despite herself, Ziyuan kicked him again, then shot a glare at Lei Sayer. "And you? Just because his brain isn't functioning properly doesn't mean you should join in his antics." "Woo-woo, I'm sorry," Lei Sayer admitted sheepishly, lowering her head in acknowledgement of her wrongdoing. She had grown accustomed to Wuda's accelerated regeneration, thinking her actions were inconsequential, but for Ziyuan, witnessing such recklessness without understanding the underlying circumstances was understandably infuriating. "You must never mistreat your body like that again. Even if you possess such abilities, it is unacceptable." Ziyuan firmly grasped Wuda, ensuring he stood properly, her expression grave. "Do you comprehend the limits of your ability? Do you understand what could happen if you exceed those limits? What if there is a restriction on how often you can use it? What if someone were to sever your head? You know nothing. Do you wish to recklessly gamble with your life?" Following her barrage of piercing questions, Ziyuan flicked Wuda on the forehead. While his regenerative powers were indeed formidable, allowing him to fight by exchanging injuries, an over-reliance on such abilities was detrimental to it could dull his instinct to sense danger, robbing him of freedom in battle and leaving him perpetually vulnerable to being overpowered. "I have no idea what kind of training you underwent during that year. Nor do I know what tactics you and Lei Sayer have developed regarding this ability. But from this moment forward, I will not tolerate any misuse of it. Do you understand?" With that, Ziyuan shot a stern look at Wuda, who was smiling in a rather greasy, mischievous manner. "Stop smirking. I'm not joking." At her words, Wuda immediately wiped the grin off his face, though a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Understood, Zywin." Such a lack of seriousness. After reprimanding Yud, Zywin turned her attention to Lisa. She initially intended to scold her in the same manner, but Lysa's timid expression made it difficult for her to do so. Prompting a resigned sigh. "Lei Sayer, you are this rascal's older sister, and as such, you must embody the role of an elder sibling. You cannot indulge him too much. He thinks on a whim. His thoughts are all over the place. But you must not mirror him. At crucial moments, you need to rein him in rather than join him in his foolishness. Do you understand?" "Woo-woo, I understand." Lei Sayer clenched her small yet powerful fist, vowing to keep an eye on Wuda in the future. Wuda had no objections to this, but he felt slightly irked that Ziyuan referred to Lei Sayer as the elder sister. Clearly, Lei Sayer is the younger sister. "And I am the older brother," he pouted, muttering softly. "How come I end up as the younger brother in your eyes? If you could be a bit more sensible and reliable, I might acknowledge you as the older brother." Ziyuan shot back, casting a sidelong glance at Wuda. He pondered for a moment before candidly declaring, "Then I'll just be the younger brother, since you two will bear the brunt if the sky falls." Such a lack of seriousness. With a slight chuckle, Zywin lightly tapped Yud on the head. "Didn't you say that accelerated regeneration is your first special ability? What is the second? Show me, but do it properly. No self-harm allowed." "Don't worry, the second ability doesn't require self-harm." As he spoke, Wuda lifted his right arm once more, inhaled deeply, and began to activate his high-temperature golden finger. As he unleashed his ability, his entire right arm gradually turned crimson, becoming as hot as a branding iron. In mere moments, steam-like vapor began to waft from his arm. Even without direct contact, Ziyuan could feel the searing heat capable of melting steel. "This is my second ability, ultra-high temperature." After moving his blazing red arm, Wuda softly remarked, "I'm not sure exactly how high the temperature is, but I suspect it's quite high. At least enough to burn Lei Sayer if she isn't using armament hockey." Ziyuan remained silent, instead pulling a dagger from her pocket and placing it against Wuda's right arm. As anticipated, with a piercing sizzling sound, the dagger rapidly turned red, melted, and ultimately snapped in two. Holding up the broken dagger, Ziyuan gently touched the severed edge, gauging the residual heat before asking Wuda, "Does this ability harm you?" Wuda decisively shook his head. "But no, it doesn't hurt. No, not even after the ability is released." "No. Ziyuan furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Do you know Charlotte Owen?" At the mention of the name, Wuda blinked, his brow knitting together as he recognized it as somewhat familiar. It sounded familiar. Yet he couldn't recall who it was. "He is the fifth child of Big Mom." Ziyuan locked her gaze onto Wuda's, revealing that he was also a user of the heat fruit. "The abilities of the heat fruit are nearly identical to the ones you just demonstrated to me. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." The story gets even more thrilling. Wuda opened his mouth, a puzzled look crossing his face as he struggled to understand Ziyuan's implication. You're not a devil fruit user. Because it's impossible for two individuals to possess identical abilities in this world. Nor can there exist two entirely different abilities in one person. Yet, you have defied this rule. Wuda, do you realize what this means? What does it mean? It signifies that you possess immense research value. Ziyuan's expression turned unusually grave. You are unafraid of seawater, possess powers comparable to those of a devil fruit user, and can even negate observation. Do you understand the consequences if these traits were to be exposed to others? Having read the One Piece manga and being aware of much of the later plot, Wuda felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He recalled the Lunarians, a winged race capable of generating flames on their bodies. Inherently endowed with superhuman abilities, this race faced near extinction in One Piece. Aside from the Beast Pirates King, most survivors had likely been preserved by Vegapunk and formaldehyde. The abilities Wuda exhibited were no less than those of the Lunarians, and perhaps even surpassed them. Not to mention, his accelerated regeneration and immunity to all poisons would drive the celestial dragons into a frenzy, for this could very well be the key to immortality. As this realization dawned upon him, Wuda felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his hands and feet freezing, sweat pouring down his face. He looked at Ziyuan, whose gaze was piercing as she regarded him, and stammered, "Why you wouldn't I've said it before. I won't harm you, nor will I expose you." Ziyuan seemed to read his mind, reassuring him, "I will do everything in my power to protect you and Laysire. For you are my subordinates. However, I can only protect you temporarily, not for a lifetime. Wuda, you and Laysire are exceptionally unique, yet fortunately, I am the only one aware of your extraordinary nature. This is precisely why I have decided to subject you to specialized training. However, it now appears that such training may prove futile, as I lack your distinctive abilities, and you are unable to master Haki. This presents an insurmountable dilemma." Upon hearing this, Yid swallowed hard, pondering, "Then what are Laysire and I to do?" "Let us trace the origins," Ziyuan suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Abilities cannot manifest out of thin air. They must originate from a source, just as a person's powers derive from devil fruits. Your abilities too must have a similar inception point. Therefore, Wuda, it is imperative that you identify that origin and comprehend the source of your abilities, for this may very well be your sole path to strength." Upon hearing these words, Wuda's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. He was acutely aware of the origin of his abilities, yet he also understood that discovering this source was beyond his reach. However, he refrained from dismissing the possibility entirely, as he had diligently studied his abilities over the course of that year. During his research, he came to suspect that the ability to ignite fire with his blood was likely not the boon bestowed upon him by the deity. Rather, he believed that the true gift was the power of accelerated regeneration. This suspicion was not unfounded, for two reasons. Firstly, the deity's message had explicitly stated that he had granted Wuda one opportunity. The powers of accelerated regeneration and blood ignition are entirely unrelated. Given that the deity was not one to lie, Wuda reasoned that one of these abilities must have been conferred upon him by some other force. Secondly, the matter was rather straightforward. If you were a deity, and you were to cast a physically weak individual from the 21st century into a world of superpowers, what kind of ability would you grant them? Would it be one that requires time to master, only revealing its true potential through profound enlightenment? Or would it be a simple, tangible ability that is immediately apparent? The answer is clear: the latter. The more straightforward and powerful the ability, the easier it is for the user to navigate the initial challenges, and both accelerated regeneration and immunity to toxins perfectly exemplify this. The former allows the user to survive even the gravest of injuries, while the latter ensures that they need not fear diseases from other worlds, thereby expanding their dietary options and enhancing their survival in extreme environments. In contrast, the ability to ignite fire with blood serves little purpose beyond warmth, repelling wild beasts, and cooking food, and even that ability is unreliable at times. Therefore, Wuda had ample reason to suspect that the true gift from the deity was accelerated regeneration, whereas the ability to ignite fire and the superheated manifestations derived from it might originate from some other source. Ziyuan, lacking the power of telepathy, was unaware of Wuda's thoughts. Her silence stemmed from reminiscing about the words spoken by Lady Crane aboard the warship. "Wuda, do you know Adhesia Bandies?" Ziyuan's voice broke Wuda's reverie, bringing him back to the present. "Who did you say? Adhesia Bandies?" Ziyuan repeated softly. "Does that name ring any bells?" After searching his memory thoroughly and confirming that he had never heard that name either before or after his transmigration, Wuda shook his head, replying, "I have not heard of anyone by that name. Are you certain?" Jiwan's brow furrowed with concern. "You have already confided so many things to me. There is no need to continue concealing certain matters. I assure you, I would never harm you or Laysire. I truly have not heard that name." Wuda sighed. "Feeling helpless, I have already revealed my greatest secret to you. There is no need to lie about a name." Laysire promptly chimed in, "Wufu, I can attest, Wuda genuinely does not know that name." Gazing into the sincere and unfeigned eyes of his two friends, Ziyuan's frown deepened. The ability to nullify observation haki is exceedingly rare. At least in known historical records, only Bandys possesses such a trait. This ability, which appears to counteract haki users, is unlikely to be a product of natural evolution and seems more akin to the result of human experimentation. Hence, Lady Crane suspected that Wuda must have some connection to Bandys. Otherwise, he might be a clone or a direct relative. Yet, these speculations were merely Lady Crane's deductions based on the information at hand, and their accuracy was certainly questionable. Even Lady Crane's demeanor suggested she was withholding some crucial details. Those key pieces of information could very well be the primary reason for Lady Crane's keen interest in Wuda. Ziyuan refrained from pressing further at that time, reasoning that such matters were merely remnants of history. Inquiring further would serve only to satiate her curiosity without yielding any practical results. Moreover, even if Bandys were alive, she would now be in her 70s, unable to stir much commotion in the presence of the most brutal gangs at sea. Additionally, she had not been as familiar with Wuda and Laysire back then, and her intelligence was not as extensive as it is now, so naturally, she would not be overly concerned with such trivialities. However, as the old adage goes, every moment is different. Wuda and Laysire were now her allies, her subordinates, and her dear friends. Therefore, both emotionally and logically, she felt it was her duty to assist Wuda in overcoming his current predicament. Ziyuan believed Wuda was being truthful. He truly did not recognize Bandys. Yet that did not diminish the potential value of pursuing this lead. Bandys was currently the only individual known to share a similar constitution with Wuda, and for this reason alone, Ziyuan deemed it necessary to take Wuda to Psychic. Before doing so, however, she needed to extract more information from Lady Crane to uncover what that crucial piece of intelligence might be. Additionally, she needed to ensure that this reckless young man developed some means of self-preservation. At the very least, so he would not appear as pathetically weak as he currently did. Such a heavy burden lies ahead. After a deep sigh, Ziyuan addressed Wuda, "You may reveal your accelerated regeneration to others, but unless absolutely necessary, never expose your superheated abilities. Moreover, starting today, you must masquerade as a power user, learning to fear seawater and sea prism stone. This way, at least in the eyes of outsiders, you will not draw undue attention. Allowing me time to investigate the source of your abilities. Do you understand?" I understand, Wuda nodded vigorously. Yet, as if recalling something, he sheepishly scratched his head and asked, "Is there any way I can assist you?" Ziyuan's willingness to help brought him joy, yet it was not a sufficient reason for him to accept such aid without reservation. Moreover, this predicament was ultimately his own, and Ziyuan had been unwittingly drawn into it. Therefore, in that moment, Wuda felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and wished to repay Ziyuan as best he could. Perceptive as ever, Ziyuan sensed his feelings. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand and pointed to the katana Wuda held in his left hand. Wuda, bewildered, struggled to grasp Ziyuan's meaning, while Laysire quickly connected the dots. After tapping her left palm with her right fist, Laysire grinned and said, "Wufu, that makes sense." "What?" Wuda, still confused, glanced between Laysire and Ziyuan. "What makes sense? What are you two playing at? If you wish to assist me, you must strengthen yourself promptly," Ziyuan stated, drawing her sword. "Jinbira, the inability to master haki does not preclude you from mastering swordsmanship and the 6 powers. Your physical aptitude is commendable, and such a solid foundation should not be squandered. Therefore, the training plan remains unchanged. Within this month, you must attain the ability to slice through steel," casting aside her words. Ziyuan charged forward without waiting for Wuda to react, raising the golden blade and bringing it down forcefully towards his face. Should this strike land, it would likely cleave Wuda in 2. That moment. Laysire would carry one half, while Ziyuan would bear the other, and the tragic spectacle would rival only that of Changgu. Fortunately, Wuda adeptly parried the blow. After all, his year-long sojourn in the primal jungle and the enhanced physique granted by the divine were no mere embellishments. Under the pallid light of the moon, the blade of the golden sword glimmered with a chilling sheen. The sparks that erupted, the jarring sound of friction, and the intensifying force that threatened to overwhelm him made Wuda acutely aware that this was no ordinary sparring session, nor routine training exercise. Ziyuan was playing for keeps. If he did not display his potential and resolve, this woman would indeed strike him down. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Wuda had to muster every ounce of his spirit to confront Ziyuan's assault. Acknowledging this, he gritted his teeth, sidestepped to dissipate the force of the vertical slash, and in one fluid motion, swung a horizontal cut towards Ziyuan's abdomen. The force behind this strike was considerable, in Wuda's mind. Should it connect, it would result in a grievous injury. Wuda was inherently gentle-natured, to the point of being somewhat meek, and even the thought of striking a villain bore psychological weight. The horrifying images that surged in his mind caused him to instinctively ease his grip, and his movements grew sluggish. Yet while he hesitated, Ziyuan did not. With effortless precision, she seized the blade from Wuda's grasp, disarming him with a forceful motion, before delivering a brutal kick to his chest. The tremendous impact sent Wuda flying several meters away, the acute pain radiating from his chest eliciting a muffled groan. As he tasted the metallic sweetness in his throat, doubts began to creep in. Was this training truly worthwhile? Observing the blood trickling from Wuda's lips, Ziyuan felt a fleeting pang of compassion, but she quickly steeled herself, tossing the blade back to him while her countenance remained as cold as ice. Get up, continue. Bury your weakness and hesitation. Treat me as a pirate, as your sworn enemy. With that, without regard for Wuda's readiness, she stepped in with another overhead strike. Faced with this all-too-familiar maneuver, Wuda's body reacted faster than his mind. He grasped the military knife from the ground and blocked the attack. You must grow stronger, Ziyuan urged softly, watching Wuda grit his teeth as he valiantly resisted her onslaught. The foes you will face in the future will be far more formidable than I. I know, he replied. Then show your mettle. Let me see. With those words, Ziyuan executed a swift kick, sending Wuda tumbling once more. Unlike before, Wuda did not simply collapse to the ground. He bore the pain, adjusted his stance, and, once he successfully regained his footing, charged at Ziyuan with the knife raised. He had to realign his mindset and learn to suppress his previously timid and easily bullied nature when the situation demanded it. For he was no longer dwelling in the peaceful, war-free lands of Huaxia, but in a world where human life was valued as little more than chaff, where strength reigned supreme, and the law of the jungle prevailed. Thus, for Lei Sire and for himself, Wuda had to become powerful. Strength was the foundation of all. Only with it could he safeguard Lei Sire and himself, and protect those he cherished, after a year in this world. And after enduring Ziyuan's merciless thrashing, Wuda finally comprehended this truth. Observing Wuda's newfound determination, Lei Sire watched as he endured numerous strikes and relentless kicks, without faltering, and her previous anxieties began to dissipate. Her Wuda had finally matured. He was no longer the brother who hid behind her, perpetually in need of her protection. So, what could she, as a sister, do to ensure she would not be left behind? Contemplating this, Lei Sire glanced at the swirling dust around her, and then at her small fists, now clad in a dark hue from the armament color she had manifested, and a sudden clarity washed over her. Just as Wuda possessed a unique golden finger, Lei Sire, as a Pokémon, also harbored a distinctive power. As a psychic and fairy-type Pokémon, she was endowed with a mental strength robust enough to influence reality itself. This power was so formidable that it could even distort space, allowing her to appear instantaneously anywhere within her line of sight, akin to the teleportation found in games. Previously, Lei Sire had instinctively neglected her mental prowess while focusing on her physical training to fulfill her role as a shield. However, this was not in vain. Psychic-type Pokémon indeed possessed immense abilities, but conversely, their physical forms were frail enough to be wounded by blades, and a gunshot could pose a fatal risk. But for Lei Sire, this was no longer an issue. Her physical resilience now rivaled that of Ziyuan, if not exceeding it slightly, and coupled with her fierce aura, unless a figure of admiral caliber intervened, no one could harm even a hair on Lei Sire's head. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Given time to evolve into Gardevoir, her already exaggerated physique would only grow stronger. What had initially seemed like a misguided pursuit had inadvertently helped Lei Sire address her final shortcoming, perhaps even exceeding it, leading her to a stage of growth. This may well explain why Ziyuan and Tsuru held Lei Sire in such high regard. They had never encountered a wild creature with such formidable physicality and aura. Yet for Lei Sire, strength and aura were never the crux of her being. Her true essence lay in her unparalleled psychic ability, one potent enough to earn Gardevoir the title of Psychic Queen. As Laysire manipulated the surrounding dust, forming it into clumps and swirling it around her, she gazed at the armament color enveloping her hands under the moonlight, contemplating the essence of aura and psychic power. To her, the two seemed fundamentally similar. The former arose from the heart, while the latter stemmed from the mind. Since the mind and heart are intertwined, many principles are interconnected, which is why she could swiftly master and adeptly wield aura. However, this raised a question. If the two bore similarities, could she attempt to merge her aura with her psychic power? Clearly, this was a worthwhile proposal. As an action-oriented individual, Laysire set to work. She dispersed the floating dust around her, closed her eyes, and concentrated, endeavoring to blend her psychic energy with her aura. Yet, moments later, upon reopening her eyes, Laysire furrowed her brow. She realized that the two forces could not coexist, though both resided within her. Aura and psychic energy seemed to exist on separate planes, independent and unable to influence one another. Laysire pondered, gazing at her small hand, her eyes filled with confusion. She could not fathom why these two essentially indistinguishable forces could not interact. It was as if disciples from the same master, living in the same dormitory, were unaware of one another's existence, an utterly implausible scenario. Perhaps my method of operation is flawed. Laysire was not one to easily concede defeat. She was a Pokémon known for her tenacity, somewhat stubborn in nature. If she believed that aura and psychic energy could intertwine, then they must be able to do so. Should one attempt fail, she would try again and again, until she succeeded, regardless of their inclination to merge or not. Today was the day. There would be no room for negotiation. Igniting a fierce spirit, Laysire began to immerse herself in her endeavors, her eyes seemingly capable of spewing flames. Beneath the resplendent moonlight, Shigeyama meticulously engaged in combat with Wuda, who, in turn, endured the blows with unwavering resolve, while Laysire diligently pursued her own aspirations. Each of them, alongside their Pokémon, had discovered their respective goals and directions, willing to take action towards achieving them. Today, tomorrow, and in the days to come, this would remain unchanged. Time, too, flowed gently in this atmosphere, and before long, a month had slipped away. How swiftly time passes, Shigeyama silently mused while gazing at the luminous moon overhead. Tomorrow marked the day she would embark on a mission at sea with her team, signifying that today was the last opportunity for her to conduct intensive training with Woody. To be honest, Shigeyama had not anticipated Wuda's perseverance. Her methods had been quite severe: sword strikes, kicks, hand chops, the 6 styles, and even haki. Over the course of the month, she had unleashed nearly all the combat techniques she had mastered upon Wuda. Although she had been cautious throughout, fractures and bloodshed were inevitable. In fact, on the 7th day of their intensive training, a particularly tragic incident had occurred. She had truly eviscerated Wuda, leaving his intestines strewn across the ground. The cause of this unfortunate event was simple. Wuda, fed up with being relentlessly beaten, sought to retaliate, attempting to catch Shigeyama off guard with a counterattack. At that moment, Shigeyama had swung her blade in a horizontal arc, without holding back. In her calculations, Wuda should have easily evaded the strike, yet he collided with it, successfully achieving his aim of surprising Shigeyama. This day, Shigeyama vividly recalls that scene, not for its gruesomeness, but because it was her first experience of the chilling fear that enveloped her from head to toe. Witnessing Wuda clutching his abdomen on the ground, blood gushing forth along with his intestines, left her utterly dazed. Following that initial shock came an overwhelming sense of terror and helplessness. She knew that Wuda's accelerated regeneration could heal superficial wounds and even regenerate severed limbs, but she was uncertain whether it would be effective for internal injuries. In that moment, all she could do was cry out for him not to die while attempting to stuff his intestines back into his body. Wuda had never sustained such a severe injury, let alone one to his internal organs, compounded by the excruciating pain that was nearly unbearable. Naturally, he assumed he was on the brink of death, and began to impart his final wishes to the tearful Shigeyama, requesting her to take good care of Laysire after his passing. Fortunately, the divine intervention granted to Wuda was remarkably resilient. After Shigeyama managed to stuff his intestines back inside, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the disarrayed organs were mysteriously smoothed out, returning to their rightful state. In a mere 10 seconds, Wuda sat up as if nothing had happened. Seeing Wuda unscathed, Shigeyama was first dumbfounded, then filled with ecstasy. But that joy quickly transformed into uncontrollable anger, for during those 7 days, she had warned Wuda countless times against fighting with the reckless notion of exchanging injuries. as her observation hockey was ineffective against Wuda. Such unpredictable tactics would yield counterproductive results in their training. The consequences of Wuda disregarding her advice were all too predictable. After narrowly escaping evisceration, he found himself subjected to a furious onslaught from Shigeyama. Fortunately, Leisai had fallen asleep in the dormitory after overeating, sparing Wuda from an additional beating from her. Reflecting on that chaotic scene, Shigeyama couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head. After another moment of lamenting how swiftly time had passed, she stored her weapon away and addressed Wuda, who had just regained his footing. Let's call it a day. So early. Wuda glanced at his watch, perplexed, for it was barely 10 o'clock. Tomorrow we set sail for a mission. It's best to get a good night's rest. Shigeyama replied with a slight smile. You've worked hard this month. Additionally, your performance was commendable. Wuda grinned in response. A verbal commendation is rather insipid. Can we not discuss something more tangible? Shigeyama raised an eyebrow. What do you desire? Perhaps some pocket money? Didn't I just give you 50,000 berries 2 days ago? Shigeyama's brow furrowed. Have you already spent it? I haven't spent it all, Wuda stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. If you haven't spent it all, why are you asking for more? As Shigeyama's expression grew increasingly frosty, Wuda, in a flustered manner, replied, I was thinking of saving some money. It would be more believable to assume a pig could climb a tree than to trust you to save money, Shigeyama coldly retorted. Now, where did your money go? Can I not say? Wuda hesitated. Shigeyama said nothing but drew her weapon once again. Upon seeing this, Wuda nearly burst into tears, lamenting, why couldn't I just rest in my dorm instead of asking for a reward? Why did I have to be so reckless? Nearby, Lilith, who had been observing their daily exchanges, stroked her chin and turned to Hinai. Hey, what do you think the relationship between Shigeyama and Wuda is? Hinai paused momentarily, then feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Exactly that, Lilith teased, wiggling her pinky finger. Shigeyama usually wears a face as if someone owes her 5 million, yet she greets Wuda with a smile. I suspect there's a deeper connection. As she spoke, she arched an eyebrow at Hinai. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. Shigeyama treats us the same way, Hinai replied, her expression unchanged. Unaffected by Lilith's teasing tone, she is a very amiable person, treating her subordinates equally. You're reading too much into it. Amiable? Equal treatment? Lilith exclaimed, aghast. Are you serious? Hinai nodded. Then flicked ash from her cigarette and turned to Lilith. Whose eye twitched. Instead of gossiping about Shigeyama's private matters, perhaps we should consider how to handle Leisai's punches. Here's a tip. Smoker and Doflamingo are on the verge of collapse. As her words fell, Lilith abruptly glanced towards the center of the training ground and beheld Smoker and Doflamingo, battered and bruised, hurtling towards them like tattered rags. Observing the two men sprawled on the ground, struggling to catch their breath, Lilith's eye twitched even more. I'm starting to regret getting involved. It's too late to back out now. You instigated this. Don't even think about escaping, Hinai remarked, gazing at Leisai, who was beaming and waving at them. With a sigh, she added, besides, they've endured 2 weeks of punishment already. What's one last day? With that, Hinai extinguished her cigarette, rising alongside Lilith. Let us go and face our final judgment. Lilith, forcibly pulled to her feet, offered no resistance, trailing behind Hinai while muttering regretfully, why was I so curious back then? Curiosity aside, why did I have to ask that question? If I hadn't asked, would we be facing this beating now? Enduring more punishment now means less in the future, Hina replied calmly. Lassie and Shigeyama are quite measured in their approach, and they are indeed using a training method to spar with us. Have you not noticed how much our strength has improved over the past month? You couldn't even use the Gale foot and shave before. What about now? I understand. I get the principle that more beatings now lead to fewer later. As Lilith spoke, she timidly raised her gaze to catch a glimpse of the grinning Lasser, which sent a shiver coursing through her body. She still vividly recalled the scene when Lasser had sent Smog flying 7 or 8 meters away with a single slap. That moment had profoundly impacted her young heart, simultaneously granting her a fresh understanding of the adage small but mighty. Fuwu, come on, one last training session. Lasser waved her hand at Hinai and Lilith, followed by Fuwu, bring it on, no holds barred. Having spent over a month together, the quartet had naturally picked up on some basic Pokémon language, though they were no match for Wuda, yet comparable to Gion. Thus, Hinai did not waste time on excessive chatter. After tossing a customary greeting of please take care of me, she lightly tapped Lilith on the head and executed a high kick. unleashing a vertical gale kick. The head pats served as their secret signal, denoting a combined strike. Consequently, Lilith almost instinctively followed up with a horizontal gale kick the moment Hinai executed hers. 1 horizontal, 1 vertical. This was the cross slash, a technique of tremendous power with a remarkably wide area of effect. Among the many combined techniques in the 6 styles, the gale kick combination was undeniably the most challenging to master, as it required a level of synchronicity between the practitioners that was exceptionally high. Not only must the angles be perfectly aligned, but the force exerted must also be identical. Any deviation would lead to the disintegration of the gale kick mid-execution, significantly diminishing its power, and improper coordination could even result in an embarrassing situation where one harmed oneself before the enemy. Thus, throughout the history of the Navy, very few had been able to execute the gale kick combination, making it a rare find indeed. Yet, against all odds, Lilith and Hinai accomplished it, and what was even more astonishing was that they had not practiced it beforehand. They only learned the name of the technique from Gion after successfully performing it once. As for the idea itself, it had come to Lilith in a moment of frustration after being struck by Lasser. Since your gale kick and my gale kick can't harm Lasser, why not try combining them? And I found this reasoning compelling and thus, in front of an audience, executed a coordinated maneuver with Lilith, successfully performing the gale kick combination, leaving Gion utterly astounded. After ruling out cheating, which was impossible, the only explanation left was sheer talent. And of course, a bond so strong it was nearly forged in steel. In the realm of SH and manga, it would be called a bond. In the hands of a buncha, it would be referred to as days of blossoming lilies. And in the bullet comments and novels of Billy, it would be termed an auspicious orange situation. Watching Lilith and Hinai gracefully evade Lasser's attacks, while executing various poses and kicking out different gale kick combinations, Wuda couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The synergy between these beautiful maidens far surpassed that of 2 rugged old men. Not to mention, just the sight of Hinai's long, fair legs was enough to make Wuda feel utterly healed from his sufferings. Meanwhile, Gion, who was conversing with Wuda about the time and place for their gathering the next day, noticed that he had not responded for quite some time and looked up in confusion. It was then that she realized the primary reason for his silence was his preoccupation with gazing at the long legs of his future colleague. The flame of rage ignited within Gion's heart. How could this rascal ignore a mature and alluring beauty standing before him, only to gawk at a mere child? Author, is this the key point? Is she beautiful? Indeed, Wuda instinctively replied. Bringing them here for training was the best decision I ever made. Immediately afterward, for reasons unknown, Wuda felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively turned his head and encountered the source of his woes. A naval rear admiral with fists cracking ominously and a chilling smile on her face. After a moment's thought, Wuda spoke. Is it too late for me to say she is not beautiful? What do you think? Then go easy on me. Aware of his inevitable fate, Wuda obediently lowered his head. I'm afraid of pain. Not far away, the bruised Smog watched Wuda, who was currently fleeing with his head cradled in his arms due to Gion's relentless beating, and couldn't help but pose a profound question. Del, do you think Gion's actions could be considered mistreatment of her subordinates? Not at all, Del replied gruffly. Lilith told me that when Gion hits Wuda, she is not genuinely harming him. Rather, she is using a special method of communication called exchanging feelings through fists, so it doesn't count as abuse. Smog furrowed his brow, pondering this, before glancing at Wuda, whose head sported a large lump. Why do I get the feeling that Lilith is just talking nonsense? I think so too, Del immediately responded, but we can't deny that Gion is indeed quite good to Wuda. Is she? Should we consider it good? Smog inquired. Del. For a moment, both remained silent, merely lifting their heads to gaze in the direction of Wuda and Gion. They were astonished to discover that Wuda had managed to appease the furious Gion with some well-chosen words. At that moment, one of them was nodding and bowing, wearing a fawning expression, while the other wore a smug smile, their eyes gleaming with triumph. It was as though the earlier scene of a cat chasing a mouse had been nothing but an illusion. Smog and Del exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously remarked, their relationship is truly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, the dawn of the next day arrived. The group of 5 rookie trainees, poised to set sail, sat in the mess hall, partaking in a breakfast that was entirely different from that of others while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Wuda, where did Admiral Gion go? Lilith inquired, having taken a hearty sip of soy milk and, while tearing into a youtiao, mumbled, doesn't she usually eat with us? She went to the headquarters to receive a mission, She won't be having breakfast with us today. Upon hearing this, Smog was taken aback. If she isn't eating your cooking, whose is she eating? With her greedy nature, how could she resist my cooking? Wuda shrugged and pointed to the packed meals beside him. See that? I ordered it this morning. I suggested something light for breakfast, but she insisted on having a mixed stew with rice. Suddenly, Wuda sighed. Why are women so difficult to please? The others fell silent, their expressions turning somewhat peculiar. They felt that Wuda was rather oblivious to the fortune he had. Failing to grasp the proximity of opportunity, that it was only Wuda who found Gion challenging. The rest simply wished they had the chance to serve her. To be so close to a renowned beauty like the Admiral and not seize the opportunity to win her over. Thereby reaching the pinnacle of life was beyond comprehension. Was he truly unaware of Gion's immense popularity? Just then, as the group engaged in lively banter, Admiral Gion stood at the door of Ms. Crane's office, carrying 3 large bags of breakfast. She had come to deliver breakfast and, incidentally, to receive her mission, though there was a significant likelihood that she would also need to provide a task report. It was this last point that made Gion hesitate to enter. Since childhood, she had never dared to lie to Ms. Crane, and as an adult, that fear only intensified. Ms. Crane was not only astute, but also possessed the ability of the wash fruit. The moment she sensed a lie, she could wash away any ill intent with a flick of her hand, rendering one's mouth uncontrollable, causing words to spill forth uncontrollably, far more effective than a truth serum. Yet now, for the sake of Wuda and Lasser, Gion had to confront her vulnerability. Standing or lying down, it's all the same. Might as well get it over with, after stealing herself with a determined bite. Gion adjusted her facial expression to appear as normal as possible, then opened the door and stepped inside. Ms. Crane. I'm here. Oh, Gion, my dear. Long time no see. As Gion began to greet, she was abruptly interrupted by a robust man seated on the sofa. He sported short black hair and a matching beard. With his temples graying slightly, the crescent-shaped scar adorned his left eye, a testament to his youthful valor. His towering stature allowed him to meet Gion's gaze even while seated, and the aura he exuded caused her heart to race uncontrollably. All these factors, coupled with the man's formidable reputation, caused Gion's carefully composed expression to shatter in an instant. Vice Admiral Garp? Gion exclaimed, wide-eyed and agape. What brings you here? Just visiting an old comrade, and perhaps grabbing breakfast, Garp replied, glancing at the food Gion held. That includes my share, right? Gion froze at his words, her expression faltering as she realized she had no idea if the meal was intended for him. Typically, she was not the one delivering meals. That duty fell to the cafeteria's delivery personnel. However, since she happened to be there to receive her assignment, she had taken the opportunity to drop off the food. But with a renowned naval hero requesting a meal, it would seem rather rude to refuse. Just give him a portion, Gion, Ms. Tsuru interjected cheerfully, sensing Gion's dilemma. This old fellow has been sitting here since 7 this morning, dying to eat, and hasn't even touched a rice cracker. You can imagine how starved he must be. How could I possibly know how starved he is? Of course, Gion wouldn't voice such thoughts. She merely suppressed a mental groan before awkwardly handing a bag of food to Garp. Upon receiving the meal, Garp skillfully opened the bag and promptly devoured 3 buns, his mouth dripping with grease, eliciting envy from Gion. She had not eaten breakfast herself and was now tormented by the delicious aroma wafting from the buns while she sought a mission from Ms. Tsuru, making her feel as though she was undergoing a form of torture. I need to finish this business quickly and return to eat my stew, Gion thought. As she handed the remaining 2 bags of food to Tsuru. Ms. Tsuru, this is for you, and I wanted to inform you that I will be heading out to sea for a mission. I have submitted the list to the task hall, but they instructed me to come to you for the assignment, Ms. Tsuru acknowledged with a slight hum, casting a glance at the prepared documents beside her. Just as she was about to speak, Garp interrupted. That you're going out to sea? Gion nodded obediently. Upon seeing this, Garp sighed softly. Does this mean I won't be able to enjoy this meal until you return? At his words, Gion's hands trembled instinctively, and her pupils slightly constricted. Garp's knowledge that the meal was prepared by Wuda indicated that he had heard about Wuda from Ms. Tsuru. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. To be honest, I believe my proposal has quite a bit of merit. Garp did not press Gion, who had suddenly fallen silent, and turned his attention to Tsuru. I'm also a vice admiral. I could take on the role of a mentor as well. Why not assign that lad to me? The audacity of the naval hero to brazenly attempt to poach her subordinate was utterly absurd. Though she maintained a calm facade, Guion felt her heart racing as an unnameable anger simmered within her. She yearned to voice her thoughts, and if the one competing for her subordinate were an ordinary vice admiral, she would have already unleashed her fury. Yet, this was Garp, a naval hero of significant renown and achievement, who was currently addressing Tsuru rather than her. Hence, despite her myriad grievances, she had no choice but to swallow her pride. She trusted Ms. Tsuru to render a fair judgment. If it proved unjust, she might have to risk her dignity to confront the naval hero. Although Guion believed she was concealing her emotions well, her inner turmoil was evident. Her gaze darted away, her muscles twitched involuntarily, and her pupils constricted slightly. These subtle signs betrayed her calm exterior. Ms. Tsuru, a master of micro-expressions, noticed everything. After contemplating for a moment, she addressed Garp in a composed tone. Wuda is Guion's subordinate, and Guion is my sister. Therefore, if you wish to poach Guion's subordinate, it implies you're encroaching upon my territory. Do you truly believe I would consent to such a matter? While speaking, Tsuru took the opportunity to rearrange the document she had just organized. With the weight lifted from her heart, Guion, now elated, remained oblivious to Tsuru's subtle maneuver. Garp, however, was not so easily deceived. Tsuru had summoned him today primarily to perform this little play together. The documents remaining unchanged signified Plan A, whereas a change indicated Plan B. Since Tsuru had altered the documents, Garp was compelled to adhere to the script of Plan B.0. Then I suppose I'll let it go. Garp readily abandoned his attempt to recruit her subordinate and turned back to enjoy his buns with a cheerful disposition. This nonchalant attitude left Guion momentarily stunned, leading her to question whether Garp had been joking all along and if her reaction had been overly dramatic. All right, you needn't pay attention to that old man, Tsuru instructed, bringing Guion back to her senses. She then handed Guion a file from the table. This is your upcoming mission. It's not too challenging. Just consider it training. Guion nodded, instinctively glancing at the document before her brow furrowed slightly. A patrol in the East Sea. Guion raised her head and tentatively inquired, Isn't this a task for the East Sea branch? Why has it ended up with headquarters, and why am I leading the team? Doesn't that seem a bit irregular? While Guion didn't express her sentiment too bluntly, her overall implication was that assigning a vice admiral to patrol the four seas seemed like an excessive use of resources. Even for training purposes, she could venture to the North Sea to encounter Doflamingo, or, at the very least, to the West Sea to meet Germa 66. Why must she go to the weakest East Sea? That place didn't even have anyone knowledgeable in hockey. When confronting pirates, they could simply send Smoker out, and his mere presence would exhaust those weakling pirates. This was hardly training. It felt more like a sanctioned vacation. However, in response to Guion's peculiar expression, Tsuru remained unfazed and spoke calmly. Recently, there have been disturbances on the Isle of Dolls in the East Sea. The branch cannot handle it, so it was escalated to headquarters. Since you have been relatively free and have recently acquired 6 new subordinates, I believe it would be beneficial for you to take them on a tour and broaden their horizons. At this point, Tsuru paused slightly, her expression shifting to a knowing smile. Constantly chastising your subordinates will erode their confidence. You must allow them to understand their current strengths, do you not think? The veiled implications caused Guion's cheeks to flush. It seemed she and Leisai had not managed to keep their specialized training of Wuda and his team a secret from this seasoned vice admiral. You make such a ruckus every night. Of course, the complaint calls would reach me. Tsuru waved dismissively, chuckling. Now, go along and remember to keep in touch. Guion felt a surge of joy at Tsuru's decision not to require a report. After responding with a quick understood and bidding farewell, she swiftly exited the office, her rapid departure leaving Garp momentarily bewildered. Hearing the sound of her hurried footsteps retreating, Tsuru chuckled and shook her head before picking up a document from her desk and examining it closely. After softly reiterating the contents of the file concerning the ability of the rebirth fruit user, Tsuru sighed lightly. Did this girl truly believe that such matters could be easily concealed? Indeed. The document in Tsuru's hands was the personal profile of Wuda, meticulously organized and submitted by Guion to the task hall. Ordinarily, such profiles of prospective naval personnel would be archived in the records room before being submitted uniformly to the Navy's personnel department. Yet, Tsuru had leveraged her authority and influence to withhold the profiles of Wuda and his team. She neither archived the information nor submitted it to the personnel department. They are all exceptional talents. Tsuru mused softly, gazing at the array of documents spread out on her desk. Are you truly planning to establish a secret department? Kapu swallowed the last bun in his mouth, then wiped his lips while casting a glance at he. As if he were a razor. I shall refer to it as Shadow of the Abyss. He smiled, remarking that the name was quite fitting. Indeed, the name is commendable, but the idea may not be the most prudent. Kapu took a sip of soy milk, belched, and leaned back against the sofa. Over the years, that group has only revealed their true colors twice, once in Sidreer and once on the Island of the Gods. Apart from that, we have no leads. How do you intend to pursue them? At this point, Kapu paused, then glanced at the soy milk in his hand. Are we relying solely on that young man named Wuda? Indeed. He nodded affirmatively, once more picking up Wuda's profile. She gazed at the image of Wuda, who wore a foolish grin, and softly remarked, he possesses the ability to shield himself from observation hockey and has a unique skill set. Reminiscent of the former bandies, I cannot fathom that group remaining idle. Upon hearing this, Kapu raised an eyebrow. Did Yuen not mention that lad was an ability user? You have not met him, but I have. And I spent over half a month in his company. That he shot a sidelong glance at Kapu to Oh, you really think I would fail to discern whether Wuda is an ability user? Are you suggesting that Yuen is fabricating the truth? Kapu's expression turned one of surprise. Your sister? I previously advised you to hone your ability to read the room. It seems you have not heeded my counsel at all. He sighed in exasperation, recalling how that girl nearly overflowed with emotion upon hearing you intended to poach her. You truly did not notice. No wonder Yuen always wears such a serious expression. In the face of his old friend's teasing, Kapu merely shrugged. If I were under your command, I would also have to maintain a stern demeanor. Your almost mind-reading observational skills are quite bothersome. Enough with the trivialities. Let us discuss serious matters. After placing the documents back on the table, he opened her breakfast bag and inquired, do you truly intend to assist? Can I contemplate it further? You have already pondered it for over half a month. He took a bite of a bun, looking at Kapu, whose gaze was lowered. Indecision does not suit your character, Kapu. Kapu let out a soft sigh, offering no reply, instead turning to ask another question. What did Sengoku say? He neither supports nor opposes. He replied. As the marshal, he can only take such a stance, but you should understand his implications. Implicit consent? Kapu exhaled deeply, as if having made a resolute decision, and nodded firmly. Did I understand? Count me in. What do you require of me? To provide assistance when necessary, as well as an initial operational base, he cheerfully responded. The kingdom of Goja, located on the edge of the East Sea, is an inconspicuous yet suitable location. Kapu raised an eyebrow. So you forcibly took over the branch's mission for this purpose? Merely one of the reasons. He shook his head. The Doll Island is indeed quite turbulent, and the branch has already sacrificed several squads of Marines in vain. Pirates, you say? No, the report states that malevolent spirits are at play. Are you serious? Kapu's eye twitched slightly. Did the person who wrote this report have their head caught in a door? Doll Island is merely a remote isle. The locals do not even have a stationed army. So it is quite normal to consider ability users as malevolent spirits. He replied nonchalantly. You should be aware of how superstitious the residents of that place are. Upon hearing this, Kapu reflected on the unique customs of Doll Island and instinctively nodded. So you plan to initiate the Shadow of the Abyss plan after they complete this mission? Yes. Who are the members? Smoker, Hinai, Lilith, Del, Wuda, and Rasai. At this point, he paused before adding, including Yuen, there are a total of 7 individuals. Upon hearing this list, Kapu furrowed his brow deeply. I have no objections to the first 6. They are all newcomers who have yet to reveal their potential, and few are acquainted with them. However, Yuen is a rear admiral and the most talented among them, with a high likelihood of succeeding to the rank of admiral in the future. Do you intend to strip her of her military status and assign her to be a pirate? Ruining someone's future is akin to murdering their parents, setting aside the other 6. Just considering Yuen. Kapu turned his head, his gaze penetrating as he fixed it on his face. You truly believe she would agree to this absurd-sounding Shadow of the Abyss plan? He did not respond immediately, instead falling into an unusual silence. It was not until the atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense that she slowly spoke. Do you recall Plan A? I do. Kapu nodded. If Yuen reacts indifferently to my attempt to poach her, you would reassign Wuda and Reizi to my command. After that, you would arrange for them to die in the line of duty, sending them to execute the Shadow of the Abyss plan. At this moment, Kapu seemed to suddenly recall something, stroking his beard as he mused. I suddenly feel Plan A might be the better choice. He raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Because, in an undercover mission, it better to have fewer people, Kapu rationalized. Wuda, Being alone and without any companions should be easier to win over and infiltrate that group. You are not mistaken. Seeing you readily concede this point. Kapu felt perplexed. Then why did you still choose Plan B? Because of Jiyuan? Kapu was even more bewildered. What do you mean? He chuckled, not providing an answer but instead proposing a wager. How about we place a bet? What sort of bet? A wager on whether Jiyuan will agree to join the Shadow of the Abyss plan. The loser must treat the winner to lunch for a week. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Kapu raised an eyebrow. What if we both bet on her agreeing? Then we shall see if Jiyuan hesitates after hearing the entire situation. He appeared to have anticipated Kapu's response and immediately replied, I bet she will not hesitate. Then I must bet that she will hesitate. Kapu laughed heartily, seeming confident of victory. Concerning her future, I cannot believe that girl would join the Shadow of the Abyss plan without hesitation. For that would mean she must forsake everything she has strived for until now. To be honest, I even feel she might refuse. You perhaps understand the intricacies of career advancement better than I do. He shot a sidelong glance at Kapu, but you certainly do not understand women better than I do. What do you mean? It means you should prepare some funds. He donned a deliberately profound expression. I have quite the appetite. After saying this, he pushed the last bag of breakfast forward, urging, do not linger here. Hurry and deliver breakfast. Sengoku is likely starving by now. That I had nearly forgotten about that. Spotting the bag of buns, Kapu's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up to take it away. As he walked out, he waved his hand casually. I'm off to sit with Sengoku. Don't miss me too much. Do not steal any on the way. With his back to he, Kapu mumbled, rest assured. Watching Kapu's retreating figure, he couldn't help but smile. That old rascal. Shortly thereafter, in the marshal's office at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's furious roar reverberated through the corridor like thunder. Kapu, why are there only 5 buns left? I do not know. There were only 5 when I got my hands on them. You expect me to believe that a bag as large as your head contained only 5 buns? Do you think I am a fool? Ahaha. Do not be so stingy, Sengoku. At that very moment, Wuda and the others, unaware of their impending fate, were gathered around the dining hall of the warship, engaging in an animated discussion about the upcoming mission. How can this possibly be the East Sea? Lilith was the first to speak. Upon learning the destination of their task, her brows furrowed, her expression sour, and she appeared as though she were suffering from depression. What is there to explore in the weakest sea? Bullying a group of individuals who do not comprehend the essence of dominance does not truly reflect our exceptional prowess. That it seems as if you possess an understanding of dominance. Smoker, seated nearby while trimming his cigar, curled his lip in disdain. Among our table, aside from Leisai and Vice Admiral Guion, who else truly grasps the concept of dominance? I have merely grazed the threshold of mastering Haki. Yet I remain at a loss regarding Kinbun's Hoku.as. And I spoke. She retrieved a small cake from the table and offered it to Leisai, who accepted it with delight. With a soft, tender voice, Leisai murmured her thanks before taking dainty bites. Observing this, Hinai's lips curved into a subtle smile as she gently stroked Leisai's head. Nearby, Lilith watched the scene unfold, her eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. After becoming familiar with Wuda and Leisai, an unwritten rule emerged within the group of 6. Apart from Wuda, the remaining 5 would take turns holding Leisai each day, and even Guion was not exempt. Naturally, Leisai's preferences were always prioritized. So whether anyone could successfully hold her depended primarily on her own inclination. Coincidentally, today marked the day of departure, and Leisai was in high spirits, allowing Hinai to bask in her good fortune and successfully hold her. However, if that were all, Lilith would not be so envious. Her jealousy stemmed from the fact that she had been skipped entirely 3 times. Each time her turn came, Leisai was either in a foul mood or overly attached to Wuda and Guion, making it impossible for Lilith to even get a touch, let alone a hug. Yet when it was others' turns, Leisai's mood would be exceptionally bright, not only permitting hugs but even allowing feeding and head pats. This stark contrast led Lilith to repeatedly question whether Leisai harbored some grievance against her. Otherwise, why was it that every time it was her turn, Leisai appeared displeased, but when it was someone else's turn, she was all smiles? This is so unfair. After silently seething in fury, Lilith pouted and turned her face away, refusing to watch the interaction between Hinai and Leisai. The others collectively sighed in response. All right, stop sulking, Smoker advised with his deadpan expression. ISNT at your turn tomorrow? Just hold on a bit. What good is that to me? Lilith retorted, sounding like a petulant child. Her head hung low as she mumbled. Leisai dislikes me anyway. She never lets me hold her. Lilith's sulky demeanor caused Gion's eye to twitch uncontrollably. She then turned to Wuda, signaling with her gaze that your colleague is feeling wrong due to her inability to hold Leisai. As her leader, it's not my place to resolve this, so you'd better come up with a solution. Wuda pondered the usefulness of discussing this with him, as it was Leisai who needed to be consulted. However, when a superior speaks, a subordinate must comply. Thus, Wuda, with a hint of embarrassment, poked Leisai's cheek and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Why not let Lilith hold you? Think of it as comforting a child." Upon hearing this, Leisai hesitated, but her hands are not gentle. She always pinches my cheeks. The group collectively understood why Leisai was reluctant to be held by Lilith. It was due to the latter's mischievous tendencies. Why must you pinch her face? Can't you just hold her and pat her head? They all wondered. Lilith, having heard Leisai's words, realized her act of feigning grievance was futile, and quickly waved her hands in protest. "It's just that Leisai's cheeks feel so delightful. I couldn't help myself. I didn't pinch, just touched a couple of times." The group remained silent, their gazes fixed on her with deadpan expressions. "Fine. I admit I pinched a few times." Lilith conceded, her cheeks a shade of crimson as she looked at Leisai. "But I promise I won't do it again. Can you please forgive me?" Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances before directing affirming looks at Leisai, conveying the message that this girl's attitude in admitting her fault is sincere and not an a magnanimous Pokémon. Leisai naturally would not dwell on such trivial matters. Moments later, a beaming Lilith was both stroking Leisai's head and feeding her pieces of cake, swaying her body in delight. Her overall demeanor resembled that of a little girl who had just received her cherished toy, which left the others feeling somewhat speechless. "You really indulge her?" Wuda remarked, glancing at Hanai beside him. Hanai, unfazed by the teasing, smiled gently and ran her fingers through her pink hair. "Isn't that what older sisters do?" Wuda, upon hearing this, scrutinized both Hanai and Lilith closely, then glanced at Smoker and Daru, who were engaged in hushed conversation, and suddenly realized something profound. These four were not only schoolmates but also best friends. But why, in the original story, did only Smoker and Hanai appear? He mused. Daru and Lilith were no less talented. They could not simply fade into obscurity. Therefore, the answer must be singular. It is well known that prematurely deceased prodigies cannot be deemed prodigies. The reason Lilith and her brother did not appear in the original narrative likely stems from their untimely deaths during some significant event. What that event could be, Wuda had some inkling. During the month spent at the training camp, he had encountered an imposing elder with purple hair. As a devoted fan of the One Piece manga, Wuda instantly recognized the individual's identity, Zeph. A retired admiral of the Navy, this admiral was renowned for his keen eye for talent, so it was only a matter of time before he would take it upon himself to cultivate the promising Lilith siblings. According to Baidu Encyclopedia, Zeph would embark on a mission with a team of trainee sailors at the age of 65, which was just a year away. However, fate would have it that he would encounter a remarkably powerful pirate during this mission. This pirate not only severed Zeph's right arm, but also nearly slaughtered all the sailors aboard, leaving only Ein and Binz as survivors. This incident could be termed as a world-shattering event. Hence, Wuda strongly suspected that Lilith and Daru met their demise in this very incident. This also elucidated why Smoker and Hanai, two individuals with strikingly similar personalities, chose to diverge on separate paths. They had been profoundly affected by the death of their dear friends. Among them, Smoker likely bore the deepest scars. Otherwise, as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he would have no reason to languish in the East Blue, especially for a full 9 years. Was that a waste of talent and a form of self-destruction? Fortunately, these events would not transpire, for Wuda and Leisai had arrived with Gion. With the involvement of 2 traversers and a Navy Vice Admiral, the quartet was likely to embark on a path vastly different from the original narrative. Wuda had no idea about the others' fates, but it was highly unlikely that Dasky would encounter Smoker in this timeline. This infamous chain-smoking captain would undoubtedly not waste away in the East Blue, but would instead roam the world alongside their group. With this thought, Wuda turned to gaze at Gion, who sat beside him. Altering the destinies of characters from the original narrative was both an intriguing and fulfilling endeavor. Unlike Smoker and Hanai, Gion's appearances in the original story were few, with only scant details available in her Baidu Encyclopedia entry. Thus, Wuda was particularly curious whether his and Leisai's presence had altered the fate of this strikingly poised female vice admiral. If so, was the change for the better or the worse? Wuda was uncertain, but it mattered little. He would eventually find out. As her subordinate, they would have ample time to interact. "Why are you staring at me?" Gion inquired. her brows furrowing at Wuda's unabashed gaze. She instinctively touched her face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No, then why are you staring so intently? Is it not permissible to look at you?" With a raised eyebrow, Wuda questioned, "What's the matter? Afraid of being seen? If you're worried about prying eyes, you can just tell me that I'm quite resourceful and can easily whip up a mask or something similar." Ziyuan merely smiled, without uttering a word, and instead reached out to grasp the collar of Wuda's shirt, dragging him towards the deck. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by this sudden action, but upon witnessing the resigned expression on Wuda's face, they quickly came to a realization. Surely, this rascal had spoken out of turn again. Otherwise, why would General Zuan resort to such measures? As fists conveyed camaraderie, the atmosphere turned jovial. Lilith let out a whistle and produced a betting board from who knows where. Placing it on the table, Come, it's time to place your bets. I'm betting on Wuda begging for mercy immediately over here, 5 minutes over here, and 3 minutes over here, once you place your bets. There's no turning back. I bet on immediate mercy. Without a moment's hesitation, Rin tossed in 10,000 berry. I bet on 3 minutes. Smoker, being a bit more frugal, contributed only 1,000 berry. However, it mattered little, as this wager served merely as a light-hearted diversion within their small circle, with the emphasis on enjoyment rather than the stakes that I believe Wuda has a bit of backbone, so I'll wager on 5 minutes. Del muttered, mirroring Rin's bet of 10,000 berry. I'll match Rin's wager, Lilith said, rummaging through her pockets to toss in 5,000 berry, before turning to Razy. Razy, would you like to join in? Razy furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment, then pointed to a section of the betting board. I want to bet there. The group leaned down to look, and their eyes widened in astonishment. You want to bet 10 minutes? Absolutely not, Lilith exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Razy, dear, if you bet 10 minutes, it's practically giving us money. Rin nodded in agreement, while Smoker chimed in, I've never seen Wuda last 10 minutes. Del, in a similar tone, added, forget 10 minutes. I've never seen him last 5. That Smoker raised an eyebrow. Then why are you betting? Del shrugged. What if? Razy, hands on her hips, confidently declared, I believe in my Wuda. Very well. If the principal doesn't mind, then Lilith cannot object. Let the betting commence. We shall see what unfolds. As the protagonists of this wager, Ziyuan and Wuda were fully aware of the happenings in the cafeteria. Lilith's boisterous voice was one factor, and the other was that this group of rascals had hosted such bets more than once before. Wuda wasn't particularly bothered, as he viewed these harmless wagers merely as playful banter among friends. Moreover, the stakes were not significant. The maximum bet was just 10,000 berry, and the winner would treat the loser to a feast. However, this feast was typically prepared by Wuda himself. Thus, in this back and forth, everyone emerged unscathed, except for Wuda, who not only had to endure the consequences but also had to cook for these mischief makers afterward, while he could earn a small amount for his troubles. That sum was usually confiscated by Ziyuan and Razy, who would claim it was for safekeeping. Safekeeping, my foot. It's no different from parents taking away their children's New Year money. It's all a 1A street. As a young man of the 21st century, Wuda was naturally unwilling to sit idly by. In a bid to reclaim his rights and finances, he once mounted a valiant struggle. Yet, in the end, that struggle was left with nothing but sorrow, for Razy did not side with him, but rather with Ziyuan. The 4 from Smoker's team were also mere spectators. Far from helping, they even initiated another betting round. Thus, Wuda not only failed to reclaim his rights and funds, but he also solidified his role as the cook. Truly, a lamentable tale. Reflecting on this, Wuda sighed softly and looked up at Ziyuan. What do you want for dinner tonight? Ziyuan pondered for a moment before responding. Have you finished preparing that sauerkraut you mentioned before? I have. Wuda nodded. I've placed it in the kitchen. Then I shall sample your highly recommended sauerkraut and ribs. Oh, very well, then you should hurry. With that, Wuda cradled his head, knowing that preparing ribs from a large beast would take considerable effort, and he feared he might miss dinner. Observing Wuda's disheveled state, Ziyuan shook her head helplessly and pulled him up off the ground. There are plenty of people on deck today, so I won't punish you this time. I'll give you some face. As she spoke, she helped straighten Wuda's somewhat wrinkled collar. Once you're officially promoted, you'll be an officer. Try to maintain a semblance of decorum. You may have thick skin and not care about losing face, but I cannot afford that luxury. I still wish to retain some semblance of authority as your superior in front of the ordinary soldiers. With that, Ziyuan gave Wuda's arm a light pat. All right, off you go. The unexpected display of affection from his superior left Wuda slightly taken aback, yet he could not voice any objections, for as Ziyuan pointed out, the deck was crowded, and curious soldiers had begun to gather and observe. Thus, Wuda could only obediently respond with a soft before turning to head towards the kitchen to prepare dinner. After seeing Wuda off and dismissing the surrounding ordinary soldiers with a wave, Ziyuan turned her gaze towards the cafeteria. There, she spotted 5 heads peeking through the doorframe, lined up in perfect formation. Del, Smoker, Rin, Lilith, and Razy. Their postures were synchronized, their eyes filled with curiosity, and Lilith wore a mischievous grin. This scene left Ziyuan both amused and exasperated. This bunch of rascals truly had nothing better to do, gossiping incessantly. What are you staring at? Ziyuan glared. Gambling is forbidden aboard this ship, and you certainly shouldn't be gazing at your superior with such impudent eyes. I'll have you each do 3 sets of physical training. Lilith, you'll do 5 sets. Razy doesn't have to train. Come here and let me hold you. I'm coming. After bending down to scoop up the small Razy who had dashed over, Ziyuan ignored Lilith's dramatic wails and turned towards the navigation room. As the highest-ranking officer, she needed to ensure that the course was flawless and oversee the soldiers' work, guaranteeing that the ship was always battle-ready. Unlike that group of rascals, she was indeed quite busy. For Ziyuan, days spent at sea were often monotonous. The same routine, the same dangers, the same tasks. Even after being promoted to Vice Admiral, nothing had changed. Thus, every time she set sail on a mission, Ziyuan sought ways to find enjoyment amidst the tedium, whether it was reading a humorous novel, going out to catch a sea king to provide the crew with a treat, or, at the very least, temporarily docking at an island under the pretext of procuring supplies and indulging in a shopping spree. Such activities indeed helped alleviate the psychological stress of sailing, but doing the same things repeatedly inevitably led to boredom. However, as the saying goes, the past is the past, and the present is the present. After gathering her 5 lively subordinates, Ziyuan suddenly found herself less averse to the idea of setting sail on a mission. These 5 rascals were simply brimming with energy, always either causing mischief or on the verge of doing so. Fresh to the world, they possessed an insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge about everything. They yearned to explore this vast expanse and uncover its hidden secrets. Lilith even audaciously proposed forming a team to search for the great treasure. Her exact words were, "If the Pirate King can usher in the Great Pirate Era with the great treasure, then the Navy should also be able to end the Great Pirate Era by finding it." It must be said that this is an exceedingly valuable proposal. Not only do the 5 members think so, but even Ziyuan shares this sentiment. However, agreement does not equate to permission as a high-ranking officer in the Navy. Ziyuan is well aware of the upper echelon's attitude towards the great treasure, but it cannot be said that they avoid it altogether. Rather, it is a subject of considerable taboo. Ziyuan does not wish for Lilith to fall victim to an assassination by CP due to this notion. Fortunately, this reckless girl seems to have merely indulged in a fleeting whim. And after receiving a stern lesson, she promptly abandoned that perilous and unreliable idea, turning instead to meticulously researching travel routes. After all, in her view, undertaking a mission in the East Sea is no different from a funded vacation. Smoker, having consumed the smoke fruit, is more than capable of sweeping through the entire East Sea on his own, while Leisai and Ziyuan can easily frighten that gaggle of feeble pirate scum with but a sneeze. Under such circumstances, encountering danger seems implausible. Thus, instead of hastily completing the mission and returning to headquarters at lightning speed, it would be far more prudent to explore what the East Sea has to offer, and then embark on a leisurely excursion under the guise of inspection. As the saying goes, in order to truly witness the struggles of the common folk, one must not shy away from traversing every nook and cranny. Lilith's utterly shameless and blatant exploitation of this situation was met with unanimous approval from everyone. Ziyuan had initially intended to oppose it, but the thought of facing Ms. Crane upon returning to headquarters left her feeling somewhat guilty. After all, there is no strict deadline for returning from the mission. It would be better to meander through the East Sea with this band of rascals. After finding a flimsy excuse to persuade herself, Ziyuan tacitly consented to the matter. However, the prerequisite was to first resolve the crisis on Doll Island, as that was a matter that Ms. Crane had emphasized. Therefore, upon entering the East Sea, the military vessel in which Ziyuan was aboard did not pause at any tourist attractions, but instead hastened directly to Doll Island. With the aid of government-sanctioned ocean currents and the vessel's remarkable speed, the group reached Doll Island from Marineford in merely 20 days, standing at the ship's railing. Wuda craned his neck to gaze at the desolate port and the primitive jungle nearby, instinctively stroking his chin. "Didn't you say that although Doll Island is remote, it is quite a prosperous island?" This hardly seems the case. Lilith and the others were equally perplexed. According to the records, Doll Island is indeed a rather affluent isle, as evidenced by the port that nearly stretches along the entire coastline. However, the question remains, why is there not a single soul in such a vast port? Normally, when a vessel docks, there should be a few individuals ready to assist, especially since they are aboard a military ship. Both helpers and port authorities ought to be present to greet them. Yet, the scene before them was one of utter desolation, resembling a ghost town. Something is amiss. Smoker lit the cigar in his mouth, his brow furrowing that a port of this magnitude could not simply be abandoned, and it is inconceivable that not a single staff member would be assigned. This does not align with the port management regulations set forth by the government. Beyond the regulatory discrepancies, there is another issue. Dainai, she remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke. Doll Island is a commercial hub. The puppets produced here are renowned worldwide. Thus, merchant ships should be arriving in droves. Yet what do we see now? Dainai pointed towards the distant port and then at the nearby one. There isn't a soul in sight, not even a single ship. This is abnormal. Exceedingly abnormal. The eerie situation caused everyone to furrow their brows. Perhaps there's a festival on the island, or today is a public holiday, Wuda suggested, attempting to rationalize the current state of affairs. Hypothesizing that the absence of people at the port was due to a holiday. Yet, a holiday could not render an entire port devoid of life, as it is a vital resource for their survival. Shizuyuan's voice suddenly echoed behind them. After nodding in acknowledgement to the group, she turned her gaze towards the port of Doll Island, remarking, just as you wouldn't abstain from eating and drinking for an entire day simply due to a holiday. An island reliant on commerce would never allow its port to be completely deserted. How should we explain this situation? Wuda shrugged, pondering the absurdity of claiming that the island's inhabitants had perished overnight. Investigating the cause of this matter is our duty as members of the Navy. Casting a sidelong glance at Wuda, Shizuyuan addressed the 5 members with a grave tone. The mission officially commences upon our arrival. Everyone, stay alert. Do not let your usual lax attitudes impede your ability to conduct serious business. If you truly provoke my ire, do not blame me for sending you back to training camp. The sudden seriousness of Shizuyuan startled the 5 members, but fortunately, they quickly regained their composure and stood in unison, saluting. Yes, Shizuyuan. Satisfied, Shizuyuan nodded and then reached down to lift Leisai, who had been perched on Wuda's shoulder, into her embrace. All right, go to the dormitory to gather your gear. Once we dock, we shall proceed to the island together. Having said this, Shizuyuan turned and walked towards her quarters, conversing with Leisai as she went. Leisai, I made you a navy uniform. Would you like to try it on? Fu-Wu, sure. Leisai nodded. Fu-Wu, besides the clothes, I also want a weapon. I have a weapon as well, but considering your height, it may be rather cumbersome for you to wield. How about I carry it for you? And when you need it, I can toss it to you. Fu-Wu, sounds good. Observing the retreating figures of Shizuyuan and Leisai, the 5 members exchanged knowing glances, then shrugged in unison. Wuda spoke up, do you have any gear to collect? Del shook his head, muttering, my fists are sufficient. I need to fetch my 10 hands, Smoker said as he stepped forward. Without that, I feel oddly unbalanced. I'll go grab my sword as well, Lilith added, following Smoker towards the dormitory. Dainai, what about you? No need. Dainai shook her head, then flicked her fingers towards the sea. A small iron dart shot forth at astonishing speed from her fingertips, piercing the water and striking an unfortunate base. My body is my weapon. Blades and firearms would only hinder me. After extinguishing her cigarette, Dainai turned to Wuda. What about you? Aren't you supposed to be using a sword? Wuda grimaced. My sword, like my money, is in Shizuyuan's possession. Honestly, what is your relationship with Shizuyuan? Friends, Wuda replied, shaking his head. Is there a problem? Dainai nearly blurted out that there was indeed a significant issue, but considering her own similarly playful dynamic with Lilith, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. However, silence did not equate to retracting her opinion. In her eyes, there was undoubtedly something peculiar about the relationship between Wuda and Shizuyuan. Intimate gestures such as adjusting collars and sharing financial responsibilities typically only occur between couples, not among platonic friends of the opposite sex. Moreover, beyond the aforementioned actions, Wuda and Shizuyuan frequently engaged in affectionate behaviors, including but not limited to sharing food, swapping cups to drink from, and doing each other's laundry. They did not even bother to hide these actions from others, as they considered them mere daily interactions between friends. Yet, to an outsider, this behavior resembled flirtation between a couple. Contemplating this, Dainai couldn't help but click her tongue. Her curiosity piqued about the future of these 2 individuals. Would Wuda be the first to break the proverbial glass, or would Shizuyuan take the initiative? Or perhaps they would continue to lead a mundane existence, regardless of the outcome. Dainai resolved to witness the conclusion. And if possible, she would even nudge them along, and no wonder Lilith is so keen on observing Wuda and Shizuyuan. This is indeed quite entertaining, Dainai mused, casting a discreet glance at Wuda, who was idly gazing up at the sky. Perhaps this is what Lilith means by shipping CP. Once the warship successfully docked, the well-organized 7-member naval team reconvened. They first playfully teased Razy, who was adorning a mini-naval uniform, appearing both adorably petite and exuding an air of authority. Before following Guion off the ship, let us first investigate the port, Guion proclaimed after surveying the deserted harbor. Lilith, your quick wit is essential. Remain here to direct the sailors in their search of the port. Remember, do not overlook any detail, and should you make a discovery, contact us via the phone book. Lilith straightened her posture and saluted with commendable decorum. Understood, Vice Admiral Guion. Guion nodded and turned to Del. Del, it is likely that Lilith will be overwhelmed, so you shall stay as well to assist her in the search. Understood. The rest of you, accompany me to the village to assess the situation. Guion continued, tossing one of the 3 knives hanging from his waist to Wuda. The current circumstances on the island are unclear, so remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down. In the face of danger. Prioritize your safety, request support, and do not attempt to be a lone hero. Is that clear? Understood. With a satisfied nod, Guion gestured for action to commence. As he spoke, Lilith and Del sprang into action, gathering all the ordinary sailors and methodically organizing them into groups to commence their investigation of the port. Meanwhile, Guion led Wuda and the others along the main road towards the Dal village. It had been previously mentioned that while Dal Island was remote, it was also remarkably affluent. This was evident not only from the extensive network of ports lining the coastline, but also from the broad, meticulously paved stone pathways suitable for horse-drawn carriages. Regardless of the realm, road construction is a perennial challenge. The endeavor of constructing a straight, well-maintained road through a primitive jungle leading directly to the coast is particularly daunting, as it necessitates not only substantial manpower and resources but also formidable financial backing. Yet, Dal Island had not only accomplished this feat but also had surplus funds to cultivate ornamental greenery along the roadside. This sufficiently attested to the wealth of the inhabitants residing in this locale. Wuda, stepping on the stone ground, glanced at the surrounding greenery with curiosity and inquired, given such wealth, why Haven Tea pirates set their sights on this place? Because Dal Island is geographically isolated, Smoker replied. Pirates, unlike the Navy, lack sufficient supply stations on the high seas. Their ships cannot match the speed and resilience of naval vessels. Moreover, being a prominent commercial island, it is under government protection. Although there is no naval base on the island, patrolling warships will not overlook this area. This is also one of the primary reasons we have journeyed so far. Hina lit a cigarette and took over the conversation, casting a complex glance at Smoker. Smoker, while it is commendable that you wish to enlighten Wuda, I hope that if there is a next time, you will memorize the report instead of reading it aloud while glancing back at the document. Both Wuda and Razy, perched on Wuda's shoulder, nodded in agreement, having intended to voice their thoughts on the matter until Hina beat them to it. I refuse to waste time memorizing reports, Smoker retorted, his demeanor unwavering. Given the option, I would rather engage in additional physical training. Upon hearing this, Wuda, along with Razy, exchanged incredulous glances, instinctively slowing their pace to maintain distance from Smoker. Noticing their reaction, Smoker was momentarily perplexed, but soon the realization dawned on him. I heard from Admiral Zephyr that you have quite the reputation for being a troublemaker. Before our departure, he specifically sought me out to ensure I kept a close watch on you. To be honest, I was skeptical at first, Guion remarked, lightly patting Smoker on the shoulder. However, after hearing your recent comments, I must concede that there is a modicum of truth to what Admiral Zephyr said. Who told you that memorizing reports is a waste of time? Have you not learned about the significance of intelligence in your cultural studies? Knowing oneself and the enemy, one need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. Have you never heard this adage? Since you are so fond of physical training, from this moment forth, you shall frog jump behind me. You will not stop until you reach the village. After delivering this reprimand to Smoker, Guion turned to Wuda, who was visibly amused. Why are you laughing? You shall join him in jumping. Initially bursting with laughter, Wuda's expression shifted to one of indignation at the command. Why? Smoker may not memorize reports, but at least he carries one with him. Unlike you, Guion glared back. Not only do you not memorize it, but you also dare to mock your fellow comrade in my presence. You deserve a greater punishment. Frog jump while carrying Razy. Wuda harbored serious doubts that Gion merely wanted to embrace Razi, and that the frog jump was simply a means to keep Smoker company during his solitary endeavor. Under normal circumstances, he would have protested vehemently, or at least retaliated with a sharp tongue. However, today was different. Not only were they on a mission, but Gion's reasoning was also undeniably sound. Let it be a trial of camaraderie with my brother, he thought resignedly, sighing as he squatted down to commence frog jumping alongside Smoker. Razi, meanwhile, leaped off Wuda's shoulder, bouncing past Gion, who had his arms outstretched, a broad grin on his face, and dashed into Hina's embrace. Hina, instinctively wrapping her arms around Razi, looked up in bewilderment at Gion, who bore a somewhat peculiar expression. Hina, I did not say anything, exclaimed Hina in shock. Ooh, today is the day for Hina's hugs. Razi cheerfully waved at Gion from Hina's arms. Ooh, tomorrow will be your turn, just bear with it. Gion smacked his lips, resignedly lowering his outstretched arms. Very well. As Wuda continued to frog jump, he caught a glimpse of Gion's flustered expression and couldn't help but break into a grin, unable to maintain a serious facade. As for the repercussions of that laughter, I believe the readers are well aware. In short, the scene turned quite chaotic. Thus, the chapter of Doll Island officially commences. We invite the audience to enter in an orderly fashion, leaving comments, urging updates, and adding to their collections. Any donations will result in additional updates. Thank you for your support. Doll Island is comparatively small in overall area, living up to its title as a true island. Therefore, Gion and his group reached the entrance of Doll Village in approximately half an hour. The entrance was adorned with splendid decorations and welcoming banners, while a spacious square filled with blooming flowers and a magnificent fountain graced the center. Surrounding the square were exquisite houses that clearly held considerable value. Moreover, the village boasted restaurants, shops, hospitals, essentially everything one would expect in a city. In stark contrast to the war-torn islands, this place appeared to be a veritable paradise, and the inhabitants likely lived lives of utmost bliss. For the common folk, a life free from want is indeed the greatest happiness. However, faced with this idyllic haven, Gion and his team merely stood at the threshold. They observed and contemplated, yet none chose to take a step forward into the village. I fear we may have encountered trouble. Wuda was the first to speak up. He gazed at the interior of Doll Village, his expression grave. This place is certainly abnormal. Vice Admiral Gion, that I request to seek assistance from the East Blue Branch. Even if they cannot provide manpower, they must at least compile relevant intelligence on Doll Island. Until that information is obtained, I refuse to set foot in this village, not even a single step. Wuda's demeanor was exceedingly resolute, his tone lacking the requisite respect. Yet, among the individuals present, including Xiaoyang, none seemed to care. For he spoke the truth. The bizarre situation before them had surpassed the elite team's capacity to manage. In that Hinai unconsciously tightened her embrace around Laysire, seeking a modicum of security. Not only the square and the duty room, but also the restaurants, the shops, and even the hospital remained operational, their doors wide open. Yet, where had all the people gone? In an instant, a deathly silence enveloped Xiaoyang and his companions, aside from the rustling wind and their own breaths. No other sounds reached their ears until they realized they were utterly alone. A foreign female voice suddenly echoed from behind them. The voice was faint, barely discernible under normal circumstances, but in the current eerie environment, it rang out like thunder. The 5 members of Xiaoyang's group instinctively readied themselves for combat. Those who were to draw their swords did so, those who wielded powers unleashed them, and Laysire was even prepared to use her teleportation ability to flee with the others. However, upon recognizing the identity of the person behind them, they all froze, not because she was familiar, but because she appeared to be an ordinary person. She possessed lustrous purple hair cascading down her back and deep amber eyes reminiscent of a tranquil pond. Her exquisite features rivaled those of Xiaoyang and Hinai. The casual white medical coat draped over her hinted at her profession, while her seemingly fragile physique and unguarded posture suggested a lack of combat prowess. This woman was merely a civilian doctor, possessing no extraordinary traits aside from her striking appearance. Yet, the bizarre circumstances of the puppet village left no room for Wuda and the others to let down their guard. The sudden appearance of an ordinary person in this desolate ghost town was, in itself, the most extraordinary occurrence. It was evident that everyone present understood this well. Who are you? Xiaoyang's gaze was sharp as a blade, his observation and armed colors fully engaged as he addressed the suddenly materialized purple-haired woman with a stern voice. Why are you here? This is my home. Why shouldn't I be here? The tense atmosphere and Zhaoyang's icy aura did not perturb the purple-haired woman in the slightest. She casually lit a lady's cigarette while sweeping her beautiful amber eyes over the group. But what about you? Why have you come here? Upon hearing this, the brows of the group furrowed in unison. After an unspoken exchange of glances, Hinai spoke up. We are the Navy. She fixed her gaze intently on the woman before her. Unwilling to overlook any detail, we received reports of danger on Puppet Island, and 3 teams of sailors have already gone missing. We were sent to provide assistance. If you are a resident of this island, I hope you can enlighten us about what is happening here. Before Hinai could finish her sentence, the purple-haired woman suddenly chuckled softly. The Navy truly is relentless. Hinai, frowning deeply, retorted, What do you mean? Leave. Nothing has happened here. The woman replied with a slight smile, brushing off the ash from her cigarette. This is for your own good. I believe you are mistaken about the situation, Miss Doctor. Zhaoyang pressed his blade against the woman's neck. His expression as frigid as frost. We have traveled a great distance to resolve issues, not to solve riddles. The interior of Puppet Village and the port of the island are deserted, yet you suddenly appear, claiming to be a resident. Under such circumstances, you are the primary suspect, and you are obligated to cooperate with the Navy in our investigation. Should you choose to refuse, I can swiftly enact justice right here. Zhaoyang's eyes narrowed. Do you realize how suspicious you appear, Miss Doctor? The atmosphere, poised on the edge of tension, caused Wuda and his companions to hold their breaths involuntarily. As Zhaoyang's close friend, Wuda recognized that she was not jesting. Nor was she merely posturing. If the suddenly appeared woman refused to cooperate, Zhaoyang would indeed strike her down. Yet, even in the face of such a lethal threat, the woman maintained an air of nonchalance. She even lifted her hand to flick the blade resting against her neck. This audacious act caused Wuda and the others to flinch. Did this woman not feel fear? Did she not understand that Zhaoyang could sever her head with a mere flick of his wrist? Nice blade, the woman remarked with a light laugh. Quite sufficient for decapitation. It seems you take good care of it. Zhaoyang remained silent, merely pressing the blade further forward, almost completely adhering it to the woman's neck. The message was unmistakable. You have one last chance to speak. The woman understood this implication, yet she did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Zhaoyang and his companion standing behind him before slowly beginning to speak. You are quite different from the previous groups. As she spoke, she extinguished her cigarette, appearing unfazed by the imminent threat. Stop playing riddles. Wuda could no longer contain himself, erupting in exasperation. What in this cursed place is going on? Where have the missing sailors and villagers gone? If they are dead, why are you standing here unharmed before us? I will give you 10 seconds to explain, or I will have Zhaoyang chop you down. Zhaoyang cast a sidelong glance at Wuda but chose not to respond, tacitly acknowledging the statement. Threats held no weight against an inanimate object. The woman smiled serenely and gently pushed the blade away from her neck. Striding past the group toward the village's interior. If you wish to know what transpired in the village, follow me, provided, of course, that you are truly unafraid of death. And if you do not wish to bring further harm to others, I suggest you refrain from calling for reinforcements. Finally, she turned her head, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, and said, I am not a riddler, nor am I a Miss Doctor. My name is Diana. Helenwood Diana. I hope you will remember this name and never forget it. With that enigmatic introduction, Diana turned and continued deeper into the village. From her unhurried pace and lackadaisical attitude, it was evident she was indifferent to whether Wuda and his companions followed her. What shall we do? Should we follow her? Smoker, while conversing with Zhaoyang, kept his gaze firmly fixed on Diana. I have a feeling this is a trap, agreed. Hinai nodded. That woman gives me an unsettling vibe. Her nonchalant demeanor is akin to that of a desperate fugitive, perhaps even a madwoman seeking to drag others down with her before her demise. Wuda chimed in, adding his thoughts. I believe Smoker is right. This is undoubtedly a trap. This woman, Diana, has undoubtedly dug a pit within the village, waiting for us to leap in. Therefore, I believe it is prudent to avoid recklessness and instead request support from headquarters. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. As for Diana's warning against requesting assistance, no one took it to heart. It was absurd. The greatest taboo in horror films is to knowingly venture into danger. The situation in Puppet Village mirrored that of a haunted town in a horror film, with Diana playing the role of the alluring specter, luring naive passersby into her trap. However, Wuda and his companions were not easily deceived. They were no Ningkaichin, easily swayed. I support Wuda's suggestion, Hinai stated. Zhaoyang, we should call for reinforcements. Given the current state of Puppet Village, it would be wise to bring in more personnel and circle the area. And then investigate the village's interior. We should also report the name Helen with Diana. Smog interjected, suggesting that perhaps they could uncover something based on that name. The thoughts of the three companions coincided perfectly with what was on Shurguan's mind. Initially, she had harbored concerns about these three rascals disregarding her warnings and insisting on entering, but it now appeared that her worries were unfounded. Her subordinates were resourceful, which indeed alleviated some of her burdens as a superior. After exhaling a long breath, Shurguan turned her head, intending to issue a retreat order. However, just then, Razzle suddenly exclaimed, "Fuwu, that woman is watching us." The group swiftly turned their heads towards the interior of the village. They beheld Diana, who had been trudging forward, unexpectedly halted and turned around. Standing beside the fountain in the center of the square, she crossed her arms and smiled at Wuda and his companions at the entrance. Upon realizing she had drawn their attention, her crimson lips parted, as if she were uttering something. Wuda and the others were unable to read lips, but Shurguan could. The woman was saying, "You have already entered." "We have already entered." What does that mean? Shurguan had no time to ponder, as her instinct honed through life and death experiences was screaming warnings at her. "Retreat!" Shurguan shouted urgently, turning back to grab Wuda by the collar, intending to flee with him. However, it was already too late. Everything vanished. The broad, flat stone pavement, the verdant primeval forest, the azure sky, the pristine clouds, and even the resplendent sun were not spared. Everything, whether near or far, disappeared without a trace, replaced by an endless void that seemed capable of devouring all. Shurguan and the others stood at the precipice of this infinite abyss. A single step forward would plunge them into an irretrievable fate. They would drift eternally in that emptiness, unable to live or die. This unimaginable scene left all present in a state of terror, their eyes wide with shock. What is happening? Hanai could not contain her scream. The overwhelming fear brought forth by the endless void rendering her nearly unable to stand. Where is this place? What happened to the path we came from? No one could answer, for the events unfolding had surpassed everyone's expectations. They could foresee the woman becoming enraged and launching an attack, and they could anticipate the sudden emergence of 300 or 400 fully armed axe wielders from the nearby thickets, but they could never have imagined being cast into a space akin to the cosmos. The power of a devil fruit? What a joke! What devil fruit possesses such absurd abilities? Razzle, for the safety of the group, Wuda could no longer afford to conceal his powers. Teleport us away from here. Fu Wu. Razzle responded, her eyes shimmering with a faint glimmer. Like a tempest, her mental energy surged forth, enveloping everyone present in a gust of wind. The bewildered expressions of Shurguan and the others reflected their confusion over the meaning of teleportation. Yet they understood the phenomenon of spatial distortion. As they caught sight of the familiar stone pavement and primeval forest through the lens of distorted space, their expressions began to shift towards excitement. However, in the next moment, an inexplicable force suddenly erupted from that void, shattering the spatial lens and flattening the distortions, dissipating without a trace. The abrupt turn of events left Wuda and Razzle in astonishment. What is happening? Fu Wu, I don't know. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Try again. Razzle said nothing further, silently summoning her mental energy once more, attempting to open a spatial passage, but the outcome was self-evident. Just like before, that mysterious force re-emerged from the void, sweeping away all spatial phenomena before vanishing like a ghost in midair, like a diligent warden. It extinguished every prisoner's hope of escape equally. Fu Wu, that force negated my mental energy. Razzle's expression shifted between light and dark. Fu Wu, I cannot open a spatial passage. That force clearly does not wish for us to leave. Wuda muttered a curse under his breath, then turned to observe the interior of the village, noticing that Diana remained in place, her tranquil smile still adorning her face. Yet for some reason, Wuda suddenly felt a wave of revulsion towards that smile. It seems we have no choice. Taking a deep breath to suppress his discomfort, Wuda addressed Shurguan and the others. The answers must lie with that woman. Shurguan, what shall we do? Did you not say we have no choice? Shurguan replied while glancing at the somewhat fatigued Razzle. But before we go in, shouldn't you explain what Razzle's recently displayed ability is all about? Let's discuss that after we escape this hellhole. Wuda replied dismissively, nodding towards Diana, implying that the enigmatic woman was still present, and who knew how sharp her hearing was. Shurguan understood, refraining from pressing further, and turned to stride into the village, with Wuda closely following. Seeing this, Smog and Hanai exchanged glances before also joining in. Just as Wuda had indicated, with their retreat route utterly sealed off, They could only choose to move forward. You have come, Diana said calmly. Undeterred by the imposing presence of Wuda and his group, who clearly approached with intentions of confrontation. Welcome to the Doll Village, a cursed land haunted by vengeful spirits. With a single sentence, Diana effectively silenced the foul words that had been poised to escape Wuda's lips. A cursed land haunted by vengeful spirits. He scrutinized Diana with a disapproving expression, questioning, "Are you suggesting that everything we just experienced was the work of vengeful spirits?" Wuda was aware that the world of One Piece harbored souls, with Big Mom's soul fruit serving as the most powerful testament. However, he had never heard of vengeful spirits existing in the One Piece universe. Of course, you would not believe, just like I and those marine investigators did at first. Diana replied with a slight smile. But that's all right. You will understand soon enough. Without waiting for Wuda and his companions' reactions, she turned away and began walking deeper into the village. Follow me, although time is limited. We still have some. The group exchanged glances before stepping to follow Diana. Under her guidance, they traversed the square, crossed the park, and gradually distanced themselves from the bustling village center, arriving at a dilapidated area resembling a slum. The rundown houses, filthy streets, and the stench emanating from the open latrines starkly contrasted with Wuda and Shirguan's composed demeanor, which suggested they had anticipated this. Smog and Hanai, however, furrowed their brows, their expressions rife with confusion. They struggled to comprehend why there would be a slum in such a wealthy doll village, despite the village's affluence, capable of constructing exquisite houses, building roads leading directly to the coast, and even covering the entire coastline with a port. There were still places like this. The wealth the village amassed should have been sufficient to ensure that all its inhabitants were well-fed and clothed. Unable to accept this reality, Hanai voiced her question, seeking an explanation from Shirguan. However, Shirguan remained silent, instead looking up at the leading Diana. Because humans are greedy. Sensing their gaze, Diana smiled faintly and said softly, "The more one acquires, the more one possesses. The more one possesses, the more one stands to lose, and the more one loses, the more one yearns to reclaim. Greed is a disease. It transforms individuals into insatiable monsters. These monsters devour everything within their reach. They are never satisfied. Their eyes filled only with boundless thirst, and to quench this thirst, they are willing to do anything. As Diana spoke, she suddenly turned her head, gazing at the dilapidated houses by the roadside. She scrutinized the rickety wooden door, the windows patched with newspaper, and the haphazardly arranged tables and stools within the house, alongside the crudely constructed stove and earthen bed. Then, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. Slums? Bustling streets? The impoverished? The affluent? There is no distinction between them. No one is innocent. Little navel girl. Everything you see before you is but a reckoning. With that, Diana averted her gaze, halted her steps, and pointed towards the house before her. We have arrived. This is my home. The group lifted their heads, staring at the seemingly fragile dwelling that appeared as though a gust of wind could topple it, and they noted the plaque hanging from the rooftop. Unlike the grimy exterior of the house, this plaque was evidently well maintained. Regardless of the words inscribed, it looked as pristine as if freshly crafted. Father, Jessica, and Diana's home, Shurjin murmured softly, glancing at Diana. The plaque was written by Jessica. She is my sister, Diana replied as she stepped forward to push open the wooden door. Come in. It's warmer inside, and there are fewer unpleasant odors, though Wuda and the others were unequivocally reluctant to enter. They steeled themselves to do so, eager to escape the current situation and unravel the mysteries of Puppet Village. Fortunately, as Diana had claimed, the interior was indeed devoid of any strange odors, even infused with a subtle fragrance of jasmine. The furnishings and decorations were not in disarray like the outside shanties, but were instead meticulously arranged. However, it was peculiar that there seemed to be no kitchen or bedrooms, only a vast living room and an exceedingly rudimentary bathroom. In the living room, Wuda and the others beheld two lifelike puppets. Truly, they seemed indistinguishable from real humans. Given their heightened state of tension, it was entirely natural for them to be startled by such a sight. Among them, Hanai reacted most strongly. Being still youthful, she was not as composed as her counterpart in the original story, and after the recent events, she gasped upon seeing the two puppets, instinctively raising her hand to activate her abilities. Had it not been for Shurgin's swift intervention to restrain her, the house might have already been pierced by an iron spear. I had long heard that the puppets crafted in Puppet Village closely resemble real people, but I never anticipated them to be this lifelike, Smoker remarked as he caught the leaping lace from Hanai's arms, handing it to Wuda while addressing the newly arrived Diana. Did you create these? I lack such skill, Diana replied, shaking her head as she retrieved several chairs from a corner of the room. Those 2 puppets were made by my sister. The male puppet is named Helenwood Davis, and the female puppet is named Helenwood Jessica. At the mention of the female puppet's name, the group paused momentarily. Jessica, Smoker's eyes widened slightly. Isn't she your sister? Indeed. Wuda opened his mouth. Then this male puppet must be our father. With that, Diana naturally seated herself between the 2 puppets, gesturing towards the arranged chairs, indicating that they could take their seats. The group thought to themselves. Candidly speaking, they truly did not wish to sit in the presence of a peculiar woman and 2 puppets that were as lifelike as humans. The scene was exceedingly bizarre, so much so that it could easily serve as the setting for a horror film without any special effects. Can I just stand at the entrance of the living room? Hinai, still unnerved by the puppets, swallowed hard. I find puppets rather unsettling. That's inconsequential. Diana waved her hand dismissively. After all, you are not here as guests. Standing and sitting bears no difference. Upon hearing this, the group secretly sighed in relief. Then I shall be blunt. Shurjin, as the leader, inquired directly, what has transpired in Puppet Village? A man who has lost everything has unleashed an endless theatrical performance fueled by boundless hatred. Diana poured herself a cup of tea. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, all who step onto Puppet Island are mere actors upon the stage. They shall atone for their sins until the insatiable greed is supplanted by profound despair. Only then will the drama reach its final act. The beautiful puppets, long slumbering beneath the earth, shall be reborn, stepping once more upon this land in the guise of humanity. The man who has lost everything will reclaim all he has lost, living blissfully alongside the resurrected, beautiful puppets, until the end of time. After finishing her words, Diana took a delicate sip of her hot tea, and then raised her gaze to the furrowed brows of Shurjin and the others. A tragic stage play, is it not? Wuda harbored a strong aversion to riddlers, not only due to his lack of reading comprehension, but also because he found no joy in pondering convoluted matters. Could you not express yourself more plainly? Must you resort to riddles? Is it truly so difficult to elucidate the cause of such events in straightforward language? You misunderstand my words merely because you have yet to perceive the truth. Diana set her teacup down. The actors upon the stage have no right to refuse their roles. You, dear sailors, are already on stage. The prologue is about to unfold, and the drama shall be performed anew. There, you will confront a madman and a vengeful spirit. You shall face death and witness one tragedy after another. Only those who uncover the truth shall be deemed worthy to depart from that place. But remember, sailors, do not lose yourselves within. Do not forget your essence. And do not be governed by hatred like that madman. The moment Diana concluded her speech, the group suddenly felt the ground beneath them tremble. The setting sun's rays streaming through the window and casting a warm glow upon the wooden floor, accompanied by a cacophony of voices rising from outside the door. This sudden shift left Shurjin and his companions drenched in cold sweat, their hair standing on end. They did not believe they had returned to the real world. Quite the opposite. They were being drawn into a deeper realm. After all, prior to their entrance into this alternate space, it had been midday, and the sunlight at noon should have been bright and dazzling. Yet now, the light filtering through the window was orange-red, indicating the approach of twilight. They had merely strolled through the village with Diana for a little over an hour at most. How could such a brief span of time transition directly from noon to evening? Moreover, the sudden commotion outside was unsettling. The level of noise indicated not merely a handful of people conversing, but rather dozens, if not hundreds. Yet just moments ago, when Shurjin and his companions wandered through the slums, they had seen no one, no living soul in sight. Thus, the emerging sounds were likely not from outside, but rather from within, their own presence. They were the newcomers, and most crucially, Diana had just mentioned that the prologue was about to commence. The tremors of the ground were likely the signal for the drama's opening. The time has come. As if to affirm Shurgin's and his companions' conjectures, Diana spoke up. It appears I can assist you no further. Remember my words, remember my name. Remember their names, make certain you remember. Diana's voice grew softer, her head gradually bowing. Her hands, once folded upon her lap, now languidly falling to her sides. Stay true to your essence. Let her find release. As her nearly inaudible voice faded, Diana, seated upon the sofa, completely drooped her head, devoid of vitality. Seeing this, Shurjin immediately approached to inspect her. However, upon touching Diana's wrist, he recoiled as if electrocuted. What happened? Wuda asked urgently. She is not human. What? She is a puppet. As Shigeyuin turned around. his face a shade of iron. He spoke. Just like those two entities on the sofa, they are remarkably lifelike dolls. Wuda and his companions were momentarily taken aback, only to feel a chilling sensation surge from their spines to the nape of their necks. The notion that a being capable of moving in the real world, smoking, drinking tea, and ensnaring their elite group into an alternate space was merely a doll was utterly bewildering. Who, then, was the one that had just spoken to them through this doll? And why did she divulge the essence of this alternate space to Shigeyuin and the others? Moreover, was it truly possible for a doll to articulate speech? Such entities ought not to possess vocal cords. To put it more bluntly, was the individual who had conversed with them genuinely human? The explosive revelation left all present with a sense of cognitive dissonance, and they desperately yearned for a moment's respite to thoroughly contemplate the information at hand. Yet, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. Just as the group grappled with their predicament, the door of the wooden cabin was suddenly thrust open, accompanied by the vibrant, melodious voice of a girl. "I'm back. Where have they gone?" Lilith, glancing at the drowsy telephone bug in her hand, scratched her head and exclaimed irritably, "Why isn't anyone answering the phone? Could they be preoccupied? What could possibly be so urgent?" Lilith shot a sidelong glance at Delegate. "I've already made 12 calls, rotating through them all. Honestly, if one person doesn't answer, that's one thing, but it's implausible for an entire group to ignore my calls. Furthermore, these are not nuisance calls." Del pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. "You don't think something has happened to them, do you? With both General Shigeyuin and Reizi, two top-tier combatants, in their ranks, what could possibly go wrong?" Although he voiced these thoughts, Lilith's expression remained troubled. Prior to leaving, General Shigeyuin had explicitly instructed that they should communicate via phone in case of any issues, making it entirely illogical for him not to respond. And what of the others? Setting Wuda and Smog aside, she knew you far too well. Lilith was confident that her best friend would never neglect her calls, even if she were embroiled in urgent matters. She would swiftly hang up once connected, rather than allow the telephone bug to incessantly buzz. Something was amiss. Most definitely so. Lilith leapt from her chair and waved her hand behind her at a young female Marine. Clutching a notepad, promptly approached. "Sergeant? How did the port search go?" The Marine flipped through her notes before replying. "It has been completed." "What was the outcome?" "No survivors were found," the Marine reported candidly. "However, we did discover numerous everyday items, as well as a registration log. A log. Lilith stroked her chin, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Bring me the recent registration log for review." "Yes." The Marine saluted and swiftly exited, returning in less than 5 minutes with a notebook in hand. Lilith reached for the notebook, flipping directly to the final page, while Del lowered his head to read along. February 17, 1510. Upon softly reciting the date inscribed at the bottom of the last page, Lilith's expression shifted, fluctuating between concern and dread. She turned to Del, whose countenance was equally grim. "What is today's date?" "May 23. The answer darkened Lilith's expression further. "Ding ding. Ah, I'm here." The Marine jumped at the sudden call and hurried back. "Sergeant Lilith, what is it? Are you certain this is the recent registration log?" Lilith emphasized the word recent to highlight its significance. "Yes, I am absolutely certain." The Marine nodded vigorously. "Is there no record after February 17? "None." Ding Ding shook her head, then noticed the dark expressions on Lilith and Del's faces, instinctively retracting her neck. "Is there a problem?" "It's a significant problem." Lilith inhaled deeply, then slammed the registration log onto the table with a resounding thud. The last recorded entry was dated February 17, yet the distress signal sent from the East Sea branch to headquarters was dated April 28. There was a gap of over 2 whole months. During this time, the port of Doll Island had not registered any vessels. For the moment, I shall overlook this gross violation of port regulations, and I shall also disregard the improbability of a commercial island having no activity for over 2 months. I simply wish to inquire why the naval vessels that docked between February 17th and April 28th are absent from the registration log. If they did not dock, why then did they request assistance from headquarters, citing the unclear situation on Doll Island and excessive casualties? Faced with Lilith's sudden fury, Ting lowered her head in trepidation. I don't know, Sergeant." "Then why are you not hurrying to inquire?" Lilith glared, clearly indicating that the East Sea branch was concealing something that wasn't what I just said clear enough. "From February 17th to April 28, I want the ship numbers of the naval vessels responsible for patrolling Doll Island during those 2 months, along with the personnel lists aboard those vessels. Furthermore, I demand to see the lists of casualties and the corresponding ship numbers. If the East Sea branch cannot provide this information, or if it does not match the list submitted to headquarters. You are to directly request assistance from headquarters and report the East Sea branch for potential treason, prompting a visit from the Admiral himself. Treason? Ting, hailing from the East Sea, was taken aback by the weighty accusation. Sergeant, are you serious? Follow my orders. Yes. Ting snapped her notebook shut, straightened her posture, saluted, and dashed out of the temporary command center, heading straight for the communications room. Meanwhile, Lilith, her brow furrowed, returned to her seat, unconsciously biting her fingernails. Appearing restless, observing his sister's demeanor, Del gently asked, "What can I do? Let me lean on you for a moment." Del chuckled softly, crouching down so that Lilith could rest her head on his shoulder. "I thought you might ask me to search for General Shigeyuin and the others that I did consider it. But this cursed place feels profoundly wrong." Lilith sighed, "that I don't want to put you in harm's way." "What about General Shigeyuin and the others?" Del inquired, gently stroking Lilith's hair. "Given the current situation, it's highly likely that something has happened to them. That's why I instructed Ting to request assistance from headquarters." Just as she was speaking, Lilith abruptly halted. Del noticed her sudden silence and instinctively followed her gaze, only to find himself equally astonished. "Del, what time is it now?" "It's 3:20 in the afternoon." Upon receiving the reply, Lilith stared vacantly out the window, gazing at the sea, shimmering crimson under the glow of the setting sun. The next moment, a piercing alarm blared through the hastily erected temporary camp. Both Lilith and Del bolted from the command room in a frenzy. "Gather! All personnel assemble." As the crowd clamored, Lilith abruptly halted once more. She stood frozen in place, her gaze vacant as she absorbed the throngs of people at the bustling port and the merchant vessels docked within its confines. She observed the duty officer meticulously jotting notes in the ledger, watched the merchants beaming with delight as they directed sailors in the transportation of goods, and noted the heavily laden merchant ships slowly departing the port after sounding their horns. Lilith took in this scene until the alarm sound gradually faded into the distance, completely vanishing, at which point she slowly regained her senses. Suddenly, she whirled around, directing her gaze towards the temporary command center, towards the warships. Yet, there was no command center, nor any warships to be found. Instead, there was merely an ordinary duty room and a commonplace merchant vessel. The stark contrast to her mental image caused Lilith's lips to quiver slightly, fear and helplessness gradually filling her eyes. "Am I dreaming? Dreaming of what?" A familiar male voice echoed in her ears, prompting her to swiftly turn her head and glare at Der. Something is amiss here. We must find a way to— "What's wrong? Isn't it always like this here?" Der interrupted, flashing a grin despite her incredulous stare. "Prosperity, abundance, a sea of faces. At this point, Der suddenly wore a worried expression as he looked at Lilith. "Did you stay up late again last night? I just saw you lost in thought." "How many times must I say it? Staying up late is not good for your health, but fear not. Today's workload isn't heavy. I can manage just fine. If you're tired, you should rest for a while." Esther spoke. He gestured toward the path leading to the village. "Our home is right there. You should remember how to get there." Lilith shook her head while instinctively taking 2 steps back. "No, that's not right. You're not Der." "What are you talking about?" Der displayed a radiant smile akin to the sun. "Of course I am Der, your brother." "Shut up," Lilith roared, her eyes ablaze with fury. "You monster. Do not use his face to utter his name." "Lilith, what's wrong?" Der continued to smile, stepping forward slowly. "Are you unwell? Come, let your brother take a look." "Get away. Do not approach me." Lilith rapidly retreated a few steps, scanning her surroundings, and then, gritting her teeth, she pushed through the obstructing crowd and dashed toward the jungle. Meanwhile, Der merely stood still, silently watching Lilith's swiftly receding figure, his face still adorned with that dazzling, sun-like smile. "Safe travels, my sister." Lilith was oblivious to what that creature behind her truly was, unaware of Der's actual fate, and even more so, ignorant of the reality of everything unfolding before her. She felt terror and rage, yet simultaneously recognized that this was not a situation she could resolve on her own. One person's anger cannot alter the grand scheme of things. Thus, since the situation had already been set, what she ought to prioritize was preserving her own safety and enduring as long as possible. For only by surviving could she hope to change her fate, and indeed, Lilith acted accordingly. She escaped from that eerie port and plunged into the jungle, successfully safeguarding herself. Yet the unsettling truth was that it was not merely the port that was amiss, but the entirety of Puppet Island. Lilith vividly recalled how, when she had pushed past the obstructing crowd, instead of cursing her, they had smiled at her. Their gazes filled with kindness and encouragement. It was as if they were observing a naive and mischievous child. Therefore, rather than asserting that Lilith had actively fled into the jungle, it would be more accurate to say that the people at the port had deliberately allowed her to enter the jungle. For to them, Lilith was merely a child, and children are inconsequential. Damn it. Damn it. Realizing this, Lilith angrily swung a fist at a tree trunk the size of a bowl, venting her frustration. Startled birds erupted into a cacophony of chirps, taking flight into the sky, while the broken tree crashed heavily to the ground, producing a deafening roar and stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust, which choked her momentarily, prompted a few coughs from Lilith. Yet after this, her thoughts became surprisingly clear. She gazed at her fist, then at the tree she had smashed, and as if struck by inspiration, her gaze gradually hardened with resolve. She was not just a fragile vase dependent on others. She was not a useless being incapable of anything without derivative. She was the notorious standout of the rookie training camp. She was the embodiment of action among the 7 of the Navy. Since those orchestrating this chaos dismissed her as inconsequential, she would not hesitate to reclaim her old ways and wreak havoc in Puppet Village. With this determination, Lilith retrieved a mask from an unknown source. She gazed at the black and white fabric, clearly faded, and a flicker of pain and nostalgia crossed her eyes. However, this emotion was quickly supplanted by resolute determination. Wait for me, big brother. Lilith donned the mask and, like a monkey, darted through the trees, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the jungle. Meanwhile, Wuda and his companions were not idle. They beheld the golden-haired girl who had suddenly burst in, her face now one of wariness. They collectively swallowed hard. The girl sported a neat single ponytail, her bright, spirited eyes sparkling, and her strikingly beautiful face bore a resemblance to Diana, yet with an added touch of youth and innocence. This could only be the doll from the sofa, Helen with Jessica, so she was still alive. Wuda had thought she had been turned into a doll. To confirm he was not hallucinating, Wuda pinched his thigh sharply while stealing a glance at the sofa in the living room. Only after ensuring that the doll remained unscathed upon the sofa did he let out a sigh of relief. Who are you? Jessica, arms crossed defensively, stepped back. This is my home. You are trespassing. I warn you to leave at once. I have already notified the guard. Her voice trembled slightly, bringing the others back to reality. They lifted their gazes toward this extremely tense young lady, whose legs were fidgeting as if she might collapse at any moment. Brave, but not much, Smoker thought to himself as he put on what he believed was a friendly smile and stepped forward. However, before he could utter a word, Wuda and Hanai simultaneously seized his collar and pulled him back. A bewildered Smoker looked up. What are you doing? Your face is not suited for comforting people. Hanai replied with a complex expression. Didn't you see that little girl was about to cry when you approached? She was clearly frightened of us. What does my face have to do with it? In a state of extreme panic, people tend to react with alarm, so your fierce visage only exacerbates the situation. Not to mention, you just displayed a predatory grin akin to that of a psychopathic killer. Forget about scaring the girl. I nearly jumped out of my skin myself. In this scenario, possessing a pleasant appearance is far more crucial than having a good character. As Wuda spoke, he patted Smoker, whose face was flushed, clearly holding back a torrent of curses. Don't doubt it. Just watch. With that, Wuda handed Laysai to Guion. Guion, understanding the cue, cradled Laysai while donning a gentle smile that felt like a breath of fresh spring air. Laysai also cooperatively adjusted her expression to appear even more lively and adorable. Fu Wu. Hello. Laysai waved at Jessica, her soft and melodious voice greeting her. The harmless little face combined with her large, glistening crimson eyes caused Jessica to instantly lower her guard. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more exciting. Certainly. This is somewhat related to the girl's innocent character. Is she greeting me? Jessica raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhaoyang. However, before Zhaoyang could speak, Laysai eagerly nodded, and a sound escaped her lips. Can she understand what I'm saying? Jessica's eyes brightened even more. How clever this sister is. What is her name? Is she called Laysai? She? Jessica was taken aback. She is a girl. Indeed. Zhaoyang smiled as she gently patted Laysai's head. Isn't she adorable? Jessica nodded vigorously, then tentatively asked, Can I pet her? You should ask Laysai that. As Zhaoyang spoke, she lifted Laysai forward. Laysai responded with a soft sound, leaning forward to indicate that it was all right to pet her. Jessica's face lit up with joy. She first set down the pile of things in her hands, then cautiously raised her hand, mimicking Zhaoyang's earlier gesture to stroke Laysai's head. How does it feel? Isn't it wonderful? Absolutely. Jessica nodded enthusiastically. By the way, sister, who exactly are you? My name is Zhaoyang, and I am a vice admiral in the Navy. They are all my subordinates. Observing the successful rapport building and the subtle manipulation of the situation, Wuda nodded in satisfaction and then patted the astonished smoker, saying, "See, I told you so. Sometimes, a good appearance can indeed be more advantageous than a good character. This is clearly Lei Sayer's merit," Smoker stubbornly retorted, insisting that Vice Admiral Zhaoyang was merely holding Lei. "I could do it too." Hanai sighed in exasperation, saying, "Smoker, stop being stubborn. You really can't." Smoker, feeling somewhat defiant, asked, "Why not? Flowers can pair with green leaves, but they must not be paired with cow dung." Wuda shook his head and replied, "Because the former enhances the beauty of the flowers, while the latter only diminishes their elegance." Upon hearing this, Smoker was instantly enraged, declaring that he would engage Wuda in a duel of 300 rounds to determine who the real cow dung was. However, Wuda, accustomed to such antics, calmly declined Smoker's challenge, citing his lack of understanding of hockey, and then pointed at Zhaoyang. "Enough fooling around. We need to get down to business." Under Zhaoyang's eloquent discourse and Lei Sayer's adorable antics, Jessica quickly lowered her guard, treating Wuda and his companions as naval officers come for an inspection in a commercial hub like Doll Island. Such occurrences were not particularly unusual as for why they had intruded into her home. Zhaoyang explained that they had knocked for quite some time with no response, worrying about the homeowner's safety, thus resorting to prying the door open. Although Wuda and his companions found this reasoning rather far-fetched, barely convincing even a child, Jessica believed it wholeheartedly. "This girl is truly naive. Doesn't she worry that Wuda and his companions might be deceiving her with malicious intent?" In response to this, Jessica cheerfully replied, "I'm not afraid, because you all look like good people." Under Smoker's triumphant gaze, Wuda and Hanai sighed in resignation. They were tempted to retort that good people do not necessarily wear their intentions on their faces, nor do bad people. Yet, under the warning glances from Zhaoyang and Lei Sayer, they had to suppress their urge to voice their thoughts. Jessica's innocent and trusting nature was indeed conducive to extracting information in this time of scarce intelligence. Zhaoyang could not afford to let this rare source of information slip away due to Wuda and his companions' banter. After Wuda and his companions fell silent, Zhaoyang, with Lei Sayer's cooperation, successfully gleaned some information from Jessica. For instance, she indeed has an elder sister named Diana and a father named Davis. The former works as a doctor in the hospital of Doll Village, while the latter is the finest doll maker in Doll Village, the second daughter in her family. Jessica is the most cherished and talented child, naturally inheriting all her father's skills. The 3 dolls placed on the sofa are her creations. Dolls made in the likeness of family members symbolize an extension of the spirit, a division of the soul, and an everlasting gaze on Doll Island. While this may sound somewhat eerie, within the traditional culture of Doll Island, it is regarded as a beautiful notion, representing the eternal presence of loved ones. Even if their souls ascend to heaven, they can still gaze down through the dolls, blessing their descendants who remain in the mortal realm. Zhaoyang was somewhat familiar with this unique custom, but in her memory, most families on Doll Island typically crafted a singular life-size doll for protection. It was exceedingly rare for families to create more than one, let alone a family like Jessica's that made 3 at once. When questioned about this, Jessica provided a compelling explanation. Only Diana's doll is meant for protection. The other 2 serve as her teaching materials. In addition to being a doll maker, Jessica is also a volunteer. She teaches the people in the slums how to make dolls so they can become self-sufficient. Her own doll, alongside her father's, serves as demonstration materials, while the slum home acts as the classroom. This also explains why Diana could move so many chairs out of the living room and clarifies why a home lacks a kitchen and bedroom. The space has been repurposed. It might have once been a home, but now it serves as a classroom. Wuda, Hanai, and Smoker exchanged glances, ultimately unable to contain their curiosity any longer. "So, where do you live now?" Hanai inquired. "In the village center," Jessica replied without hesitation while holding Lei Sayer. "Even though I love the atmosphere of the fishing village, Dad wants me to have a better learning environment. So he moved me and my sister to the village center." The fishing village is an alias for the slums, typically referring to those without skills who cannot support themselves through doll making and must rely on fishing for survival. Moreover, being called a fisher is considered a vulgar insult on Doll Island, one of the most offensive kinds. Thus, one can imagine the severe discrimination the Helenwood family faces as residents of the fishing village. Yet, Jessica seems unaffected. Rather, this lively and cheerful girl, even finds the time to return to the fishing village as a volunteer. Could it be that Xiaoyang and her companions were overthinking it, and Doll Village harbored no discrimination against her family? To clarify this, and to unravel the series of mysterious riddles surrounding Diana, Xiaoyang posed what might be perceived as a rather impolite request. Ahem, Miss Jessica? Oh, no need to call me Miss. It sounds too formal. Just call me Jessica. Very well, Jessica. May we visit your father and elder sister? Huh? Jessica paused. You want to meet my dad and sister? Yes, Xiaoyang nodded. Jessica hesitated for a moment. Then timidly asked, May I ask why you wish to see them? This involves some confidential matters. I'm sorry I cannot divulge too much, but please rest assured, we absolutely mean no harm. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang noticed Jessica still seemed hesitant, so she employed a strategy of retreating to advanced out of course. If it's inconvenient, we want tea press. After all, we'll be staying on Doll Island for a while, and there might be opportunities to interact in the future. Hearing this, Jessica, who had a rather thin skin and struggled to refuse, indeed relaxed. However, her expression revealed some difficulty. It's not that it's inconvenient. I would warmly welcome you all to my home. And my dad should not mind, but everyone. But my sister is a problem. Jessica sighed. Her ex-boyfriend was a naval officer who dumped her after cheating, so ever since, she has harbored a strong dislike for the Navy. Everyone. Seeing the peculiar expressions on Xiaoyang's group, Jessica awkwardly chuckled. I know it's wrong to judge everyone based on one experience. I've even discussed this issue with my sister. But hey, let us just go. In fact, I also want to make a life-size doll like Laysire, and making friends with the Navy is a good thing. It's a solid reason, and my sister won't have much to say about it. Observing the spirited young lady, the crowd exchanged silent glances before bursting into laughter in unison. Then I must trouble you, Jessica. Not at all. It's no trouble, Jessica replied as she rose and walked towards the door. Turning to inquire of Shiwan, who was following closely behind, By the way, Miss Shiwan, what is your military rank? Major General. After pondering for a moment, Jessica innocently asked, Is a Major General very impressive? It's fairly average. Ignoring the 3 exasperated eye rolls behind her, Shiwan softly inquired, What's the matter? Jessica chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as she confessed, Actually, I only shared half of the story regarding my sister's disdain for the Navy. After that man broke up with my sister, he was soon rejected by another woman, and now he's been persistently pursuing my sister again, sending flowers and apologies, clearly hoping for a reconciliation. That MY's sister, of course, refuses, but he is a colonel with significant influence. So she can only continue to decline him politely, hoping he will retreat. However, he pretends not to understand, and rather than backing off, he has escalated his behavior, even resorting to sending threats her way. So, I was wondering if you, Major General Shiwan, could assist in resolving this issue. As Jessica spoke, her voice grew softer, nearly inaudible by the end, and the redness of her cheeks revealed the immense psychological pressure she was under. After all, it is rather unethical to speak ill of one Navy officer to another whom she had only recently met. Yet, Jessica felt she had no choice. Her sister's ex-boyfriend was severely disrupting their daily lives. Beyond banging on doors and causing disturbances, he had even hired thugs to create chaos at the hospital where Diana worked, and had sent her threatening letters, declaring that if she did not reconcile with him, he would blacklist all of Jessica and Davis's works, plunging their family back into poverty. In this small region of the East Sea, a Navy colonel indeed wielded considerable power, causing Diana to genuinely feel threatened. Appearing anxious and unable to eat or rest, IT was uncertain whether their works would be blacklisted, but it was clear Diana's life was in shambles. ASA's sister, Jessica, could not bear to watch her sibling descend into despair. Thus she had been attempting to help in her own way, albeit with little success. This was why she was turning to Shiwan out of desperation, as there seemed to be no one else to assist them. After absorbing the entirety of the situation, Wood mused internally, this truly is a glitch from a novel, and then, alongside the furious smoker and Hanai, fixed an intense gaze on the back of Shiwan's head. Feeling the fiery stares behind her, Shiwan's eyes twitched slightly. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, and I guarantee that Colonel will stay far away from your family. Jessica's face lit up with joy. Really? Indeed, that as a Major General, I possess the authority to revoke a colonel's rank in response to civilian complaints. With that, Shiwan glanced back at Wuda and the others, so you need not keep glaring at the back of my head. Do I strike you as someone devoid of compassion? Smoker and Hanai chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent, while Wuda shook his head and retorted, You certainly appear to lack sympathy. when you were bullying me." The moment his words fell, Wuda's height visibly increased by several centimeters, his booming voice attracting the attention of the fishermen in the village. "Enough of this nonsense." Shuan turned away, patting the inquisitive Jessica on the shoulder. "Let us go. On the way, I'd like to hear about your family's history. I'm curious how you managed to leave the fishing village. Oh, certainly." Jessica regained her composure, greeting the surrounding villagers before leading the way. Happily chatting with Shiwan and her companions, "The primary reason we managed to leave the fishing village was my mother. After my father suffered a maritime disaster." Shiwan and her group listened intently, hanging on to every word Jessica uttered, for this could very well be the clue they needed to extricate themselves from the drama. Yet, it was precisely their focus that caused them to overlook the pair of eyes glowing ominously within the jungle behind them. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, Lilith possessed extensive survival skills in the wilderness. Thus, upon entering the jungle, she did not rush to implement her plan but first sought out a water source, establishing her small camp nearby. Once the water issue was resolved, the majority of survival concerns would be addressed. The primordial jungle was abundant with food. Insects, animals, and wild vegetables were plentiful, and with Lilith's prowess, dealing with large beasts was akin to child's play, posing no real danger. The only threats to watch out for were the ill-intentioned villagers and her so-called brother. To tackle these issues, gathering intelligence became imperative. Therefore, after securing her survival in the jungle, Lilith prepared to initiate her plan to stir up trouble for the puppet village. While the mastermind behind her troubles might not care for her, they certainly could not be indifferent to the puppet village. Thus, by creating chaos within the village and preventing its inhabitants from living peacefully, Lilith was confident the wretched scoundrel would ultimately reveal himself. She had promised Del not to take lives, but that was the extent of her promise. She had made no guarantees beyond that. Although the Navy adhered to its own discipline, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were required. Lilith believed Major General Xuan would not hold it against her. However, en route to her destination, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a dilapidated little village and spotted someone she recognized all too well. These individuals were none other than Wuda and his companions. Initially, Lilith instinctively considered rushing over to join them, to share her grievances with an eye, cling to Shiwan and Lasser's support, and perhaps even have them rescue her brother, who had been possessed by something. After all, this was the primary objective of her plan. Yet, in the next moment, the unsettling presence of Del from the port abruptly surfaced in her mind, causing her to halt her actions. She could not ascertain whether the Wuda before her and his companions were genuinely who they appeared to be. Could they, like Del, be possessed by something? Unlike Wuda, who had received assistance from Diana during a buffer period, Lilith had been thrust into the drama without any preparation. This left her severely lacking in intelligence. Compounded by the recent crisis at the port. In simple terms, Lilith found herself ensnared in a nearly unbreakable chain of suspicion. She could not confirm whether her companions were truly her allies. Even if they verbally acknowledged it and provided relevant evidence, she could not easily place her trust in them, for who knew whether that monster retained corresponding memories after possession? Vigilance in this regard was absolutely essential. After all, if she were to be betrayed, the notorious Navy 7 would be doomed. Contemplating this, Lilith's expression darkened. She did not mind playing the lone hero, saving the world on her own, but she was acutely aware of her own limitations. If even Xuan and Lasser were to falter, how could she, who barely understood the concept of bravado, hope to save the world, relying solely on her fervor and unwavering resolve? To hell with that. She was no protagonist from a biographical novel. Moreover, she harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the claims that Shigeyama and Leisai had indeed suffered a setback. The former was the most gifted vice admiral in the Navy, while the latter was an enigmatic entity capable of matching the former's full firepower with an equal measure of force. If these two monstrous figures had truly faltered, then Lilith might as well resign herself to fate, lying low and awaiting the arrival of a high-ranking officer from headquarters. Thus, from the outset, Lilith's singular objective remained unchanged, to reunite with her comrades. This particular issue had now been resolved by half. As she had successfully located one of her allies, the next task was to find a way to sever the insidious chain of suspicion, and subsequently join forces with Wuda and his group to deliberate on how to save the world, while also rescuing her elder brother. However, the crux of the matter lay in whether it was truly possible to sever this chain of suspicion when the authenticity of their communication remained unverified. This question posed a formidable challenge, one that surpassed any complex problem Lilith had previously faced, yet she did not succumb to despair. for she was a woman of action and a member of the Navy's Elite Seven. Soon, as her mind raced with ideas, a brilliant notion sprang forth from Lilith's consciousness. Since words had proven ineffectual for communication, why not attempt to convey meaning through actions instead? Lilith was certain that Shigeyama and his companions would undoubtedly sense that something was amiss on Doll Island. Being in such a peculiar situation, their immediate instinct as Navy officers would undoubtedly be to investigate the source of the anomaly. This was precisely where Lilith and Shigeyama's interests aligned. The villagers who had integrated themselves into this place would certainly not wish to leave. However, Lilith was different. In her quest for escape, and fulfilling her duty as a Navy officer, Shigeyama would surely lead Wuda and the others in an inquiry into the mastermind behind this chaos. Considering this, Lilith felt that she need not reunite with them. As long as she confirmed their shared objectives, she could discreetly offer her assistance. This approach would not only ensure her safety, but also aid Shigeyama's group. And if the moment called for it, she could make a grand entrance, dramatically posing as a perfect ally. It was simply perfect. Having devised such an impeccable plan, Lilith's earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a fervent spirit and sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, Shigeyama and his companions remained blissfully unaware of their newfound covert ally. Engrossed in Jessica's captivating storytelling, the tale of the Hellwood family's rise to prominence was indeed legendary, from misfortune to integration. From being cast out to mastering a craft, and ultimately to the return of the Dragon King, Hellwood Davis's early life might have seemed unremarkable, yet his experiences in Doll Village read like a living urban novel. Complete with thrilling, tear-jerking, and humorous moments. Of course, Jessica's impassioned narration was equally significant. Had it been Wuda telling the tale, it would likely have transformed into a third-rate narrative. Once Jessica concluded her account of their family's history, the group departed from the fishing village and returned to the bustling center of Doll Village. Observing the throngs of people in the central square, their brows instinctively furrowed. While the prior experience in the fishing village had felt somewhat surreal due to its sparsity of inhabitants, the current scene was markedly different. It appeared they had indeed been ensnared in an alternate dimension. Wuda quietly remarked to Smoker, "Look at the sheer number of people. This is the true visage of Doll Village." "Is it not?" Smoker nodded, pondering whether the individuals before them were aware of their current predicament. "Why are you so certain they are human and not mere phantoms or something else entirely?" And I interjected suddenly, "Let us not forget that Diana mentioned this is a play. I know. I haven't forgotten," Wuda replied, "but the essence of a play lies in its actors, and actors are, fundamentally, human, are they not? Yet, humans are the most unpredictable beings, and the least susceptible to manipulation." As and I spoke, she lit a feminine cigarette. "The Doll Village may not be vast. The daily influx of people certainly numbers in the tens of thousands. I do not believe that Madden possesses the capability to command such a multitude into participating in this absurd theater." Upon hearing this, Wuda and Smoker exchanged glances of concern. Before they could respond, Shigeyama interjected, breaking the flow of their conversation. "Thank you for your efforts, Jessica," with a subtle glance to his three subordinates, signaling them to hold their tongues. Shigeyama smiled at Jessica and continued, "The hour is rather late. Why don't we treat you to a meal?" "No, thank you, Miss Shigeyama," Jessica replied with a friendly shake of her head, "and why father should have dinner ready for me at home. And after eating, I must deliver a meal to my sister. I fear I won't have time for a gathering. Is that so? What a pity," Shigeyama expressed with a hint of disappointment. "I was hoping to hear more of your family's story." "Not to worry. Tomorrow you can ask my father directly. His account will surely be far more vivid and detailed than mine." With that, Jessica gently placed Lacy on the ground and retrieved paper and pen from her bag. Jotting down a series of notes before handing them to Shigeyama accepted the note. He instinctively inquired, "What is this?" "The top line is my family's address," Jessica replied with a smile. "The second line lists the most affordable inn on Doll Island. Unlike those establishments that exploit tourists, the last line contains the best restaurant and snack shop on the island, which happens to be my favorite spot." With a playful wink, she added, "Do let me know your thoughts after you dine there." Shigeyama chuckled, tucking the note into his pocket while nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Jessica grinned and said, "See you tomorrow, Miss Shigeyama. Please, just call me sister." "It feels less formal," Shigeyama replied. "Then see you tomorrow, Sister Shigeyama." Jessica seemed to be cautious about the hierarchy. Glancing at Wuda and the others as she addressed Shigeyama, "All three of them are older than you. Simply refer to them as older brothers and sisters," Shigeyama suggested, glancing at Wuda and the others. "Allow me to introduce myself. Wuda, I am 27 years old. And I, 22 years old. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Smoker, 24 years old. Jessica showed little reaction upon hearing Wuda and Hanai's ages, but her expression changed when she heard Smoker's age. She seemed momentarily taken aback before instinctively exclaiming, 24? The tone of her question darkened Smoker's countenance immediately, while Wuda and Hanai's eyes sparkled with amusement. In unison, they chimed, what did you think he was? 30-something? At that moment, Jessica, still processing the information, blurted out without thinking, I thought he was in his 30s. No, wait. As she spoke, realization hit her like a wave, yet it was too late to retract her statement. As the most pivotal part had already slipped out, observing Wuda and Hanai erupt into laughter, nearly doubling over, and Smoker's face turning as dark as a pot bottom, Jessica's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red. She quickly bowed in apology. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean it. I was just speaking the truth. No, wait. I meant to express facts. Oh, I mean to say you look very mature. The phrase talking before thinking was an apt description of Jessica's predicament at that moment. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became, and the more anxious she grew, the more easily she stumbled over her words. Meanwhile, Smoker's irritation deepened, while Wuda and Hanai found endless joy in the unfolding spectacle. Even Leisai joined in the laughter. Ultimately, Shigeyama could no longer bear to witness the farce. She gently placed a hand on Jessica's shoulder, interrupting the commotion. Of course, her primary motivation was that she had laughed to her heart's content. All right, there's no need for further apologies. Smoker won't hold such trivial matters against you. But it's quite all right. I don't mind, Smoker interjected, eager to redirect the conversation, rather than continuing to discuss me. Why not share a bit about yourself? You have yet to introduce yourself. Yes, right. As realization dawned upon her, Jessica nodded repeatedly. I am Helenwood Jessica, 18 years of age, and my profession is that of a doll maker. Observing the slightly anxious girl who struggled to integrate into the small group, Leisai suddenly waved her hand and spoke, Fu Wu. Jessica was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, what is Leisai saying? She is introducing herself and assuring you not to be nervous. We are neither villains nor small-minded individuals, Wuda recounted truthfully, extending his hand with a cheerful demeanor. Leisai is right. So Jessica, shall we become friends? Smog and Rena, upon witnessing this, also extended their hands, placing them atop Wuda's, and even Leisai joined in the camaraderie. Jessica, however, remained in a daze, lost in thought. Yet soon, a radiant smile broke forth on her face, as warm and bright as the sun. Yes, let us be friends. She placed her hand atop those of the others, and after a countdown of 3, the 4 of them, along with a Pokémon, joyfully swung their hands downwards. This act symbolized their newfound friendship and her promise of no longer being alone. Ji-Yuan, Rena, Wuda, Smog, and little Leisai, Jessica gleefully waved at everyone while running in the direction of home. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to their cheerful new friend, the group exchanged knowing glances. Let us head to the inn, Ji-Yuan suggested. We have an abundance of information that needs organizing. Or do you all prefer to eat first? Of course, eating takes precedence. Haven't you heard the saying? A person is like iron, and food is steel? Just as Wuda was about to voice this, he was abruptly silenced by a sidelong glance. Is that Dell? He squinted, pointing towards the entrance of the doll village. The group was startled by this remark and quickly turned to see a comically bulky man of over 2 meters. Surrounded by inquisitive individuals, undoubtedly, this was Dell, for no one else in the doll village possessed his height and stature. At that moment, Dell noticed Wuda and his companions. His eyes lit up as he whispered something to the crowd, dismissing them before striding over. Finally found you all, Dell sighed, speaking in a low tone. Have you seen Lilith? The group froze, caught off guard by the question. Weren't you with your sister? Dell, initially disheartened, replied, we were together at first. But for some reason, Lilith suddenly broke away and dashed into the jungle. I didn't react in time and lost track of her. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned serious as they began to probe Dell for details about Lilith's departure and the status of the battleships and ordinary soldiers. However, Rena remained aloof, quietly scrutinizing the seemingly harmless delegate. Could a devoted brother truly abandon his sister to rush into the jungle alone, only to seek out these unpredictable companions as Lilith's close confidant? Rena narrowed her eyes, mentally placing a large question mark over delegate. Under normal circumstances, she might have taken Dell's words at face value. especially given Lilith's unpredictable nature, which mirrored Wuda's illogical tendencies. Yet, the current situation was different. Besides Wuda and the others who had been by her side, Rena held a heightened sense of vigilance towards any suddenly appearing acquaintances, including Lilith. After all, no one could ascertain whether they were truly familiar or merely characters fabricated by the unfolding drama. While Wuda and Smog, oblivious as they were, remained unconcerned, Rena and Lacey shared a mutual understanding reflected in their glances. After confirming their thoughts through exchanged looks, Rena decided to join the discussion. Without evidence, openly confronting their suspicions would only serve to fracture their camaraderie. However, there was no need for concern. If the Stell were indeed a pretender, he would inevitably reveal his flaws. Let us go. We should eat first. Ji Yuan suggested meaningfully. Some matters can be discussed over a meal. There is no need to rush. Slow and steady wins the race. Following Dell's return to the group, Ji Yuan meticulously laid out their next steps. They first located a restaurant named Bob's Barbecue based on Jessica's note, where they had dinner and exchanged information in a brief manner. Under Wuda's persistent inquiries, Dell recounted his experiences before and after being drawn into the drama. As they finished their meal, they gazed out the window to witness the fading light of the sunset. Dell, munching on barbecue, muttered in a contemplative tone. The time was 3:20 p.m. It was far too early for sunset. Noticing something amiss, Lilith promptly activated the alarm and rushed out of the command room alongside me. We initially intended to gather the sailors to prepare for potential dangers, but what we encountered outside was not the sailors, but rather a throng of civilians and countless merchant ships. The makeshift command room had turned into a duty station, the warships into merchant vessels, and all around us were civilians and traders. Besides Lilith and me, there was not a trace of the other sailors in sight. I was momentarily bewildered by this unforeseen scenario, questioning whether I was hallucinating. It was at that moment that Lilith let out an enraged scream. I couldn't quite catch what she shouted, but her voice snapped me back to reality. I immediately turned to check on her safety. However, all I could see was Lilith's back as she pushed through the crowd towards the jungle. I intended to follow her, but was surrounded by a throng of civilians who pulled me in various directions, preventing my escape, and I could only watch helplessly as Lilith vanished into the forest. Afterward, I revealed my identity as a sailor and, under the pretense of a patrol, started inquiring about your whereabouts at the port, but to no avail. With no other choice, I ventured alone to the village, where I finally spotted you all standing in the square. With a hint of exasperation, Dell sighed, raising his hands in defeat. That is the entirety of my experience. Ji Yuan, do you have any idea what has transpired in the doll village? Yes, Ji Yuan responded softly, mentally replaying Dell's account, while methodically outlining their own experiences. However, during her narration, she emphasized the fishing village and Jessica, deliberately omitting any mention of Diana or the peculiar riddles she had posed. Nor did she reveal that they had been in a space akin to a crevice before being drawn into the drama. Thus, to Dell, the experiences of Ji Yuan and her group seemed largely similar to his own. Yet, Wuda and Smog frowned at Ji Yuan's intentional withholding of crucial information. Unaccustomed to being wary of familiar faces, they instinctively opened their mouths to add their input, only to be silenced by Lacey and Rena's discreet warning glances. It appears we are trapped on this island. Dell, engrossed in Ji Yuan's account, failed to notice his friend's gestures. What are your plans moving forward? To find Lilith and eliminate the mastermind behind this, so we may leave together. Ji Yuan replied calmly, tapping her fingers on the table. However, before that, we must regroup and gather ample intelligence. We have endured too much today and are all quite fatigued. So let us rest well tonight and discuss our division of labor in the morning. With that, Ji Yuan stood up, settled the bill at the front desk, and led her companions towards the inn Jessica had recommended. Along the way, Lacey and Rena offered words of comfort to the downcast Dell, assuring him that Lilith was clever and would be fine. In contrast, Wuda and Smog, usually the most talkative of the group, were unusually quiet until they reached the inn and secured their rooms. Not uttering a single word. 3 rooms. As Shiguki distributed the room keys, he remarked, "You, and I, and Razier will share one room. Wuda and Smog will share another. Dell, given your imposing physique, you shall have a room to yourself. Is that acceptable?" Dell nodded affirmatively, indicating no objections. "Then let us retire for the night. It is getting late. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow." Listening to this seemingly ordinary exchange, Wuda felt an increasing sense of confusion. However, Due to the prior warning glances from Razier and Hanai, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Just as he reached for the room key, he felt a gentle graze on his palm. Startled, Wuda looked up to find Shigyuki winking at him twice. This was their discreet signal, utilized when surrounded by others, implying that his belongings had been placed in the laundry room and to not forget to wash them later. Yet, given their current location in an inn, it was evident that there was no laundry room available. Thus, the signal must have had a different meaning. What could it signify? Wuda, who struggled with comprehension, furrowed his brow. He longed to inquire about it. But Shigyuki had already turned to ascend the stairs with Hanai and Razier. It was clear that discussing it was inconvenient. Why does everyone become so cryptic upon arriving at Puppet Village? Can't they just speak plainly? After internally lamenting, Wuda deciphered the signal as he ascended the stairs alongside Del and Smog, each returning to their respective rooms. Upon entering his room and setting down his luggage, Smog lit a cigar while observing Wuda's furrowed brow. You've been silent and brooding since earlier. What occupies your thoughts? Shigyuki sent me a signal indicating that my clothes are in the laundry room and to remember to wash them tonight. Smog raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Clothes? Laundry room? Don't forget to wash? What does that even mean? How does this signal relate to our current situation? Seeing Smog's bewildered expression, Wuda sighed. I had hoped you could offer some insight. But it seems we are both equally perplexed. This is merely a signal between you and your partner. How can I provide assistance? Smog replied, somewhat exasperated. We are not a couple. We are friends, Wuda asserted firmly. Shigyuki and I do not share that kind of relationship, so please refrain from making such assumptions. Right, just friends, Smog responded dismissively. So, have you deciphered the friend signal she sent you? I'm working on it. Then take your time. Smog quipped, extinguishing his cigar and heading to the bathroom for a shower, leaving Wuda alone on the sofa, still lost in thought. Approximately half an hour later, having finished his shower, Smog emerged wrapped in a towel. Noticing Wuda still seated on the couch, he raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Haven't figured it out yet. With a grim expression, Wuda nodded. I've pondered for quite some time. Yet I still do not understand why she instructed me to go to the laundry room tonight. Moreover, I cannot fathom why she would send me that signal. If she had something to convey that was inconvenient to say, couldn't she have simply asked Razier to relay it to me? Why take Razier away instead? Smog plopped back onto the sofa and reignited his unfinished cigar, beginning to analyze the situation. I recall that during training camp, Razier did not stay with you. Did she? Wuda confirmed. Indeed, Razier always resided with Lilith, Hanai, and Shigyuki. Though she is closer to me, she is still a girl that I've been meaning to ask. Why the strict separation? You lived with Razier before enlisting, didn't you? Quite so, Wuda replied, gritting his teeth. But Shigyuki insisted strongly on this arrangement, and Razier did not object, so I found it difficult to refuse. Intrigued, Smog queried, what could Shigyuki possibly have against this? Wuda pondered for a moment before replying. I suspect it's because she wishes to sleep with Razier at night. Did I ask that all? Pretty much. After a prolonged silence, Smog finally spoke up. Are we perhaps straying from the main topic? Wuda nodded. It seems we are. Shall we refocus then? Indeed, let us return to the main matter at hand. Thus, the two commenced an animated discussion. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang, though they were not 3 in number. Wuda and Smog undoubtedly surpassed mere cobblers in intellect, so one might consider them equivalent to a Zhuge Liang or at the very least, a Shoyu. Before long, Smog presented a compelling theory. Shigyuki likely took Razier away because Del was nearby. From the peculiar behavior displayed in the dining room, it was evident that the girl group was wary of Del. For the reason behind their caution toward their own. Let us attribute it to the needs of the plot. This led to a critical question. What is essential for deceiving someone? It is paramount to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. One's actions and demeanor must remain consistent with the norm. Hence, Shigyuki would carry Razier away. Wuda's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, as he realized that in Del's perception, Razier had always shared a room with the girl group. Precisely, Smog affirmed, if we consider this line of reasoning. An explanation arises for why Shigyuki would use a couple signal with you. This signal is exclusively utilized by you two and is employed quite frequently, with meanings known only to the two of you. That isn't a couple signal. That is not the point. Smog interjected emphatically, silencing Wuda. The crux of the matter is that everyone knows you two share a unique couple signal, including Del, which renders the message's delivery unremarkable and significantly increases its safety. I understand the logic, but it truly isn't a couple signal. Having established that Shigyuki was not merely toying with Wuda, but was genuinely attempting to convey information, The interpretation of the couple's signal began to take shape. What did Shigeuki's signal indicate again? Smog inquired. Clothes are in the laundry room, and to not forget to wash them tonight. With a sigh, Wuda reiterated, and again, it is not a couple's signal. However, Smog paid no heed to Wuda's protests. After pondering for a moment, he abruptly stood and began dressing. Wuda, taken aback, instinctively asked, "Why are you getting dressed?" "I'm going to find Shigeuki in her room." "Why?" "Because that is what the signal means." As Smog finished dressing, he explained to Wuda, "Substitute clothes with intelligence, laundry room with room, and don't forget to wash with don't forget to come. Moreover, the crucial detail is the time, evening. At this point, Smog glanced at Wuda. "Surely your couple's signal can accurately convey whether it's day or night?" "It can." Wuda resigned himself to the situation, conceding that if it must be labeled a couple's signal, then so be it. A double blink indicated no rush, permitting the washing to occur later, while a single blink signified urgency. "In that case, my interpretation holds." Smog stretched his shoulders and pulled Wuda up from the sofa. "If the clothes are in the laundry room, and you mustn't forget to wash them tonight, the implication now is that the intelligence is in my room. And you mustn't forget to come." With that, Smog patted Wuda on the shoulder and opened the door, striding confidently toward the girl group's quarters. Wuda, skeptical yet following closely behind, maintained a respectful distance. After all, knocking on a girl's door late at night could easily be misconstrued as inappropriate. Should Smog's assumptions prove incorrect, Wuda needed to ensure he wouldn't bear the brunt of any repercussions. However, he soon realized he might not witness such an event. For Smog had guessed correctly. Merely 3 seconds after his knock, Hanai opened the door, glancing back into the room and gesturing for them to enter. Apologies for the intrusion. Smog and Wuda stepped inside, only to find Juin, her hair still damp, and Leisai, wrapped in a towel with a rosy complexion, perched on the sofa. It was evident that the duo had just emerged from the bathroom. "Juin Zhongjiang, you have lost," Hanai chimed in cheerfully as she approached, reminding them, "Don't forget to treat us to a meal tomorrow afternoon." Juin sighed softly and nodded, then cast a gaze filled with disappointment toward Wuda, which left him feeling rather uneasy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he inquired. "Fuwu, because you are too foolish," Leisai interjected, offering an explanation for Juin. "Fuwu, we wagered on when you would decipher that code. Fuwu, Juin had faith in you, believing you would arrive before she and I finished bathing. Fuwu, but Hanai was convinced you wouldn't make it, even with Smog's assistance. Hence we placed a bet with tomorrow's lunch as the stake." At this point, Leisai let out a resigned sigh, adopting a similar disappointed expression. "Fuwu, you have betrayed our trust." Wuda felt a surge of happiness at Juin and Leisai's unwavering trust in him. Yet, regrettably, trust alone could not elevate one's reading comprehension nor liberate one from the constraints of fixed thinking. "Never mind, let's address the matter at hand," Juin said, waving her hand to indicate they should take a seat. "You two must be curious as to why we are wary of Del Nas. Wuda and Smog settled onto the sofa. They nodded in unison. "That it's because something about that Del seems off," Hanai remarked, igniting a lady's cigarette. "Off?" Smog arched an eyebrow, urging her to elaborate. "Would a true brother abandon his sister and seek out the elusive us in the village?" Hanai continued, "You should be well aware of how much Del cares for Lilith. If what happened at the port is indeed as Del claimed, he would have pursued Lilith without hesitation upon hearing this." Smog frowned in contemplation, while Wuda, who had only known Del for 2 months, was still rather perplexed. Did he not say he was surrounded by civilians? He scratched his head and posited he must have feared injuring those civilians. Which is why he didn't follow Lilith, right? You ought to have a clear understanding of your companion's capabilities. As an elite student, Del certainly possesses the means to control his strength. Juin glanced at Wuda. Seeing he still bore a bewildered expression, sighed. "Let me explain it to you differently. Now, you are Del, and Lilith is Leisai. Imagine Leisai, right before your eyes, suddenly loses control, shoving her way through the crowd and dashing into the jungle. While you find yourself encircled by people, what would you do? Would you stand there like a fool, watching Leisai disappear into the distance, or would you exert your strength to push through the crowd and pursue her at all costs?" Upon hearing this, Wuda pondered, and soon cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He understood why the girl group was cautious of Delegate. If the situation were reversed, he would undoubtedly chase after Leisai. In an already precarious environment, allowing someone to act alone was an unforgivable mistake. Not to mention, Lilith is Del's most cherished sister. He would risk his life for her, Smog interjected. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Does it? What if Del was just momentarily dazed? What if Lilith ran off too swiftly, disappearing in an instant. Wuda bit his lip, continuing to defend Dell, not out of stubbornness, but to consider the situation comprehensively. After all, Dell was still their comrade, and suspecting a fellow member could spell disaster for a team. What if Dell merely made an error? Invariably, accidents happen. Lilith is often unpredictable. It isn't hard to fathom that, Dell. For a moment, let her slip away. Wuda reasoned. He believed Juin and the others shared this sentiment. Otherwise, this clandestine meeting would have been unnecessary, and they could have simply barged into Dell's room to extract answers. However, in the next moment, Lei Sai's words extinguished Wuda's final doubts. Fu, I can assure you, Dell is absolutely not normal. Lei Sai pointed at the red horn atop her head, her demeanor serious as she continued. Fu, when he mentioned Lilith, there was no fluctuation in his emotions. It was entirely stable, as though the one who ran away was not his sister but a mere stranger. Everyone except Wuda was momentarily taken aback. What did Lei Sai's statement imply? Hinai looked at Wuda in confusion. What do you mean by no fluctuation in emotions? Lei Sai possesses the ability to sense human emotional changes. Wuda explained, kindness, malice, hostility, anxiety, restlessness. If there is any emotional fluctuation within, Lei Sai can perceive it with absolute accuracy. Upon hearing this, Juin and the others widened their eyes, turning to Lei Sai, who appeared rather pleased with herself. What a preposterous ability, Hinai exclaimed, her mouth agape as she dropped her cigarette to the ground. Did this mean that in Lei Sai's presence, they lacked even the capacity to conceal their emotions? Lei Sai can only sense emotions. She cannot read minds, so you need not worry, Wuda reassured them. Moreover, she typically refrains from using this ability. But clearly, this is not an ordinary circumstance, so please don't cast such wary glances at Lei Sai. Can't you see she's upset? At this, the group realized how piercing their defensive gazes had been. Seeing Lei Sai sulking with her head down and lips pouted, they felt an immediate urge to slap themselves. This ability was innate to her, and she could control it. Most importantly, Lei Sai was one of their own. While being cautious of outsiders was understandable, being wary of their own was simply wrong. Furthermore, Lei Sai had openly revealed her abilities. Could there be a more sincere gesture than that, under Wuda's urging gaze? The others began to apologize to Lei Sai, offering sweets and shoulder massages until they managed to lift her spirits. A short while later, observing Lei Sai sitting in Juin's lap, cheerfully indulging in a small cake. Wuda spoke up. Now that we've reached a conclusion, when shall we take action? I believe we can proceed immediately. As Smog spoke, he casually tossed a piece of gum into his mouth, seemingly unaware that Lei Sai possessed such a remarkable ability. He was likely reveling in his room at that very moment. The element of surprise is crucial. The current time is midnight, when most people are asleep, making it an opportune moment for us to act. Hinai and Wuda nodded in agreement before turning their attention to the contemplative Juin. They were merely strategizing. The final decision to act rested with their leader. Juin sensed the collective gaze and fervent determination from her companions, but slowly shook her head after a moment's thought. We shall not act. The trio was taken aback by her response. Why not? Because he may serve as our beacon. Juin explained. It is evident that the imposter Dell's primary objective is to infiltrate our ranks. But why would he want to do that? Hinai furrowed her brow slightly. To disrupt our investigative direction? Juin nodded. By utilizing his guise as a comrade, he can pose any question at any time and in any place, and perform any plausible action. Undoubtedly, this grants him immense freedom, and under such circumstances, every question he poses and every action he takes could lead us down completely erroneous paths. However, this is contingent upon his identity remaining concealed. Dell does wield influence among us, but the imposter does not. Thus, we can exploit this information gap to explore the direction he seeks to disrupt. Smog interjected, for instance, if we aim to investigate the east. But the imposter Dell insists there's nothing there and directs us to investigate the west. We can initially feign compliance with him, only to later turn our heads and investigate the east. In doing so, not only does he fail to disrupt our investigative direction, but he also inadvertently illuminates it for us.my dear. This chapter has more to offer, so please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Ji Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then shot a disdainful glare at Wuda, as if questioning why these words were uttered by Smog instead of him. Wuda remarked, the insider knows where the truth lies, thus he will outline various forks in the road leading to the truth and attempt to mislead us into them. At this juncture, Rinai suddenly chuckled softly, but as Ji Yuan said, if he does not expose himself, this tactic is indeed quite effective. However, if he does reveal himself, This misdirection would become an excellent guiding sign. Fu Wu, that is not incorrect. Lei Sai nodded in agreement. Fu Wu, I concur with Ji Yuan's thoughts. Rinai and Smog also nodded in affirmation, and so did we. Meanwhile, the naive Wu Da, glancing around aimlessly, eventually nodded along with the crowd and, stroking his chin, remarked, I have no objections. By the way, have you all caught a whiff of something strange? Strange smell? The group simultaneously twitched their noses, only to furrow their brows in response. It seems to be the scent of something burning. Smog interjected. Moreover, there is a very familiar odor mixed in. Yes. Wu Da nodded repeatedly. This scent resembles that of smoke. The mention of smoke jolted Ji Yuan into alertness. Her eyes widened as she glared at Rinai. Rinai, you dropped your cigarette and set the carpet ablaze. Hearing this, Rinai quickly looked down and was met with the sight of a slowly smoldering cigarette butt and a large patch of charred carpet. Rinai was taken aback. Hurry and fetch water. As Wu Da rushed towards the bathroom in a frenzy, he exclaimed, as a seasoned smoker, how could you make such a rookie mistake? I was startled at that moment. Ji Yuan shot him a piercing look. Being startled is no excuse. How much will this cost us? Smog estimated. Probably around 20 to 30,000 berries. Rinai, after a flurry of chaotic firefighting efforts. Everyone lost the motivation to continue their discussion. After exchanging goodnights, Wu Da and Smog retreated to their rooms to rest. Thus, the night passed without incident. The following morning at 8 o'clock, after freshening up and organizing her gear and thoughts, Ji Yuan gathered her companions in the hotel lobby. While having breakfast, they deliberated on the day's operational procedures. Smog, Rinai, and Del, you three will form a group. Ji Yuan took a sip of hot tea and stated, your mission today is to head to the municipal hall of Doll Island, report our Navy affiliation, and inform them that any unusual occurrences in the village must be reported to us. Here is my officer's identification, which bears anti-counterfeiting marks. Ji Yuan produced a small notebook from her pocket and tossed it to Rinai. If they refuse to cooperate, this document will come in handy. Rinai nodded, stowing away the officer's ID, to which Wu Da seized the moment to tease. Does this count as abusing your authority? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures. I call this flexibility, not abuse of power. After retorting to Wu Da without a hint of embarrassment, Ji Yuan continued addressing the trio. Once you handle this matter, you three are free to act as you please, utilizing your Navy identity to gather intelligence in the village, or you may directly investigate the local police department's event archives as for the keywords for your investigation. Devise them yourselves. I have faith in you. Suddenly, Ji Yuan's expression shifted, turning exceptionally solemn as she cautioned. However, remember, during your operations, it is absolutely forbidden to act alone, and no matter where you go. The three of you must remain together and ensure that all are within each other's line of sight. The situation in Doll Village is currently unclear, and we cannot ascertain how this alternate space may affect us, not to mention that there could be a lurking adversary eyeing us with malicious intent. Therefore, the arrangements I have made are not to restrict you, but to ensure your safety. At that moment, Del suddenly spoke up in a subdued voice. What if we encounter suspicious individuals during our investigation? If you can apprehend them, do so. If not, let them go. But remember to note their physical characteristics and the direction they departed in. Never abandon your teammates or venture forth alone. Ji Yuan spoke. She cast a sidelong glance at Del, asserting that even if that suspicious individual were Lilith, the current circumstances are exceptional. Since you have returned to the team, you must exhibit some team spirit. Del remained silent, merely nodding with a downcast expression. Is there anyone else who has questions aside from Del? The group shook their heads, indicating none. Then let us commence our operations. With that, Ji Yuan rose and strode ahead, leading the way out of the hotel. The others followed closely behind, only officially parting ways once they reached the central square. Holding Lei Sai beside the fountain in the central square, Wu Da gazed at the retreating figures of Smog and the others, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light, as though he had something to express. Yet, he refrained from speaking until they had completely vanished from sight, then softly inquired, Lei Sai, what do your senses reveal? Fu Wu, same as yesterday. Lei Sai responded. Fu Wu, although he appears quite dejected, his emotions remain unchanged. As she spoke, Lei Sai bore a rather proud expression. Fu Wu, his acting is indeed commendable. But regrettably, it is of no use to me. This has solidified the evidence. Wu sighed gently. Now the question arises, where has the real Del gone? And what of the Lilith mentioned by Fo Del? Is she real or not? The events at the port were merely the words of an impostor. Thus, whether the Lilith he spoke of truly exists remains uncertain. Ji Yuan interjected. So let's not dwell on such concerns. Let us first address the immediate issues at hand. You are the leader. I will heed your guidance. With that, Wuda placed Lei Sai upon his shoulders, allowing her to ride atop him, as he followed the leading Ji Yuan towards the direction of the Helenwood family. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Helenwood household, Jessica sat upright on the living room sofa, her hands clasped tightly upon her lap, fidgeting incessantly. Occasionally, she timidly raised her gaze to meet the eyes of Diana, who sat across from her. They are all good people, sister. Jessica pouted, speaking in a subdued tone. Moreover, I have already promised to host them at our home. First, you should refer to me as Sister Diana. Not just sister. With a scowl on her face, Diana replied. Secondly, how did Dad and I usually instruct you? When encountering strangers who attempt to get close to you, what should you do? Shout a curse and run far away. After Jessica softly reiterated this, she quickly added, But, no buts. Diana raised her voice sharply. Do you even understand? Just as she was about to continue, she caught sight of Jessica's woeful expression. Considering her sister's youth and innocence, Diana sighed in exasperation, lowering her volume. Oh, you know that recently many people have been keeping an eye on our family. Keeping an eye on us? Jessica was momentarily taken aback. Asking why. Dad has truly protected you too well. Diana gently rubbed her forehead, recalling that our family recently secured a significant contract from the royal family of the Kingdom of Goya, you know? Jessica nodded, acknowledging her awareness. The Martin family, the Sandy family, and the Helson family. These three names should be familiar to you, right? Jessica nodded, affirming her recognition. They are all renowned doll makers, much like Dad, once quite famous. Diana sighed lightly. Do you know how long it has been since those three families received a substantial order? How long? Since Dad gained fame. Upon witnessing Jessica's astonished expression, Diana slightly nodded, explaining. Thus do you understand why Dad and I do not want you to interact with strangers? Jessica pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She was simply innocent, not foolish. Diana had already made her point abundantly clear. If she still failed to comprehend, it would indicate a serious deficiency in her intellect. However, there was one matter that perplexed her. The assignments were supposed to be based on merit, and their family had never resorted to any underhanded tactics or dubious deeds. Why, then, must she conduct herself like a thief? Perpetually bowing her head, Jessica understood that her father and elder sister restricted her interactions with strangers for her own well-being. They feared that those individuals might harbor ill intentions, seeking to lead her astray and introduce her to unsavory elements. Yet, this situation could not persist indefinitely. I am already 18, sister. Jessica lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes meeting Diana's. I yearn for friendships. Ever since I left the fishing village, you have maintained a tight grip on my life. You disallow me from bringing strangers home, from going out with them, demanding that I return before 7 each evening, and insisting that I keep a daily journal. Sister, I have not even experienced school life like you have, nor have I known the joy of family outings. I have toiled diligently in the craft of doll making, earning and saving a considerable sum, yet I have no avenue to spend my earnings. I volunteered to teach the villagers skills, but I lack the time to share a meal with them or play with the children. Sister, do you know what they call me behind my back? Jessica, they refer to me as a recluse, as a fisher, as a mere doll who can only grin broadly. Tears streamed down Jessica's cheeks, but she did not cease her outburst, continuing to cry, I have no friends. No classmates, not even a shred of privacy. I recognize that you act out of love, to preserve our family unit, which is why I have endured in silence. But this is enough. I am 18. I am not a child anymore. I long for friends. I desire companions with whom I can laugh, play, and cause mischief. With that declaration, Jessica abruptly stood up, wiping her tears as she rushed toward the door. Startled, Diana quickly rose to pursue her. Jessica, do not leave. Sister understands her mistakes. I will not hinder you any longer. Please do not go. Despite Diana's desperate calls, Jessica did not pause. She reached the entrance, donned her shoes, and with all her might, flung open the door. However, instead of the bright sunlight heralding a new beginning, she was met with a loud thud and an unfortunate soul being sent sprawling by the door. Ouch, that hurts. Witnessing the scene of Wuda rolling on the ground, clutching his nose, Jessica's eyes widened in shock, her mind a blank, her emotions in disarray. Diana, who was close behind, also displayed a similar expression of astonishment. Is he your friend? Jessica numbly nodded, and then her mind began to clear. Brother Wuda, she exclaimed, rushing over in 3 quick strides. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. Wuda, still covering his nose, lifted his head, waving his hand while speaking through tears. We need to discuss something. Next time you open the door, could you please use a little less force? It's just that I'm a tough guy. If it were someone else, they'd be in the hospital for 2 weeks. After saying this, Wuda removed his hand from his nose and forcefully blew it, dislodging some blood. Nevertheless, blood still smeared his nose and mouth, dripping onto the ground. Innocent and kind-hearted Jessica had never encountered such a sight, so naturally, she assumed Wuda was merely putting on a brave face. Consequently, the tears she had managed to hold back began to flow once more. At that moment, she forgot about her earlier argument with her sister, frantically trying to use her sleeve to wipe Wuda's blood while crying out, "Sister, sister, come quick." Diana sighed in exasperation, grabbing a few tissues from the rack by the entrance, and hurried over. "I'm fine. Really, I'm fine." Wuda interjected, trying to shield Jessica from getting her clothes stained with blood while rubbing his nose. "See, I'm fine, just like usual. I'm tough." Jessica was not convinced. She turned to Diana, her eyes pleading, "Sister, all right, stop crying." Diana gently ruffled Jessica's hair, then squatted down to pinch Wuda's face, softly admonishing, "Don't move." Wuda instinctively tried to turn his head, but upon hearing that cold voice, he froze. However, while his body could not move, his eyes could still roam. Thus, Wuda's gaze drifted toward the strikingly beautiful face and the captivating amber eyes mere inches away. "She looks just like that doll. I wonder if her personality is the same. That I hope she's not a riddle." Diana remained unaware of Wuda's inner musings, as she focused on her role as a caretaker to her. The amount of blood from Wuda's nosebleed indicated a serious impact from the door, and it was likely he would need to go to the hospital for corrective surgery. Therefore, she did not intend to examine too closely. Pinching Wuda's face was merely to help wipe away the blood. However, as Diana's gaze landed on Wuda's nose, she was astonished to find it neither broken nor crooked, but rather intact and unblemished, just as he had claimed. "See, I told you I'm fine." Wuda noticed Diana's slightly furrowed brow and quickly added, "I'm tough. Getting hit by a door is hardly even a minor injury." Jessica, still skeptical, glanced at Wuda before addressing Diana. "Brother Wuda, he is fine." Diana nodded while wiping Wuda's face with a tissue, ensuring he looked less intimidating before standing up. "Your naval friend does indeed have a rather sturdy physique." Diana emphasized the word sturdy, but Jessica, relieved, failed to catch the nuance. She reached out to help Wuda to his feet, brushing off the dust from his military uniform, and asked, "Where are Ji Yuan and La Sierre?" Just as Wuda was about to respond, Ji Yuan's voice called out from behind him, "Why is your clothing so dirty? Have you been rolling on the ground? Also, why are Jessica's eyes red? Did you bully her?" Wuda clicked his tongue, turning slightly to reply, "They just arrived." At that moment, Ji Yuan noticed Wuda's face, particularly the bloodstains that had not been cleaned away, and her eyes widened in shock. "Where did the blood on your face come from?" "Nosebleed." "Nosebleed?" A startled Ji Yuan completely overlooked Jessica's embarrassed expression. "You were supposed to come earlier to knock. Why do you have a nosebleed?" "Sister, can we not ask questions right now?" Wuda grimaced, gesturing toward Jessica and her sister still standing nearby. Ji Yuan, taken aback, quickly nodded an apology to Jessica. "Sorry, we're late." "Not late at all. You arrived just in time," Jessica said, pulling Diana closer. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Helen Wood." Diana, Jessica's sister. After making her introduction, Diana surveyed her sister's new friends before adding, "Pleased to meet you." Years of habit are difficult to change, so compared to Jessica's warm demeanor, Diana's attitude was considerably cooler. Even when Laysire proactively waved to greet, she merely nodded indifferently in return, a stark contrast to Jessica's earlier demeanor. This ultimately led to an abrupt silence following Diana's remarks, as everyone exchanged glances, caught in a mutual stare-off, with not a soul daring to break the silence. Dear Master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further excitement. The 4 individuals, accompanied by a Pokémon, stood stiffly at the entrance of the Helenwood residence, drawing curious glances and whispers from passers-by. Finally, unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, Wuda cleared his throat and forced a chuckle, stating, I hope our unexpected visit isn't causing you any trouble." Upon hearing this, Jessica was about to respond, but Diana's voice preemptively chimed in. "It's fine. Not a bother at all," she said, casting a glance at her younger sister. "Only a little spat with a certain young lady regarding this matter." Wuda and his companions were taken aback. A quarrel. However, before they could inquire further, Jessica, her cheeks slightly flushed, stomped her foot and playfully exclaimed, "Sister! All right, I want to mention it." Diana raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, then turned to Wu Da and his friends. "You're all welcome to visit my home." With that, she pivoted and made her way inside. Jessica seized the moment to take on the role of host, ushering Wu Da and his companions indoors. Come in. Welcome to my home. I'll show you my studio, and, while I'm at it, make a life-size doll for Laysire. Let me tell you, my craftsmanship is superb, rivaling even my father's. You're in for a treat." Just as Diana reached the threshold of the living room, she instinctively turned back upon hearing this. She intended to remind Jessica that the studio shouldn't be freely accessible. But when she beheld the radiant, joyful smile on Jessica's face, she momentarily lost her train of thought. That it dawned on her that she hadn't witnessed her sister's genuine smile in ages, not the polite grin or the laughter that followed the mood, but a heartfelt, joyous expression. This was the countenance befitting a vivacious 18-year-old girl. "Perhaps my father and I have truly erred," Diana mused, lowering her gaze and sighing softly, retreating into the living room and heading toward the kitchen. Davis had once taught her that it is never too late to change. Thus, she resolved to prepare some pastries and tea to offer Jessica and her friends, and if possible, perhaps she could even attempt to greet them properly, like the sisters in ordinary families do. After leading Wu Da and his companions to the studio, Jessica swiftly dashed to the workbench, beginning to tinker with doll-making materials. "You all can look around for now. I'll gather some supplies." "All right, take your time," Wu Da replied casually, beginning to wander about. It's worth noting that this wandering was not an exaggeration, but rather a genuine exploration, as Jessica's studio was incredibly spacious, more akin to a grand villa than a personal workspace. "This is quite something," Wu Da exclaimed, gazing at the large display case filled with various unformed doll prototypes, marveling at their lifelike textures. "Hey, Chiyuan, what else can these be used for besides being looked at?" As he spoke, he reached out to poke the face of one of the doll prototypes, noting the delightful texture that felt remarkably real. "These are artworks. Keep your hands to yourself," Chiyuan admonished, swatting Wu Da's hand away. "And stow away your sordid thoughts. Dolls are clearly for display. That I didn't say anything." "How did you know I was thinking something lewd?" Wu Da retorted playfully, undeterred by the reprimand. "That I know you well enough." Chiyuan shot back, her eyes narrowing as she pushed Wu Da away. "Get away from me. You're covered in dust. Go change your clothes before you embarrass yourself further." "You're just trying to change the subject. I want to fall for it." Despite his words, Wu Da obediently shed his dust-covered jacket, holding it in his hands. "That I plan to order a doll from Jessica that looks just like you." Chiyuan scoffed. "Do you even have the money for that? I'm going to need to ask you for some funds." After a slight cough, Wu Da declared, "Miss Chiyuan, I request to withdraw my savings to purchase necessities." "I refuse your request." "Damn it. You can't do that," Wu Da exclaimed, wide-eyed. "That's my money, not yours." Chiyuan crossed her arms, a playful smirk gracing her face. "So what? So you should return my money, if you want money for something legitimate." "I'll gladly provide it." Chiyuan glanced at the doll prototypes in the display case, "but buying a doll is clearly not a legitimate reason, so I must decline your request. You're unreasonable." "That's my money. I have the right to decide how to use it. I'm your superior. Thus, I have the authority over your funds. Can it really be argued that way? Why can't it?" Laysire, witnessing the peculiar exchange between the two, shook her head in resignation and turned to approach Jessica, who was hiding nearby with a large basin. Upon noticing, Jessica hastily set the basin down, wiped her oil-stained hands on nearby paper, and picked up Laysire. Their dynamic resembled that of her parents. She patted Laysire's head. She quietly observed the banter between the two. "Laysire, do you think Wu Da and Chiyuan are a couple?" Laysire decisively nodded. "Uh-huh." Jessica's eyes lit up, about to say something, when the duo simultaneously interjected. "No." Startled, Jessica blurted, "What do you mean, no? We are not in that kind of relationship," Chiyuan asserted, shooting a glare at Laysire. "Don't share such things with the little girl?" Laysire chuckled, showing no remorse, and stared at Chiyuan with wide eyes, as if challenging her to keep denying it. Sensing the underlying message, Chiyuan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. "Let us stop discussing irrelevant matters and focus on the task at hand." As she spoke, she lightly smacked Wu Da on the head. "Why did you hit me?" Chiyuan was taken aback by the question, unsure herself why she had done it. It was merely a reflexive action. However, she couldn't admit that, so she glared and insisted. What's wrong with a little tap? I didn't tee at you hard. Wuda pouted, muttering, spoiled brat. Observing this entire exchange, Jessica blinked her bright eyes and suddenly broke into a mischievous grin, addressing Wuda. If you want a life-size doll of Chi-Yuan, I can make one for you for free. Wuda's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, but before he could express his gratitude, Chi-Yuan's anxious voice interjected. No. Wuda turned, puzzled. Why not? She's not charging anything. It's not about the money. Chi-Yuan attempted to regain her composure, fighting to keep her blush at bay. I'm a living, breathing person, much better looking than any doll. Wuda pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity in Chi-Yuan's argument. Then I won't have your doll. I'll choose someone else. No. Why not? Wuda's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, I refuse to accept your doll. That is utterly unreasonable. In short, it is absolutely out of the question. Yuan, gritting her teeth, fixed a fierce glare upon Wuda, pondering what on earth he intended to do with the doll. Isn't a doll meant for admiration? What use could I possibly have for it? Wuda's expression as he spoke appeared remarkably righteous, almost as though he were imbued with divine light. I am not like you. My thoughts are not tainted. Who possesses tainted thoughts? Yuan retorted. Pray tell, what else can a doll be used for aside from mere observation? Upon hearing this, the simmering indignation within Yuan burst forth, her face turning as crimson as an apple. Observing her reaction, Wuda immediately broke into a mischievous grin. Oh, I see. You believe I want the doll for. If you dare utter another word about it, I swear I shall end you. Yuan, her face heated to the point where it felt as if it could fry an egg, articulated each word with emphasis. No more talk of dolls. I will not permit you to purchase one. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Wuda nodded. I shall refrain from buying one. Yuan shot a glare at the grinning Wuda before turning her gaze toward Jessica. To her surprise, she found the girl had seated herself upon a chair, a bag of chips in hand, merrily sharing them with Leisai, while watching her with delight at this sight. Yuan quickly grasped Jessica's true intentions in speaking to Wuda. The girl had no intention of helping Wuda acquire a doll. She merely wanted to witness their verbal sparring. Just like that little rascal Lilith. The thought made Yuan both exasperated and amused. Noticing Yuan's reaction, Jessica hurriedly interjected before Yuan could speak. Now, let us get down to business. I have prepared the materials, and we can commence the crafting. As she spoke, she stood and placed Leisai upon the chair. I plan to make two, one for myself and the other for you, Yuan. With this, you need not compete with Wuda for Leisai's affection. Furthermore, once you depart, this doll can accompany you in my stead. Upon hearing this, the flames of indignation that had ignited within Yuan were instantly extinguished. It's all right. I'm not a child. I understand that all gatherings must eventually come to an end, Jessica continued, lowering her head as she fiddled with the molds. However, if you have the time, I hope you might return to visit me. Yuan pressed her lips together, exchanged a glance with Wuda, and nodded in agreement, while Leisai reached out to pat Jessica's head in a gesture of comfort. Outside, the eavesdropping Diana extinguished her cigarette and turned to the middle-aged man beside her, whose expression was a mixture of emotions, and asked, Do you understand? Indeed, the man sighed. I shall expedite the completion of my current tasks. And then we shall relocate our family. He paused. It is indeed unsuitable for us to remain in Doll Village. Diana nodded, then inquired, But where shall we go? Perhaps to Marineford. The naval headquarters. Diana raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a fine location, but did they not lack the qualifications to reside there? Qualifications can be acquired with money. Your father still has some savings. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, smiling. Moreover, Jessica's new friends might be more than willing to assist us. You are exploiting others, Diana stated, casting a penetrating gaze at the middle-aged man. If Jessica were to discover this, she would turn against you. Just as she did with me earlier. Thus, it is imperative that you keep this confidential for a while, the man replied, handing Diana the tray he held. I shall seek an opportunity to converse with them. I believe now would be a fortuitous moment. Diana glanced at the tray but did not reach for it. Come with me. Let us make introductions and assist Jessica with that doll, thereby easing the tension between father and daughter. The middle-aged man hesitated, but the tasks can wait. Opportunities to mend familial bonds are rare. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man relented. You are correct. After a brief pause, he added, However, I feel I ought to tidy myself up first. As my current appearance is hardly befitting, there is no need for excessive concern about your appearance as a father of 2 daughters, Diana interrupted, observing the rueful expression on his face. She chuckled lightly. In any case, your lack of grooming makes little difference. Did he at least allow me to shave? Yet Diana ignored him entirely, pushing open the door and leading the way inside. The middle-aged man, resigned, followed dutifully behind his daughter. Their sudden entrance naturally drew the attention of Wuda and the others. After nodding to Diana, they turned their gaze to the disheveled middle-aged man, characterized by his unkempt hair, scruffy beard, dark circles under his eyes, and prominent nasolabial folds. Ziyuan was the first to speak. And who might this be? Helenswood Davis, father to Jessica and Diana. The middle-aged man replied with a polite smile. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. One could not help but notice that Davis's appearance was vastly different from Wuda's mental image of him. It was almost as if they were two entirely different individuals that in Wuda's imagination. As the finest artisan in Doll Village, Davis should have been a dapper gentleman in a tailored suit. Exuding an air of sophistication, he envisioned him seated behind a grand desk, puffing on a cigar while stroking a cat. Flanked by two bodyguards, captivating each visitor with his extraordinary presence and piercing gaze. His overall demeanor should have resembled that of Vito Corleone from The Godfather, rather than the disheveled character portrayed by Stephen Chow in King of Comedy. While Wuda's mind wandered in fanciful thoughts, Ziyuan took the initiative to introduce herself to Davis. Good day, Mr. Davis. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ziyuan, and I am a vice admiral. As she spoke, she nonchalantly nudged Wuda beside her. This is Wuda. He is my... Before she could finish her sentence, Jessica suddenly interjected with a loud exclamation. He is Ziyuan's boyfriend. He is my subordinate. After vehemently denying with a voice that rivaled Jessica's in volume, Ziyuan shot a glare at the grinning Jessica. Do not speak nonsense. Greetings to all, Davis said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I hope my daughter's exuberant nature has not caused you any inconvenience. Not at all, Ziyuan replied with a polite smile, that I am quite accustomed to the company of lively individuals. With that, she subtly indicated toward Wuda, who had been lost in thought for quite some time. How could he dare to daydream at such a pivotal moment when finally meeting Davis? Ziyuan's anger flared, and without regard for the presence of others, she delivered a sharp kick to Wuda's backside. Ouch! Wuda stumbled forward, snapping back to reality. Rubbing his rear, he glared at her. What was that for? Davis was speaking to you, and you were daydreaming. You could have simply nudged me. Were you not aware that I nudged you? How would I know if you did or not? Are you still being obstinate? And what if I am? Gazing at the duo who had once again devolved into their own banter. The awkwardness on Davis's face intensified, and the cold sweat on his forehead increased. He began to question whether Jessica's earlier outburst had a kernel of truth. A few years prior, he had visited Marineford for work and had encountered a vice admiral on a warship. This admiral left a profound impression on Davis, not due to the peculiarity of his orders, but because of his excessively unapproachable demeanor. Cold-hearted, devoid of mirth, and sternly self-disciplined, he was equally stringent with his subordinates. To the point of being somewhat harsh, during his month-long stay aboard the ship, Davis had never witnessed the admiral smile, let alone engage in jovial exchanges with his crew. Most significantly, he had heard from the Marines that the majority of vice admirals shared this stoic disposition, perpetually wearing expressions that suggested a grievance akin to someone owed $5 million. Thus, Davis felt justified in believing that Jessica spoke no falsehood, as the conduct of Jiyuan and Wuda starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of military officers. Rather than a superior and subordinate, they resembled a couple who relished engaging in playful repartee. Davis felt particularly qualified to comment on this, as he and his wife had communicated in much the same manner before her passing. Typically, such exchanges concluded with Davis sporting several bruises on his head, much like Wuda now. Hello, Mr. Davis, I am Wuda. Hello. Observing Wuda, who had grown several centimeters taller, Davis wiped the cold sweat from his brow once more. His wife had never struck him with such ferocity. Wuda certainly lived up to the reputation of a Marine, exhibiting physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary person. Oh, you need a medical kit? No need, Jiyuan replied expressionlessly. He is quite sturdy. Following this exchange, an anticipated silence enveloped the trio. This was entirely typical, as Jiyuan instinctively maintained distance from outsiders, rarely initiating conversation. Lacking Lilith's assistance, Wuda was at a loss for how to spark a discussion. As he did not possess Lilith's audacity or her perceptive wit, Davis was a reclusive homebody, charitably described as busy making a living, but more accurately characterized by acute social anxiety in terms of conversational prowess. He was even overshadowed by his two daughters. Meanwhile, Jessica and Diana were evidently preoccupied. The former focused on crafting molds for Wuda's silhouette, while the latter entertained Wuda in an attempt to bond with her younger sister. Fortunately, the uncomfortable atmosphere did not linger for long. Perhaps driven by duty or some other motivation, Jiyuan successfully overcame his habitual reticence and initiated a casual conversation with Davis. Davis, in turn, naturally picked up the thread, demonstrating the conversational dexterity expected of an adult. Wuda stood to the side, listening intently and occasionally interjecting. However, his propensity to zone out remained unchanged. Even as he listened to Davis speak, his mind wandered to what Smoker and his companions might be doing at that moment. Achoo! Are you catching a cold? No. Smoker rubbed his nose, simultaneously sorting through scattered documents, and replied nonchalantly, "It's likely just Wuda's foolishness causing me trouble. I'll settle the score with him tonight at the inn. Let us not dwell on that. Have you two discovered anything?" "Nothing." Jinai tossed the documents she held onto the table, crossed her legs, lit a cigarette, and continued, "There is nothing suspicious in the criminal case. No points of concern in the civil dispute either. Perhaps our investigative direction is flawed. Is there anything noteworthy about the Helenwood family?" "Of course there is. As Smoker spoke. He retrieved a document from the pile next to him and tossed it onto the table. "Based on this document, the Helenwood family should be our best lead at present." Jinai and Dell leaned forward with curiosity at a joint complaint. Jinai exclaimed in surprise, adjusting her hair as she read the bolded title. "What are they complaining about?" "Complaining about the Helenwood family engaging in malicious competition, employing unscrupulous tactics to snatch business contracts." Smoker pointed to the bottom of the document, and it's a real-name complaint. Signed by local residents of Doll Island, all of whom are puppet masters. Dell furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "What does this signify?" "It indicates that the Helenwood family's current situation is far from optimistic," Jinai said, pulling the document closer. After carefully reviewing the details and the signatures at the end, she turned to inspect her own documents before continuing. "The signatures are problematic." "What do you mean?" Smoker and Dell asked in unison. "Martin, Sandy, and Haleson. None of these prominent families' names appear here." Jinai raised her head, articulating her thoughts. "For a complaint of this magnitude, there generally needs to be a significant figure leading it, just like in the Navy. If you wish to report a vice admiral for dereliction of duty, aside from public opinion, there should at least be a person of equal or higher rank to vouch for it. This is the standard template for complaint letters. If it doesn't conform to the regulations, the government and local administrative office will not address it. On Doll Island, the only families comparable to the Helenwoods are the three I just mentioned. So logically, at least one of them should have signed the complaint. But look closely," Jinai said, flipping the complaint over so Smoker and Dell could see the contents clearly. "None of them signed." "Not only that." Jinai shook her head slightly. "The signatories are all insignificant individuals, most of whom are laborers working for those three families." Dell scratched his head, perplexed. "What does this imply?" "It suggests that the effort to take down the Helenwood family isn't being spearheaded by just one of the three prominent families, but by all three collectively." After pausing, Smoker added, "Not only that, but it seems the local administrative office may also be involved." "Exactly," Jinai nodded. "This explains why an improper complaint letter can remain on file in the archives. It seems our investigative direction is sound." Reflecting on the riddle Diana had posed, Smoker exhaled deeply. "The Helenwood family is likely the focal point of the issue. We must inform Vice Admiral Jiyuan to exercise caution." Nodding gravely, Jinai acknowledged the weight of the information, while Dell, who should have been raising questions, remained unusually silent. He stared intently at the complaint letter, a flicker of an indescribable glimmer crossing his eyes. Then he lifted his gaze, adopting a guiding tone as he asked, "When was this complaint letter sent to the administrative office?" "When?" Jinai and Smoker exchanged glances, instinctively lowering their heads to check the date at the end of the letter. In the next moment, their pupils dilated in shock. The date inscribed there was not the familiar year of 1510, but rather 1489.1489. 21 years ago. This letter was sent to the administrative office 21 years ago. "How is that possible?" Jinai exclaimed instinctively. "How can this be a letter from 21 years ago?" "Smoker, is this the original or a copy?" "The original." Smoker's expression turned ashen, his words deliberate and measured. "Unless the personnel at the administrative office are deceiving me." Upon finishing his words, he seemed to have suddenly recalled something, abruptly turning his head to begin inspecting the documents at hand. Observing this, and I instantly understood what Smog was up to. and thus she too turned her head to examine her own files. Naturally, Del followed suit, albeit his movements were slow and almost overtly perfunctory. Moreover, he regarded Hanai and Smog with a gaze tinged with a hint of amusement, reminiscent of a mentor witnessing a previously oblivious student having an epiphany, which sent a chill down one's spine. However, engrossed in their document review, neither Smog nor Hanai noticed Del's peculiar scrutiny. After a moment, as if they had silently conspired, both Smog and Hanai simultaneously lifted their heads from the piles of documents and exchanged glances. June 13, 1489. Smog swallowed hard and, in a low and raspy voice, stated, "This is the latest document logged in the archive room on my end. Mine is dated February 23, 1489. Feeling somewhat parched, Hanai licked her lips and looked up at Del. "What about yours?" April 9, 1489. With a soft sigh, Del continued, "It appears we can draw a conclusion. We are currently entrenched in history." Hanai's voice trembled slightly. "This is a projection of the past. We have been pulled back to Doll Island 21 years ago." Time reversal. Smog, his expression fluctuating between darkness and light, gritted his teeth and responded, "I refuse to believe such absurdity exists, let alone that anyone could achieve it. Then how do we explain these documents at hand?" Hanai interjected, "Surely it cannot be said that the Bureau of Affairs ceased processing any files after June 13, 1489. Smog's expression darkened further. He remained silent, instead turning to summon the archive room administrator. "Good day," the administrator respectfully inquired. "How may I assist you?" Without preamble, Smog cut straight to the chase. "What year is it?" The administrator hesitated briefly before responding unequivocally. "It is the year 1489, sir. Not 1510? Certainly not." "Sir," the administrator, startled by the fierce demeanor of the naval officer, continued, "Today is June 17, 1489. I assure you, my memory is intact." After receiving the local administrator's accurate response, Smog waved him off and turned to Hanai in Delaware. "I believe we can cancel our subsequent visits and head directly to find the Guion commander." Agreed. After a tacit nod of consent, Del suddenly adopted a guiding tone. "Moreover, while en route to seek out the Guion commander, I think we should contemplate several questions." "What questions?" "Why 1489? Del asked, his demeanor grave. "Why did that unseen hand choose to send us to Doll Island in 1489 rather than any other time period? Additionally, we must consider the situation of the island's inhabitants. Are they residents of 1510 or of 1489? If they are the former, how did that unseen hand alter their memories to make them believe it is 1489 now? Why not alter our memories? Is it impossible or unnecessary? Conversely, if they are the latter, where have the residents from 1510 and those missing sailors gone? Are they dead, or have they been assimilated at this point?" Del paused, scrutinizing the expressions on Hanai and Smog's faces before sighing heavily. "There are too many questions and too few clues. We need to convene and organize our thoughts." Hanai and Smog remained silent, merely exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. The Del before them was indeed peculiar. Aside from being quite loquacious, his intellect surpassed that of a mere imitation. Yet the concern lay in the fact that he did not seem to deliberately disrupt the investigative direction as they had analyzed the previous night. On the contrary, he had even provided a clear direction for their inquiries. Were it not for his reminders, Hanai was certain she would not have noticed such intricate details regarding the dates. Not noticing? Why would she overlook it? One of the most crucial aspects of investigating an event is determining the precise date it occurred, a concept so elementary that even a child could grasp it. As a naval officer, how could Hanai possibly fail to comprehend this, unless something was interfering with her cognition, causing her to instinctively disregard the significance of the date? Upon this realization, a cold sweat broke out on Hanai as she abruptly raised her head to look at Del, who was now walking towards the exit alongside Smog. Soon, an incredulous and even somewhat heretical notion began to take shape in her mind. This Del was undoubtedly a counterfeit, that much was certain. However, he might not be malevolent, and could potentially be their ally. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling, for without him, Hanai and Smog would have entirely overlooked the crucial clue of the date. However, therein lay the conundrum that if he wished to assist them, why not do so openly? Why resort to this peculiar guise? Moreover, Hanai could not fathom his motives for aiding them. Was their escape advantageous for the foe Del? Could he benefit from it? This puzzle seemed too convoluted for Hanai to unravel alone. If only Lilith were here, she mused softly, tapping her head lightly. That girl thinks quickly and has an abundance of clever ideas. Perhaps she could offer some useful advice. Yet soon, Hanai brushed these chaotic thoughts aside and quickened her pace to catch up with Smog and Delegate. After all, compared to the absent Lilith, the matters at hand were of greater significance. However, just as the three of them exited the archive room, a visibly anxious officer from the Public Security Bureau rushed towards them in hurried strides. "Officers, we have been waiting for you," he exclaimed. Panting, "A grievous theft has occurred in the village, and I have come as promised to inform you. A grievous theft?" After exchanging puzzled glances, Smog and the others curiously inquired, "What makes it so severe?" In addition to the stolen goods, the perpetrator left the place in disarray, and most importantly, she left behind a letter. As the officer spoke, he produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Smog and the others. "She specifically mentioned your names and insisted that it be delivered to you." "Delivered to us?" Hanai, along with the others, displayed expressions of astonishment. They had only arrived on this island 2 days prior, had minimal interactions, and had not publicly proclaimed their naval identities. Why would a malicious thief know of their existence? Furthermore, why would she personally leave them a letter? For some inexplicable reason, Hanai felt a sense of déjà vu regarding the style of this individual's actions. "It couldn't possibly be as I suspect, could it?" she pondered, as she reached out to accept the letter and, before the gathered crowd, proceeded to open it. "Oh, foolish and inept Navy, your narrow vision and constrained mindset fill me with profound sorrow. Like the woman in the world-renowned painting of the blindfolded woman, you remain oblivious to the imminent danger before you, deceiving yourselves. Yet, fortunate for you, you have encountered me, a noble and chivalrous female thief. If you wish to uncover the truth, come and attempt to chase me, provided you truly possess the capability." Upon reading the letter signed SDL, Hanai expressionlessly lifted her head. Unlike Smoker and Dell, who were as bewildered as a monk, she had already discerned the identity of the notorious female thief, as well as the peril she alluded to in her correspondence. The signature SDL was a clandestine message that only she and Jean Dell could comprehend. Stram D. Lilith. This was the full name of that audacious girl, and it represented her most deeply concealed secret. Apart from Hanai and Dell, no third party was privy to Lilith's surname, let alone the fact that her name bore the lettered. Thus, on the surface, this letter appeared to be a brazen challenge from a larcenous rogue to the Navy. However, in truth, it was a message from Lilith to Hanai, primarily intended to convey information. Dell is not the real Dell. He is an imposter. Furthermore, I possess additional intelligence. Should you wish to know, come seek me. After a silent reflection on the sheer audacity of it all, Hanai carefully stored the letter and addressed the officers. "Lead us to the scene." Despite her somewhat unilateral decision, neither Dell nor Smoker opposed her. They, too, were intrigued by the self-proclaimed rogue who dared to publicly provoke the Navy. After all, in the case of the Guion, they wouldn't be leaving the island anytime soon. Both parties had established means of communication, making a meeting merely a matter of time. Moreover, it was imperative not to overlook any suspicious clues, as per Guion's explicit instructions. Thus their trio's endeavor to investigate a theft was entirely justifiable. Under the guidance of the officers, the three swiftly arrived at the crime scene, where they beheld the chaos that unfolded. Torn wallpaper and shredded bedding lay strewn across the floor, while clumps of cotton, soaked and discarded, were scattered everywhere. On the walls, the floors, and the ceiling, any surface within sight bore traces of an indeterminate liquid in hues of red, yellow, and white. There was no scent of blood, leading Hanai to deduce that these substances were likely a mixture of mayonnaise and ketchup. Ah, and there should be eggs as well, for they had spotted a heap of shattered eggshells near the entrance, with the spilled egg liquid and yolks rendering the wallpaper and fabric strips wet and sticky. A most repugnant sight. However, this was merely the state of the hallway. The condition of the living room and kitchen was too dreadful to contemplate, and they dared not even glance in that direction. Setting aside the matter of navigating the corridor without slipping, the very notion was enough to send Hanai into a frenzy of frustration. Maintaining balance was a trivial task for them, yet the issue evidently lay elsewhere. What others thought was beyond Hanai's concern, she was resolute in her decision not to step inside. The floor was not only slick and viscous, resembling slime, but it also emitted an odd odor. Should she dare to stroll through, not only would her shoes be ruined, but her clothes would surely suffer as well. Upon returning to the inn, She would likely require 3 large bottles of body wash to rid herself of that peculiar stench. And even then, success was not guaranteed. Ordinarily, one would expect the gentlemen to step forward, showcasing their chivalry. However, judging by the slightly pallid expressions of Smoker and Dell, it was evident that both shared Hanai's sentiment and were equally reluctant to enter. Nonetheless, an investigation was imperative, for the house might harbor clues left by Lilith. After a prolonged internal struggle, Hanai begrudgingly accepted the burden of investigating the premises. She requested 2 sets of protective gear from the officers, wrapping herself in layers until she resembled a bomb disposal unit, before cautiously entering the house to commence her inquiry. The investigation lasted a grueling 7 hours, by the time evening fell at 7:30. Hanai staggered out of the house. Without uttering a word, she raised her hand to stop Smoker and Dell, who were about to speak, saying, "First, let me remove this outfit. I feel as though I'm on the brink of dehydration." Upon hearing this, Smoker and Dell, along with a nearby officer, rushed to assist her in shedding the cumbersome attire. Though it may sound somewhat inappropriate, they were indeed engaged in a legitimate task, devoid of any lewd intentions. After all, no one could manage to remove such protective gear alone. Moments later, having finally extricated herself from the suit, Hanai, supported by Smoker and Dell, settled onto the curb. As she combed through her sweat-drenched pink hair, she spoke in a voice laden with fatigue. "The interior is an utter disaster, akin to a refuse incineration site. Yet any useful clues have been meticulously cleared away. I found no hair or fingerprints, nor anything that could verify her identity. It is evident that this audacious female thief possesses formidable skills." Smoker furrowed his brow at her words, implying that her efforts had been in vain. "That cannot be the case," Hanai countered, shaking her head. She then produced a damp envelope from her satchel, stating, "I discovered this in the storage room on the 2nd floor. It was conspicuously placed atop a guardian doll. However, due to time constraints, I did not open it. If you are willing, please assist me by opening it and reading its contents. I am far too exhausted to move." Smoker gazed at the envelope, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before summoning the courage to reach for it. Dell's reaction was even more pronounced. Not only did he refuse to take it, but he also stepped back a couple of paces as if to convey his utter disinterest in the milk-scented, damp envelope. "What are you implying? This envelope was your discovery, thus you should be the one to open it." Smoker coughed lightly, attempting to justify his reasoning. "In our team, there is a clear division of labor. Each person should perform their designated task, and I see nothing wrong with that." Dell, though silent, nodded in agreement, his expression unmistakably conveying his stance. Observing this, Hanai could not help but smirk derisively, playing the moral high ground. "Are we?" No, it is simply inappropriate for men and women to engage in such exchanges," Smoker hastily retorted. Hanai rolled her eyes dramatically, tearing open the envelope while casting a fierce glare at Smoker. "You have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. It's as if you've never seen a thief in action." Dell shot Smoker a disdainful look, stepping aside defensively. "My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting." Smoker pondered. Is it just my imagination, or does it seem like Dell is no longer interested in pretending? Engaging in behavior completely contrary to his true character, was he not concerned about exposure? Could he not adhere to the fundamental ethical standards expected of an actor? And what was the significance of crossing his arms? Was he afraid of being seen? "Tonight, I shall unmask you." After silently vowing this, Smoker turned to Hanai and inquired, "What does the letter say?" "It requests that we investigate a woman named Valente Rosalind and suggests we explore the jungle west of the village, claiming there are surprises to be found." After succinctly relaying the verbose contents of the letter, Hanai furrowed her brow. "The name Valente Rosalind sounds familiar. I believe I encountered it in some document today." As she spoke, she tapped her head, "Yet, I cannot recall where I saw it." Smoker immediately suggested, "Should we return and investigate?" "No need," Dell interjected. "Valente Rosalind was the wife of Helenwood Davis, who passed away on July 7th, 1477, under mysterious circumstances." "Mysterious circumstances?" Smoker and Hanai echoed in unison. "What does that entail?" "I cannot say," Dell shrugged. "The archives of the administration merely note that her cause of death remains unclear, with a remark that she was not cremated. Thus, I surmise that the rogue has indeed discovered Rosalind's grave, likely situated in the jungle west of the village. At this point, Dell stroked his chin, his brow furrowing. "However, I do recall that the doll village possesses a cemetery." Those who did not wish to be cremated during their lifetime are typically interred there by their relatives. Davis is quite a prominent figure on this island. Surely he would not allow his wife to linger in the desolate wilderness after her demise. Would he? Smoker and Genii exchanged a glance, refraining from disputing this conjecture rife with inconsistencies, and instead, they simultaneously inquired, "So, what do you mean?" It appears that the Helenwood family indeed harbors some issues, just as Smoker asserted today. They are most likely the epicenter of this incident. Dell chuckled softly, stating, "Because aside from us, the clues in the possession of that female thief also point towards them. I believe this alone speaks volumes." Upon hearing this, Genii suddenly interjected, "You seem to have considerable trust in that thief. Do you perhaps know her identity?" This blatant probing caused Dell to fall silent, and Smoker instinctively tightened his grip on the weapon concealed behind his back. He was unsure of Genii's intent behind her question, but he recognized that the sudden silence was a perilous sign. Most individuals tend to fall silent just before taking action. However, Smoker's readiness for confrontation was almost tantamount to revealing their hand. For a rational person would not prepare for battle merely because their companion had ceased to speak. The only reason for such an action would be the implication that the companion in question is an imposter. It was evident that Dell was well aware of this, and soon he broke the silence. "Yes, I know who she is." He first smiled and nodded at Genii in acknowledgement, then turned to Smoker. "There's no need to be so tense. We are companions, are we not?" Smoker ignored Dell, exchanging a glance with Genii before silently gathering his strength and adjusting his stance. However, this was not in preparation for an attack, but rather for a retreat. When the strength of the enemy is uncertain, prioritizing one's own safety is the wisest course of action. Moreover, Genii was currently at a disadvantage, her abilities diminished, thus presenting a risk of being captured as a hostage in the event of a confrontation. Therefore, logically, Smoker should have activated his powers to create a thick cloud of smoke and carry Genii away. Yet, he refrained from doing so, as he recalled the demeanor of the imposter Dell during their time in the archives. In a sense, that had been a signal conveyed by the other party, implying mutual cooperation. Collaborating with an unknown entity is fraught with risk, but the higher the risk, the greater the potential reward. It was clear that this imposter Dell possessed knowledge of certain secrets. If they could exchange information and establish a mutually beneficial relationship, their chances of escaping this alternate space would significantly increase. With this thought in mind, Smoker made a decision. He steadied himself and inquired, "We are preparing to rendezvous with General Guillaume. Will you accompany us?" "Of course," Dell replied with an immediate smile. "We have gathered so much information today. It is only right to share it." Smoker furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you saying you no longer wish to play your role?" "I have never intended to play any role," Dell shrugged. "I am merely cooperating with you." Genii suddenly asked, "Where is the real Dell?" "If you have questions, it would be more prudent to wait until everyone is present," Dell replied. "Otherwise, I would have to repeat myself later, which would be quite bothersome." Smoker and Genii remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Dell's smiling face, attempting to discern something from it. However, they soon realized this endeavor was futile. The imposter Dell was clearly a master of poker face. And as novices fresh from training, Smoker and Genii were ill-equipped to handle such a composed and cunning individual. Nevertheless, they had someone in their team who could deal with him. With this thought, Smoker released his grip on his weapon, and Genii stood up from the curb. "Let us proceed to find General Guillaume." After dismissing the personnel from the police on Puppet Island under the pretext of having completed their evidence collection and transferring the pursuit responsibilities to them, Genii and Smoker prepared to escort the imposter Dell to meet Guillaume. However, to say they were escorting him would not be entirely accurate, as they had not placed handcuffs on him nor restrained his arms. They merely surrounded him on either side. Additionally, they maintained a considerable distance from him, primarily to afford themselves reaction time should he suddenly turn aggressive. Thus, rather than an escort, it appeared more as if Genii and Smoker were accompanying Dell for a stroll. At least from the perspective of bystanders, after completely abandoning his act, the imposter Dell became remarkably lively and talkative, engaging Genii in conversation about her daily life, considering the possibility that he might soon become an ally. Genii felt it unwise to feign silence. She could only offer forced laughter and vague responses while discreetly casting pleading glances at Smoker, as if to say, "Are you just going to stand by and watch me endure this awkward conversation? Shouldn't you come up with a way to help?" However, Genii was mistaken in her assessment of Smoker. It was not that he did not want to assist, but rather that he was unable to. He had attempted to interject into the conversation more than once, but the imposter Dell paid him no mind. Who knows why? After exchanging a helpless glance with Jinai, Smoker retrieved his transponder snail and dialed Gion. After 2 crisp rings, the call connected. This is Gion. Smoker, what is going on? We've encountered a slight situation, Smoker replied, slowing his pace as he kept an eye on Dell's back, speaking in a hushed tone. The imposter Dell has revealed his true intentions. Jinai and I are escorting him. Before he could finish, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from the receiver. The exclamations of Wuda and the frantic inquiries of Jessica filled the air. What is happening? What is going on? Why did Gion suddenly sit down? Even without witnessing the scene firsthand, Smoker could envision the chaos unfolding on Gion's end, as well as the multitude of physical training sessions he would be subjected to as a consequence. And indeed, his predictions were accurate. After silently tripling the anticipated training regimen for Smoker and Jinai, Gion scrambled to pick up the transponder snail, eyes wide as he shouted, "Repeat what you just said." The imposter Dell has revealed his true intentions. Jinai and I are escorting him towards your location. Upon confirming that he had indeed heard correctly, Gion's eyes widened further. What do you mean he has revealed his true intentions? He has stopped pretending? Indeed. Gion opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Who could have anticipated that a spy would suddenly self-destruct? It was akin to playing werewolf. The lone wolf, having cunningly ascended to the role of sheriff, earning the villagers' trust, was poised to eliminate the seer and wreak havoc. Yet in the next moment, this lone wolf leaped from the crowd. Hands raised in declaration. Okay, everyone, look at me. I have an announcement. I am XX. Is there anything more absurd than this in the world? Surprisingly, yes. Noticing Gion's prolonged silence, Smoker proactively summarized the experiences of the 3 of them that day, emphasizing the imposter Dell's willingness to cooperate. Then, he heard 3 heavy breaths emanating from the receiver. You mean to say that the imposter Dell not only harbors no ill intentions but actually wishes to collaborate with us? Wuda, standing nearby, could not contain himself and interjected, That's what you meant, right? Precisely. Smoker responded decisively, prompting a collective gasp from Gion and the others. What could be more outrageous than a spy self-destructing? A spy flipping allegiances. He possessed a trove of critical intelligence and resolutely chose to defect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gion exchanged glances with his companions before addressing the transponder snail. Immediately escort Dell back to the hotel. We will return as well that we shall discuss the details upon our reunion. Understood. Upon concluding the conversation, Smoker hung up the phone and swiftly advanced, guiding Rena and Cater in a new direction towards the inn. Meanwhile, the trio from Gion commenced to gather their belongings, preparing to conclude their visit for the day and reunite with their companions. Noticing their busyness, Jessica approached and inquired, "Are you all heading back?" "Yes," Gion nodded. "There's been a minor issue on Smoker's end, and we must return to assist." Jessica responded with an "O," hesitating momentarily before timidly asking, "Will you be visiting again tomorrow?" Gion was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to decline. Their primary objective in visiting the Helenwood family had been accomplished. Through a full day of discourse and Davis's candid remarks during dinner, she felt assured that the family posed no suspicious elements. Thus, Gion planned to allocate their limited resources elsewhere, diminishing their focus on the Helenwoods while maintaining only necessary contact. Undoubtedly, in an era of scarce human resources, this was the most prudent course of action. However, gazing into Jessica's hopeful eyes, coupled with the fact that the young girl had spent an entire day crafting her marionette mold, Gion ultimately found herself unable to voice her refusal to owe them. Jessica was merely a fleeting presence in their lives. Once they departed from Doll Island, it was likely they would never meet again. Yet, in Jessica's heart, the status of Gion and her companions was irreplaceable. For they were her first true friends. Thus, even with the knowledge of their inevitable separation, the girl cherished this bond, perhaps overly so, exuding an almost pitiful aura, like a drowning person clinging desperately to a lifeline. Unwilling to let go, having endured profound solitude for far too long. With this thought, Gion let out a soft sigh and shook her head at Jessica, saying, "I fear I will have no time to visit tomorrow. As Smoker may require my assistance. I see." Jessica's expression visibly dimmed, but she quickly mustered her spirits, forcing a smile. "It's all right. I can manage on my own. Once the marionette is complete, I'll personally present it to you." I mention my lack of time does not imply that these two beside me are equally occupied, Gion interjected, raising her hand to pat Wuda. Wuda, understanding the cue, immediately chimed in. She's quite the busy one and won't be able to join us. But it's no issue. If she can't accompany us, I'll go out with Rena. Upon hearing this, Jessica's heart, which had nearly sunk, began to beat with renewed vigor. Really? Of course, Wuda declared, lifting his chin and thumping his chest. Tomorrow, I'll take you out shopping. Jessica paused, taken aback. But the marionette can wait, Wuda waved dismissively. But opportunities to hang out with friends are rare. Isn't that right? He added, placing a reassuring hand on Jessica's shoulder. Haven't you always wanted to go out with your friends? Now is your chance. Seize it. Yes. Jessica nodded enthusiastically, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. So where shall we go tomorrow? I'm not sure. You know the area best, you decide. Then let's go for some street food. Absolutely. I also want to buy new clothes for myself and a few for Rena. She would look adorable in a dress. Of course, I wish to visit the newly opened zoo and the aquarium as well. All up to you. All up to you. As Guion observed the increasingly animated exchanges between Jessica and the beaming Wuda. An inexplicable pang of melancholy gripped her heart. This mischievous boy, who usually wore a sardonic grin or engaged in playful banter, had never shown her such a bright smile nor ventured out with her before. Why the discrepancy among friends? She was not lesser in looks compared to Jessica. Perhaps her temperament was merely a touch more tempestuous. Yet, could she really be blamed for that, considering Wuda's incessant teasing? If only he were to smile more and utter kind words, perhaps she wouldn't feel compelled to strike him. Moreover, dining on street food, shopping for clothes, and visiting the aquarium and zoo, was that akin to a date? The mere thought of date stirred a tempest of agitation within Guion, darkening her countenance. Just then, Wuda unexpectedly turned to speak. Could you spare me some money? What do you need money for? To go out? Of course, Wuda replied nonchalantly. I can't expect the young lady to foot the bill for me. Can I? This playful exchange, typical of their back-and-forth banter, sent Guion's irritation soaring to new heights. She glanced at Wuda, whose expression was one of confusion, then at Jessica, who blinked innocently and drew a deep breath. Wordlessly, she retrieved 10,000 berries from her pocket and tossed it into Wuda's hands, startled by the sudden gesture. Wuda fumbled to catch the money, his eyes wide in disbelief. He opened his mouth to protest, but upon looking up, he saw only Guion's retreating figure. Wuda, utterly perplexed, wondered, has she become upset? Having never been in a romantic relationship, he was at a loss regarding the complexities of a woman's feelings, unable to fathom why Guion had turned cold. In stark contrast to Wuda's befuddlement, the astute Jessica and Rena exchanged knowing glances. Instantly recognizing Guion's jealousy, after a moment of deliberation, Jessica tugged at Wuda's sleeve and softly suggested, Wuda, perhaps we shouldn't go out tomorrow. Why not? Wuda turned, perplexed. I've already got the money. We should definitely spend it. Jessica paused, momentarily unsure if Wuda was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. At that moment, Rena, unable to bear the tension, sighed softly and jumped to give Wuda a light smack on the head. Why did you hit me? Because you're being foolish, Rena retorted, hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. If you want to go out with Jessica tomorrow, you must find a way to make Guion happy tonight. Wuda scratched his head in confusion. But I don't even know why she is upset. How can I make amends? If you're unaware of her grievance, then simply ask. You have a mouth for a reason. Rena shot back, her eyes wide with determination. And how long do you plan to dawdle? If you don't hurry after Guion, she'll return to the inn, despite the apparent injustice of the situation. Why should he be the one to placate her? Under Rena's fierce gaze, Wuda relented. Waving goodbye to Jessica, he arranged to meet her at the Central Plaza fountain the next day, before carrying Rena and rushing out in pursuit of Guion. After watching Wuda depart, Jessica let out a resigned sigh and turned to head back inside. At that moment, she was startled by the sudden appearance of Diana, who had silently approached from behind. You scared me, she exclaimed, clutching her chest as her heart raced. Sister, how do you move so silently? You were simply too engrossed to notice, Diana replied, glancing at Wuda's retreating figure. Are you going out tomorrow? Yes, it's a tentative plan. But I'm uncertain if Wuda can join, Jessica replied with an awkward smile. Guion seems quite difficult to appease. Once plans are made, one must adhere to them, Diana remarked, dismissing the latter part of Jessica's statement. To her mind, the two lovebirds could never harbor lasting grievances against one another. She had witnessed countless quarrels between her parents, and she was confident that Wuda and Guion would be no different. Come to my room later. I'll fetch you a few outfits, Diana suggested. Jessica was taken aback. Huh, you're a pretty girl. You ought to learn how to present yourself. As Diana spoke, she gently raised her hand to tidy Jessica's somewhat disheveled hair. When we go out to play, one must look beautiful and cheerful, so remember to come find me before we leave tomorrow. I'll apply a light makeup for you. Understood? Jessica nodded dazedly, seemingly unaccustomed to Diana's sudden display of tenderness. Diana, however, was not perturbed by this. After all, she and Davis owed Jessica a great deal, and it was only natural for her to be momentarily taken aback by the change in attitude. The mere thought of Davis made Diana sigh softly. Then she patted her younger sister's shoulder. Come with me. Dad has something he wishes to give you. What is it? You'll find out shortly. Subsequently, under Diana's guidance, the sisters made their way to Davis's studio, where they found him slumped on a sofa, his head bobbing in a drowsy manner, clearly still recovering from the effects of the previous night's revelry. Observing this, Diana approached him and shook him gently. Awake now. Jessica is here. Huh? Davis instinctively lifted his head and glanced at Jessica standing before him, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he spoke. Oh, right. It was I who called you over. Jessica chuckled nervously and said, My sister mentioned you have something for me. Indeed, I have something to say, Davis began, but suddenly he changed his tune. No, wait, it is not from me. It is from your mother. Both sisters paused, taken aback. My mother? Yes, your mother. Davis opened the drawer beside him and retrieved a rectangular box. He caressed the somewhat aged box gently, his eyes filled with nostalgia. This is a coming-of-age gift your mother prepared for you. A coming-of-age gift? Jessica asked, bewildered. For me? Davis nodded and, with trembling hands, opened the box, revealing a precious heirloom that had been sealed away for 18 long years. It was a ruby necklace. The pure gold chain shimmered under the incandescent light, radiating a dazzling glow akin to a river of golden brilliance. The egg-sized ruby embedded at the base of the chain resembled a roaring flame, its vibrant crimson hue rendering it extraordinarily striking. For a moment, both Jessica and Diana were entranced. They hailed from wealth and had certainly seen their share of gold and jewels, yet this necklace was evidently far from ordinary. The pure gold chain did not overshadow the ruby. Instead, it perfectly complemented it in a harmonious manner, creating a scene reminiscent of a masterfully crafted painting. Noble and sacred, it was a treasure beyond reproach. Is this truly for me? Jessica, regaining her composure, widened her eyes in disbelief and turned to Davis. Dad, are you sure you're not confused from sleep? Something of this heirloom caliber cannot possibly be meant for me. In response to Jessica's skepticism, Davis offered no lengthy explanations, but smiled gently before recounting the past. When you were born, your mother entrusted me with this necklace. She told me it was her coming-of-age gift for you and insisted that I should only give it to you once you had grown up and understood its significance. I didn't quite understand, so I asked her why she didn't hand it to you herself if she was so concerned about my well-being. She simply smiled and shook her head, saying nothing. At that time, I was unaware that she was suffering from a terminal illness and had little time left. Before long, I took her, you, and young Diana out of the hospital. Davis chuckled softly as he lifted his gaze, surveying his studio. You know, Jessica, the house we live in now was actually purchased and decorated long before you were born. Jessica was taken aback. But I remember living in the fishing village when I was little. Indeed, that was your mother's wish. Davis lowered his gaze. The fishing village was her hometown, where we first met and fell in love, and where Diana was born. She cherished it deeply, just as she cherished you both. Wishing for her children to share her roots, to be born and raised in the same place, and to love it as she did, I could not refuse her. So I acquiesced and returned to the fishing village, living there with her and you until July 7, 1477, the year you turned 6. After her passing, I honored her wishes by not cremating her, but instead laying her to rest on the small hill to the west of the village, allowing her to gaze upon her beloved homeland and watch over us living in the doll village. As he spoke, Davis's expression shifted. He raised his head and, with a hint of humor despite the sadness, asked, Jessica, do you remember what your mother looked like? After a moment of recollection, Jessica shook her head gently, pursing her lips. I only remember that she had beautiful long purple hair, just like Sister Diana's. But the finer details escape me. She added a soft apology. There is no need for apologies, Jessica. You were only 6 at the time. Remembering even this much is commendable. Davis sighed heavily. I should be the one apologizing. I was not a competent father, Jessica gasped, instinctively wanting to interject, but Davis raised his hand to silence her. Compared to those rebellious children, you have always been obedient. When I forbade you from going out, you complied. When I insisted you not attend school or make friends, you voiced no complaints. I encouraged you to diligently learn the craft, to inherit my legacy, and you did so exceptionally well. During that time, I felt proud of you and of myself. Believing I was a worthy father, I raised my daughter to be mature and self-sufficient, protecting her from the vices of the world and from unsavory companions. Aside from being a bit naive, she had no flaws. Because I provided her with everything I could, I deemed myself a competent father, one who must fulfill that role. I did not betray Rosalind's expectations. I ensured your growth was perfect, just as she wished before her passing. That I have always believed this until today. At this juncture, Davis fell silent, his hand brushing against his flushed, heated face from the emotion. Then caressing the ruby necklace that lay quietly in the old box. The cool, smooth texture gradually calmed his racing thoughts, enlightening him on what he must do next. With that, he picked up the necklace, rose, and slowly approached Jessica. Here, take it, Jessica. As he solemnly placed the necklace in her hands, he tenderly caressed her face, his gaze filled with profound love mingled with deep remorse. You have grown, Jessica. You have truly matured. No longer that child who would simply obey my every word. You have friends, people you cherish, your own thoughts. It is only today that I realize this is the growth your mother envisioned. She never wished for you to be wealthy or to achieve greatness. She only desired for you to live joyfully, to wear a radiant smile each day. Yet I failed to grasp this. Davis's voice trembled with emotion as tears streamed down his cheeks. That I confined you within the prison of paternal love, using it as an excuse to torment you for 12 long years. How many 12-year spans does a life contain? One's precious childhood cannot be relived. I am not a competent father. Jessica, I have let down your mother, you, in the trust that Diana placed in me. I am truly sorry. I am so very sorry. As the words fell, Davis could no longer restrain his emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. He was engulfed in regret and self-reproach. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The story only gets more riveting, for he had hurt the one he cherished most, betraying the love of his life as a father. He had deprived his child of a dozen years of youth. What utter absurdity, what profound folly. He dared not beseech forgiveness, for he knew he lacked the merit. Yet, the one he loved deeply, was it not true that she too held a profound love for him? Observing Davis, who knelt on the ground crying like a remorseful child, Jessica took a deep breath, stifling the tears that threatened to spill over, and crouched down to embrace her father. It's all right, Dad. I don't blame you. I have never blamed you. She gently patted Davis's back. She whispered, I know how much you love me, and I also understand that everything you did was for my own good, albeit a bit excessive. But it's all right, Dad. It's all in the past now. Everything has passed. Standing nearby, Diana watched the father and daughter comforting each other and quietly lit a feminine cigarette, under the dual stimuli of nicotine and tears. Fragments of long-buried memories surfaced in her mind. For a moment, she felt transported back to her home in the fishing village, glimpsing her former self, her pale mother lying in bed, and the infant Jessica still in her cradle. Diana, come see your sister, Mother. She is so small. Indeed, very small and fragile, which is why Jessica needs you. Needs me exactly. Why? Because you are the elder sister, Diana. An elder sister must always protect her younger sibling, just as our parents protect you. Diana, will you protect your sister? I will, Mother. Diana gazed at the burning cigarette in her hand, softly murmuring, I will. At the same time, a similar scene unfolded with Wuda. Yuan. Gasping for breath, Wuda shouted while running, could you please slow down? The familiar call did not cause Ziyuan to slow her pace. Rather, it spurred her to hasten even more, rendering the chase nearly indistinguishable from a sprint. This truly feels like a glitch from a romance novel. After mentally scoffing, Wuda gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort in his lungs, and quickened his pace to catch up. I told you to slow down. Why are you still running so fast? Grabbing Ziyuan's wrist to halt her. He, panting, asked in confusion, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Ziyuan did not respond to Wuda's question, not even glancing back. She merely stated in a voice as cold as ice, let go. Wuda shivered at her tone, instinctively wanting to release his grip, but at that moment, Leisai's frigid voice rang out, don't let go. Startled again, Wuda stood frozen, bewildered. If he didn't let go, he would be hit by Ziyuan. If he did, Leisai would strike him. It seemed there was no escaping this beating. Was there? However, Ziyuan paid no heed to Wuda's thoughts, glancing at Leisai before expressing emotionlessly, I said to let go. Laysai, naturally not one to back down, retorted firmly. I said, don't let go. Afterward, Laysai gave Wuda's head a sharp smack, exclaiming, this should be your line, not mine. You dolt. Upon hearing Laysai's remark, Wuda, despite his usual daftness, finally caught on. Rubbing his head, he defiantly met Xuan's gaze. I want to let go. If you can, go ahead and chop off my arm. Xuan narrowed her eyes, placing her other hand on her sword. You think I wouldn't dare? Then go ahead and chop. I am not afraid of pain. Wuda adopted a defiant demeanor. Even if you chop it off, it will grow back, and I will still hold on to you. If you don't mind the effort. Then go ahead. I have no objections. Hearing this, Xuan raised her eyebrows, drawing her sword and aiming it at Wuda's arm. That a flash of steel glinted, yet the blade merely rested firmly on his arm. Not only did it not sever it, but it didn't even break the skin. Are you not afraid? Why should I be afraid? Wuda replied nonchalantly. We've known each other for so long. Our bond is so strong that I know you wouldn't dare harm me. Xuan clicked her tongue, retracting the blade while softly muttering, sticky like a dogskin plaster. You've stuck to me like that. What can you do? Xuan did not respond but shook her arm to free it from Wuda's grip, saying, let go. I can't walk like this. What is preventing you from walking? Wuda raised an eyebrow, pulling Xuan forward. The unexpected movement caused her to stumble slightly, instinctively following his lead. To onlookers, it appeared like a couple strolling hand in hand. Realizing this, Xuan's cheeks flushed, and she began to struggle in earnest, whispering, let go. There are people around. If you're not embarrassed, I am. When you threatened me with your sword just now, you weren't embarrassed at all. But now that I'm holding your wrist, you're suddenly shy. Wuda glanced at Xuan, smirking. I haven't even held your hand yet. If I did, you might just die of embarrassment. Laysai clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, well said, well said. This banter left Xuan blushing fiercely. After shooting a fierce glare at Laysai, she gritted her teeth and said distinctly, let go, or I will get angry. As if you weren't angry before. Wuda teased, sensing a slight softening in Xuan's demeanor. He seized the opportunity to ask, what was with your tone just now? Xuan turned her head away, feigning ignorance. What tone? The cold one, the sort that could give someone nightmares for 3 days. Wuda remarked, you scared me. You know, I didn't. Xuan pouted, acting petulantly. I don't remember using that tone. You must have misheard. Wuda sighed. Are you 3 years old? Xuan remained silent, gazing upwards as if she hadn't heard. Wuda sighed again, changing the subject. So why are you angry? I am not angry. If you're not angry, then why did you give me such a long face? I'm the superior. Why can't I show my displeasure to my subordinate? But superiors usually only do that when they are angry. Wuda seized the opportunity, grinning. So you are angry after all. I am not angry. Being stubborn doesn't make it any more interesting. I'm not angry at all. Seeing Xuan acting like a petulant child, Wuda's eyes twitched, and he boldly stated, are you jealous of Jessica? I'm not. I'm not. Don't say nonsense. Xuan countered with a series of denials. I don't have those feelings for you. Don't flatter yourself, though, Wuda nodded. Then I suppose I can go out with Jessica tomorrow. You won't mind, will you? What could I possibly mind? Xuan replied, her tone rising, a smile adorning her face. I've already given you the money. You can go play with whoever you like. I have no right to control you. The peculiar and sardonic tone sent shivers down Wuda's spine, simultaneously reinforcing his suspicion that Xuan was indeed feeling jealous. However, with zero experience in romance, Wuda found himself at a loss for how to continue appeasing her, let alone how to steer the conversation forward. Fortunately, he had a consultant. Just then, Laysai, who had been peering around curiously, abruptly ceased her head-shaking antics. She then grasped Wuda's face, directing his gaze toward a particular direction, and softly advised, take go on there. Order the couple's set. Following Laysai's gaze, Wuda spotted a tea shop named Poo Poo Milk Tea. Beside it stood a large wooden sign proclaiming, Poo Poo Milk Tea, half price for couples, complimentary crepes to melt your heart. Dumbfounded, Wuda opened his mouth and instinctively asked, is that really a good idea? We're not even a couple, and Xuan doesn't seem like the type to enjoy milk tea or crepes. Why are you overthinking everything? Laysai playfully slapped Wuda's head, insisting, just go. With his advisor's words ringing in his ears, Wuda felt compelled to comply. He grasped Yuan's wrist, subtly shifting his steps towards the entrance of Poo Poo Milk Tea. At that moment, Laysai leapt off his shoulder, retreating to the side to give them space. What are you doing here? Xuan glanced at Wuda before turning to inspect the sign next to the tea shop. She suddenly snickered. Oh, I see. you're scouting for tomorrow's date. Right, quite an elegant endeavor. I won't disturb you. With that, she attempted to pull away from Wooda's grip, this time with genuine force, nearly causing him to lose hold of her. First of all, my outing with Jessica tomorrow isn't a date. It's just friends hanging out, and the one who insisted on bringing her along is you, not me. You need to get that straight. He corrected her. Wooda firmly tugged Ziyuan towards the counter. Secondly, I came here with you, so if we're talking about a date, it's with you, understood? Upon hearing this, Ziyuan's struggles lessened, yet her retorts remained relentless. Who said we were on a date? Do you have any shame? Ignoring her, Wooda turned to the young salesgirl at the counter. Hello, I'd like to order some milk tea. The salesgirl blinked, first observing the smiling Wooda, then glancing at Ziyuan, who was pretending to look elsewhere, but whose eyes kept drifting back to them. And finally taking note of their intertwined hands, a vendor specializing in couples sets. She was all too familiar with this scenario. The girlfriend was upset. The boyfriend didn't know how to console her. So he brought her here for a cup of milk tea to ease the tension. She understood, and she understood well. After a brief internal chuckle, the salesgirl displayed a flawless smile. Hello, what flavors would you like? Do you have any recommendations? I suggest the couple set. Not only is the milk tea half price, but you also receive complimentary strawberry crepes. All right, let us go with that. After glancing at Ziyuan and seeing no objections, Wooda breathed a sigh of relief. The salesgirl smiled as she noted down the order, asking, the flavor of the crepes is fixed and cannot be changed, but the milk tea can. Would you like to make any alterations? One matcha and one chocolate. Great. Please hold on a moment. The salesgirl then turned to pass the order to the staff behind her. At this juncture, Ziyuan spoke up. How did you know I like chocolate? Because I once found a handful of chocolate in your coat pocket. Observing Ziyuan's cheeks flushing, Wooda chuckled. Next time, remember to check your pockets before handing me your clothes. Chocolate stains are quite a hassle to wash out. He then squeezed Ziyuan's wrist. Did you hear me? A response would be appreciated. I heard you. Ziyuan mumbled, kicking at a pebble. You're so naggy. Moments later, the salesgirl placed 2 cups of milk tea and 2 crepes on the counter. Wooda promptly released Ziyuan's wrist, stepping forward to settle the bill, and then struggled to carry the 4 items back. Hurry up, help me out. I might drop them. Witnessing Wooda's precarious juggling act, Ziyuan suddenly burst into laughter, then reached out to grab her portion while teasing. You look just like a weeble, you know? Of course, Wooda retorted, eyes wide. With such large cups of milk tea and crepes, what else could I resemble? Ziyuan huffed a couple of times but remained silent, sipping her sweet milk tea. Wooda, sensing an opportunity, tentatively inquired, not angry anymore? I told you, I'm not angry. Then shall we head back to the hotel? Seeing Ziyuan's face light up with her usual smile, Wooda exhaled deeply, believing he had successfully appeased her. Smoker and the others should have arrived by now. Ziyuan nodded, placing her milk tea in her right hand and extending her empty left hand toward Wooda. Taken aback, he looked up and asked, Do you want to drink my matcha? Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent but persistently advancing her left hand. You want to eat a crepe? But our crepes are the same flavor. Ziyuan's eyes widened, about to respond when Lei Sai, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, interrupted. You idiot. After playfully thumping Wooda on the head, Lei Sai snatched the milk tea from his right hand and downed it in one swift motion. She then glared. What are you dawdling for? Hold hands. Upon hearing this, Wooda finally grasped the implication of Zion's earlier gesture. He promptly reached out and firmly took hold of her left hand. This time, it was not just a grip on her wrist, but a genuine hand-holding. If you wanted to hold hands, just say so. Why be so coy? I call it being reserved, Ziyuan replied, taking a bite of her crepe. And I was already quite obvious. You were the one who was slow on the uptake. Wooda rolled his eyes and turned away. Fine, whatever you say, noting Wooda's sudden aversion to looking at her. Ziyuan curiously asked, Why are you looking away? Is it wrong for me to turn away? Yes, turn back so I can see you. No, sensing that Wooda's palm had started to grow clammy, Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Are you blushing? I am not. Then why won't you turn around to look at me? Your hands are all sweaty. I sweat easily, all right. Plus, your hands are sweaty too. Why only call me out? I admit I'm shy. Do you? Your face is red. I saw it. You're so annoying. Observing the two successfully mending their relationship and playfully flirting, Lei Sai sighed with exhaustion. To bring these two awkward individuals together. She had truly gone above and beyond. Normally, shouldn't matters of the heart be ingrained in human DNA? Why were Wooda and Ziyuan, the two dense fools, less adept than her, a mere Pokémon? Their everyday interactions seemed designed to conceal their relationship from the world. Yet when it came to clarifying their status, they would begin to pull away from one another. What was the point of this constant tugging? That flimsy barrier should have been shattered long ago. Why let it linger? Were they trying to drive everyone to madness before feeling satisfied? With that thought, Lacey sighed once more, waving her hand dismissively without looking back, saying, "Stop staring and come over. Those two have already walked far away." As her words fell, 3 heavy footsteps echoed behind Lacey, accompanied by a somewhat awkward female voice. "When did you notice? I saw you 3 from the central square." As Lacey turned her head and gazed at the somewhat awkward expressions of the 3. She mused, "Honestly, I find it quite perplexing why the 3 of you chose to hide behind the fountain. The water there is remarkably clear, and the lighting is quite bright. It's hardly a place to conceal oneself." Without hesitation, Hanai pointed at Smoker, claiming it was his idea, suggesting that Wuda and Gion were preoccupied with their romantic pursuits and would surely not notice us. And I was not mistaken. They truly did not see us. Smoker remarked nonchalantly that it was Lacey who discovered us, he added. Hanai paused, contemplating for a moment, then slowly nodded, acknowledging Smoker's valid point. Lacey scrutinized the trio and suddenly spoke in a teasing tone. "You all seem to be getting along quite well with Gadel. I can't discern any signs of animosity. In fact, it appears you are even in the mood to gossip about our own affairs together." Upon hearing this veiled sarcasm, the faces of Hanai and Smoker turned exceedingly awkward. Gadel, who could not comprehend Lacey's words, curiously inquired, "What is this little creature named Lacey saying?" Hanai cleared her throat and translated a portion. "She mentioned that we get along well. Oh, that's good to hear." Gadel replied cheerfully, "After all, I harbor no ill intentions, and in a certain sense, I have indeed rendered you a significant favor." Lacey raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what favor? Let us discuss it upon our return to the inn," Gadel said with a smile, and upon hearing Hanai's translation, he continued, "Tonight, we have ample time to exchange information, so there is no need to rush." Lacey regarded Gadel thoughtfully, then nodded slowly before addressing Smoker and Hanai. "You two walk behind me. I shall lead him." "Understood," they replied. Hearing this, Gadel was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting from amusement to surprise. "This little creature is your superior?" Hanai and Smoker nodded. "So, I suggest you be mindful of your words and refrain from calling Lacey little creature all the time." Gadel's surprise deepened. "Is she that formidable?" Hanai and Smoker exchanged glances, but remained silent, in the face of such inquiries. Their silence spoke volumes. "Quite intriguing," Gadel mused, brushing his hair aside, subtly turning his head to observe Lacey, his mind clearly racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Gion and Wuda were so engrossed in their flirtations that they failed to notice their companions had vanished, a classic case of having found a partner and forgetting their friends. However, Lacey and her group maintained close proximity, and since the location of Poo-Poo Milk Tea was not far from the inn, the two groups soon reunited in the hotel lobby. "Thank you for your efforts," Gion said calmly, discreetly wiping the sweat from her left hand as she approached Smoker and his companions. After observing the smiling Gadel closely, she chose to ignore him and softly asked Hanai and her partner, "Do you need a moment to rest?" "No, we are not tired," they replied, shaking their heads. "Then let us proceed with the matter at hand," Gion stated, moving beside Gadel to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. "Let's gather in my room." With that, she and Lacey escorted Gadel upstairs, while Hanai and Smoker seized the opportunity to rush over to Wuda, who had just stood up from the sofa, preparing to follow. "What are you two up to?" Wuda exclaimed, startled by their eager expressions. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Smoker chuckled, patting Wuda's shoulder. "You've done well, my friend. Your progress is commendable. I knew I was not mistaken about you." "What progress?" Wuda replied, utterly confused. "Can we skip the riddles?" Hanai smiled slightly and raised an eyebrow. "Is Gion's hand soft or not?" "How would I know if her hand is soft or not?" Wuda stammered, halting mid-sentence, then abruptly leaped 3 feet into the air. "Did you see that?" Hanai and Smoker exchanged knowing smiles, surrounding Wuda as they walked upstairs, their chatter incessantly probing him with questions. "Have you two confirmed your relationship?" I don't know. You held her hand. How can you not know? Is holding hands between friends not acceptable?" Still in denial, Hanai scoffed. "What kind of friends hold hands while shopping and feed each other milk tea and crepes?" Wuda's eyes widened in shock. "What? You saw that too?" "We see everything," Smoker grinned. "So hurry and confess. But I genuinely don't know what our relationship is right now." Hanai raised an eyebrow. "You haven't confessed?" Wuda lowered his head, mumbling, "No." Upon hearing this, Hanai and Smoker's eyes sparkled even brighter, akin to incandescent bulbs. Observing the gleam in his friend's eyes, Wuda felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. What are you two planning? Just as Hanai and Smoker were about to respond, they arrived at Gion's room and, unable to avoid it, they casually said, "We'll talk about it later," before stepping inside. Now that everyone is gathered, we can commence with the main agenda. Gion announced, gently tapping the table as the meeting officially began. First on the list, Smoker, present. Please recount all your experiences and discoveries from today in their entirety, word for word, Gion instructed. Smoker nodded, organizing his thoughts before beginning to narrate their experiences. Since Gion had requested a verbatim account, the recounting took a bit longer than expected, lasting over 2 hours. Fortunately, everyone present was of the night owl variety, and given the astonishing information Smoker provided, no one complained of fatigue. That concludes our entire experience, Smoker said, slightly parched, taking a sip of tea to clear his throat. Gion, do you have any insights? After a brief moment of reflection, Gion rubbed her temples and addressed the curious faces around her. In 1489, a horrifying incident indeed occurred on Doll Island. Is that true? Wuda and the others exclaimed in shock, quickly pressing for details. What incident? We will discuss that shortly. First, we must address the most pressing matters. Gion replied, turning her gaze to Gadel. Mr. Imposter, won't you introduce yourself? At her words, all eyes turned to Gadel. Wuda casually pulled Laysire into his embrace, playfully tugging at her head, encouraging her to unleash her full potential as a lie detector. However, as Laysire sensed Gadel's emotional state, her brow furrowed. Even a professionally trained individual would feel a twinge of nervousness in the face of such scrutiny, yet Gadel displayed no signs of anxiety whatsoever. His demeanor remained as still as a tranquil lake, devoid of any emotional turbulence. He resembled nothing less than an emotionless automaton. My identity is not convenient to disclose, Gadel stated, surveying the group with a smile. You may continue to call me Gadel. I don't mind. That hardly qualifies as an introduction, Gion replied coolly. If you wish to collaborate, honesty is paramount. Understand that my reluctance to resort to coercive interrogation stems from the fact that we are all in the same predicament, trapped in this alternate space. However, if you continue to be evasive, I may be compelled to employ more drastic measures. Upon hearing these words laden with veiled threats, Gadel not only remained unfazed but even chuckled softly. Gion narrowed her eyes, finding his reaction rather amusing. The false Del lightly shook his head and softly remarked, My identity is of little consequence, for it holds no relevance in helping you escape from this place. However, if you merely seek a code name to distinguish me from Del, you may refer to me as Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame? The crowd furrowed their brows, somewhat perplexed by the somewhat convoluted name's meaning. Indeed, Eternal Flame. He replied with a smile, That is my alias in the real world, and should you wish to investigate further, you are welcome to do so at any time. Ji Yuan chose to disregard him and turned to Laysire instead. Feeling the gaze upon her, Laysire slowly shook her head, signaling that this individual's emotional state remained unchanged. Very well, Mr. Eternal Flame, let us proceed to the next topic. Recognizing the futility of threatening this man, Ji Yuan decisively altered her tone to one more befitting a collaborator, inquiring, Where is the real Del now? Outside, Eternal Flame replied, in the company of those ordinary soldiers, and Lilith. Inside, Eternal Flame glanced at Renai and Smog. The female thief that Smog spoke of was none other than Lilith. Upon hearing this, the group was struck with a jolt, and Renai hastily asked, Why is Del outside while Lilith is inside? Because Lilith, like you, fell directly in. I was unable to prevent it. Del and the other soldiers experienced a process of being pulled, which I could have forcibly halted. Observing Renai's furrowed brow, a glimmer of amusement danced in Eternal Flame's eyes. You need not worry excessively. That girl is quite clever and will not come to harm. The use of the term girl, somewhat endearing, caught the group off guard, as it was the first time they had heard such a term from someone outside of Delaware. Yet, Eternal Flame clearly had no desire to dwell on this matter and promptly shifted the conversation. Are there any further questions? Indeed, Ji Yuan responded, casting a glance at Renai to signal her to remain calm before asking. Why was Lilith able to fall in, while Del and the other soldiers did not? Because of the threshold. Speak in the common tongue, Ji Yuan urged. Eternal Flame chuckled softly and elucidated, the information this alternate space can accommodate is limited. If one approaches without exceeding that capacity, they will fall in without any reaction time. However, if the limit is surpassed and one attempts to forcefully introduce more individuals, a pulling process occurs. Lilith happened to be at the threshold of this alternate space's capacity. Once she fell in, it became full, which is why I had the opportunity to rescue Del and those lower-ranked Marines. After hearing this explanation, Wuda frowned and inquired, is this akin to the bucket theory? Only somewhat. The actual principle is significantly more complex. Then how did you enter? Renai asked. If, as you say, the alternate space became full after Lilith fell in, how could you enter? Eternal Flame smiled faintly. Because I only entered partially. The group was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Whose body am I currently inhabiting? Upon uttering this, Wuda's understanding suddenly clicked into place. You did not merely transform into Del. You actually consumed him. In that instant, Wudu exhibited the quick-wit characteristic of an earthling, swiftly unraveling the causal relationship between Eternal Flame and the false delegate. This alternate space had fabricated a false Del, intending to infiltrate their ranks and mislead them. Yet, you took advantage of this, employing some method to seize control of that false Del's body. You were quite perceptive, Eternal Flame remarked, displaying a look of surprise. I initially thought I would need to elaborate extensively for you to grasp this matter, but there remains one question. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the others, would have fixed his intense gaze upon Eternal Flame, asking, why did you choose to replace someone else rather than the false Del? There are two reasons. Eternal Flame began slowly. Firstly, the identity of Del easily facilitates infiltration into your ranks and can readily earn your trust, serving as an excellent stepping stone. Consider this. If I had replaced a mere passerby, could we sit here calmly and converse? After a moment of contemplation, the group nodded in unison, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. And the second reason? Secondly, the false Del is an exceedingly dangerous entity. Eternal Flame replied nonchalantly. If left unchecked, he would pose a significant threat to you. Hence I had to suppress him to buy you time for your escape. Ji Yuan immediately interjected, you know how to leave this place. Eternal Flame did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he posed a counter-question. Do you know what the essence of this alternate space is? What is the essence of this alternate space? The group instinctively recalled the riddle spoken by Diana. A man who has lost everything, fueled by boundless hatred, sets the stage for an unending theatrical performance. Taken literally, this passage encapsulated the essence of the alternate space, a drama primarily driven by vengeance. Whether there exists a deeper meaning within this phrase, however, remained uncertain to the group. Thus, in an effort to broaden their perspective, Ji Yuan, like Eternal Flame, refrained from directly answering but instead retorted, what do you believe the essence of this alternate space to be? A shadow space. Eternal Flame replied without hesitation. This realm exists parallel to the real world yet remains independent. Typically, such parallel realms cannot interfere with one another and are even challenging to observe. Yet, this place is evidently exceptional. It is not a naturally occurring shadow space, but rather one twisted and created by some extraordinary force. Under the influence of that extraordinary power, it has broken the laws of non-interference. The two parallel realms have begun to permeate one another, and it is for this reason that we find ourselves here. Having concluded, Eternal Flame picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip to moisten his throat, then scanned the crowd, who were visibly perplexed, and sighed with a hint of exasperation. It seems that this knowledge may be somewhat beyond your grasp. Wuda interjected, it isn't entirely beyond comprehension. As an earthling, I can understand what Eternal Flame is conveying, though the others may struggle. The world of One Piece indeed possesses technological advancements. However, their primary focus lies in biology, specializing in cloning technology and the study of devil fruits, with little exploration into cosmic spaces and parallel worlds. Furthermore, this topic poses a certain barrier for commoners, as such knowledge is rather advanced for a world devoid of compulsory education and not yet in the information age. It is entirely reasonable that Ji Yuan and the others find it difficult to comprehend. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Why does Eternal Flame possess such knowledge? From his tone and fluency, it was evident he was not speaking nonsense, but rather truly understood these concepts. But could a native of the One Piece world genuinely be aware of the existence of parallel spaces? What exactly was his background? Contemplating this, Wuda's brow furrowed in thought. Eternal Flame noticed this detail but did not dwell on it, merely allowing Wuda to ponder the implications of his previous statements. In summary, this alternate space harbors a core-like entity, which is the source of that extraordinary power. Growing weary of the suspense, Eternal Flame placed his teacup back on the table and interrupted the group's contemplation, stating, only by locating and destroying that core can we return to the real world. Wuda raised an eyebrow, asking, is there no other way? Eternal Flame nodded. There is only this one method. Ji Yuan exhaled deeply and inquired, what is the core? I do not know. The group was taken aback. You don't know? Why would you assume I would have that knowledge? Eternal Flame replied with an expression of disbelief. If I knew, Why would I collaborate with you? Wouldn't it be simpler to strike directly at the heart of the matter? After uttering this, eternal flames surveyed the group, who were left speechless, and continued, I have already answered so many questions. That is sufficiently candid, shouldn't you reciprocate? What do you wish to know? I am curious about why you have fixated on the Halenwood family. Yonghua began. Today, Hanai and Smog arrived at the archives, and without a moment's hesitation, they commenced their search for information on the Halenwood family. I concede that after conducting an investigation, that family does indeed appear rather suspicious. However, I find it perplexing why you are not lost in confusion at this stage. Yet your targets remain so distinctly defined. To be candid, I do not sense any issues with the Halenwood family. Wuda interjected. Aside from being slightly wealthier, they are no different from ordinary citizens. I also heard from Davis about Rosalind. She passed away due to illness, and I trust he would not lie about this matter. As for the surprise on the west side of the village, I believe it is prudent to refrain from making hasty judgments until we have personally confirmed it. What if Lilith's surprise has nothing to do with the Halenwood family? This was not the response Yonghua wished to hear. He fixed his gaze intently on Wuda. What I want to know is why you focused on the Halenwood family the moment you entered the shadow space. You are the Navy, a disciplined and orderly collective, not a band of pirates acting on a whim. Thus, your investigation into the Halenwood family must surely be backed by your reasons. At this point, Yonghua paused slightly. As partners, I wish to know what those reasons are. Wuda's juniors furrowed their brows, remaining silent as they turned in unison to look at Guillaume. The matter of exchanging information rested solely with the leader. They were not in a position to make decisions. After a moment of contemplation, Guillaume lifted her gaze to Yonghua and said, before we fell into this alternate space, we had an encounter with Diana in a similar interstitial space. Upon hearing this, Yonghua's pupils slightly contracted, and Leisai, who was seated on Wuda's lap, widened her eyes in shock. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. For she sensed Yonghua's emotional turmoil. He was taken aback by Guillaume's words. Tell me everything that transpired, in its entirety and with no omissions, Yonghua exclaimed impatiently. Guillaume nodded, then proceeded to recount their experiences in a manner akin to Smog's earlier account. Throughout the narration, Yonghua's expression gradually shifted from surprise to astonishment. Incredible! Unbelievable! After marveling twice, Yonghua exclaimed, no wonder you have fixated on the Halenwood family. Everything now makes perfect sense. Wuda, upon hearing this, emphasized, our interest in them is indeed due to Diana. But after conducting interviews and investigations, I feel there is nothing amiss with their family. No, the core of the shadow space is unequivocally linked to them. Yonghua asserted decisively that Diana is the best proof. Why? On Doll Island, with so many guardian dolls, why did it specifically choose a doll from the Halenwood family? Yonghua continued, she took you to the fishing village and introduced you to Jessica and Davis's dolls. The reason Diana did this is to indicate that the Halenwood family is key. Moreover, she also revealed to you the essence of this alternate space and the events that are about to unfold within it. The group felt a jolt of realization and quickly inquired, what events? Atonement for sins. Yonghua pronounced each word distinctly, then turned to Guillaume. Madame Guillaume, what transpired on Doll Island in 1489? The manuscript has reached 60 chapters. Estimating, the Doll Island arc will likely conclude around chapters 67 or 68. That I may release more chapters soon, so stay tuned. What transpired on Doll Island in 1489? Sitting on the sofa, Karp looked up from his newspaper. Why the sudden interest in this matter? Never mind that. Tsuru lightly massaged her temples, her brow furrowed. Just tell me if you remember. How could I forget something that happened in my hometown? Karp folded the newspaper and placed it back on the tea table. What is it? Tell me in detail. Tsuru sighed softly. I recall that it was reported back then. It seemed to be a murder case, but I can't quite remember the details. It was a heinous and still unsolved series of murders. Karp reflected while stroking his chin. The perpetrator killed 5 individuals in an exceptionally brutal manner, eviscerating them, severing their limbs, decapitating them, and even obliterating their fingerprints. The limbs were found near the dumping site, but the heads and internal organs were never recovered. The investigators at the time suspected that the missing body parts were likely cast into the sea by the murderer. This incident caused quite a stir in the East Sea, leading to a significant population decline on Doll Island and severely impacting its GDP for the subsequent years. Hearing this, Tsuru could not help but interject. So why was the case never solved? Because the investigators in the East Sea could not confirm the identities of the victims, Karp shrugged. Without any investigative leads, the case stagnated, compounded by the atmosphere of fear on Doll Island at the time. resulting in the case being left unresolved. Left unresolved? Saru exclaimed incredulously. What nonsense! Were the investigators not graduates of military academies? With no heads or fingerprints, they could still conduct interviews and review recent missing persons reports. Doll Island is a small island with limited population movement and a small resident base. With some effort to sift through the relevant documents, how could they find no leads at all? Moreover, with 5 individuals deceased, I refuse to believe that none of their relatives reported it. Aren't these all investigative leads? Why was it left unresolved? Observing Tsuru's sudden agitation, Carp furrowed his brow. Calm down, Tsuru. That incident is long past. And discussing it now is futile that I apologize. Tsuru took a deep breath to calm her emotions. So what exactly happened? Carp inquired. Why have you suddenly become interested in a case from 21 years ago? Dell has sent a request for assistance, Tsuru replied, tossing a report onto the table. Aside from him and the junior seaman, everyone else, including Guion, has gone missing. Lilith vanished before my very eyes, and additionally, the residents of Doll Island have also fallen silent. Not a single ship can be seen near the port. As she spoke, Tsuru's expression darkened, as if an invisible maw had swallowed every person on that island whole. Upon hearing this, Carp immediately lowered his head to read the report, simultaneously inquiring, so how does this relate to the series of murders in 1489? That was Dell's question. Tsuru responded, he wants to know if any strange occurrences have transpired on Doll Island in recent years. After much contemplation, I could only recall the event from 1489. Doll Island is a remote and peaceful place. Indeed, that was the only murder case to occur in recent decades. After reading the report, Carp raised his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. However, I find it somewhat puzzling why he would not directly inquire with the East Sea Branch. That is their jurisdiction, and while the headquarters has relevant documentation, it certainly would not be as detailed as what they would possess. Furthermore, why does he believe that the incidents they are facing are connected to what transpired on Doll Island in the past? As Carp pondered, it seemed he recalled something, and his brow suddenly knitted in concern. Could it be that he has seen something, or uncovered something? Tsuru did not respond immediately. After a prolonged period of contemplation, she finally stated, I need to go there in person. Carp looked at Tsuru in surprise. What is the reason? Dell does not trust the East Sea Branch. He suspects they are withholding critical information. Tsuru replied, donning her military uniform as she spoke. This is evident upon close examination of the report. Dell has already implied it quite clearly. Additionally, I suspect that the current events on Doll Island may very likely be the work of that group. And I am concerned for Guion. Carp was taken aback. How could that be possible? The shadow plan has not yet commenced. Thus, I perceive this may merely be a coincidence. He, turning his head, articulated each word distinctly. It was not they who sought out the Guion party, but rather the Guion party that inadvertently stumbled into their embrace. Cap opened his mouth, questioning the likelihood of such a coincidence. Have you not encountered numerous coincidences in your lifetime? He picked up the military coat from the hanger, glanced at the bright moon outside, and then turned to Cap, saying, I am undertaking a covert operation this time, so keep your lips sealed. I intend to accompany you. Cap rose, adjusting his collar, remarking that it coincidentally was also his time for leave. And visiting home to see his grandson seemed a splendid choice. I recall you just took leave in February. Cap waved his hand dismissively, asserting that his leave was his prerogative. He cast a sidelong glance at Cap but refrained from further comment, merely tossing the phone bug on the table to him as he walked toward the door, saying, Your ship sails swiftly. I shall take your vessel. Where are you headed? I am going to inform Peacock, Heck's granddaughter, that I have a temporary mission and must embark on a distant journey. At the threshold, Heck paused slightly, turning back with a half-smile, saying, Unlike your mischievous grandson, my granddaughter is quite obedient. Cap curled his lip, ignoring Heck, instead turning to dial a phone, reaching out to his deputy to prepare for an overnight departure. Meanwhile, at the inn on Doll Island, Guion had just recounted the series of murders that occurred in 1489. However, in terms of detail, her narrative lacked the clarity of Cap's. She only remembered that 5 people had perished in gruesome fashion. The case remained unsolved, and she was oblivious to the reasons behind its unresolved status or its subsequent implications. At that time, I was too young, and my recollections were limited. Guion rubbed her temples, continuing, Moreover, I learned of this incident through the newspaper, and many details remain hazy. To be frank, I feel it lacks reference value. No, it is already sufficient. Yanghua exhaled deeply. At least we now have a direction for our investigation. So we are not left in a passive stance. The group echoed in unison. What do you mean? Investigate the connection between the Helenwood family and that case from years past, Yonghua stated. The time and place I currently inhabit is Doll Island in 1489. And the series of murders that Ms. Guillaume spoke of occurred in the same year. With this information, when we revisit the riddle posed by Diana, do you not feel that she is referring to this very case? As he spoke, Yonghua surveyed the contemplative faces of the group. When coincidences become too numerous and can be linked, they cease to be mere coincidences and transform into deliberate arrangements, despite Yonghua's ambiguous identity. His hidden motives, and the many secrets he concealed, the group could not disregard the fact that he was indeed a remarkably reliable ally. He had elucidated many of their doubts, provided valuable intelligence, and offered a clear and compelling direction for their investigation. However, the question remained, how do we conduct this investigation? Smog furrowed his brow, stating, moreover, is this truly related to the Helenwood family? Even if it is, will investigating this matter assist us in leaving this place? I believe Smog raises a valid point, and I immediately chimed in, directing her gaze at Yonghua. You just mentioned that only by destroying the core can we leave this place. And you are quite certain that the core is connected to the Helenwood family. Therefore, our primary objective should be to find a way to obtain that core from the Helenwood family. Rather than investigating an old case, the group nodded in agreement, feeling that Hanai's reasoning was sound, except for Yonghua, who let out a resigned sigh. Your understanding of the core is limited. It is not surprising that you would say such things. He lightly tapped the table and began to explain that core may not necessarily be a visible, tangible object. It could also be an event, a mystery, or even an exceedingly abstract concept. Thus, to destroy that core, brute force is not the key. Understanding the essence of that core and the reasons for its existence is paramount at this point. Yonghua paused slightly, raising his brow to survey the group. If it were truly as you think, that destroying a tangible object would allow you to leave this place, I have a more straightforward and rapid method, requiring not even a thought, merely action. Wuda instinctively inquired, what method? Annihilate the Helenwood family. Yonghua coldly uttered, drain their blood, incinerate their corpses, demolish their dwelling, erasing all traces of their existence from this world. What do you think? Quite straightforward and swift, is it not? Impossible. Fu Wu, dream on. Wuda and Lei Sai reacted vehemently to Yonghua's words. The former leaped from the sofa, while the latter drew the knife hanging at Wuda's waist, leaping onto the table with the blade pointed at Yonghua. Lei Sai sensed that Yonghua was not jesting. If that core were indeed a physical object, he might actually commit such an act. Fu Wu, should you dare to lay a finger on Jessica, I shall sever your head and hang it upon a tree to feed the vultures. I speak with resolve. Having touched her sore spot, Lei Sai lost all semblance of her previous charm at that moment. She resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from hell, glaring fiercely at Yonghua, emanating a palpable aura of murder that even Guillaume found unsettling. Let alone Smog and Hanai. The two were now huddled together, trembling in fear. Although Yonghua could not comprehend Lei Sai's words, he was not blind. He could see the fury in her eyes. And his sensitivity to the murderous intent matched that of those present. Do not be so tense. Yonghua slightly raised his hands, indicating he meant no harm. I merely spoke in passing and will not act upon such thoughts. Fu Wu, to hell with that. Lei Sai pressed the knife forward, placing the blade firmly against Yonghua's throat. Fu Wu, I know you were not joking just now. Do not try to deceive me with your poker face. That trick does not work on me. Yonghua remained silent, instead looking to Wuda, hoping he could assist in translating. Wuda, with a grim expression, slowly reiterated Lei Sai's words, then added, my stance is the same as Lei Sai's. Should anything happen to Jessica and her family, I will risk everything to eliminate you. Faced with the knife at his throat and the fury of Wuda and Lei Sai, Yonghua displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he spoke calmly. We are merely acquaintances. Must it come to this, that family may very well be phantoms conjured by the shadow space, entities existing solely in the past. Everything they have done could be following a predetermined script. Much like what Diana mentioned, they are merely actors. Everything is illusory, including the friendships among you. Fu Wu, should you utter another word, I'll cleave you in two. Lei Sai's eyes were now completely bloodshot. Her voice low and hoarse. Fu Wu, I know better than you whether it is illusory. There is no need for you to spout nonsense. After hearing Wuda's translation, Yonghua remained silent for a moment. Then sighed resignedly. I understand. I shall set aside that dangerous notion. However, allow me to caution you. It is best not to invest too much emotion in this place, as it will not serve you well. That is our concern. Guillaume interjected. You need not trouble yourself. With that, she raised a hand to pat Laysire, signaling her to temper her murderous intent, as Smog and Hanai were nearing their limits. Thus, Laysire, after asserting that she would keep an eye on Yonghua, she returned the knife to Wuda. Following this incident, both sides naturally lost the desire to continue their conversation. However, their partnership could not simply be discarded. After agreeing to reconvene in the hall the following day, Yonghua retreated to his room, granting space to Guion and her companions. How credible is that fellow? After a prolonged silence, Guion took the initiative to break the stillness. Fu Wu, 100%. Laysire spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Fu Wu, although I despise him, he is indeed not lying. It seems we must continue our collaboration with him. After saying this, Shirguan glanced at the still somewhat pallid Wuda and softly remarked, Wuda, don't be angry. I'm not angry. Wuda sighed. I was merely contemplating what that guy said earlier. About the actor part. Wuda nodded, his expression suddenly turning somber. In truth, I had considered this issue once I realized Dell was an imposter. I just kept subconsciously avoiding it, and I refused to believe that Jessica is a fabrication, for I can genuinely feel that the child truly cares for us. Her joy, her smile, everything she has exhibited is heartfelt. She is certainly no mere actress. However, as he continued, Wuda sighed again, but Yonghua is right. It's highly probable she is a mere phantasm. That's so. When we leave Puppet Island, when we dispel this shadow realm and destroy that core, what will become of her? I dare not think about it. Wuda covered his forehead, his expression becoming extraordinarily helpless. She is my friend. I do not wish to lose her. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. No one spoke to comfort Wuda, for even they were uncertain how to navigate this situation, or rather, they felt it was fundamentally unresolvable. They were beings of the real world. While Jessica and her family were shadows of the phantasmic realm, they were never meant to intermingle, nor were they even supposed to know each other, yet fate had played a cruel jest upon them. To return, they must destroy the core, obliterating this shadow realm. In doing so, it would be tantamount to erasing that phantasm, erasing the girl who had finally found a friend and dared to dream of a future at the age of 18. Wuda could not accept it. Laysire could not accept it. None of them could. But what could they do? It was an inextricable knot. Let us rest. We are too fatigued today. After a lengthy silence, Shirguan spoke softly. I believe there will be a turning point. But clearly, we are not in a state to ponder these matters now. Go. All of you. Rest. Whatever needs to be addressed can wait until tomorrow. Especially you. Wuda. Shirguan looked at the dejected Wuda, who appeared utterly dispirited. You must lift your spirits. Do not forget, you are to meet Jessica today and accompany her in some fun. Wuda remained silent, merely nodding before picking up Laysire and Smog to return to their room. Watching his departing figure, Shirguan's eyes were filled with concern. Hanai, noticing this, spoke up. Are you worried about Wuda? Shirguan nodded. I fear he may despair, but perhaps there truly is a turning point. After a moment of silence, Hanai responded, there is always a glimmer of hope. I hope so, Shirguan replied, standing up and making her way to the bedroom. I shall sleep now. You too, rest early. Hanai nodded. Good night. Good night. 18:12 in the morning. Shirguan and her companions gathered in the hotel lobby. Although they had only rested for about 4 hours, for these extraordinary individuals, it was sufficient to alleviate their physical fatigue, apart from Wuda, who was yawning as usual. The others appeared invigorated and radiant. It seems you all rested quite well. Yonghua quipped casually before turning to Shirguan. What is the plan for today? Wuda and Laysire have matters to attend to. Excluding them, the rest of us will act together. Shirguan outlined the plan. We shall first head to the jungle on the west side of the village to seek the surprise that Lilith mentioned. And then we will see if we can extract that troublesome girl from the forest. It's one thing to be alone in such a wretched place. It's another to dare venture further into the woods. She is audacious, unafraid of anything. But I cannot, as I worry for her. Thus, after investigating the surprise, we will split into pairs and act separately, striving to locate Lilith before nightfall, or at the very least, find her hideout in the jungle. Just then, Hanai interjected. What if we cannot find either the hideout or the girl? Then we shall continue searching tomorrow. Shirguan responded decisively. Until we find her. As the leader, I will not permit anyone in my team to act alone in a perilous environment, playing the hero. After a pause, Shirguan turned to Yonghua. Do you have any objections? None. Yonghua replied cheerfully, appearing in high spirits. If there are no objections, let us commence. Shirguan stood from the sofa, pulling Wuda up with her. How's your mindset? She asked softly, adjusting Wuda's shirt collar and patting down the wrinkled fabric. It's all right. I suppose, Wuda replied, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his expression as he stole a glance at the grinning faces of the others. Well, they are all watching. Are you concerned about being observed? Not particularly. Sherdwan noticed Wuda's slightly flushed face, chuckling softly as she patted his arm. When you go out with Jessica, mind your hands. Don't go touching the young lady inappropriately. Lei Xiao immediately chimed in. Fu Wu, I'll keep an eye on him. Do you both take me for some desperate lecher? Wuda retorted, somewhat exasperated. I've seen women before. Sherdwan pretended not to hear his words, continuing. Also, do your utmost to make Jessica laugh. To help her relax. It has been easy for that girl with such a father. It's likely this is her first time going out with someone in 18 years. So, put on a good show. Dante wear a gloomy face. Understood. Wuda nodded. Understood. And after we resolve this matter, I want to go to the aquarium and the zoo and watch a movie, Sherdwan declared, squeezing Wuda's face. You must accompany me. There is no room for refusal. Got it? Got it. Got it. Wuda exclaimed, gritting his teeth in pain. Be gentle. You might pull my face off. Sherdwan chuckled, releasing her grip, while gently rubbing Wuda's reddened cheek as she softly added. Lastly, if circumstances permit, try to find out if they've encountered any recent difficulties. For instance, if they have been maliciously harassed or received threatening letters. Upon hearing this and recalling the information gathered last night, Wuda immediately understood Sherdwan's implication. You suspect the perpetrators of the 1489 serial murder case are them. In such matters, your mind is quite sharp, Sherdwan remarked, nodding slowly. Though we lack evidence, all the clues we currently possess point towards them. That may be true, but I don't believe they would resort to murder simply due to verbal threats. Wuda frowned. After all, the murderer did not only kill, they dismembered the bodies. Only a person with a pronounced antisocial personality could commit such acts. Yet the Helenwood family appears to have a sound mental state. They are certainly not antisocial. Sherdwan inquired, do you believe their motives are insufficient? Wuda nodded. What if they are both victims and perpetrators? Wuda's pupils dilated sharply at her words. Sometimes, turning someone into a madman requires neither drugs nor means. Sometimes, it merely takes a single dreadful day. Sherdwan sighed softly. Your implication is just a hypothesis, not a conclusion. Sherdwan pressed her finger against Wuda's lips, cutting him off. Your task today is simply to accompany Leisire and Jessica and enjoy the day, while casually gathering information. Leave the rest to us. Do not overthink it. Wuda silently nodded, then picked up Leisire and placed her on his shoulders before turning to leave the inn, heading to the central square to meet Jessica. As the others watched him depart, they too prepared to embark on their own endeavors for the day. Let's go, said Jiun, loosening his somewhat stiff shoulders with a series of cracks. Let us see what delightful surprises Lilith has in store for us. In the central square, Jessica stood obediently by the fountain, awaiting Wuda's arrival. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and after Diana's meticulous grooming, Jessica had transformed from her previous image of a Navi girl into a veritable young lady of high society. She donned a pale pink dress, adorned with high heels, and clutched a pristine white chain handbag. Her vibrant high ponytail, complemented by a subtle makeup application courtesy of Diana, along with Jessica's bright, expressive eyes, exuded an aura of youthful exuberance, brimming with innocence. The ruby necklace resting against her chest shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, enhancing her noble demeanor while simultaneously warding off any overly eager suitors. However, while she might deter the inexperienced youth, she was not immune to the advances of seasoned romantics. Fortunately, Jessica's intelligence kept her from being easily swayed, though she yearned for friendship. She was not blind to the intentions of those around her. Davis and Diana had taught her well how to read people, and thus the hidden desires of those suitors did not escape her keen gaze. Yet, fending off unwanted attention proved exhausting, and given Jessica's limited social experience and tender age, it was impossible for her not to feel a twinge of fear. Consequently, she silently prayed for Wuda and Leisire to arrive swiftly. Just then, a magnetic male voice resonated from behind her. Diana, why aren't you at work? What brings you here? Upon hearing this voice, Jessica's expression darkened immediately. She recognized its owner as Diana's persistent ex-boyfriend. Why are you ignoring me, Diana? Are you still upset? I am not Diana. Jessica inhaled deeply, turning to face the bearded, ruggedly handsome man with an expressionless visage. I am Jessica. Jessica, the ex-boyfriend furrowed his brow, stepping back 2 paces to scrutinize her. His eyes suddenly lit up. He had initially thought that Diana was the only beauty on Doll Island, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover that her sister, after a bit of grooming, was equally captivating, perhaps even more to his liking. So you are Jessica. You resemble your sister so closely. I hardly recognized you at first." The ex-boyfriend flashed his signature disingenuous smile, attempting to close the distance between them. "You look stunning today. Are you planning to go out on your own?" "No." Jessica retreated a few steps, maintaining her distance. "I am waiting for a friend." "Waiting for a friend?" The ex-boyfriend paused, then chuckled. From what he understood, Jessica had been nearly confined to her home by Davis, with her only social outing being her volunteer work once a week. It was implausible that she had friends, such a naive little girl, unable to even concoct a proper excuse for refusing someone. After suppressing his underlying desires, the ex-boyfriend donned a friendly smile. "It's wrong to lie. You know, if you want to go out, you should just say so. I am not lying." Jessica bit her lip. "I am genuinely waiting for a friend." "Well then, where is your friend?" "They haven't arrived yet." The ex-boyfriend chuckled lightly. "You must have snuck out behind your father's back, haven't you? How about I take you out for some fun? It's dangerous for a young girl to be alone." "I can protect you. Besides, it will give you a good excuse when you return home later." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Jessica's arm, thinking he could kill two birds with one stone. Jessica, intending to refuse, felt a surge of panic upon seeing his outstretched hand. "Don't touch me," she cried, stumbling backward in a fluster, completely forgetting that she was wearing heels for the first time today. Naturally, her foot slipped. Just as her body lost balance and her heart raced with fear, a strong hand caught her securely by the back. With a sigh of relief, Jessica turned her head to see Wuda, her eyes sparkling with joy as a radiant smile spread across her face. Wuda, just as in every heroic tale of a knight rescuing a damsel in distress, the first to arrive at the scene of the crisis was indeed the gallant knight. Thus, the ensuing events unfolded predictably. Wuda would firmly grasp the ex-boyfriend's hand and coldly inquire, "What do you intend to do to my friend?" This would serve to impress the ladies while also laying the groundwork for a confrontation with the ex-boyfriend. However, such a cliché scenario was hardly appealing to anyone. Neither the readers nor the author. Wuda was about to seize the ex-boyfriend's inappropriate hand. Laysire decisively leaped off Wuda's shoulder, in midair. She swung her arm, adjusting her angle, and delivered a powerful punch, imbued with pure haki, squarely to the ex-boyfriend's face. With a resounding crash, the ex-boyfriend spun like a top, whirling through the air for a good 5 or 6 revolutions before landing on the ground, bouncing twice upon impact. But this was not the end. Laysire, having landed first, flexed her arms and walked over to the fallen man. She grasped his hair, lifting his head to inspect the bloodied, grotesquely contorted face before nodding in approval. Confirming that he was still breathing, Laysire kicked him with precision, sending him flying to the entrance of a nearby hospital, thus expediting the emergency response while saving the medical staff a trip. Once she had completed this task, she slowly turned to Wuda and Jessica, who were both left wide-eyed in astonishment. "The Fu-Wu," she remarked. "Is there really any need for discussion with such a person? Why not just take action?" Her soft, melodious voice did nothing to quell the terrified screams of the onlookers. As the first female showcased her impressive dolphin-like vocal range, the central square transformed into a veritable sea of high-pitched soprano voices. Echoing throughout, Wuda, jolted back to reality by the cacophony, realized that it was no longer prudent to linger. He hoisted Jessica over his shoulder as if she were a sack of potatoes and shouted to Laysire, "Run with me." With that, he turned and sprinted towards the zoo on Doll Island, Laysire hot on his heels. Initially startled and screaming in panic, Jessica soon erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Wuda, run faster. Laysire is right behind us." Clearly, she found the situation amusing. However, Wuda held a different perspective. He was acutely aware that Laysire had caused quite the ruckus. That punch would likely land the man in the hospital for at least 3 months, with a month possibly spent in the ICU, and he might even end up partially paralyzed. For pirates, assaulting a civilian was hardly a grave offense, but for the Navy, this constituted a serious incident. Dismissal would be the least of his worries. He could potentially find himself imprisoned and impelled down. Just then, Wuda seemed to recall something, abruptly coming to a halt. Laysire, nearly tripping over her own feet, looked up and asked, "Fu-Wu, why have we stopped? I suddenly feel like we might not need to run after all." With that, Wuda set Jessica down, helping her smooth her wind-tousled hair as he inquired. "That man was wearing a Navy uniform, wasn't he? Is he your sister's ex-boyfriend?" 3 in the morning. Indeed, the reason why Wuda paused was that he recalled this matter. Striking a civilian is undoubtedly a dilemma, but delivering a blow to an officer with questionable conduct who attempts to assault a civilian woman is, in fact, a service to the public. Yes, that individual is named Adam, my sister's ex-boyfriend. Jessica, her cheeks flushed, waved her fists in indignation and exclaimed, He just tried to grab my arm. Had you not arrived in time, I might have been taken away by him. After saying this, Jessica seemed to remember something and timidly asked, did I cause you trouble? He is a naval colonel. If I hit him, will I get locked up? Rest assured, Yuan Tita Wuda chuckled as he ruffled Jessica's hair, leading her towards the zoo while pretending to be a big bad wolf. Dismissing the significance of a mere naval colonel, the innocent Jessica opened her mouth and asked in a daze, is Wuda also a naval vice admiral? I am not, but Xuan is. Wuda tilted his chin, feigning authority. She being one is tantamount to me being one. There's no distinction. Jessica's eyes sparkled with excitement. So you and Sister Xuan are indeed in a romantic relationship. That's not quite true. Wuda chuckled awkwardly but immediately recalled last night's events and corrected himself. At least not at the moment. Not at the moment. Jessica's eyes sparkled even more. The girl had a penchant for gossip. Wuda, how did you manage to coax Sister Xuan yesterday? Please tell me. Upon hearing this, the corners of Wuda's eyes twitched. To be honest, he wished to decline this topic, because recounting how a man with little romantic experience wooed a girl was a level of embarrassment that rivaled reciting the melancholic literary works he penned in his youth on QQ space before an audience. Yet, the gleaming eyes and eager expression of Jessica made it hard for him to utter the words of refusal. Moreover, Xuan had specifically instructed him that morning to ensure Jessica was happy. These two factors combined compelled Wuda to make an exceedingly difficult decision. This must not leave this circle. Do you hear me? MHM. Jessica nodded vigorously. I promise not to tell anyone. Wuda sighed lightly upon seeing this and began to narrate how he had charmed Xuan the previous day. Occasionally, Leisai would interject with snippets of their shared past, elevating Wuda's embarrassment to new heights. Moreover, he had no choice but to translate, for if he refrained or deliberately mistranslated, Leisai would be relentless, tapping his head, covering his mouth, tugging at his hair, or striking his leg, ensuring he would not find respite. The results of this endeavor were quite evident, with the harmonious duet of one human and one Pokémon. The smile on Jessica's face never faded. This was precisely the goal Wuda and Leisai wished to achieve, a consensus they had reached after deliberating late into the night, since separation was inevitable. They would leave no regrets. Before departing, they would ensure this 18-year-old girl experienced joy every single day. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that while they were content, there was one person who found it exceedingly difficult to be happy. That individual was Sean. Yes, indeed, he is my subordinate, and you have no authority to apprehend him. I understand that if that colonel named Adam is not rescued, I will be responsible for capturing him. But until then, I suggest you thoroughly investigate what he did at the Central Plaza. My subordinate does not resort to violence lightly, so I will not sign the responsibility document until I understand why he acted. Well, that is that. After disconnecting the call, Xuan took a deep breath, turned her head, and smiled at Smoker and the others, apologizing for the wait. Let us proceed. Observing Xuan's strained smile, Smoker and Hinata instinctively recoiled. Even Young-Hu felt an uneasy gulp in his throat. He originally intended to engage in casual conversation to strengthen their camaraderie, but it seemed wiser to discard that notion. The Vice Admiral exuded an aura so oppressive that it nearly suffocated Young-Hu. What could that lad Wuda have done to incite such fury in this witty and graceful female Vice Admiral? Did he not charm her enough last night, and wish to try again tonight? Just as Young-Hu's mind raced, Xuan unexpectedly initiated a conversation. I recall you mentioned last night that Jaidir is an extremely dangerous entity, correct? Yes, Young-Hu replied. What of it? I wish to understand what makes him dangerous. Xuan said, navigating through the path with Kinjuru, her gaze unwavering. And how did you suppress him? And why did you come to assist us? These are questions I too wish to know. I am sorry, but I cannot answer those inquiries. After a moment of silence, Young-Hu suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Because you are not yet prepared. Upon his words, Xuan abruptly halted, prompting the others to do the same. She slowly turned, remaining silent, her calm eyes locking onto Young-Hu's. Smoker and Hinata exchanged glances, swallowing nervously as they discreetly distanced themselves from the two. For a time, the only sounds in the forest were the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. After an indeterminate duration, Xuan finally broke the silence. May I interpret your previous statement as a refusal to cooperate? It is not a refusal to cooperate, Miss Xuan, Young-Hu replied, shaking his head slightly. I am protecting you. Xuan's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Sometimes, seemingly trivial answers can point directly to the truth of a matter. Young-Hu began to elaborate, knowing those truths could be detrimental to you. Upon hearing this, Xuan's frown deepened, for she could not comprehend what kind of truth could be harmful. It is normal not to understand, for most people in this world do not and need not understand. Yonghu seemed to possess a form of mind reading as he continued. Please believe me, Miss Shiwan, I harbor no ill will. Everything I do is to protect you, to ensure your successful escape from this place. Then why do you do this? Yonghu fell silent once more, though this time the silence did not linger long before he spoke again. If we manage to leave here, I will reveal the reasons behind my actions. But until then, please allow me to remain silent. Having reached this point in their conversation, further questioning would seem inconsiderate on Shiwan's part. Therefore, after a decisive nod, she turned to continue on her way but casually inquired, You just mentioned that we are not yet prepared. Yonghu affirmed, Indeed. When will we be considered prepared? That depends on you. Shiwan turned her head in puzzlement. On us? Yes, at that moment, Shiwan began to understand why Wuda detested riddlers so much. Such evasive communication, relying solely on guessing, was indeed quite irritating. Could you refrain from speaking in riddles? Perhaps I will soon no longer need to speak in riddles, Miss Shiwan. Yonghu lowered his head, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes, for when everything settles, you will understand whether you are prepared. When that time comes, I will appear before you, answering all your questions. So for now, let us focus on the matter at hand. With that, Yonghu fell silent. Shiwan, casting a calm glance at him, turned back to the path, leaving behind a parting remark. I know your name is Yonghu. You cannot escape. I have never escaped. Miss Shiwan. I hope so. Always. Can anyone guess why Yonghu is offering assistance? I have hinted at it quite clearly in the preceding text. After this brief interlude, the group redirected their focus to the matter at hand, delving deeper into the jungle on the western edge of the village in search of the surprise mentioned by Lilith. Logically, when attempting to locate something in a vast area, splitting up would undoubtedly be the most efficient approach. However, Shiwan, well-versed in countless horror novels and films, understood that the most efficient methods often harbor the greatest safety risks. Thus, under her guidance, the four-person team arranged themselves in a single file line. Shiwan led the way, clearing the path, while Smog and Henai maintained vigilance in the middle, and Yonghu brought up the rear. The two strongest members flanked the two weakest, ensuring that both she and Yonghu could respond swiftly in case of danger. After what felt like an eternity of walking, Henai at the center of the group suddenly unfastened the buttons of her blouse, revealing a deep chasm that seemed as profound as the Mariana Trench. As she shook out her collar to cool off, she casually discarded her outer jacket, unveiling a short-sleeved casual top beneath. Influenced by the geographical location and the seasonal climate, the jungle on Doll Island in June was not cool. Rather, it was humid and stifling. Shiwan, Yonghu, and Smog were relatively tolerant, but delicate Henai found it unbearable, resembling someone just pulled from water, both her body and clothes damp. This discomfort was one of her primary grievances about summer. As she had a propensity to sweat easily. I detest the jungles of summer. Henai sighed wearily after wiping the sweat from her forehead, feeling as if she were enclosed in a large steam oven. I don't think it's that exaggerated, Smog retorted, struggling to avert his gaze from the chasm. You were just overly sensitive, he muttered, then added, I wish you would wipe the sweat from your forehead, and if you could manage to dry your hair as well. That would be even better. Glancing at Smog, Henai scoffed. Haven't you noticed that your hair is all tangled? Smog stubbornly replied, We've been walking for such a long time. Sweating is perfectly normal. Yet normal sweating doesn't lead to hair tangling like yours. Yonghu interjected from the back. Did you skip washing your hair this morning? Smog, silenced by the old smoker's remark, felt his forehead pulse with veins. I didn't complain about your stench of sweat. Why do you all disdain me? Sweating is natural, but not washing your hair is not. Henai retorted without looking back. Mornings aren't that rushed. Boys don't have to wash their hair like girls do. Why be so lazy? I only slept for a little over 2 hours last night. Just managing to get up for the assembly was already commendable, alright. When would I have had time to wash my hair? Why did you only sleep so little? Because of Wuda and Leisai. Smog lamented. Those two chattered away in the living room after returning to their room, and their voices were so loud. How could I sleep? Upon hearing Smog mention Wuda, Shiwan at the front immediately inquired. What were they discussing last night? About Jessica, Smog replied. They devised a companionship plan, intending to spend quality time with that girl before leaving here. It must be said that they genuinely cared for Jessica, treating her almost like a sister, surpassing even their concern for Delby. Henai and Shiwan exchanged glances, understanding the implications of Smog's words. After all, if one didn't care, who would unleash their wrath over a mere comment? As I mentioned last night, Investing too much emotion here isn't a wise choice, Young-hoo suddenly interjected. Diana also cautioned you. Do not lose yourselves in it. Do not forget your original intentions. The Helenwood family and we are not of the same world. To have met is already a stroke of fortune, and parting is only natural. Why cling to it? At this point, Young-hoo sighed softly. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, or shadows. They should be viewed as such. The shadow realm is ultimately just a shadow. It is illusory, a creation. None of it is real. And it will eventually dissipate. That child is too deeply entrenched. You must be prepared. Upon hearing this, the group paused momentarily and turned to Young-hoo, questioning, prepared for what? For psychological readiness, Young-hoo replied, placing a hand gently over his chest. Feeling the restless throbbing within. We still have time, but not much. Before the drama officially unfolds, we must be fully prepared. Otherwise, death awaits you. Listening to this cryptic response, the group instinctively began to inquire further. But Young-hoo merely shook his head, gesturing ahead. We have arrived. That should be the surprise Lilith spoke of. Following Young-hoo's indication, the group soon beheld a small cemetery. Unlike the wild graves scattered across desolate hills, this cemetery was clearly well tended. Simple wooden fences surrounded it, and a special repellent for wild beasts had been sprayed on the barrier. Inside, it was adorned with pure white flowers, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Flourishing with abandon, the rich fragrance of the blossoms mingled with the earthy scent of the soil, providing a rare sense of relief in the oppressive jungle heat, momentarily diverting their thoughts from the weighty conversation. Shi-yuan sheathed her weapon and stepped forward, followed closely by the remaining three. They approached the rectangular tombstone situated in the center of the cemetery, after softly uttering an apology for the disturbance. They bent down to scrutinize the inscription. Valiant Rosalind rests here. My everlasting beloved, may your soul eternally enjoy peace and paradise. After reading the inscription, Shi-yuan rose and glanced at Young-hoo. It seems your assumption was correct. The surprise Lilith mentioned indeed refers to Rosalind's grave. Hanai then queried, but I'm a bit perplexed. How can a cemetery be considered a surprise? It's Davis's prerogative to bury his wife wherever he chooses. Isn't it? No. The surprise Lilith referred to isn't the tombstone, Young-hoo replied, his voice trembling slightly after a brief silence. It's these flowers. Flowers? Young-hoo did not respond immediately. Instead, he crouched down to gently caress one of the white blossoms. His touch as tender as if he were caressing a beloved. This white flower is called Lidanitai, symbolizing eternal immortality. Hanai and Smog, lacking knowledge about flowers, turned to Shi-yuan with furrowed brows, hoping she could elucidate the matter. I've never heard of this flower either. Shi-yuan gently shook her head. That is not surprising, Young-hoo continued, regaining his composure. Lidanitai has been extinct for 7,000 years. 7,000 years. Hanai gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. Did I mishear? You said 7,000 years, not 700, right? Indeed, Young-hoo replied calmly. It is 7,000 years. Why would something extinct for 7,000 years appear here? Smog's eyes widened in astonishment. And how would you and Lilith even know what a flower from 7,000 years ago looks like? That is not important. Young-hoo redirected the conversation. What matters is what Lilith wishes to convey through these flowers. Shouldn't you be the one to answer that? Hanai exclaimed, her eyes growing even wider. Aside from you, none of us three recognize this flower. We can't even decipher the riddle. How are we to solve it? Young-hoo pondered for a moment and found merit in Hanai's words. Consequently, in the next instant, he furrowed his brow and began to engage in riddles. The trio from Gion, witnessing this, dared not interrupt, standing still like wooden posts in a daze. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Smog could no longer contain himself and inquired, You've been at this for over half an hour. Do you have any clues? No, Young-hoo replied, his brow tightening further. The information is too scarce. I cannot comprehend what Lilith truly means. At this point, Young-hoo suddenly clicked his tongue, expressing his exasperation at the girl's increasingly sophisticated riddle-making skills. Could she not provide a few more hints? Upon hearing this, Hanai and Smog exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom Young-hoo's audacity to say such a thing, considering he himself was also a riddle-maker. Just then, Gion cleared her throat, redirecting everyone's attention towards her. Since we cannot solve the riddle, let us abandon it, she stated, gesturing towards the primordial jungle outside the graveyard. Why not simply seek out the one who posed the riddle? Hanai and Smog immediately nodded in agreement, their heads bobbing as if jolted by electricity. Thoroughly exhausted by the oppressive atmosphere of Doll Village, Diana was a riddle maker, Yonghu was a riddle maker, and now even Lilith had become one. Indeed, the entire doll village felt like an enormous enigma. Both Smog and Hanai began to suspect that this shadowy space had the peculiar ability to transform anyone who wandered into it into a riddle maker, leading them to gather and exchange riddles, with the successful guesser earning their escape. The most absurd part was that their current predicament indeed seemed to fit this pattern, unable to unravel the riddle of Doll Village. None of them could hope to exit. What a predicament this is, Yonghu sighed, massaging his temples as he softly lamented. I am truly inept at riddles. They are not my forte. The trio from Gion silently expressed their thoughts. Indeed, you are not adept at riddles. Your strength lies in posing them. After this internal commentary, Gion took charge of the situation. Smog and Yonghu will search to the east, while Hanai and I will venture west. In such circumstances, they could not afford to be concerned about splitting up. Finding Lilith and bringing her back to the team was their foremost priority. No one opposed this arrangement, and after agreeing to reconvene at the central square by evening, Smog and Yonghu turned to leave the graveyard. Once they had departed, Gion turned to Hanai, preparing to commence their search. At that moment, however, her peripheral vision caught sight of a gravestone, an extraneous one that should not exist within this graveyard. Gion abruptly turned her head to look. Beside Rosalind's grave stood a stark, unmarked gravestone, behind which lay a rectangular, hollow earth pit, an excavated grave. For whom was this grave intended? How had it suddenly appeared here? The eerie scene sent chills down Gion's spine, her hair standing on end as an icy sensation coursed through her. Hanai. Startled, Hanai responded, What is it, Major Gion? Look quickly. A gravestone has appeared here. A gravestone. Hanai's expression turned perplexed. We are in a graveyard. There are gravestones everywhere. Not Rosalind's. Gion pointed ahead, but her words faltered as she suddenly stopped short. Her eyes widened in terror, staring incredulously in the direction she had indicated. There was nothing there. No unmarked gravestone. No deep, hollow earth pit. Only the vibrant reed-needy flowers and lush, verdant grass remained. It was as if what she had just witnessed had been a hauntingly vivid illusion. Major Gion, observing Gion's stunned expression as she pointed at Rosalind's gravestone, Hanai timidly ventured, Are you all right? Gion's lips trembled slightly, and after several attempts, she finally managed to articulate her thoughts. I just saw an excavated grave right next to Rosalind's grave. Hanai opened her mouth, glanced at Rosalind's grave, then back at Gion, whose complexion had turned pale. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I didn't see anything. Perhaps you are simply fatigued and experiencing hallucinations? Hallucinations. Gion reflected on the scene she had just witnessed. No, that was not an illusion. I not only saw the unmarked gravestone, but I also smelled the earthy scent emanating from that pit. It was certainly not a visual illusion. Hanai swallowed nervously, once again casting her gaze towards Rosalind's gravestone. After scrutinizing it several times, her eyes began to ache, but I saw nothing. Moreover, the earthy scent is quite common in the jungle. I can still smell it now. Major Gion, perhaps your mind is burdened, leading to a momentary distortion of your senses, Hanai suggested, recalling what she had learned in textbooks. I remember General Zephyr mentioning that when a person's emotions are unstable, they may experience hallucinations that are indistinguishable from reality. Gion shook her head slightly, resolutely maintaining that she had not experienced any hallucinations. Hanai, witnessing this, felt at a loss, for she had indeed detected no anomalies. If what Gion claimed were true, then such a large gravestone and pit could not have simply appeared and vanished without a trace. That would be akin to a haunting. We must locate Lilith as soon as possible. After a moment of silence, Gion turned to leave, stating, I have an ominous premonition. This shadowy space is starting to become active. Active? Hanai hurried after her and asked, What do you mean? It means we have little time left, Gion replied in a low, raspy voice. Yonghu said, The drama is about to commence, when a quirky little girl is hiding in the jungle. How difficult is it to find her? The reunited Gion quartet, their faces etched with exhaustion, offered a unanimous response. Difficult, extremely difficult. It could be described as a challenge akin to climbing the heavens. They had scoured the jungle for an entire day, yet they had found no trace of Lilith. Not even a shadow of the troublesome girl. I finally understand why Dell always kept a close watch on Lilith in training camp. Smog mused as he sat on the curb. Because once that girl makes a run for it, good luck trying to find her again. I concur. Hanai, seated on a bench, nodded in agreement. Even now, I cannot fathom how Lilith manages to leave no trace behind whatsoever. I do not expect to find her hideout or capture her directly, but surely there should be remnants of burnt campfires or footprints. At the very least, a single hair would suffice, sitting beside Hanai. Gion sighed softly. Lilith's evasion techniques rival those of CP agents. Honestly, I am beginning to be quite curious about her past. Upon hearing this, Smog looked up at Hanai. Hanai, has Lilith ever shared her past experiences with you? Not at all. Hanai shook her head. I only know she hails from Herb Island. As for her past, I am completely in the dark. Herb Island. The unfamiliar name momentarily stunned Smog. Where is that? It is an island in the New World. Yonghu interjected. It is renowned as a tourist destination and also the largest herbal cultivation base in the world. You all must know Whitebeard, right? Smog and Hanai nodded. Herb Island is his territory, Yonghu explained. The unique herbs produced there greatly alleviate the ailments of that notorious pirate. Thus, in a sense, Herb Island can be considered the home port of the Whitebeard pirates. The words of Yonghu left Smoker and the others utterly speechless. The implication was that Lilith and Del had successfully escaped from Whitebeard's home port unscathed and had joined the Navy upon arriving at Paradise. Yonghu nodded, affirming that this was indeed the essence of the matter. How did they manage such a feat? Hanai exclaimed in astonishment, for that was Whitebeard's territory. It's not as difficult as you might imagine, Gion interjected. Skinchow Island does not merely engage in trade with pirates. It also maintains a commercial relationship with the government. Although it is nominally under Whitebeard's control, it occupies an absolutely neutral position on the world stage, and no one dares to invade Xianchao Island. Nor would anyone attempt to plunder its cargo ships and merchant vessels, for such actions would invite the wrath of both the Navy and the pirates. After all, herbs are life-saving commodities, with 80% of the materials used in the ointments. For drips and tablets you apply or consume sourced from Xianchao Island. Therefore, leaving there doesn't necessitate overthrowing the Whitebeard pirates. One merely needs to blend in with the cargo ships bound for Paradise. Having concluded this explanation, Gion rose from the bench. All right, enough of this idle chatter. Let us find a place to dine and then return to the inn to rest. As she spoke, Gion recalled the eerie scene she had witnessed in the graveyard earlier that day, and sighed that we will set out early tomorrow morning and make haste to locate Lilith. I am concerned for her safety. Smoker raised his hand to ask, should we call Wuda and Leisai along? Having two more people might expedite the search. Gion shook her head decisively. They are not like us. They lack experience in jungle searches and have not taken criminal investigation courses. Moreover, their thoughts are currently not aligned with ours. It would be more of a hindrance than a help to bring them along. Is it truly wise to let them continue interacting with Jessica? Hanai asked, glancing at Yonghu with a furrowed brow. I believe Mr. Yonghu's words today carry weight. What if Wuda and Leisai become too emotionally invested and refuse to leave? You might want to think even more grimly, Yonghu added. Not only might they be unwilling to leave, but they could also actively prevent us from doing so. Let us not forget that our objective is to destroy the core, and once that core is destroyed, this drama will draw to a close. And you should be well aware of what that signifies. Upon hearing this, Hanai and Smoker's brows furrowed deeply as they contemplated how to avert such a scenario. There truly no way for the Helenwood family to accompany us into the real world. After a moment of reflection, Smoker spoke up. Must it be a choice between two options? Is there no possibility of a happy ending? Yonghu countered. Can your shadow dwell alongside you in the sunlight? Engage in conversation, share meals, and embark on adventures together? Without hesitation, Smoker replied, of course not. Then it is evident that the Helenwood family cannot either. Is it possible that the Helenwood family is not merely a phantom? Hanai proposed, organizing her thoughts. They might, like us, have been drawn into this shadow space, only to inadvertently become entangled with the core. Yonghu questioned again, what year is it in the real world? 1510, came the answer. And what year is it in the shadow space? 1489. Do you understand now? Hanai bit her lip, pausing in silence for several seconds before attempting to argue, but this could be a case of altered perception. They may very well live in the same era as us. It's just that the shadow space can obscure one's sensitivity to time, which explains why you didn't notice the timestamps on the documents. Yet it is clear that this place cannot alter human perception. Yonghu interrupted, silencing Hanai's protests. Consider the questions I posed to you in the archive, and reflect on the responses provided by the archive's custodian. The answers should be quite clear. Yonghu's blunt response plunged Hanai into a prolonged silence, leaving her unable to defend her position any further. Perhaps she had known the answer all along, and her earlier doubts stemmed from an unwillingness to accept the truth. A form of self-deception. After all, life seldom offers perfect solutions, and the necessity of making choices is a fundamental truth understood by every adult. And what of the villagers from 1510 and the missing Marines? Smoker suddenly interjected, his gaze intense that if, as you claim, this shadow space cannot alter perception, where have they all gone? In response to this query, Young-hoo merely exhaled a sigh, shaking his head slightly. What do you mean by that? Smoker's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that this shadow space has been established for over 2 months now? Young-hoo stated calmly. So you may speculate on how many acts we have now witnessed in this ongoing drama. At this pronouncement, a resounding echo of realization reverberated through the minds of all present. Indeed, unlike life, which is singular and irretrievable, dramas can be replayed, and actors can re-enter the stage, just as Diana had alluded to in her riddle. This is an interminable theatrical performance. Until sins are redeemed, and despair thoroughly eclipses greed, this deathly drama shall persist eternally. The entry ticket, however, is the singular life of the actors. So they have all perished. Hinai murmured, her voice trembling. We are the only actors remaining, and it is now our turn. What nonsense! What utter nonsense! Smoker nearly ground his teeth in frustration. There are so many people on Doll Island. How could they all be dead? Gion's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as she abruptly turned, seizing Young-hoo by the collar, suppressing her rage as she inquired, word by word, you know what killed them. Don T.U.? I do not know, Young-hoo retorted firmly, cutting her off. That I have no reason to lie. Ms. Gion, everything I have stated is based on the most probable deductions drawn from existing intelligence, admittedly, due to my identity. I possess certain advanced knowledge and a clearer understanding of the nature of this shadow space than you do. However, regarding the core, as well as the villagers and Marines, I stand on equal footing with you. The reason you have been unable to arrive at the same conclusions is not due to ignorance or lack of information, but because you have never approached these clues from an objective perspective. Just like that young man named Wuda, you have all become too deeply entrenched in your own views. As he spoke, Young-hoo gently grasped Gion's wrist, removing her hand from his collar. That he regarded her, whose expression was a tempest of emotions, and slowly said, only because you were ensnared in this mountain, Ms. Gion. It is time to awaken. At that moment, the atmosphere among the group plunged to an icy low. The overwhelming tension and terrifying conjectures rendering their breath shallow. What filled them with the most dread was the realization that whatever had slaughtered the villagers and Marines was not yet satisfied. It had now set its sights upon them. The mere thought of this sent chills coursing through Hinai's limbs, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She was a brave Marine, unafraid of death, but she feared dying without reason, without value. Lilith? We must find Lilith at once. The urgency in Hinai's voice grew as her breathing became frantic, her words tumbling out in disarray. She had no knowledge of what lay ahead. Her leads were scant compared to theirs. Moreover, and most importantly, she was alone. Her current predicament was perilous, and they had to locate her, had to find her. Mid-sentence, Hinai suddenly felt darkness envelop her vision, her body losing all strength as she collapsed forward. Hinai, the nearest smoker, hurriedly reached out to support Rina, subsequently placing her gently upon his lap. The same moment, Young-hoo and Shurgwan approached, conducting a brief examination before both exhaled in relief. It's nothing serious. Merely symptoms of oxygen toxicity caused by hyperventilation, Young-hoo stated as he rose to his feet. For ordinary individuals, there is a risk of death, but for you extraordinary beings, a moment's rest will suffice. Smoker disregarded Young-hoo's words, turning instead to Shurgwan. Clearly, he harbored doubts about this newcomer with an unclear background, particularly when it concerned the lives of his comrades. Rest assured, he speaks the truth, Shurgwan affirmed, prompting Smoker to breathe a sigh of relief as he began to tend to Rina. Seizing the opportunity, Shurgwan pulled Young-hoo aside. How much time do we have left? Young-hoo gently caressed his chest before responding. Approximately 10 days. Shurgwan noticed Young-hoo's gesture and inquired. The false Del you are suppressing is the entity responsible for the villagers' deaths. Correct? Yes, but also, not entirely. Young-hoo replied after a moment of contemplation, letting out a soft sigh. The true force behind the villagers' demise is the core's power, while the false Del is merely a fragment of that power, significant. Yet not the entirety. This contradicts what you just said, Shurgwan pressed. You are still lying. I must choose my words carefully, considering whether Smoker and Rina might question the true nature of that entity. Young-hoo responded with calm assurance. I have my reservations, Miss Shurgwan, and I trust you can understand. Upon hearing this, Shurgwan realized why Young-hoo had chosen to speak honestly with her alone, compared to the emotionally volatile Smoker. She, a battle-hardened vice-admiral, clearly understood the art of conversation and inquiry. Yonghu was unwilling to disclose the essence of the core. However, it followed that he could answer questions that did not directly target its fundamental nature. With this conclusion in mind, Shirwan mentally prepared her next question. You can suppress that power for another 10 days, correct? I can suppress it indefinitely, but the core's residual power will not wait, Yonghu slowly replied. It is constantly growing, and once it reaches its activation threshold, the drama will commence. Based on the intensity of the pulse from that power within me, the core will reach its activation threshold in 10 days. This meant they had to locate that core within the next 10 days. Shirwan articulated her understanding. If we fail, it would mean certain death. Yes? If I were not suppressing the false Del, you would indeed stand no chance. Yonghu pondered for a moment before continuing. But now it is different. You possess enough strength to contend with that entity for a while. A while is too vague. Shirwan countered. I require a more precise time frame. Approximately 2 days. What if it exceeds 2 days? You will all perish. Shirwan noted Yonghu's choice of words and raised an eyebrow. Not including you. Yonghu hesitated slightly before nodding. If you need to convey any message, I am willing to assist. The final message. Perhaps? Shirwan sighed. I will prepare a document for you. After a brief pause, as if having made a firm resolution, she asked in a voice as cold as frost. What if, hypothetically, I were to annihilate the Helenwood family as you suggested that night? Would that allow us to leave this place? Yonghu's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment, seemingly unprepared for such a question from the vice-admiral before him. Aren't you afraid? Stop with the trivialities. Just give me the answer. With her nails piercing her palm, crimson blood flowed forth, yet Shirwan appeared impervious to pain, her gaze fixed intently on Yonghu, awaiting the answer she so fervently desired. As long as it ensured the survival of Wuda and the others, Shirwan was willing to embrace the role of a remorseless villain, even if it meant being resented by Wuda and Reizi for eternity. Or even dying at their hands, she would not hesitate. I can only say there is a possibility, Yonghu eventually conceded, sensing Shirwan's resolve. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to speak the truth, albeit with the caveat that the possibility was exceedingly slim, nearly negligible. But it's not entirely zero, is it? No, then that is sufficient. Shirwan diverted her gaze, glancing at her bloodied hands before addressing Yonghu. Please keep tonight's conversation a secret from Wuda and Reizi. Are you serious? Yonghu's eyes widened. We have just uncovered a wealth of information. Are you truly going to conceal it from your loved ones? Although the information is extensive, it is not critical, is it? Shirwan replied. All we have learned is that our time is short, that the villagers and the marines are already dead. Apart from that, we remain in the dark about the nature of that core, do we not? You are correct, but that does not justify your concealment of the truth. Yonghu frowned. Wuda is your lover, and Reizi is your comrade. They deserve to know. Just let me be selfish this once, will you? Shirwan implored, her tear-filled eyes and desperate tone revealing her vulnerability, causing Yonghu to display an expression of astonishment for the first time while also understanding her motives. Are you afraid? If it truly comes to that, let me bear the burden of villainy. Tears streamed down Shirwan's cheeks, yet she valiantly forced a smile, believing that both of them were good souls who should not suffer the pangs of conscience. Gazing upon her sorrowful smile, Yonghu remained silent for an extended moment before conceding. I understand. I will keep it a secret. Yonghu exhaled deeply, then turned to glance at Smoker and Rena in the distance. But how do you intend to keep them quiet? I am, after all, their superior. Shirwan wiped her tears and the blood from her hands, ensuring she appeared unchanged from her usual self. Besides, I am quite adept at deception. It seems you are resolute. Yonghu spoke softly, but I believe matters will not escalate to that point. I hope so as well. Shirwan smiled brightly. After all, he still owes me a proper date. Upon hearing this, Yonghu's curiosity piqued. I heard from Smoker and Rena that you two have been circling each other for quite some time. What has prompted this sudden change of heart? Perhaps it is the impending deadline. Or perhaps it was last night's cup of milk tea, Shirwan replied as she adjusted her hair. I have evaded too long. It is time to confront my own feelings. That is a good thing. Indeed. After sharing a knowing smile, Shirwan turned her attention to Rena, who was groggily rising from Smoker's lap. Let us return to the inn. From tomorrow onwards, we must prepare for the tasks ahead. I misjudged the pacing and omitted a significant portion of the plot. But the Doll Island arc will not conclude before Chapter 68, so I will add 2 chapters as an apology. after reassuring the awakened Rina that they would absolutely not give up on finding Lilith. Shirguan and her companions returned to the inn, where they found Wuda and Razi waiting for their return, seated on the couch. So, how did today go? Wuda, with Razi perched on his neck, approached briskly, a cheerful expression on his face. Did you find Lilith? Upon hearing the name Lilith, Rina's demeanor visibly darkened. Wuda noticed this and instinctively asked what was wrong. However, Rina seemed lost, ignoring Wuda entirely as she turned and staggered upstairs in silence. Smoker let out a resigned sigh, nodding to Wuda and Razi in greeting before swiftly following after her. What is going on with them? After watching Smoker and the others leave, Wuda turned to Shirguan. Perplexed, did something happen today? They are simply exhausted, Shirguan replied nonchalantly. Did you find anything on your end? Yes, Wuda nodded, stating that the Helenwood family had indeed received numerous threatening letters, yet such occurrences had become a norm for them. Yanghua, taken aback, inquired, what do you mean by norm? It meant that ever since Davis moved to the center of the village with Jessica and Diana, their mailbox had been perpetually overflowing, at times even exceeding capacity. Initially, Davis was quite fearful, concerned that Jessica and the others might face malicious retaliation. However, as time passed without incident, the family adapted. Occasionally, they would even gather to read the threatening letters together, engaging in a family discussion to deduce the sender's identity. After sharing this, Wuda shrugged, remarking that this was the daily life of the strongest puppeteer in Puppet Village. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Ji Yuan and Yonghua, wide-eyed and momentarily speechless, eventually managed to exclaim in unison. What a carefree heart! Wuda non-committally raised his hands, then shifted the topic, asking, So, have you not found Lilith? Ji Yuan shook her head, replying, No Wu-Wu, should we assist you? Leisure raised her hand, stating, Wu-Wu, having lived in the primordial jungle for an entire year alongside Wuda. I believe we can be of help. If you join us, then who will accompany Jessica? Ji Yuan remarked with a teasing smile. Is the companionship plan not in effect? Wuda's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? The ruckus you two made last night kept Smog awake all night. Guess who he would complain to today? Wuda replied, while Leisure interjected, Wu-Wu, I don't think our voices were that loud. Were they? Observing the two's flustered expressions, Ji Yuan chuckled softly before casually changing the subject. Are you going out with Jessica tomorrow? Wuda nodded. Yes, I'll take her to the aquarium. Ji Yuan smiled. It seems you both truly enjoy her company. Of course, Wuda responded without hesitation. Jessica is such a vibrant girl. Her laughter is like a little sun, radiating warmth. Realizing midway that his words could be misconstrued, he quickly corrected himself. The affection I speak of is not of a romantic nature that I understand. I'm not jealous, Ji Yuan replied, playfully pinching Wuda's cheek. Just accompany her and make her happy. That is your mission. Taken aback by his prospective girlfriend's sudden generosity, Wuda felt a bit dazed. But concerning the core matter, he began, only to be gently interrupted by Ji Yuan. This matter is already sufficient with us. She gazed at Wuda's bewildered expression and Leisure's large, shimmering crimson eyes, momentarily lost in thought. In that fleeting instant, she was transported back to the graveyard, once again confronting that unmarked gravestone. Memories of Diana surfaced. Recalling every word spoken in the small cabin at the fishing village, suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed Ji Yuan's eyes. She returned to the present, patting Wuda's shoulder. Your task is to play with Jessica and bring her joy. Oh, understood. Then let us rest, Wuda replied. He and Leisure exchanged a glance, silently nodding before turning to leave the hall, heading to their respective rooms, discussing where to take Jessica after the aquarium the following day. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan remained silent, watching their retreating figures until they vanished from the staircase, before softly speaking. I recall you mentioned that the core could be an abstract concept, correct? Indeed, could hatred potentially become the core? Yes, Yonghua nodded, then inquired. What have you deduced? I envision a tragedy, a madman driven to insanity after losing everything. As she spoke, Ji Yuan let out a deep sigh. I believe I understand why the core chose to set the stage in the year 1489. For revenge? No. Ji Yuan lifted her gaze, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable sorrow. It is to seek redemption. In the subsequent 9 days, the group divided tasks among themselves. Wuda and Leisure spent nearly every day outside, accompanying Jessica as she roamed Puppet Island, visiting every location available to them except for the more unsavory establishments. They explored every nook and cranny of the island. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan and her companions also scoured Puppet Island. But unlike Wuda, who restricted his activities to the urban areas, their focus was on the jungle, aiming to locate Lilith. Regrettably, they found nothing. Aside from a makeshift outpost by a small river, they uncovered no further clues related to Lilith. It was as if she had vanished into thin air after sending that letter to Hinai. The remnants of life within the crude outpost and the human waste surrounding it indicated that Lilith had only stayed there for a day after its construction, never to return. The absence of any trace of her presence, neither alive nor dead, was a truth everyone understood yet hesitated to accept. They could not fathom that the whimsical little girl could meet such a simple demise. However, in the face of harsh reality, self-reassurance proved powerless and futile. That Lilith's death not only severely dampened the spirits of the group, but also became the final straw for Hina. The moment Ji Yuan announced the cessation of the search. Hinai collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a waterfall, yet she refrained from wailing or responding to the cries of her companions, remaining still as a corpse. Hinai had fallen. She ceased all communication, withdrawing into her room, staring at photographs of herself with Lilith. The approaching specter of death and the loss of her close friend crushed her, leaving only despair within her heart. Before the decisive battle had even commenced, the team had lost a vital asset, amplifying the pressure on Ji Yuan and Yonghua. Observing Ji Yuan emerge from Hinai's room after delivering food, Yonghua leaned against the wall and asked, "Do you truly intend to continue concealing this from Wuda and Leisure? What purpose would revealing it serve now?" Exhausted, Ji Yuan disregarded her image and sat on the corridor floor, pondering whether to have them counsel Hinai or to expose her own inadequacies as a leader. Yonghua remained silent, his expression darkening further. Clearly, he too was in a foul mood. Tomorrow is the last day. Ji Yuan looked up at the ceiling, reflecting on the past 9 days. We have found nothing. Without locating Lilith or the core, we can only watch as death's scythe creeps ever closer. Not just Hinai, but even I am nearing my limit. Lowering her gaze to her hands, she continued, "It seems we have but this one path left." As her words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the spacious corridor. Both leaders lowered their heads, speechless. Ji Yuan was filled with self-reproach, while simultaneously preparing herself mentally if Wuda's path of affection bore no fruit. She would have to step forward and grasp the faintest glimmer of hope. Yonghua, on the other hand, was deep in contemplation, seeking a solution to navigate this dire situation. As his mind raced, Yonghua devised a plan, a strategy that, while not ideal, was far superior to annihilating the Helenwood family. Yet, the price of this plan weighed heavily upon him. "We have one last opportunity." He raised his head, locking eyes with Ji Yuan, ready to unleash the drama and prepare for a desperate gamble. To slay an abstract concept with blades and firearms? Ji Yuan chuckled lightly. "Did we not discuss this issue before? Your response was that rather than resorting to such measures, it would be better to gamble on that slim possibility. You may find it unachievable, but I can." After a moment of silence, Yonghu suddenly clenched his fists, stating that the price to pay was that I must fully immerse myself in the shadow realm. "Just like you'd Oh, I must apologize. I'm afraid I cannot convey the last words you entrusted to me." With that, Yonghu smiled at the astonished Shurguan, saying, "I am responsible for holding back the drama, but beyond that, I am powerless and can only rely on you." "Beyond that?" Shurguan asked, opening his mouth in confusion. "What else is there besides the drama?" "It is that which the madman desperately seeks to reclaim at any cost." Yonghu replied slowly, "Before you eliminate that entity, I cannot destroy the drama. I can only confine it, preventing its power from spilling outward. During that time, the entity's strength will be significantly diminished, no longer an invincible force. However, the time I can secure is exceedingly limited, only about 12 hours. If we exceed that time, the drama will break free at that point. Unless a deity intervenes, no one will be able to turn the tide." Shurguan inquired, "Not even you?" "Not even I," Yonghu responded. "If you fail, I too shall perish." "What a gamble," Shurguan sighed, leaning his entire body against the wall behind him. "What if I refuse your proposal? Then I will fulfill my duty." Yonghu stated, "I will help you suppress the core's power, buying you 2 days, and then witness your valiant demise. It seems I have no choice," Shurguan remarked, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. "Who would have thought we would ultimately rely on you? An outsider, as comrades who are about to fight side by side." Yonghu, I hope you can tell me if you already know what that core is. You should have an answer in your heart as well. It appears our thoughts are aligned, Shiguan smiled. Then tell me, are my arrangements of any use? Yonghu stated emphatically. Yes, thank you, Shiguan replied, rising from the ground. One last question. What is it? Could you tell me your name? As soon as the words left his mouth, a long silence ensued. Daiti was understandable. If Yonghu could speak, he likely would have done so long ago. For a mysterious individual with many secrets, revealing his true name to the Navy would be tantamount to suicide. It would serve no purpose other than to invite unnecessary troubles. In a moment of reflection, Shiguan might have chosen silence himself. Apologies for my abruptness, Shiguan said, offering an apology for his rudeness as he turned to leave. Just then, Yonghu's voice suddenly broke the silence. Clarissa Louise, Yonghu said softly. That is my true name. Louise, what a lovely name, Shiguan exclaimed, but was abruptly cut off. Wait, you're a woman. What do you think? Louise replied with a smile. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. A day swiftly passed. This moment, Shiguan and the others, avoiding Wuda and Leisire, sat in a booth at a CF, discussing how to confront the impending drama. Typically, a bell would ring before the drama commenced. With a serious demeanor, Louise, cradling a warm cup of coffee, stated, however, here, we do not know what that bell signifies. We can only assume it is a conspicuous anomaly. Therefore, when that anomaly appears, I will immediately confine the drama, and you must carry out the beheading operation. Only if you succeed can I destroy the concept of the drama. Otherwise, we shall all perish. After taking a sip of her coffee, Louise continued, this is the plan. Do you have any questions? I do. Smog raised his hand and, after glancing around, asked, are we the only three executing the plan? There is also Wuda and Leisire, Shiguan answered. Then why not call them over? Smog exclaimed, eyes wide. It's the final desperate moment, and you want them to accompany us? Shiguan remained silent, turning to look at Louise, as the decision to not summon Wuda and Leisire had come from her. They could very well be the key to breaking the stalemate. Louise spoke meaningfully, because to kill that entity, relying solely on brute force may not suffice. We need something more, and that's something I do not possess. Shiguan does not possess, nor do you. Only Wuda and Leisire are most likely to have it. Smog opened his mouth in confusion and asked, so what is that something? It is courage. Louise's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. The courage to let go after experiencing profound pain and despair. The day appeared to threaten rain. After glancing up at the overcast sky, Wuda hastily scooped up Leisire and dashed under the eaves of a nearby convenience store. The deafening sound of thunder resonated through the heavens, and with raindrops the size of soybeans cascading from the sky, a sudden downpour began. What dreadful weather! Wuda complained as he gazed at the torrential rain that resembled a waterfall. Is there no reason left? It was just sunny a moment ago. Leisire looked worried. I wonder if Jessica brought an umbrella. Honestly, I feel there's no difference between bringing an umbrella and not, Wuda retorted. I don't understand why she insisted on volunteering today and wouldn't let us tag along. She already mentioned it. She volunteers once a week, Leisire replied, and it's not that she doesn't want us to join. It's just that the fishing village is quite exclusive. At that point, we would just stand around like bodyguards while Jessica teaches. Wuda remarked that I know. I was merely venting, Wuda said, baring his teeth as he continued to watch the relentless downpour outside. I hope Jessica hasn't left for the fishing village yet. Being late is one thing, but getting soaked and catching a cold is another matter. I'm going to be late. Jessica shouted as she sprinted through the jungle, braving the torrential rain. She held her backpack over her head as a makeshift umbrella. However, against the deluge pouring down like a flood, the small backpack offered only a semblance of comfort and served no real purpose in shielding her from the rain. Jessica was well aware of this, and before long, she clutched her backpack tightly to her chest, focusing solely on running. She had made plans with Wuda and Leisire to retrieve dolls from her studio today, followed by dinner at home, and afterward, they could invite Diana to play cards. Davis was to stand by as the strategist, refraining from joining the table since Diana had only just learned to play poker and wasn't very skilled, often losing miserably. Recalling the scene of her older sister, face plastered with sticky notes, defiantly shouting, "One more round," caused a smile to curve Jessica's lips, quickening her pace. She was a punctual person and could not afford to be late. Otherwise, Wuda and Leisire would be quite upset. However, as time passed, Jessica's abundant energy gradually waned until she found herself breathlessly leaning against a nearby tree, Taking a moment to rest, she lifted her gaze. Surveying her surroundings, which felt familiar yet perplexing, she hadn't taken a wrong turn, and she had been running swiftly. Why hadn't she returned to the doll village yet? Jessica couldn't fathom the reason and had no time to ponder. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, a result of prolonged exposure to the rain leading to hypothermia. Thus, she needed to return home in the doll village as swiftly as possible. Failing that, she had to find a place to shelter from the rain, or her life might be in jeopardy. Taking a few deep breaths to ease her discomfort, Jessica gritted her teeth and began to walk in the direction of home. With steadfast determination, she traversed one thicket after another, stepped over puddles, and continued along the well-trodden path she had walked countless times before. How long had she been walking? Jessica remained oblivious and indifferent. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. The desire to return home for her appointment. She did not wish to keep Wuda and Razy waiting in vain, nor did she want to cause worry to her father and sister. Ultimately, after wandering for an indeterminate time, she finally caught sight of the familiar thicket. It marked the entrance to the fishing village. As long as she parted it, she could return to the doll village. Filled with hope, Jessica summoned the last vestiges of her strength and joyfully rushed forward, pushing aside the final obstruction of branches. However, what awaited her was neither the bustling doll village, nor the concerned faces of Davis and Diana, who had come searching for her, nor the figures of Wuda and Razy that occupied her thoughts. Before her lay a scene that existed only in nightmares, an embodiment of pure malice, the ultimate fate of all souls. The grave it stood silently upon the grass, akin to an old friend who had awaited her return for ages. The dilapidated tombstone whispered of its ancient history through its silent proclamation. Behind it, a gaping void, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, awaited its master. In that instant, a melody, utterly unbefitting this world, resounded violently in Jessica's mind. It was a call, a destiny, a truth. A requiem sung by the souls of the damned, sacred and unalterable, demanding reverence. Jessica remembered everything. She recalled it all. Here lay her home, her destined sanctuary, the truth she must confront. Thus, she stepped forward, approaching the grave that had long been prepared for her. She gazed into the abyss, listening to the haunting melody emanating from within. She understood. It was time, just as had happened countless times before. She was meant to leap into the void like a martyr, yet this was not an end, but a new beginning. For there, at the end of the chasm, she would be reborn. In the not-so-distant future, she would emerge from this place, and then she could traverse the world with her own eyes, measure it with her own feet. She could forge friendships, countless friendships. She could laugh exuberantly, laugh to her heart's content. She could pursue any endeavor her heart desired, unimpeded and unaccused by anyone. Was there anything more perfect than this? The seductive whispers that lingered in her ears caused Jessica to lower her gaze. Indeed, there was nothing more perfect, as this was precisely what she longed for. Just one step, merely a step forward, and all that she coveted, envied to the point of hatred, would be within her grasp. She could live with Davis and Diana in Marineford, a carefree and harmonious family life, or she could join the Navy, embark on adventures with Wuda and Razy, combat evil, and ultimately retire as a revered couple. Enjoying the bliss of family, friendship, love, all would be within reach. All Jessica needed to do was take that step forward, embracing her inevitable fate. Was there a more advantageous bargain? Indeed, there was no more advantageous bargain. A smile graced Jessica's lips as she gently clasped the ruby necklace at her chest. Then, she took a resolute step back. But I refused. Jessica's unwavering response, devoid of hesitation, instantly dispelled the seductive voices that had been echoing in her ears. The looming grave and the unfathomable void vanished in the blink of an eye, as if everything that had just transpired were merely a cruel jest played by the divine. Yet Jessica knew it was not over. For at the moment the grave disappeared, the faint sound of footsteps echoed behind her. Remembering everything, Jessica recognized to whom those footsteps belonged. Gradually, she turned around, her calm gaze sweeping over the familiar uninvited guests. Mr. Mal. Jessica was the first to speak, followed by Mrs. Raleigh, young Bumer, Uncle Pick, and Grandpa Elvin. After naming each in order from left to right, Jessica smiled radiantly like the warm sun. After such heavy rain, why have you come to find me instead of resting at home? We came to ask you for something, the tall Mr. Mal said with a dry chuckle. Though Jessica's smile remained, continuing to inquire, what is it? Jessica, you should know that your aunt has always treated you well. Right, Raleigh, Wiping the rainwater from her face, flashed an unattractive grin. When you were little, you frequently played in your aunt's yard. Whenever there was something delicious, she was the first to think of sharing it with you. And when you transformed your old home into a classroom, she lent a hand. Surely, you haven't forgotten all that. Of course not, Jessica replied with a smile. Then, if your aunt is in trouble, shouldn't you lend a hand? Just as she once helped you, Raleigh quickly added, as if fearing Jessica might change her mind. Jessica nodded, acknowledging that mutual assistance was indeed important. That I knew you were a sensible girl. The burly man named Pick grinned, patting young Boomer and Elvin beside him. You two, stop gaping and thank her already. If it weren't for Jessica's help, your children would be doomed to remain in the fishing village for life. Under Pick's urging, young Boomer bowed to Jessica, while the older Elvin, stroking his damp beard, cheerfully remarked, Good child. Spare me the flattery. Jessica suddenly ceased her smile, her voice icy as she spoke. There's no need for pretense. Just pull out the knives hidden behind you. As her words fell, a thunderclap tore through the sky, illuminating the entirety of Doll Island, and allowing Jessica to see the grotesque visages of the five before her. They wore warm smiles, yet their eyes glinted with greed and brutality. You must understand us, Jessica, Pick said, twirling the steel knife in his hand with a grin. Davis loves to show off, you see, if you must place blame. Directed at your neglectful father. Had he not provoked those he should not have, we would not be forced into this. Indeed, Jessica, Mal chimed in. Just like your mother, you love the fishing village dearly. So surely you can comprehend our predicament. Comprehend? Jessica let out a cold laugh. What benefits have the three great families ever given you? The five exchanged glances, speechless, yet Jessica had no intention of falling silent. Since they were unwilling to speak, she would voice their secrets for them to Mr. Mao. I recall you owe a substantial sum to the casino, a considerable amount indeed to repay your debts. You even sold your newborn child. And as I understand it, that casino belongs to the Martin family, so I presume that excuse for wiping your debt clean suits you well. With that, Jessica turned her gaze to the now horrified Raleigh. Mrs. Raleigh, you appear to have lost even more weight, and your complexion is worse than before. I had warned you that drugs are not to be trifled with, yet it seems you did not heed my words. Young Boomer and Grandpa Elvin, your children possess remarkable talent. If they choose to diligently study under my guidance, they could escape the fishing village and become skilled artisans. Alas, it seems you trust the Sandy family, who have been exploiting the fishing village more than me. Finally, there was Uncle Pik. Oh, you think I would give you the opportunity to expose my secrets? Pick lunged forward, brandishing the steel knife, and aimed a vicious strike at Jessica's face. Instinctively, Jessica raised her hand to block, but flesh and blood could not withstand the tempered steel. The sound of flesh being torn echoed through the air. Jessica stumbled backward, retreating several steps. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead upon her forehead, while the blood gushing forth rendered her complexion ashen. Glancing at the severed arm lying amidst the withered leaves, she neither turned to flee nor uttered a cry, but instead erupted into a sudden, chilling laughter. This abnormal reaction left the five assailants, who had intended to rush forward, frozen in their tracks. What is it that you find amusing? She taunted. I laugh at your foolishness, at your grotesqueness. Jessica raised her head, her gaze devoid of any hatred, filled only with disdain and pity. I have never harmed you. I have merely devoted myself to volunteering in the fishing village, teaching you how to create puppets. I wished for you to be self-sufficient, to liberate the fishing village from its exploited status, to encourage you to stand tall and live with dignity. I have never sought any reward because the fishing village is my home, a place I cherish that I desire for its inhabitants to emerge with pride, as puppet masters like us. But what have you done? On a day when the rain poured relentlessly, you wielded steel knives against a vulnerable woman, against the one person who genuinely cared for you, the only one who treated you kindly. You acted only to satiate your ephemeral desires, to fill the void within your hollow hearts. Look at yourselves. Behold your current state. How utterly repugnant. Jessica enunciated each word with a resounding clarity, simply grotesque to the point of inducing nausea. Her piercing words ignited a furious rage in the five thugs. They were not incapable of comprehending Jessica's sentiments. They simply refused to accept them. Engaging in an argument with someone of opposing views is akin to battling against a deluded mind. Even in defeat, one clings to the belief of being right. In victory, one remains obstinately convinced of their infallibility. You can never awaken one who feigns slumber, nor can you compel a blind person to perceive the world. How tragic, How lamentable, I will kill you, roared Pick, his eyes aflame with fury, as he lunged forward once more, only to inadvertently step upon Jessica's severed arm, stumbling and crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Seizing the opportunity, Jessica pivoted and sprinted towards the direction of Puppet Village. Quickly, pursue her. We must not let her escape. If we kill her, we will have riches beyond measure to squander. Hearing the shouts and footsteps closing in behind her, Jessica silently released her grip from the severed arm, yanked the necklace from around her neck, and stuffed it into her mouth. She had lost too much blood and had endured the rain for far too long. It was inevitable that she would not run far, yet this did not signify her abandonment of hope for life. She had much she wished to convey to Wuda and Leisai, many endeavors she yearned to undertake with them. Jessica believed they felt the same, certain that they were worried for her, searching for her. Thus, before Wuda and Leisai could find her, she must survive. Even if it were but a single breath, she would wait for her night, the one who belonged solely to her. As Jessica braved the torrential rain, desperately fleeing, Wuda, languidly lost in thought at the convenience store, suddenly felt a violent palpitation in his heart. He abruptly sprang to his feet. Turning to face the direction of the fishing village, a profound sense of loss and emptiness began to swell from the depths of his heart. Wuda had experienced this feeling before, the moment he witnessed his own parents perish before his eyes. After softly murmuring Jessica's name, he dashed into the rain-soaked vale, racing towards the fishing village. Meanwhile, Leisai, who had been snacking in the convenience store, promptly discarded her chips and hurried to the entrance. Wuda, where are you going? Wuda offered no reply, his figure quickly vanishing into the downpour. The cacophony of thunder and rain was so overwhelming that Wuda could not hear Leisai's calls. Realizing this, Leisai clicked her tongue and grabbed the military knife beside her chair, plunging into the rain to chase after Wuda. She knew her younger brother well. He would not act irrationally without cause. Thus, whatever compelled him to brave the storm must be of utmost importance. The Guion group had their contact information. If something were amiss, they would surely call first, which could be dismissed. Leisai had remained closely by Wuda's side, nearly inseparable, thus that possibility could also be eliminated. Having ruled out these two scenarios, only one explanation remained. It must be Jessica. Leisai's eyes widened as she quickened her pace, calling out, Wuda, wait for me. The rain was torrential. Inconceivably so that in Wuda's memory, he had never encountered such an exaggerated downpour. Neither before nor after his arrival in this world. The curtain of rain obscured his vision almost entirely, while the fierce winds and water pooling around his ankles felt as if an invisible hand was tugging at his every step. The thunderclaps resonating through the sky rendered him nearly deaf to all other sounds. It was as if, from the moment he burst forth from the convenience store in search of Jessica, the entire world conspired against him. Yet this did not deter Wuda. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. He summoned all his strength to resist the might of nature. The tempest could not halt him. Nor could the deluge, nor the thunder. In this world, nothing but himself would impede his forward march. Empowered by this unwavering conviction and indomitable spirit, Wuda successfully overcame myriad obstacles, plunging into the heart of the jungle. He raced along the familiar path, calling out Jessica's name with fervor, but apart from the sound of raindrops striking the leaves and the booming thunder, he received no response. Wuda refused to relent. He continued to run with all his might, scanning his surroundings. At last, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a vague shadow amidst a pile of fallen leaves. In an instant, he dashed forward and shouted Jessica's name with all the strength he could muster. The good news was that the shadow indeed belonged to Jessica, for he recognized her face. The bad news was that he had arrived too late. Jessica. Cold, inexorably cold. How much time had passed? Were those people still there? Was he still alive? It seemed he was, yet he could not move. The absence of sensation in his legs, had they been severed? His body felt so cold, so weary, a profound desire for slumber overtaking him. No, he must not sleep. He had to wait for someone. Had he arrived? It seemed he could hear a voice. Was it him? Jessica, having drained the last vestige of strength from her body, slowly opened her right eye. What she beheld was a dazzling flame, a warm and vibrant fire that surged towards her with unbridled energy. This flame called out her name, encircling her and dispelling the bone-deep chill, bestowing upon her the strength to no longer feel alone or fearful. It was akin to the person she had long awaited to know. This was indeed the one she had been waiting for, her very own knight. He had arrived. As the indistinct murmurs filled her ears, Jessica yearned to curl her lips into a smile as radiant as those of days gone by. Yet, the agony of her lacerated cheek hindered her efforts. She wished to open her left eye, to gaze once more upon that eternally captivating, ordinary face. However, the gaping void from which blood flowed profusely offered no solace to her humble desire. She longed to speak, to voice her gratitude to her knight, to thank him for the happiness he had bestowed upon her in her final days. Yet, her severed throat rendered her incapable of uttering a sound. Nevertheless, Jessica did not surrender. With every ounce of remaining strength, she raised her feeble right hand, retrieving the ruby she had held in her mouth and extending it towards the flame before her. This was the sole gift she could offer him. Thus, as she watched the flame accept the gem, a sense of relief enveloped her heart. In her final moments of life, she beheld her knight and successfully handed him the proof of her existence. What more could she wish for? What more could she desire? One must not be too greedy in life, lest they face retribution. Yet, in these final moments, why could she not indulge a little? So, Jessica lifted her right hand once more. Reaching out towards the flame that was so near yet felt infinitely distant, she merely wished to touch his face. Nothing more, just a fraction more, just a fraction more. Indeed, one must not be too greedy. Wuda could not grasp Jessica's outstretched hand, helplessly watching it slip away onto the ground. Jessica? Jessica, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Jessica. On the 28th of June, 1489, in the year of the sea round, Helenwood Jessica, a bright and cheerful 18-year-old girl with a childlike heart, departed from this world on Doll Island. She forever closed her eyes on a stormy night, with no one to mourn her, no one to play her requiem, feeling the cold, lifeless body in his arms. Wuda gazed upon her serene visage, her eyes gently closed and a faint smile gracing her pale face, and he cried out in despair. He was engulfed in self-reproach. Why had he not accompanied Jessica to the fishing village? Had he gone with her, this tragedy would not have occurred. He was consumed by confusion. He could not fathom why anyone would harm Jessica, this kind-hearted girl who shone as brightly as the sun. Simultaneously, he was filled with fury. He swore he would make those who harmed Jessica pay dearly. He would extract their bones one by one. He would carve their flesh piece by piece. Little master. There's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Drain their blood, gouge out their eyes, hollow out their entrails, sever their limbs, and decapitate them. He would reduce them to ashes, ensuring they would never find rebirth. After Wuda bellowed his vow, filled with rage and hatred, the torrential rain abruptly ceased, the fierce wind subsided, and the thunder faded away. It was as if a deity had pressed the pause button. At that moment, the entire world came to a standstill, and after 3 seconds, the heavens and earth transformed. The pristine full moon was suddenly stained with a deep crimson hue, casting a blood-red light upon the earth, filling the skies. Under the glow of this sanguine moonlight, the residents of Doll Island melted into pools of blood, mingling with the remaining stark, white bones that littered the streets. Scarlet handprints and grotesque faces appeared abruptly on the outer walls of every house, silently proclaiming the horrors that had transpired here. Sensing something amiss, the group from the CF rushed out and bore witness to this nightmarish spectacle. Faced with such a hellish scene, even the most trained among them would feel trepidation and experience a visceral reaction. Was this the scene that unfolded after the curtain rose? Truly repulsive, gritting his teeth against the discomfort in his stomach. Guillaume muttered in disbelief before turning to the retching Smoker, saying, "Smoker, stop vomiting and hurry up and call Hanai. Tell her not to leave the house." With that, Guillaume unsheathed Kinpyra, glancing at Louise. "Where's the enemy? And why aren't you taking action? Didn't you say you would trap the play?" "No, that's not right. This is not a normal theatrical scene." After a moment of stunned silence, Louise spoke in a trembling voice. "It should be reenacting the murder case from 1489, not this hellish scenario." Guillaume and the recently wretched Smoker gasped in shock. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that the play has changed. It has deviated from its original course." Louise gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. "To put it plainly, the course script has been altered. It has followed the established flow." Guillaume and Smoker's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon hearing this. Before they could respond, a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice suddenly echoed beside them. "Because this is the finale, not merely a transition. After countless cycles of death and rebirth, the beautiful doll that lay in eternal slumber beneath the earth finally obtained its heart and bestowed it upon the one it cherished. This was the key to its awakening, the key to its rebirth, and the very thing that Madden coveted most." They turned to the source of the voice, their pupils constricting in shock. "Diana!" Guillaume exclaimed. Eyes wide, before glancing at the awkward little girl standing behind her. Lilith, you're not dead. Of course, I'm not dead. Before you weren't dead. Where had you been hiding? Smoker interrupted Lilith, bellowing in anger. Do you have any idea how worried we've been about you? Do you know how much Hanai has been concerned for you? Confronted with Smoker's furious inquiry, Lilith bit her lip, lowering her head and nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. I am sorry. Stop with the excuses. Hearing Lilith's timid voice only fueled Smoker's wrath. You should be apologizing to Hanai. If you had truly died, who would have been the most affected? You should know better than anyone. Do you have any idea what Hanai is going through right now? She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 whole days, just lying there like a corpse, staring at that broken photo of you and her. At this, Smoker suddenly pointed towards the direction of the inn. If you have any conscience left, hurry up and go find her. Then slap yourself twice in front of her. I'll go with you. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it for you. With that, Smoker yanked Lilith along, not looking back as they rushed towards the inn. After watching them leave, Diana quietly lit a lady's cigarette and calmly remarked, Actually, you can't blame that little girl entirely. She didn't deliberately pretend to be dead. What do you mean? Guion asked. She was pulled into the finale ahead of time. Diana took a puff of her cigarette. Gazing up at the blood moon above, being too clever isn't always a blessing. It can easily make one a target. Can we not speak in riddles? Guion frowned. I've had enough of that these past few days. What I mean is that she saw through the truth too early and left you all clues, which is why she was forcibly drawn into the finale by an obsession, intending to eliminate her. Having spoken, Diana turned her head to gaze at the furrowed brows of Guion and Louise. As if sensing something, she let out a soft chuckle and said, Surely, you haven't failed to grasp the hints she left behind. Have you? Upon hearing this, Guion's eye twitched slightly. I don't even know what a linnet flower is. Isn't it quite normal not to understand? You don't know? Diana's expression morphed into one of immense surprise. How is it possible that you don't know? Guion replied, puzzled. Why would I? The linnet flower is a specialty of the City of Eternal Night. Isn't that common knowledge? Upon hearing the name of the City of Eternal Night, Guion's forehead was further adorned with question marks. Yet, before she could voice her inquiries, Louise, standing beside her, interjected, What did you just say? The linnet flower is a specialty of where? The City of Eternal Night. Diana frowned. Is there a problem? After hearing this response, Louise's countenance darkened, as if shadows could drip with water. Witnessing this, Guion quickly interjected, So, is there an issue with the specialty of that place called the City of Eternal Night? Diana remained silent, directing her gaze towards Louise. Apart from the linnet flower, the City of Eternal Night also boasts a specialty known as testil ore. After taking a deep breath, Louise elucidated. That ore experiences almost no energy loss during the conduction process, making it one of the essential raw materials for high-tech industrial products of that era. Beyond its exceptional energy conduction efficiency, testil ore possesses a remarkably unique property. Under certain conditions, it can amplify and enhance the power of devil fruits. Before uttering the term devil fruits, Louise paused noticeably, seemingly deliberating her choice of words. However, Guion was no longer concerned with such minute details. She only wished to know what this ore looked like, as it could very well be a crucial tool. Unrefined testil ore is quite unattractive, resembling coal, yet once processed, it dazzles as if it were a gemstone. At this point, Louise paused slightly, likening it to a richly colored, lustrous, and translucent ruby. Upon hearing the word ruby, Guion's pupils constricted slightly, for it reminded her of a casual mention made by Wuda during their conversation a few days ago. The gift for Jessica's coming of age. Guion exclaimed, Is that object testil ore? Both Diana and Louise nodded simultaneously. So, this shadow space was created by Jessica utilizing that ore. Guion quickly refuted, but Jessica is not an ability user. That doesn't make sense. Jessica is certainly not the originator of the shadow space, Louise interjected, for she passed away 21 years ago. Thus, the originators can only be Davis and Diana, who lived until 1510. Guion immediately seized the conversation. This aligns with my thoughts, but I could never discern which one of the two it was. Regarding this matter, you might inquire of the Lady Diana before you. Louise lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. She should be able to provide a satisfactory answer. I wouldn't mind sharing a heart-to-heart with you, but my dear sister may not be quite as willing. As Diana spoke, she extinguished her cigarette and pointed towards the blood-red sky. Listen closely. The bells heralding the final act are about to ring. At the moment Diana's words fell, an indescribable sound, resembling both a cry and a howl, echoed in the ears of the gathering. The sound persisted for over 2 minutes before it finally ceased. "Did you hear that?" Diana smiled faintly, casting a glance at the goosebumps-ridden Guion. "It calls for its beloved, yearning for the heart that is strayed. Thus, I suggest you act swiftly. Otherwise, once it transforms into her, it will all be too late." Guion wished to say more, but Louise showed no hesitation. She lifted her hand and gently patted her chest. And in an instant, numerous intricate runes crawled across her body, emanating an exceedingly brilliant white light. "The countdown has begun, Guion." The white light spoke, but the voice that emerged was not that of Der. Rather a melodious and enchanting female voice. 12 hours. That is my limit. If what Diana says is true, then those affected by this calamity will not be limited to us, but will also include people from the real world. Should we exceed 12 hours, or allow Jessica to gain her heart, she will escape the shadow space. At that point, not only will the doll village be at risk, but the entire EC, and indeed the whole world, will face a terrifying disaster. Countless lives will be lost, and the global population will plummet by more than 40%. This is the optimistic estimate. Remember, Guion, we are not merely fighting for ourselves, but for the world. As her words faded, the white light enveloping Louise surged upwards, soaring into the heavens, and then vanished in an instant. All that remained was the final message Louise left before her disappearance. "Do not bear too much pressure. I believe in you." How could there be no pressure? Guion sighed deeply, clenching her trembling hands into fists, and then forced a smile. To have a naval vice admiral lead a group of rookies to save the world? Even the most absurd biographical novel would shy away from such a narrative. Reality is invariably more bizarre than fiction. That's a well-known truth, Diana quipped, before turning her gaze towards the direction of the central square. "Let us proceed to the central square. The heart is there." Guion paused. "You can sense the location of the heart, because I am also a part of this space." Diana continued walking. "I am the lingering obsession she left behind. Though feeble, I still possess some degree of authority. That I have many questions. Yet you have little time left." Diana shook her head. "That young man named Wuda has been chosen. Hatred has filled his heart, much like it did with Davis in the past. Logically, he should be compelled by that call to head towards the fishing village. However, something has forcibly pulled him back. Thus, what you need to do next is awaken him. Help him clear the obstacles, and allow him to confront my dear sister personally." "Why can't we simply destroy that heart?" Guion asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because you cannot," Diana replied. "That object is a true heart that Jessica obtained through countless cycles of reincarnation. Forged through immeasurable pain and tears. It is the ultimate product of this space, and cannot be destroyed through mere brute force." Guion keenly caught the word merely, and thus she spoke. "But there are always exceptions." "Right, indeed," Diana smiled. "In this space, only Jessica herself, and the one who led her out of the shadows, allowing her to let go of her obsessions and depart with a smile at the end of her life, can destroy that heart." "Wuda?" "Yes." Diana cast a knowing glance at Guion, whose expression had turned somewhat peculiar. "Only he possesses the ability to utterly eliminate that shell." Upon hearing this, Guion couldn't help but recall the courage to let go that Louise had mentioned in the CF. "So that was the meaning of that courage. Then what can we do?" Guion raised her head and asked, "Must we simply watch him fight alone? As I mentioned, you must clear the obstacles for him." Diana replied calmly, "The enemies will never be limited to just one." That after listening to Diana's words, Ziyuan had already prepared herself mentally for a fierce confrontation with Wuda. The death of a close friend can drive one to madness. Consumed by hatred, leaving no room in the heart for anything other than the desire for vengeance. This scenario was precisely what that deranged man, Davis, yearned to witness. For someone who could empathize with him would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to resurrect Jessica. Even if it was nothing more than a ruse, regardless of knowing that it was merely a trap, Wuda would unhesitatingly leap into it, driven by the faintest glimmer of hope. Thus, at this very moment, Ziyuan had to step forward, employing any means necessary to pull Wuda back from the precipice of despair. This was not solely for her own sake, but for Wuda's, and indeed for all those who dwelled in the realm of reality. Taking a deep breath and patting her cheeks, Ziyuan's eyes were devoid of confusion. She unsheathed Jinbiro, and, alongside Diana, stepped cautiously out of the alleyway, gazing towards the central square. Yet, in the next moment, the mental preparations Yuan had painstakingly crafted was shattered. The Wuda before her was nothing like she had imagined. He did not wear a grim visage, bellowing for revenge. Instead, he resembled a docile child, quietly kneeling behind Laysire, far from being a vengeful figure. He appeared almost like a sage who had attained enlightenment, a halo above his head suggesting he could instantly attain Buddhahood. Moreover, the mountain of bones surrounding him indicated that he had even tidied up the central square, clearing a significant space for the others to strategize. This scene, so vastly different from her expectations, left Zhuan's mind blank, plunging her into a state of severe shock. Even Diana widened her eyes in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom what she was witnessing. Clearly, this lady was not omniscient. At the very least, she could not have anticipated encountering a sage like Wuda in the central square. Regaining her composure, Zhuan sheathed Jinbairo and hastened to stand before Wuda and Lei Sai. After exchanging a brief nod with Wuda, who smiled at her, Zhuan lowered her gaze and inquired, her expression devoid of emotion, "What is the meaning of this? Why is Wuda behaving so normally?" Upon uttering this, Zhuan added mentally, "In fact, he seems almost too normal. He was indeed abnormal at first, but after I gave him a good beating and some harsh words, he became obedient," Lei Sai remarked, glancing sideways at the cowering Wuda, essentially stating he deserved a thrashing. Unable to distinguish between the bigger and smaller issues, acting without thought, showing no growth whatsoever. "Must you be so harsh?" Zhuan replied, observing Wuda's sulky expression and dejected demeanor. Attempting to defend him, that I can somewhat deduce Wuda's experiences. Being overwhelmed by emotions is quite normal. As she spoke, she abruptly widened her eyes, incredulity washing over her as she looked at Lei Sai. "Did I mishear? Did you just speak in a way that resembles human language?" "This is all thanks to my dear brother," Lei Sai retorted with a cold laugh, tapping Wuda's head with her knife. "Under normal circumstances, I would have to evolve into Shanaido before I could learn to speak. However, he suddenly went off the rails and unlocked this ability prematurely." Diana, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Forgive me. I realize this may not be the appropriate moment to ask, but my curiosity is overwhelming. What on earth did this young man, Wuda, do to provoke such a transformation in you?" Zhuan nodded vigorously, indicating her own curiosity. With a resigned sigh, Lei Sai began recounting her experiences communicating with Wuda in the jungle. Before the appearance of the Crimson Moon, Lei Sai had been trailing behind Wuda, attempting to catch up with him. Strangely, regardless of whether she shouted or used her powers to clear a path, she could never catch up to Wuda. Not even catching a glimpse of his silhouette, it was as if an invisible force was preventing her from approaching him. Nevertheless, Lei Sai did not give up. She persistently followed in Wuda's wake, believing that the force must have its limits and could not obstruct her indefinitely. In terms of endurance, Lei Sai was not boasting. She had never been outdone by anyone that AS anticipated. Once the Crimson Moon rose and the torrential rain ceased, that force dissipated, allowing her to locate Wuda almost immediately. At that moment, Wuda was kneeling in a pool of blood, his hands raised as if cradling something. However, from Lei Sai's perspective, all she could see was the scarlet gemstone clutched in his right hand. There was nothing else. "Where's Jessica?" Lei Sai gasped, stepping closer to Wuda. "Did you find her?" "She is dead," Wuda replied. "What?" "I said she is dead." Wuda suddenly lifted his head, his voice echoing with rage. "She was killed by those ignorant and ungrateful wolves." The intensity of Wuda's shout startled Lei Sai, drawing her attention to the fury and resentment that seemed to crystallize in his eyes. My lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue. It only gets more exciting. Lei Sai had never seen him display such an expression before. He was not jesting, nor was he rambling. Jessica was truly gone. That beautiful girl, radiant like a small sun, had simply ceased to exist. In an instant, an indescribable fury surged within Lei Sai, an overwhelming desire for revenge almost entirely consuming her mind. Yet, she quickly regained control over this impulse, for there were matters of greater importance at hand. The Crimson Moon and the withering trees around them signified that the situation was dire. If the jungle was in such turmoil, it was unimaginable what lay within the densely populated doll village. The play had begun, and Jessica's death was merely the opening bell. Zhuan and the others needed both her and Wuda's assistance. Clearly, the living held greater importance than the deceased. "We must return to the village." Lei Sai gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger and sorrow. "Zhuan and the others need us. Wuda, we must go. Go. Why should we leave?" Wuda, with his eyes ablaze, sprang to his feet, roaring with fury. "I will not return. I will avenge Jessica. Did you not see how that child perished? You cannot comprehend. Those beasts in Doll Village, they all deserve to die. Their ends are just. Mind your language. Wuda? Leisire grasped Wuda's sleeve, halting his advance. Those words should not come from your mouth. You are losing control. That I am certainly losing control. Wuda forcefully shrugged off Leisire's grip, turning to her with confusion. Do you not feel anger? Do you not wish to avenge her? Jessica cared so deeply for us. She treated us as her only friends. Now she is gone, brutally murdered by those vile beasts in a manner akin to dismemberment. Should we not seek vengeance for her? We should, Leisire replied, locking eyes with Wuda, emphasizing each word. But not now. Then when? Understand your current situation, Wuda, Leisire suddenly shouted. Jessica is dead. No one can bring her back. Look around you. Gaze at the crimson moon above. Do you still not grasp the gravity of our circumstances? Ziyuan and the others are still in the village. They are alive. They are waiting for us. Do you wish to abandon your companions, leaving them to face danger alone, merely to avenge someone who is already dead? You do not understand. You know nothing. Wuda trembled all over, clenching his teeth tightly. That child adored you. She crafted dolls for you, purchased clothes for you, and offered you everything she had to give. Yet, you refused to avenge her. I never imagined you could be such a cold-hearted and ruthless Pokémon, Fu Wu. What did you say? Leisire widened her eyes. Fu Wu. You say I am cold-hearted. Wuda defiantly glared back. Isn't that the truth? Fu Wu. So you are loyal and righteous? Leisire roared. Fu Wu. To abandon the living companions and seek vengeance for the dead. Is that what you call loyalty? Is that not cold-hearted? You do not care about Jessica at all. With that statement, Wuda turned and walked towards the fishing village, indicating that if you want to go help them, you can do so alone. I can manage just fine by myself. Witnessing Wuda's stubborn demeanor, Leisire's fury boiled over. She uttered no further words, seized Wuda's arm, and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him hard against the ground. Subsequently, she mounted Wuda's chest, using her psychic abilities to restrain his struggling limbs, and raised her fists, launching a flurry of blows against his unpleasant face, one punch after another, relentless, with no mercy spared. Leisire unleashed her full strength upon Wuda's visage. Even as she broke his nose, knocked out his teeth, and blinded his eyes, she did not cease her assault. With each strike, she roared in anger. Fu Wu, letting you call me cold-hearted, letting you shout at me. Fu Wu, I care for you so deeply, and yet you dare to show me such disdain over a mere child, uttering those hurtful words to a Pokémon. Fu Wu, today, I will make you remember well. You will learn what words are appropriate and what are not. After mechanically pummeling him for over half an hour, Leisire finally paused, panting heavily. She gazed at Wuda's battered face and softly remarked, Fu Wu, have you come to your senses, you fool? You do not care about Jessica at all. Wuda spat out blood, showing no signs of remorse. You do not care for her. Only I. Do you think you are the only one who cares for that child? It is crucial to emphasize that Leisire and Wuda share a familial bond, not that of Pokémon and trainer, nor a romantic relationship. They love each other deeply, a love that transcends mere romantic affection, embodying a pure, more selfless connection. What reached Wuda's ears was not the soft, endearing Fu Wu he was accustomed to, but a voice filled with fury and indignation from Leisire. This transformed Wuda's expression into one of sheer astonishment. His mind blanked. He instinctively wanted to speak, but Leisire did not grant him the opportunity. Seizing Wuda's collar with both hands, she locked eyes with him at an agonizingly close distance. You listen closely. Wuda, we are not playing house. We are not on vacation. We do not live in that comic book world you speak of, nor are we characters with superhuman abilities from fanfiction. This is reality. A bloody, brutal reality. We are not here to chase after girls. We are not here to save the world. We lack the ability and the means. We are merely striving to survive, with all our might. And to live means we must inevitably lose some things. Do you think I am not saddened by Jessica's death? Do you think I do not wish for vengeance on her behalf? Do you think my anger is any less than yours? As Leisire glared at Wuda with her fiery red eyes, his heated mind gradually cooled. Leisire, I know apologies. What I want to hear is not I am sorry. That changes nothing. Leisire interrupted. The dead are gone. The living remain. Jessica has departed and cannot return. That I do not know what you witnessed, nor how she met her end, but that is no longer significant. Because we are still alive, Shurguan and the others are still alive. If you wish to avenge her, fine. If you want to mourn her, build her a grave, light an incense stick, that is fine too. But the prerequisite is that we must live to escape, to emerge from this shadowy realm. Remember, the living are always more important than the dead. This is your first episode of madness, so I will not hold it against you. But I hope it is the last. Do you understand? Wuda remained silent, merely nodding his head. In the next moment, an indescribable, peculiar sound echoed through the forest. Simultaneously, the ruby in Wuda's hand began to emit an eerie yet vibrant crimson glow as if summoned by some force. Laysire furrowed her brow. What is that sound? It is Jessica's voice, Wuda replied softly. She is calling for me, urging me to find her. Did you not say she was dead? Laysire's frown deepened. Moreover, that voice does not seem human. Indeed, she is dead. I witnessed her demise with my own eyes, so that voice cannot belong to her. Upon saying this, Wuda looked at the ruby in his hand, Jessica's final remnant, and a flicker of realization ignited within him. Let us return. Return where? To the village. I miss Sherguan. Wuda sighed deeply, then flashed a smile at Laysir. I apologize for the trouble I caused you. That if you wish not to trouble me, then think more clearly in the future. Laysir retorted playfully. After more than a year in this world, you still show no progress, and how dare you claim I am cold-hearted? I will remember that statement for a lifetime. You have deeply wounded a Pokémon who loves you, and thus you must compensate me in the days to come. Compensate? I shall certainly compensate. I have been utterly inhumane, Wuda hastily replied, pointing to his chest. So could you perhaps get off my chest? With you there, I cannot stand. Bring back that strength you just used to throw me off? Laysire scoffed. Why are you suddenly so obedient now? Weren't you quite capable just moments ago? I was wrong. Glancing at Wuda, who was abjectly apologizing, Laysire huffed lightly before getting off him and extending her hands to the standing Wuda. What now? Hold me. Laysire fixed her gaze intently upon Wuda's eyes. I am tired. At your service, my darling, Wuda chuckled, bending down to embrace Laysire as he had done in the past. They then strolled towards the doll village, chatting amiably, the primary topic being why Laysire could suddenly speak human language. As for the answer to that question, Laysire had already provided it. Afterward, they returned to the central square and tidied up the nearby bones, clearing a space that I initially intended to call you, but I did not expect you to come looking for us directly. After speaking, Laysire sighed lightly. That is the entirety of the matter. Do you have anything to say? I have nothing to say, but I do have something to do. With a stoic expression, Sherguan turned to the sweating Wuda. Let me tell you, this is not over. Once we get out of here, I will have to give you a beating. No, that is unnecessary. Wuda trembled as he spoke. Laysire has already hit me hard enough. I feel that is sufficient. Moreover, I was indeed overwhelmed at that moment. I even began to question whether I was being controlled. So could you grant me a chance? No. Absolutely not, Sherguan emphasized. I can see that your mental state is extremely unstable. You lose your composure at the slightest unexpected turn of events, unable to discern priorities. Therefore, to eradicate this issue entirely, both Laysire and I must impose strict discipline upon you. Laysire nodded in agreement, then struck Wuda's head lightly with the handle of her knife. All right, enough of the idle chatter. We must address the matter at hand. Ignoring the expression of utter despair on Wuda's face, Ji Yuan produced a communication insect, intending to contact Smoker and the others to inquire about their whereabouts. Yet, before she could press the first number, Smoker's voice resonated in her ear. We're here, Vice Admiral Ji Yuan. The group turned towards the source of the voice, collectively dropping their jaws in astonishment. Smoker's face was swollen like a ball, and his right eye was bruised, clearly having endured a severe beating. Lilith was tightly cradled in Hanai's arms, her feet dangling, resembling a mere doll, while her face was also puffed up, though her eyes were unbruised. In contrast, Hanai appeared significantly better, sporting only a red ring around her eyes and slightly swollen eyelids, indicative of a recent bout of tears. Wuda and Laysire looked at the three, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the cause of their disheveled state. Particularly, why had Smoker been so brutally beaten? Among this group, only Laysire and Ji Yuan were well-versed in hockey, who had dealt him such a blow. Upon hearing Wuda's question, Smoker let out a resigned sigh. It was Hanai who did this. You may congratulate her. He gestured towards Hanai, whose expression was tinged with embarrassment. After meeting Lilith, she had successfully mastered the sporadically effective armament hockey. Moreover, its quality was commendable, quite pure, and it packed quite a punch. After speaking, Smoker raised a hand to touch his bruised right eye, grinning through the pain as he added, I speak from experience. At his words, Hanai's embarrassment deepened. Wuda and Laysire found that this explanation not only failed to clarify their confusion but only compounded it. Observing their bewilderment, Ji Yuan sighed gently and began recounting the specific experiences of the five of them over the past few days, while also explaining the upcoming execution plan. Meanwhile, in an unknown realm, The absent Louise faced off against theatrical. She stood resolutely in the void, her voice calm and unruffled as she spoke. I've drawn you all in. Won't you come out to greet an old friend? Mr. Devil Fruit. Though her tone was light, her words echoed clearly throughout the dark expanse. Shortly thereafter, a hazy silhouette materialized before Louise that it twisted and morphed, suddenly swelling and then retracting violently. Throughout this transformation, grotesque and jarring sounds emanated from within the shadow. Akin to a cacophony of screams heightened to a piercing pitch, capable of shattering the eardrums of any ordinary human. Simultaneously, countless faces began to surface upon the shadow's form. They were a mix of genders and appearances, beautiful and grotesque alike, yet all bore expressions of utter despair. Crimson blood streamed from their orifices, adding an eerie quality to their already horrific visages. They clawed at their mouths, eyes wide with fury, seemingly screaming their anguish and defiance at the heavens. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would likely faint from terror, and even if they regained consciousness, their lives would be forever haunted by unending nightmares. Their minds would be torn asunder, their souls dragged into the abyss, ultimately becoming part of that shadowy figure. However, none of these tactics affected Louise in the slightest. She merely stood there, observing the shadow's performance with mild interest. Before finally asking, "Are you done playing?" As expected of the saint, such trivial theatrics have no effect on you. As a magnetic and courteous male voice resonated, the faces and screams vanished instantaneously. The shadow ceased its contortions and transformed into a dapper blond man clad in a suit. The revealed figure first adjusted his collar, straightened his boutonniere, and then performed a flawless noble bow towards Louise. Clarissa Louise, your presence graces this place with unparalleled brilliance. However, I must beg your pardon for my rudeness. As this place is devoid of any furnishings or attendants, under such conditions, I am unable to offer even a simple cup of tea. After speaking, the blond man straightened, a gentle smile adorning his face, which was truly a transgression. You remain as hypocritical as ever, Bruce, Louise replied. Even after transforming your very essence, you have yet to shed that foul habit that I do not consider hypocrisy a vice, my dear saint, Bruce replied with a smile. For beings of intellect, truth is merely a fallacy. Every individual is hypocritical, much like the old adage states, knowing a person's face but not their heart. Even saints discuss actions rather than intentions. So what of us mere mortals? Louise retorted with a smile. Your penchant for sophistry is yet another of your vices. Rather than a vice, I would prefer to term it a rich tapestry of experience. Bruce replied, his smile unwavering. You did not summon me here merely for a nostalgic chat, did you? After saying this, Bruce surveyed the surroundings, remarking, a perfect prison. I must say, you have grown more formidable than ever. As long as one lives, there is always room for improvement, Louise replied. We have never shied away from challenges, have we? But at what cost? Dear saint, Bruce retorted. How many times has civilization been renewed? In countless cycles of observation. Have you found a solution to that calamity? Among those who chose to endure back then, how many remain today? Thousands, hundreds, mere dozens, or perhaps just a handful? Observing Louise's silence, Bruce sighed deeply. Dear saint, no one is immortal. We are but humble dust, incapable of standing alongside the radiant moon or the blazing sun that existed since creation. Survival is the primary law of civilization's persistence, a principle you once championed. Inscribed on the cover of every textbook, every child emerging from the academy knows they are part of a community, the backbone of civilization, an inseparable existence. But now, dear saint, Bruce raised his hands, his voice resonating with a theatrical cadence. Look, behold this grotesque world. The populace lives in dire straits. The lofty nobles are akin to tyrants of old, treating human lives as mere chaff. Kin slay kin, engaging in mutual trade. Racial discrimination is like a festering sore, deeply rooted in the very essence of every individual within this civilization. Celestial dragons, marines, pirates, and even common folk, without exception, they are ignorant, blind to the threats looming close at hand, embroiled in petty squabbles merely to seize trivial gains. Is this not laughable, dear saint? Is it not tragic? Bruce softened his tone, placing his right hand over his heart, his expression marred by profound sorrow. Their affliction runs so deep they cannot save themselves. Placing their hopes upon a so-called savior named Joy-Boy.do, you truly expect such a civilization to confront the primordial being, a civilization reliant on a savior, at this point? Bruce suddenly chuckled lightly. I still remember your words. There has never been a savior in this world. We are all engaged in self-rescue. If one generation falters, then knowledge is passed to the next. If knowledge is lacking, strength is transmitted. If strength is absent, hope is conveyed. The transmission plan. What a magnificent endeavor. How many willingly became part of it back in the day? They forsook their bodies, relinquished their souls, condensing their will and power into crystals, all to leave a flicker of resistance for future generations. And I, dear saint, Bruce patted his chest and declared, I am one of them. Perhaps I am, as you say, hypocritical, spouting twisted logic. Yet I, Bruce, am certainly no coward, nor a traitor to civilization, when civilization called for my aid. I resolutely chose to stand forth. Is that not sufficient? You are indeed great. Louise, in agony, closed her eyes, her lips trembling slightly. I remember each of your faces, every one of your names. But Bruce, such noble sacrifices cannot justify your slaughter of the innocent, nor serve as a rationale for your destruction of civilization. It may be humble, perhaps feeble. Its leaders may be vile or exceedingly foolish, yet it remains civilization. It is hope. It is the last vestige of our strength. This is the reason we have fought thus far, the reason we continue to cling to life with defiance. It is also the reason you stepped onto the stage eons ago. Suddenly, Louise opened her eyes wide. A flash of crimson forming in her hands, coalescing into a blazing, fiery spear. I cannot stand idly by while you obliterate the efforts of all. As long as civilization draws breath, hope endures eternally. Hope, a treasure more precious than gold, should never be relinquished, regardless of time or place. Bruce softly replied, I recall those words. They were spoken by Archbishop Virginia Everlast. Is she still alive? Louise nodded. She lives. Ah, that is splendid, Bruce said as he adjusted his boutonniere. Thus, after I eliminate you, I shan't fear a lack of tasks, provided, of course, that you can defeat me. With a flourish, Louise threw the fiery spear directly at Bruce's head. The spear traced an elegant arc through the void, reaching Bruce in the blink of an eye. Yet, just as it was about to pierce his skull, it abruptly vanished, as if consumed by some unseen force. This is my domain, Lady Saint. With the resounding chime of a grand bell, an opulent stage rose slowly beneath Bruce's feet. He stood at the center, surrounded by dozens of shadowy figures whose faces remained obscured, gazing down upon the once exalted saint like a leading actor surveying the scene. You cannot slay me, yet I can end you. How profoundly unfair. Opening the champagne too early can lead to calamity. Louise raised her hand, conjuring another fiery spear, while a pair of brilliant flaming wings unfurled behind her. When the protagonist of your drama falls, you become as fragile as any mortal. It seems you remember the weakness of my abilities. Bruce smiled serenely. But what of it? Those feeble children in the Shadow Realm cannot vanquish my creations, not even if you can find me. And how long can you endure? Bruce surveyed the spectral prison. To enter the fray is the most foolish act, Lady Saint. Here, your power is limited, while mine is boundless. I have warned you, do not open the champagne too soon. Louise leaped into the air, her flaming wings propelling her to the stage's center. Thrusting her spear toward Bruce, Bruce merely flicked his finger, summoning a shadow that transformed into a knight, who deflected the blow with a sword. You seem to place great trust in those diminutive children, Bruce queried, his expression impassive. Why? Louise grinned. Because they are not hypocrites like you. Bruce furrowed his brow slightly, choosing silence. Then, empowered by some unseen force, he levitated into the air. Let the drama commence. He clapped his hands lightly, proclaiming with a resounding voice, Today shall witness the death of the saint. I find that title rather ominous. Louise replied with a slight smile, as the flames erupted behind her, incinerating all shadows upon the stage before she aimed her spear at Bruce. Suspended above, perhaps we should rename it. How about the demise of the drama? As Louise engaged Bruce in battle within the void prison, the Shadow Realm serving as the stage inevitably felt the repercussions. The earth trembled, the blood flowing through the streets began to boil, and the grotesque faces on the outer walls of buildings emitted piercing wails, thrashing violently. They cried out for their former flesh and bone, striving to coalesce into a vessel for their souls once more. Simultaneously, an indescribable, eerie howl echoed across Puppet Island, resonating beneath the blood-red heavens. Everyone could perceive the fury woven into that roar. It was boundless. Unrestrained anger gathered in the central square. The group, led by Juin, halted abruptly, the epicenter of the bizarre phenomenon. After a wordless exchange of glances, they turned in unison and raced toward the fishing village. Their previous conversation remained unfinished, countless questions simmering in their minds, but time was slipping away. Wuda, Juin called back. Hand me that ruby. Then proceed with the decapitation operation. We shall do our utmost to cover you. Nothing shall survive to reach the fishing village before you slay that shell. Wuda wasted no words, ready to toss the ruby to Juin, only for Diana to interject suddenly. No, you cannot give your heart to anyone. Shock rippled through the group. Why not? Lilith, cradled in Hanai's arms, exclaimed, her eyes wide. Isn't it common sense to keep the bomb and its detonator separated? Who delivers them directly? Wuda was heading into peril, not acting as a courier. The familiar tone of banter brought smiles to their faces, yet Diana was not in a light-hearted mood. This was an item entrusted to Wuda by Jessica at her dying breath, a possession unique to him. If he did not wish for it to be taken, then without his consent, that ruby would merely be a pretty stone. Diana explained, however, if Wuda willingly relinquishes his heart, it will become an object without an owner. Do you understand what that implies? An ownerless object belongs to the capable. Being the sharpest mind among the Navy's 7, Lilith immediately spoke up. I see. Wuda, keep it safe, but do not lose your essence. Juin, possessing both beauty and grace, sweet of voice and gentle of spirit, adored you. Do not be swayed by that little girl. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock, particularly Juin, whose face blushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. What time is it? And you speak such nonsense. This is no jest. It is a serious matter, Lilith retorted loudly. Think carefully. How might that shell compel Wuda to willingly surrender the ruby? A hero is vulnerable to the charms of a beauty. Do you believe I jest? This wisdom has been passed down through generations, a painful lesson learned by countless ancestors. As they pondered, a sense of despair washed over their faces. Not a single one believed Wuda could withstand the allure of beauty. Could you not have a little faith in me? Wuda shouted in frustration. Do I appear to be a man ensnared by carnal desires? In unison, they replied, Indeed. Wuda stumbled, nearly falling flat. Given your earlier altercation with Laisai in the jungle, I have 100 reasons to distrust you. In the midst of the tumult, Ziwan gritted her teeth, casting a fierce glare at Wuda. However, we found ourselves devoid of alternatives, so Wuda, you must hold your ground. The lives resting upon your shoulders are not merely our own, but also the lives of countless souls in the real world. At this juncture, let us not dwell on the pressure. Let us be pragmatic. Lilith exclaimed loudly once more. Wuda, General Zuan just confided in me that if you can withstand the allure of the femme fatale and successfully eliminate that vessel, upon her return to the real world, she shall bestow upon you a grand reward. Wuda paused, pondering the nature of this reward. Ziwan shot back. I did not say anything. She did. The others interjected in unison. If you can endure, she will kiss you. The kind that's mouth to mouth. Impossible. Ziwan's face flushed, nearly hot enough to fry an egg. At most, a hug. Lilith immediately retorted. She's risking everything to save the world, and you, her girlfriend, can merely offer a hug. Is that not a tad stingy? It is indeed somewhat petty, Rassel chimed in. According to the customary protocol, you ought to offer your body in return. Hearing this ever-increasingly enticing condition, Ziwan internally cursed this motley crew of rascals while shouting. A kiss it shall be. Lilith grinned widely. Mouth to mouth? Yes. After gritting her teeth and nodding, Ziwan turned to Wuda. But only if you can win this fight. At this moment, I am invincible. Wuda's eyes sparkled with determination as he thumped his chest. Rest assured, I will surely defeat the vessel and ensure our survival. Oh, by the way, may I ask, when we kiss, can we, my lord, this chapter has more to unfold. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. Get lost. Infuriated beyond measure, Ziwan smacked Wuda on the head. Don't push your luck. Be serious. This is not the time for jesting. Ziwan is correct, Rassel remarked. The reward is meant to inspire extraordinary performance, not to lead you to an untimely demise. Remember my words. We are not the protagonists of a biographical novel, so keep your mindset grounded. If you truly perish, we all perish. I understand, Wuda replied, his playful demeanor replaced by solemnity as he nodded. I will do my utmost. That will suffice. As those words echoed, the group arrived at the entrance of the fishing village nestled halfway up the mountain. They simultaneously halted, turning to gaze into the village. What was once a gently flowing stream of blood had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into a torrent of crimson rivers. This river consumed countless bones, submerging the entire puppet village. It churned and surged under the glow of the red moon, resembling boiling water. Then, before the astonished eyes of all, A grotesquely twisted hand abruptly emerged from the blood river. It flailed in midair, struggling fiercely, ultimately freeing itself from the river's grasp. It was a deformed humanoid creature. With elongated limbs, a slender waist, and broad chest, its blood-soaked flesh lay bare, devoid of skin. Its crimson heart pulsated slowly yet powerfully, while its lung, riddled with holes, rose and fell with each labored breath. It knelt atop the river in a manner that defied the laws of physics, raised its head, and with empty sockets gazed skyward, then opened its maw filled with jagged teeth, unleashing a piercing wail. This lament served as a signal. The second, the third, the fourth, countless monsters crawled forth from the blood river in response to the anguished cries. Forming a terrifying army that sent shivers down the spine, they stood as if summoned from the depths of hell, rising from the river and staggering toward the group. I would rather face Whitebeard in a duel than contend with these abominations. Smoker took a step back, his face pale. What in the world are they? They were once the residents, tourists, and merchants of the puppet village, Diana stated, lighting a feminine cigarette, devoid of emotion as she gazed upon the hellish army. But now, they are merely soulless creatures, puppets at the mercy of others. You call these ghastly beings monsters? Lilith, her expression darkened, retorted. The monsters I envisioned are far more palatable. These things are, at best, a mass of deformed flesh. They are not even worthy of being called monsters. They scarcely qualify as life itself. The group instinctively nodded in agreement with Lilith's assessment. So, these are the foes we must confront? Ziyuan unsheathed Kanbira, inquiring about their combat capabilities. In their prime, each of them possessed fighting power comparable to yours, Diana replied with a smile. But with that lady's assistance, they are presently as vulnerable as they were in life. The group exhaled in relief upon hearing this. That makes things easier. Lilith freed herself from Hanai's embrace, drawing the military knife at her waist. A bunch of weak, meaty lumps. They won't be a problem, no matter how many come at us. However, they are endless. Even when slain, they will soon crawl back from the blood river. Diana poured cold water on their optimism, and I never said they were our only adversaries. The group froze, turning in unison to ask, "What do you mean?" The response to Diana's statement was a tremor that shook the ground. After barely maintaining their balance, they glanced up toward the blood river, their eyes widening in disbelief. A colossal monster, towering over 30 meters, slowly rose from the river, letting out a deafening roar that echoed across the sky. It seized a handful of grotesque, decaying flesh and tossed it into its maw, chewing as if savoring a snack. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine, their hair standing on end. Lilith roared without restraint, "W seen him? This supermonster is 7 or 8 heads taller than a giant. Are we expected to confront it with our heads? Collectively, we wouldn't even suffice for a single slap from that thing, right? Thus, your task is merely to buy time." After surveying the pallid faces of the group, Diana spoke calmly. "I refer to that creature as the commander. It has been weakened and will remain motionless for a short while to regain strength. This is your opportunity, a precious moment that lady has fought tooth and nail to secure for you." Upon hearing this, Wuda realized that he could no longer afford to delay. He bid no farewell nor uttered any sentimental platitudes, turning and charging toward the fishing village. At the same moment, Rassel unsheathed her military knife. Discarding the sheath, a surge of spiritual energy and dominance coursed through her body, stirring a gentle breeze. Gazing at the grotesque masses before them, she softly declared, "We have no choice but to fight with all our might." Does anyone have parting words? I hope my brother won't be too heartbroken, and I wish for him to build me a beautiful grave. Lilith spat, gripping her military knife. It would be even better if it could be adorned with some specialty from Fairy Grass Island. I have no last words to impart. Smoker drew his tin hands, igniting a cigar, as mist swirled around him. "For I believe we will emerge alive." "Same here." Hanai clapped her hands, conjuring an iron spear. "Our duty has only just begun. It would be too regrettable for it to end like this." "Agreed." Ziyuan swung Kanbira, the pure armed color of hockey instantly enveloping it, dyeing it black. She raised her head, her gaze burning as she fixed it upon the enormous crimson monster. "I trust Wuda. Thus I shall stake my life to hold back that beast, as long as I draw breath. It shall not set foot into the jungle. Not even a step. It is us." Rassel inhaled deeply, her eyes widening as she unleashed a technique she had not employed in quite some time. Mental shock. An invisible wave of energy instantaneously surged forth, sweeping past the decaying carcasses a mere stone's throw away. obliterating their heads into a grotesque pulp. Witnessing the thousands of headless corpses collapsing like ripe wheat, the crowd was struck with astonishment. What manner of power is this? This is a superpower. Leisure leaped forward, positioning herself at the forefront, acknowledging that her strength was not boundless. She needed to reserve some for the formidable foe ahead. Thus, she urged her companions to spring into action and establish a defensive line. As she shouted, she executed a sweeping strike that cleaved through hundreds of fleshly remnants. This act, however, ignited the ferocity of the monsters. They pounded their chests and roared in unison before charging towards the crowd like an unstoppable tide. The final battle had commenced. Amidst the cacophony of roars and clashing, Wuda did not dare to glance back. For to do so would be to relinquish control and rush back to aid his comrades. He had his own mission, one that must be accomplished, allowing for no failure. Clenching the ruby tightly in his hand, he dashed forward with gritted teeth. He navigated through the withered trees, leaped over the parched puddles, and sprinted down the woodland path that Jessica had traversed countless times. Gradually, the roars and the sounds of battle faded from his ears. The irksome crimson moon transformed, unbeknownst to him, back into its true form, illuminating Wuda's path with its radiant, silvery light. The lifeless trees regained their vitality, bursting forth with lush greenery. The melodious chirping of birds echoed around him, and the delightful fragrance of blossoms enveloped him. Everything unfolding before him seemed to whisper that the hellish scene he had just witnessed was naught but a nightmare, a mere illusion. Yet Wuda was not deceived. His gaze remained resolute as he pressed onward. Upon severing the last obstruction of trees, he beheld the deserted fishing village and charged in without hesitation. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his ears, a voice he could never forget. Etched deep within his very soul. It was Jessica's voice. Wuda, brother. Breathless, Wuda halted and looked towards the source of the voice. In the center of the village street stood a woman in a pale pink dress, gazing at him with a smile that mirrored the sun. Bathed in the pure, unblemished moonlight, she appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens, stunningly beautiful, enchanting to the core. Jessica, Wuda called, his voice trembling as he uttered her name. He had thought himself prepared, believing that after the encouragement and playful banter of his companions, his heart would remain untroubled. Yet now, as he truly beheld her form, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Every aspect, her face, her voice, her posture, even her expression, was indistinguishable from that of Jessica. Wuda, brother, you came to find me. Her face radiated the same brilliant smile he remembered, speaking in that familiar tone, asking why he was just standing there, urging him to come closer. Didn't we agree to go out together today? I even wore this lovely dress for the occasion. She playfully lifted the hem of her skirt, twirling gracefully before winking at him. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? The well-known voice and the eerily familiar gestures and expressions sent Wuda into a daze, and he instinctively replied, beautiful, beautiful? Then why aren't you coming over? She extended her right hand, inviting him forward. I've waited so long for you. Ever since that day, I've been longing for you to find me, yearning to see you once more. I miss you so much. Truly. As she spoke, she took a few steps closer, reaching out with her hand, her eyes shimmering with longing as they met Wuda's gaze. Don't you miss me? Don't you wish to see me again? In the bright moonlight, she resembled a princess hopelessly in love, quietly waiting for her knight to take her hand and stroll through the woodland paths, sharing tender confessions of love. The idyllic vision that danced in Wuda's mind compelled him to rush forward and embrace Jessica. He yearned to express how much he missed her, to convey his regret for failing to protect her. There were countless words he wished to share, so many experiences he longed to have with her. He wanted to sail with her, to explore the breathtaking landscapes of the world together. He envisioned taking her to the Shambodi Islands, to revel in the delight of a bubble-themed amusement park. He wished to celebrate her birthday once more, to see her face smeared with cream, laughing heartily in her delightful way. But all of that was now impossible, forever impossible. Wuda clenched his fists tightly, raising his head as tears streamed down his cheeks. I miss her. I miss her dearly. In the life that follows, she will eternally occupy a corner of my heart. I cherish that sunny, bright soul.